As the apocalypse descends, Qin Feng finds himself trapped in a dire situation, only to suddenly activate the Apocalypse Sign-In System, rendering him invincible henceforth. Upon completing a bronze-level sign-in task, he is rewarded with a Thunderblade. Upon accomplishing a silver-level sign-in task, he receives the design blueprint for Iron Man's armor. Upon fulfilling a gold-level sign-in task, he is bestowed with the Super Soldier Serum. Upon achieving a platinum-level sign-in task, he is rewarded with. While other survivors struggle in the throes of the apocalypse, Qin Feng has already ascended to the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 1. The End of the World. At Jiangbei University, within the boys' dormitory restroom. Starving. I'm so hungry. Am I truly destined to perish in this wretched place? Qin Feng, clutching his emaciated stomach, sits on the floor, feeling dizzy. He has been trapped in a restroom for a full 7 days. During this time, aside from a few sips of tap water, he has not consumed a morsel of food, and he has now reached the limits of human endurance. He has contemplated venturing out in search of sustenance, but 3 ravenous zombies prowl just outside the restroom door. Should he rashly burst forth, he would likely meet a grim fate. Damn this apocalypse. Qin Feng pounds the floor in frustration, his thoughts drifting back to 7 days prior. On that fateful, rain-soaked night, he had been playing League of Legends with 3 roommates, poised to ascend to the coveted 50-star rank. Suddenly, after a series of bizarre crimson lightning strikes, one roommate collapsed, convulsing, foam spewing from his mouth, his visage contorted in agony. Qin Feng and the other 2 roommates were taken aback, hastily dialing for an ambulance. But their calls were inexplicably disrupted. Even the emergency services line was unreachable. Within half a minute, the fallen roommate succumbed, lifeless, a mere corpse. Qin Feng and his companions were stupefied. It was their first encounter with death so close at hand, leaving them utterly paralyzed with shock. Yet, soon thereafter, the corpse began to stir, rising with grotesque contortions of its skeletal frame. As Qin Feng and his friends stood frozen in terror, the reanimated zombie lunged at another roommate, tearing into him like a wild beast. When blood splattered across Qin Feng's face, the countless zombie films he had watched suddenly coalesced into clarity. A zombie! The roommate who had just collapsed had transformed into a zombie. In a moment of panic, Qin Feng instinctively retreated towards the balcony. Though the other roommate also grasped the situation, it was too late. The bitten roommate immediately succumbed to infection, pouncing upon him with a mangled body. With a spine-chilling, tearing sound echoing through the air, Qin Feng barely managed to escape to the balcony and swiftly locked himself inside the restroom. Trembling, he sat on the floor, his heart racing, terrified that the zombies outside would burst in at any moment. Fortunately, once humans are transformed into zombies, they only attack visible living beings. As long as he remained silent, the zombies outside would not detect his presence in the restroom. To survive, Qin Feng dared not make a sound, enduring in the restroom for an entire week. During these 7 days, he attempted to call for help multiple times. Yet, it seemed that the very moment the apocalypse struck, global networks and communications had utterly collapsed, obliterating years of technological advancement in an instant. Qin Feng was indifferent to the fate of the world. His sole concern was his own survival and the safety of his family. Am I truly destined to starve to death in this wretched place? A fierce pang of hunger washed over him, blurring his consciousness as his body began to fail from prolonged starvation. He knew that if he did not consume anything soon, he would indeed perish here. Thus, his weak gaze turned towards the toilet before him, contemplating. Yet after a fierce internal struggle, he could not bring himself to cross that line. He would rather starve than resort to such a repugnant choice to prolong his life by a few days. Ultimately, he rose slowly, dragging his frail body, gritting his teeth. Enough. Staying here is merely awaiting death. I might as well venture out and fight for my life. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Qin Feng could no longer endure the despair of waiting for death. He was determined to fight, even if only a sliver of hope remained. Having made his decision, he placed his trembling hand upon the door lock, preparing to turn it. Just as he was about to make his final stand, a strange mechanical prompt resonated in his ears. Apocalypse Sign-In System activated. Binding host now. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Apocalypse Sign-In System. Please click to claim your novice gift pack. System. The Apocalypse Sign-In System? Upon hearing the peculiar voice, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. Impossible. What system could possibly exist in the real world? I must be hallucinating from hunger. Qin Feng's face bore the marks of despair. Over these past few days, he had lost count of how many hallucinations he had experienced. The most ludicrous one had even transformed him into a super scion. Now, with the sudden emergence of the Apocalypse Sign-In System, his first instinct was to dismiss it as yet another figment of his imagination. Very well, if this is indeed my last hallucination, then let me see what this so-called novice gift pack contains. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he clicked the claim button. Congratulations, host. Novice gift pack successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a silenced Desert Eagle pistol. Magazine capacity, 9 rounds. Ammunition can be exchanged through survival points. Note, the system version of the Desert Eagle has no recoil, no noise, and is a true assassination tool. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Firearms Master Card. Upon successful use, the host will instantly master the use of all firearms. Congratulations, host. You have received a Virus Immunity Serum. After injection, you will be immune to viral infections. As the mechanical prompts cascaded one after another, a blinding white light screen materialized before Qin Feng, displaying not only the silver Desert Eagle, but also a vial of blue serum. Could it be that none of this is a hallucination? Qin Feng could not resist reaching out to touch the light screen, and the instant he did, the Desert Eagle and the virus serum materialized in his grasp, their tangible weight nearly causing him to drop them. Gazing at the genuine weapon, the item cards, and the most crucial serum in his hands, Qin Feng's despair abruptly transformed into exhilaration and excitement. Indeed, host, none of this is a hallucination. Congratulations on successfully binding the Apocalypse Sign-In System. The Apocalypse Sign-In System will automatically issue random sign-in tasks daily. Upon completing these tasks, you will receive rewards. Furthermore, upon binding the Apocalypse Sign-In System, slaying zombies will earn you survival points. These points can be exchanged in the system store for attribute points, weapons, ammunition, food, and various essential supplies. Today's sign-in task. Escape the boys' dormitory to complete the sign-in. Host attributes as follows. Qin Feng Strength, 5 Intelligence, 10 Speed, 5 Defense, 5 Mentality, 5 Survival Points, 0 Overall Combat Power Evaluation. None note. Strengthening attribute points can enhance the host's physical capabilities. For instance, increasing strength by 1 point can augment the host's muscle power by 10 kilograms. Elevating intelligence by 1 point can raise the host's IQ by 10 points. This principle continues. Is this truly real? Ha ha ha. Qin Feng was elated. With the advent of the system, he was assured of his survival in this brutal apocalypse. Upon accepting this sudden transformation, Qin Feng immediately injected the blue serum into his body. Moments later, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, followed by an unbearable itch, as if countless ants were crawling over his skin. The itch was fleeting. Merely a minute passed before Qin Feng sensed a remarkable transformation within his body. Congratulations, host. The serum injection is complete. From this moment forth, as long as the host remains alive, any injuries inflicted by zombies will not lead to infection. Excellent. With this, even if I'm bitten by a zombie, I have nothing to fear. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Then, invigorated, inquired of the system. However, I am on the brink of starvation. Can't you provide me with some food? In response, host, to obtain food, you must either search for it yourself or exchange for it using survival points. Understood. Everything still relies on oneself. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he gripped his Desert Eagle tightly and promptly activated the Firearms Proficiency card. The moment the card was successfully utilized, he instinctively comprehended the mechanics of aiming, firing, and even the intricate workings of firearms. His knowledge of firearms was not merely proficient, it surpassed that of many trained marksmen. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Qin Feng was becoming familiar with the capabilities of the system, a terrifying crashing sound erupted from the wooden door above, which, due to years of neglect, began to tremble perilously under the relentless assault of 3 zombies outside. Chapter 2. Escape from Despair. Alas, the volume of the recent conversation has undoubtedly attracted the attention of the 3 zombies lurking outside. What now? As Qin Feng gazed at the wooden door teetering on the brink of collapse, his countenance turned ashen, his frail body retreating swiftly to lean against the cold wall. Calm down. He must remain composed. With trembling hands, he gripped the Desert Eagle tightly, reminding himself of the necessity for tranquility. In moments of dire peril, Maintaining absolute composure is paramount. After a series of deep breaths, Qin Feng clenched his teeth and aimed at the wooden bathroom door, a mere 2 meters away. He needed to fire 3 shots the instant the door gave way, eliminating the encroaching zombies. Otherwise, in his weakened state, he stood no chance of resisting should they close in on him. Bang! 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 As the assault on the door intensified, Qin Feng's heartbeat surged to a fever pitch. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the bathroom door splintered and fell, allowing 3 blood-soaked zombies to surge in like rabid dogs. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng, having prepared meticulously, unleashed a rapid succession of 3 shots. It must be noted that the silenced Desert Eagle rewarded by the system exhibited no recoil and emitted no sound. Akin to wielding a cheat, even in his weakened state, Qin Feng managed to masterfully control it, successfully blowing the head off the foremost zombie with his first shot. However, in the throes of tension, his second and third shots went awry, merely grazing the already mangled faces of the remaining zombies without inflicting mortal wounds. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 remaining zombies lunged towards Qin Feng. This is bad. His face drained of color. He sensed the imminent danger and, in a moment of desperation, summoned every ounce of strength to fire 2 more shots with lightning speed. Bang! Bang! Fortunately, with the crack of gunfire, the 2 zombies charging at him were dispatched in rapid succession. As the stench of decaying black blood splattered onto his face, Qin Feng collapsed to the floor, utterly spent. So close. He had narrowly escaped being torn to shreds by those 2 zombies. Congratulations, host. You have slain 3 zombies. Survival points, 3. After what felt like an eternity, the system's notification finally jolted Qin Feng back to reality. He gazed at the 3 familiar faces lying lifeless before him, his eyes filled with an indescribable complexity and sorrow. It is crucial to note that these 3 zombies were once his closest friends. Since their university days, they had supported and cared for one another, inseparable in their bond. Yet now, in this apocalyptic nightmare, he stood alone, the last survivor among their once unbreakable 4. The weight of this desolation rendered Qin Feng unable to find solace. This is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. It is either your life or mine. Apologizing silently to his fallen brothers, Qin Feng steadied his trembling body and whispered a requiem for the 3 zombies. Stepping over their lifeless forms, as he exited the accursed place that had imprisoned him for 7 long days. It was dusk, and the waning sunlight cast a somber glow upon the blood-stained floor of the balcony, evoking a melancholic atmosphere of desolation. However, Qin Feng had no heart to admire the scenery. Having reached his limits, he had just emerged from a harrowing confrontation. His muscles felt like jelly, rendering him incapable of walking normally. He staggered back to his dormitory in search of sustenance. Yet the onset of the apocalypse coincided with the end of the month, and he and his friends had long exhausted their living expenses, leaving the dormitory devoid of food. After a lengthy search, he managed to uncover half a box of stale potato chips. Given their prolonged exposure, the chips had begun to mold. Nevertheless, driven by hunger, Qin Feng disregarded the state of the food, shoving a handful into his mouth and swallowing without hesitation. Once the half box of chips was consumed, Qin Feng collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to exhaustion. In the depths of fatigue and depletion, he unknowingly drifted into a slumber, only to be jolted awake in the dead of night. He had heard a series of terrifying howls emanating from outside the dormitory door, the unmistakable cries of zombies. Realizing the corridor was teeming with them, Qin Feng's drowsiness evaporated instantly. Additionally, having digested the potato chips long ago, his stomach growled with hunger. He opened the system's marketplace, eager to discover what provisions it might offer. Welcome to the system marketplace. With a click, a luminescent white screen unfurled before him, displaying 5 primary categories: attribute points, weapons and ammunition, food, materials, and items. Suppressing his hunger, Qin Feng first selected the attribute points category. According to previous system information, attribute points could enhance the host's various abilities. If he possessed extraordinary strength and speed, acquiring food would pose no challenge. However, upon entering the attribute points section, he realized his expectations were overly simplistic. Regardless of whether it pertained to strength or speed, each point of attribute required a cost of 10 survival points. In essence, the conversion rate between survival points and attribute points stood at 10, 1, and with only 3 survival points at his disposal. He was far from meeting the requirements for conversion. Next, Qin Feng explored the weapons category, which was further divided into 3 subcategories: ranged weapons, melee weapons, and ammunition. Within the ranged weapons section lay many of Qin Feng's familiar firearms, such as the AK-47, M4, and Barrett. However, the exchange prices were exorbitant. Even the most basic grenade demanded 50 survival points, while the renowned firearms required hundreds. As for the melee weapons, Qin Feng had little interest, as employing ranged weapons was far safer in this apocalyptic landscape. He promptly navigated to the ammunition interface. Pistol ammunition, 1 survival point per round. Rifle ammunition, 2 survival points per round. Shotgun ammunition, 2 survival points per round. Sniper ammunition, 3 survival points per round. So, after risking his life to eliminate 3 zombies, he was left with merely enough points for 3 rounds of pistol ammunition. He decided to investigate the food category, hoping for something more reasonable. Muttering to himself, Qin Feng clicked on the food category. The variety was vast, encompassing all imaginable cuisines, from Western fare to the 8 major Chinese culinary traditions. However, the exchange prices were absurdly steep, starting at a minimum of 5 survival points, with the most expensive dishes reaching 100 survival points. Such exorbitant food prices would only entice the foolish. After all, with those survival points, he could acquire attribute points and ammunition instead. Cursing under his breath, Qin Feng lamented the system's shortcomings. There was nothing he could afford. He resolved to rely on his own efforts to find food. He recalled a fellow named Wang Peng in dorm 412 who had opened a small snack shop. Surely, he would have ample provisions. Rubbing his growling stomach, Qin Feng decided to venture to dorm 412 in search of food. His dormitory, 403, was located approximately 100 meters from 412. 100 meters may not seem far in ordinary times, but in the midst of an apocalypse, that seemingly short distance could prove fatal. However, without venturing to room 412 in search of sustenance, Qin Feng would not survive for long on the meager calories provided by half a bag of potato chips. In order to endure, he had no choice but to embrace the peril once more. Before setting out, Qin Feng meticulously packed his black backpack with essential supplies, such as a lighter and a flashlight. Subsequently, he utilized his scant 3 survival points to exchange for 3 rounds of handgun ammunition, adding to the 4 rounds he had remaining, giving him a total of 7 bullets for his Desert Eagle. After loading his weapon, Qin Feng cautiously approached the dormitory door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside. Chapter 3. The Race Against Life and Death. Thud, thud, thud. The once silent corridor of the boys' dormitory was now filled with heavy, slow footsteps, each accompanied by chilling, spine-tingling growls that sent shivers down his spine. Based on the sounds, Qin Feng estimated that at least 7 or 8 zombies were lurking in the hallway outside, 2 of which were meandering around room 403, where he was situated. Gripping his Desert Eagle tightly, Qin Feng carefully unlocked the door and slowly pulled it ajar. Once he could lean out far enough, he cautiously surveyed the corridor to his left and right. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned 6 zombies to his left and 2 to his right. With the latter positioned less than 10 meters away, their backs turned as they shuffled towards the end of the right corridor. The destination he sought, room 412, lay to his left, a place encircled by the undead. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed there, for it contained not only the food he desperately needed, but also the staircase leading to safety. A daunting sight awaited him: 8 zombies, and he was armed with only 7 bullets. No matter, he resolved to eliminate the 2 zombies on the right first. If successful, he would earn 2 survival points and could later exchange them for more ammunition. With determination, Qin Feng raised his Desert Eagle, aiming carefully at the 2 zombies. Since they were oblivious to his presence, he took a moment to steady his aim and, with a firm resolve, pulled the trigger. Whoosh! With a sharp crack, the bullet pierced the skull of one zombie, ending its existence. The silenced Desert Eagle allowed the second zombie to remain unaware as it too fell victim to Qin Feng's precise shot. After dispatching the 2, he promptly exchanged his newly acquired survival points for 2 additional rounds, replenishing his ammunition back to 7. His focus then shifted to the 6 zombies on his left. Among them, 4 were approaching him, while the remaining 2 lingered near the staircase. The 4 advancing zombies were grotesque, their bodies mangled and torn. some with gaping wounds exposing their skeletal remains. Qin Feng swallowed hard, retreating behind the door to avoid detection, pressing his back against it. Engaging them directly would surely reveal his position, and a momentary lapse in aim could lead to a harrowing encounter with all 6 zombies. He needed a meticulous plan. His attention was drawn to a glass bottle nearby. An idea sparked. It could create a distraction, drawing the zombies away while he made his way to room 412, thus evading combat altogether. With his resolve firm, Qin Feng waited for the footsteps to fade before he opened the dormitory door once more. Flinging the glass bottle against the left corridor wall with all his strength. Crash! As the bottle shattered against the wall, the 6 wandering zombies surged towards the sound with alarming speed. Qin Feng hastily shut the dormitory door behind him. Roars akin to wild beasts echoed from outside as he gripped his desert eagle tightly. Once the 6 zombies were nearly at the left corridor's end, he flung the door open and sprinted towards room 412 with utmost urgency. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. As he drew closer to his destination, Qin Feng instinctively quickened his pace. Just 10 meters remained before he could reach room 412 when, unexpectedly, 3 ferocious zombies emerged from the right staircase, charging towards him like hungry beasts. Who could have foreseen such a dire twist of fate at this critical moment? Qin Feng halted abruptly, raising his handgun to aim. As the 3 zombies bore down on him, he fired 4 shots in rapid succession, eliminating 2 of them instantly. However, the 3rd zombie merely sustained an injury to its arm, still intent on closing the distance. With it now within 5 meters, Qin Feng retreated while aiming carefully, finally dispatching the last zombie with a 5th shot. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the 6 zombies he had lured away began to regain their senses, their attention drawn to Qin Feng's tantalizing presence as they rushed towards him in a maddened frenzy. The zombies moved with alarming speed, and in the blink of an eye, they were within 100 meters. Realizing the urgency, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the handgun and dashed towards room 412. Thankfully, he reached the door in mere seconds. The door to room 412 stood ajar, revealing a scene of utter chaos within. Bloodstains and severed limbs littered the floor, creating an atmosphere of dread. Yet, Qin Feng had no time to dwell on the horrors. He rushed inside and locked the door behind him. Bang! 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 The 6 zombies outside sensed his presence and began to assault the door with frenzied force. Though the door was sturdier, it would not withstand their relentless barrage for long. More critically, such a cacophony would undoubtedly attract the attention of other zombies on the floor, turning a manageable situation into a dire emergency. But for now, Qin Feng, ravenous and desperate, focused solely on finding food within room 412. He began rummaging through the bedside tables of each bed, but all he found were a few posters of beautiful women and a battered doll. No food in sight. Quickly, his gaze shifted to the wardrobe by the balcony. Sure enough, in the lower compartment, he discovered a stash of snacks belonging to Wang Peng. The cabinet was filled with an array of treats: instant noodles, bread, packaged chicken legs, and even 2 famous Texas fried chickens. Starving, Qin Feng wasted no time. He tore into the bread and chicken legs, devouring 4 loaves of bread, 3 chicken legs, and a Texas fried chicken before finally pausing, cracking open a bottle of cola to wash it all down. After 7 days of subsisting on tap water, savoring a bottle of refreshing cola was a delight beyond measure. Once he had eaten his fill and quenched his thirst, Qin Feng opened his backpack and stuffed all the remaining food inside, continuing to eat whatever would not fit, until the snacks in the small storage room were completely devoured by him. He finally ceased his indulgence and sat down heavily on the nearby bed to rest. The incessant banging continued, growing increasingly ferocious. The dormitory door could hardly withstand much longer. Yet, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, for he understood that it was precisely during such times that maintaining his calm was of utmost importance. He first checked his handgun's ammunition. Only 2 bullets remained, clearly insufficient to deal with 6 ravenous zombies. His survival points had increased to 3, which he promptly exchanged for additional handgun bullets. Once the magazine was replenished to 5 rounds, a slight sense of security washed over him. As his stamina gradually restored, Qin Feng seized a moment to retreat towards the balcony before the zombies breached the door. Chapter 4. Check-in Reward. Thunderblade. Room 412 was situated on the 4th floor of the boys' dormitory, with a balcony approximately 12 meters above ground. Behind the dormitory lay a small flower bed. Under the moonlight, Qin Feng confirmed the absence of zombies in the flower bed, thus devising a suitable escape plan. He swiftly gathered blankets and bedding from room 412, tightly binding them together to fashion a makeshift rope about 10 meters long. He secured one end to the balcony railing and tossed the improvised rope towards the flower bed. Although there remained a 2-meter drop to the ground, it was within a safe landing range for an ordinary person. After testing the rope's sturdiness, he climbed over the balcony and began to slide down the makeshift rope. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the door to room 412 was forcefully breached, and the 6 frenzied, bloodthirsty zombies surged into the dormitory in search of Qin Feng. However, at the instant they invaded, Qin Feng had already safely landed on the grass of the flower bed. Once he ascertained that no danger lurked nearby, he hastily exited the vicinity of the boys' dormitory. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully escaping the boys' dormitory. Today's check-in task has been completed. The host has received a bronze check-in treasure chest. Upon opening, the bronze treasure chest may yield bronze-level martial arts items or rewards in survival points and attribute points. Please proceed to open it. As Qin Feng approached the edge of the flower bed, the system's notification chimed, and a white translucent screen materialized before him. On this screen, a bronze treasure chest flickered, adorned with an opening button. Are there levels for the check-in treasure chests? Qin Feng inquired, gazing at the bronze chest before him. Indeed, host. Depending on the task's difficulty, the treasure chests obtained upon completion also vary in level, ranging from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Generally, random tasks yield bronze-level treasures, while only in more perilous areas might silver and gold tasks be triggered. Platinum and diamond tasks require entering hellish zones to have a chance of being activated. So that is how it is. Qin Feng mused, astonished that such a perilous boys' dormitory could only trigger a bronze-level check-in task. He wondered what kind of place would be required to encounter tasks of silver or gold caliber. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him for higher-tier check-in tasks. But for now, he was eager to see what delightful items awaited him within this bronze treasure chest. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng promptly pressed the opening button. With a flash of bronze light, the chest sprang open. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the bronze treasure chest. You have received the bronze-level melee weapon, Thunderblade. The attributes of Thunderblade are as follows. When wielding Thunderblade, the host's strength increases by 5 points. Note, Thunderblade, a swift slicing scythe, can be combined into a silver-level melee weapon, Apocalypse. As the system's voice faded, a short sword shimmering with blue light manifested before Qin Feng. The blue sword, approximately 50 centimeters long, gleamed with a silver-blue hue, its contours and lines exquisitely defined. Thunderblade. Upon seeing the sword, Qin Feng instantly recognized it as one of the weapon items from the mobile game Honor of Kings. Incredible! This treasure chest can even yield in-game items? He exclaimed, astonished and enlightened. He had initially believed the check-in system would only produce real-world weapons and items, never imagining it could yield Thunderblade. Most importantly, this Thunderblade could also be further forged into even more formidable equipment, Apocalypse. Eagerly, Qin Feng grasped Thunderblade in his hands. As his right hand tightened around the hilt, he immediately felt a surge of power coursing through him, enhancing his previously frail physique. This was the primary attribute of Thunderblade. When utilizing Thunderblade, Qin Feng's strength surged from a baseline of 5 points to a temporary 10, augmenting his muscular power by 50 kilograms. With a total of 100 kilograms of muscle strength, he was nearing the limit achievable by an average adult. Armed with such might, even wielding a kitchen knife would allow him to dispatch zombies with ease, let alone with a razor-sharp Thunderblade in hand. Excellent. With Thunderblade at my disposal, as long as I don't face an overwhelming horde of zombies, I should be able to handle any situation effortlessly. Qin Feng mused, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he caressed the Thunderblade. His next objective was to seek a relatively safe refuge to rest for the night before devising a plan to leave the school. At this moment, 2 priorities loomed large: survival and returning home to find his family. His greatest concern was for his parents and younger sister. I hope they are safe, he murmured anxiously as he unwittingly stepped out of the flower bed. After some contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to head towards the school library. Situated in a secluded area, the library was seldom frequented, and given that the apocalypse commenced on a rainy night, he reasoned that it would likely be the safest place on campus. Exiting the flower bed, Qin Feng found himself on a cobblestone path, with the dormitory buildings 2 and 3 directly ahead. To his left, a horde of zombies had gathered, at least 20 of them feasting on dismembered limbs. The right side of the path fared little better, with over a dozen zombies hunched over, ravenously gnawing on remains. Given this grim sight, any rational person would avoid advancing towards either end of the path. As for the dormitory buildings directly ahead, Qin Feng hesitated to intrude. Unfamiliar with their interiors, recklessly entering would not be prudent. Bang! 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 Just as Qin Feng grappled with his indecision, a series of crashing sounds erupted from behind him in the flower bed. To his astonishment, the 6 zombies had plummeted from the 4th-floor balcony. The tremendous impact left them with shattered limbs. Yet horrifically, despite their mangled forms, they twisted and crawled towards Qin Feng. The noise of their fall had also alerted the zombies on either side of the path, who turned their attention towards the source of the commotion. This is bad. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively retreated. Fortunately, he managed to slip into a blind spot just in time. The zombies, not detecting any anomalies, resumed their gruesome feast. Phew, that was close. Qin Feng sighed in relief, patting his chest to calm his racing heart and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Immediately, he tightened his grip on the Thunderblade and glanced behind him. The zombies trailing behind were indeed grotesque and fearsome. Yet their combat effectiveness was significantly diminished due to their broken limbs, rendering them no threat to Qin Feng at this moment. It was an opportune moment. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng firmly grasped the Thunderblade. Indeed, he intended to slay all 6 of these zombies. In order to survive in this apocalyptic world, hunting zombies was a crucial step he must take. Chapter 5. You know nothing of power. The 6 bloodied zombies crawled on the grass, emitting faint rustling sounds, their hollow eyes reflecting only the most primal of desires. Qin Feng cautiously approached the crawling zombies, gripping the Thunderblade tightly. Although these zombies had lost their ability for swift movement, the inexperienced Qin Feng still felt a chill run down his spine. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As he closed the distance, Qin Feng steadied his grip on the hilt of the Thunderblade and swung down at the first zombie. With a swift strike, the head of the zombie flew off effortlessly under the sharp edge of the Thunderblade. Decapitating the zombie was almost effortless. The entire process was even smoother than Qin Feng had anticipated. In less than a minute, he had dispatched all 6 crawling zombies. Congratulations, host, for slaying 6 zombies. Survival points 6. As the system's voice echoed, Qin Feng's survival points increased by 6. At this rate, he would soon accumulate 10 points to enhance his attributes. Exhilarated, Qin Feng smiled as he wiped the blood off the Thunderblade and decided to traverse through dormitory building number 2, heading toward the library. Cautiously, Qin Feng returned to the stone path, ensuring that no zombies were in sight before hastening to the exterior of dormitory building number 2. Scaling the balcony of room 102, he successfully entered the dormitory. The room was quiet, with everything neatly arranged, seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. Stealthily, Qin Feng made his way through room 102 to the dormitory door. Confirming there was no commotion in the corridor outside, he slowly opened the door, peering into the dark hallway. The first-floor corridor was desolate, devoid of any human presence, and curiously, not even a single zombie was visible. Strange, with so many zombies outside, why was there not a single one in here? Something felt amiss. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. He cautiously stepped into the corridor, preparing to head toward the main entrance of the dormitory. However, just as he approached the entrance of dormitory building number 2, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from both ends of the corridor. Qin Feng immediately gripped the Thunderblade, scanning his surroundings. He saw shadows rushing from both ends of the corridor, closing in on him in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically as he swiftly retreated toward the dormitory entrance. But just then, a shadow emerged from the dormitory management room, accompanied by a heavy thud of footsteps. Qin Feng quickly halted, positioning the Thunderblade defensively, ready for combat. Yet as he focused, he realized that this shadow was not a zombie, but a young man with dyed yellow hair. The yellow-haired youth, holding a steel rod, pointed arrogantly at Qin Feng. "Stop right there, Wu Kai." Upon seeing this yellow-haired youth, Qin Feng instinctively called out his name. Wu Kai, a student from the physical education department of Jiangbei University, was notorious for his arrogance due to his wealthy background and associations with certain individuals in society. Having caused much trouble on campus, Qin Feng had had some previous altercations with him. Thus, they were somewhat acquainted. Wu Kai smirked. Oh, I thought it was someone important. It's just Qin Feng from the Chinese department. Where are you rushing off to? Qin Feng replied, his voice low. That hardly seems to be your concern. Wu Kai's face twisted into a greedy grin. You can go, but your weapon and backpack stay. His avaricious gaze fixated on Qin Feng's thunderblade and black backpack. At that moment, the shadows rushing from both ends of the corridor had already encircled Qin Feng. These shadows were not zombies. They were also humans. Yet in this apocalypse, the most terrifying entity was not the zombies, but rather human nature. Wu Kai's stance indicated he had no intention of letting Qin Feng go. No wonder there were no traces of zombies on this floor. It turned out they had been cleared by these individuals. Qin Feng observed the group before him, armed with various weapons, his gaze sharp and wary. To have eliminated so many zombies, you certainly possess some skills. But I advise you, do not provoke me, or you will regret it. Regret? Ha, ha. Wu Kai scoffed at Qin Feng's words, his laughter echoing around as the others joined in. Did Qin Feng truly believe he could not see the current situation? Not only were they numerous, but even Wu Kai alone could easily overpower the frail Qin Feng. Wu Kai stifled his laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh? You think you can make me regret anything? He paused, his smile fading into a menacing glare. Stop wasting my time and hand over your weapons and supplies. Since we are classmates, I can spare your life. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, I can kill you without facing any consequences. In this world of despair, strength reigned supreme. Morality and law had turned to ashes the moment the apocalypse began. Qin Feng had no doubt that this scum would act against him. However, the supplies he had gathered at the risk of his life were crucial for his survival. How could he willingly give them up? Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng coldly regarded Wu Kai. Are you truly set on making an enemy of me? Wu Kai sneered dismissively, swinging his sturdy steel rod, boasting, what if I am? I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over your weapons and supplies. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrible fate. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, sighing, alas. Seeing as we are all human, I have made concessions time and again, yet all it has earned me is your continued arrogance. If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Keep pretending. With so many of us here, let's see what kind of storm you can stir up. Wu Kai and his group dismissed Qin Feng's exasperated sigh as mere bluster. Indeed, they were numerous, but did they think they could threaten him with mere sticks? Wu Kai, you truly know nothing of power. Qin Feng's gaze was as cold as steel, sharp and piercing. Before his words had fully left his lips, he suddenly lunged forward. The sharp thunderblade aimed directly at Wu Kai, caught off guard by Qin Feng's audacity. Wu Kai's expression shifted to one of shock as he instinctively swung the steel rod to defend himself. Clang! But his seemingly resilient rod was severed as effortlessly as cutting through tofu upon contact with the thunderblade. What has happened? As Wu Kai witnessed the abrupt severance of his steel reinforcement, his gaze trembled, revealing profound astonishment. Before he could react, Qin Feng, with a clenched fist, unleashed a formidable force upon Wu Kai's chest. The impact, equivalent to a staggering 100 kilograms, sent Wu Kai crashing to the ground, fracturing his ribcage and causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 6. A shocking turn of events. How is this possible? As Wu Kai coughed up blood from Qin Feng's punch, the onlookers stood in utter disbelief. It was well known that Wu Kai possessed extraordinary physical prowess, having trained in judo and taekwondo since childhood. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was unparalleled at Jiangbei University. Yet in that fleeting moment, the seemingly frail Qin Feng had managed to inflict such a grievous injury upon him. Pain. It hurts like hell. Wu Kai clutched his injured chest, emitting a piercing scream. You bastard. How dare you lay a hand on me? What are you waiting for? Everyone attack. Bring this scoundrel down. His agonized cries jolted the crowd back to reality, prompting them to grab weapons and rush toward Qin Feng. Despite being outnumbered, Qin Feng remained unfazed, positioning the sharp thunderblade against Wu Kai's throat. Everyone stand down. If anyone takes one step closer, I shall ensure they meet a gruesome end. Indeed, upon witnessing Wu Kai's predicament, the group hesitated, panic evident on their faces. Hold on, Qin Feng. We are all classmates. There's no need for violence. Wu Kai was not just their leader. He controlled the food and supplies they had gathered over the past few days. Only he knew where they were hidden. Classmates? Huh. If I hadn't taken Wu Kai hostage, you so-called classmates would have beaten me to a pulp by now, Qin Feng remarked coldly. As the apocalypse descended, the most untrustworthy aspect was human nature. Hearing this, the group felt a wave of shame wash over them. Qin Feng, we acknowledge our wrongs. But in these dire times, survivors are scarce. We must not turn against one another. Enough with the idle chatter. Step back 10 paces. Otherwise, I will make Wu Kai bleed out right here. Qin Feng's tone was chilling. Seeing that the crowd was genuinely intimidated, Wu Kai desperately shouted, "What are you afraid of? I refuse to believe this coward Qin Feng will actually kill anyone. Charge! Whoever kills him will be generously rewarded." Wu Kai's proclamation sparked a flicker of hesitation among the crowd. "Oh, you think I lack the resolve to kill? You can certainly test me." Without further ado, Qin Feng drew the thunder blade across Wu Kai's throat, drawing forth a trickle of blood. With just a bit more pressure, Wu Kai would surely meet his demise. Upon witnessing this, the crowd hastily discarded their weapons and retreated, exclaiming, "Wait, wait, we'll back off." Within 3 seconds, the group had retreated over 10 meters. Huddled against the wall, Wu Kai, held captive by Qin Feng, wore a face twisted in frustration, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it! Over the past 7 days of the apocalypse, he had ruthlessly eliminated countless adversaries, relying on his sheer numbers and brutality. Yet now, he found himself powerless, held hostage by Qin Feng. From this moment forth, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly lose his standing among the others. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate Qin Feng and restore his authority. With a venomous glare, Wu Kai silently vowed, "Qin Feng, just wait. I will have my revenge." But Qin Feng was no fool. He understood all too well Wu Kai's ruthless nature. If he did not resolve this issue today, it could lead to endless trouble in the future. To survive, Qin Feng must eradicate the threat entirely. Feigning a retreat, he pushed Wu Kai back toward the others. "I, Qin Feng, am a man of my word. Wu Kai is returned to you. Farewell." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng swiftly retreated to the dormitory's entrance. Just as he was about to exit building number 2, he suddenly produced a Desert Eagle and aimed it at Wu Kai's back, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! As the bullet sliced through the air, Wu Kai, who had harbored intentions of vengeance against Qin Feng, was struck from behind, the projectile piercing through his chest. As the excruciating pain engulfed him, Wu Kai felt darkness closing in, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Wu Kai was dead. In that instant, the crowd was left utterly stunned. They could scarcely believe that Qin Feng had truly slain Wu Kai. Once Qin Feng's figure had vanished entirely, they gradually emerged from their state of shock. Damn it! Expressions of anguish and fury gripped their faces. That bastard Wu Kai didn't even tell us where the food was hidden before he died. Just like that, I want to kill that scoundrel Qin Feng. Count me in. I will make sure to exact 1,000-fold vengeance on that beast. As two boys lunged forward, intent on confronting Qin Feng, they were swiftly intercepted by several athletes. "Are you insane? Did you not see that Qin Feng killed Wu Kai with a gun? A gun? Where did Qin Feng get a gun?" At this, the group recalled the events that had just unfolded, realizing that Qin Feng had indeed used a silenced pistol to eliminate Wu Kai. That was a handgun. Though there was only one, it was a genuine firearm. Despite their numerical advantage, how could mere flesh and blood stand against such lethal weaponry? Realizing this, apprehension washed over their faces, and they abandoned their intent to murder Qin Feng. It was all Wu Kai's fault for provoking such a formidable adversary. Now, not only had he lost his life, but they remained ignorant of the whereabouts of their food supplies. Indeed, this was all Wu Kai's doing. "I propose we throw this fool's corpse outside for the zombies to feast upon." Agreed. Let's do just that. As their rage shifted towards Wu Kai, they resolved to dispose of his body as a means of catharsis. However, just as they lifted Wu Kai's lifeless form, his pale eyes suddenly snapped open, and he lunged at one of the boys, sinking his teeth into his neck. The boy, caught off guard, was instantly bitten, blood spraying everywhere. He transforming. Wu Kai has turned into a zombie. Kill him. The sight of the gushing blood sent shockwaves through the crowd, and trembling bodies scrambled to retrieve their weapons in defense. Yet, Wu Kai's speed was extraordinary, surpassing that of a typical zombie by more than threefold. Thus, before the group could arm themselves, Wu Kai had already claimed 5 lives. Faced with this horrifying scene, the remaining individuals lost all courage to fight back, scattering in panic. But the zombified Wu Kai, like a feral beast, pursued them relentlessly, tearing them apart one by one. The first floor of the dormitory was soon filled with anguished screams, plunging into a hellish nightmare. In the end, as Wu Kai stood drenched in blood, his once pale eyes glimmered with a sinister green light. In the pitch-black corridor, his gaping maw emitted a raspy and eerie growl. "Qin Feng, I will kill you." Chapter 7. A new mission awaits. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qin Feng navigated through the darkness of the football field. Beyond this expanse lay the gymnasium, and behind it was the path leading to the library. Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the towering structure at the end of the football field, the location of Jiangbei University's gymnasium. Since departing from the dormitory, building No. 2, he had navigated through the dark for an hour, encountering hordes of zombies along the way, with scarcely a trace of survivors in sight. To avoid unnecessary confrontations, Qin Feng opted for a seldom-trodden route, leading him to this deserted football field. The field lay empty, save for the occasional chill of the wind and the solitary figure of Qin Feng advancing forward. Before long, he arrived at the edge of the field, circumvented the spacious goalposts, ascended the steps, and reached the front of the gymnasium. Just then, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Sign-in task updated. Today's task: hunt down 20 zombies to complete the sign-in. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Qin Feng felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of what level of treasure he might receive this time. The Thunderblade he acquired during yesterday's sign-in had been immensely beneficial, aiding him in evading both zombies and the likes of Wu Kai. If only he could obtain a few more treasures. Suddenly, amidst his hopeful reverie, the sound of a girl weeping pierced the stillness of the night. Though her cries were not loud, in the profound silence, they resonated sharply. Qin Feng immediately turned towards the source of the sound, which seemed to emanate from the second floor of the gymnasium. That voice, it sounded eerily familiar. Furrowing his brow, he felt an unsettling sense of recognition, yet could not place where he had heard it before. Whatever the case, he resolved not to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, opting instead to seek a safe place to rest. Qin Feng was no saint. He would not risk his own life for a stranger. Thus, he turned to retreat in the opposite direction. However, just a few steps away, he abruptly halted and reversed his course. It was not due to a sudden surge of conscience, but rather the alarming presence of dozens of zombies that had suddenly appeared around the gymnasium, swiftly encircling him. These ravenous creatures had seemingly been drawn by the girl's cries. Damn it, what was that girl thinking, making such a racket at a time like this? Qin Feng cursed under his breath as he observed the approaching horde. He attempted to flee in another direction, but the growls of zombies echoed from all sides. And in mere moments, he found himself completely surrounded by 40 to 50 of them. This is it. Qin Feng gripped the thunder blade tightly, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. If it were merely 4 or 5 zombies, he might have had a chance. But facing such a multitude was beyond his capacity to manage. As he cautiously surveyed the advancing horde, he began to search for an escape route. The only seemingly safe exit led into the gymnasium itself. It appeared he had no choice but to retreat inside. Clenching his teeth, Qin Feng sprinted towards the gymnasium's entrance before the zombies could close in. Just as he crossed the threshold, the horde lunged forward, and with his left hand, he forcefully slammed the door shut while his right hand swung the blade, decapitating the 2 foremost zombies. With a heavy thud, he secured the gymnasium door just before the swarm could overwhelm him. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2 zombies. Survival points, 2. Current survival points, 8. Daily sign-in task progress, 220. The loud thuds of the undead battering against the glass doors reverberated through the gym, the sheer force of their onslaught threatening to shatter the entrance. Within 2 or 3 impacts, cracks began to spiderweb across the glass, and it would not be long before it broke completely. Realizing the urgency, Qin Feng dashed towards the second floor of the gymnasium. The upper level housed a fitness room, fortified with an iron security door at the entrance, capable of withstanding the assault of zombies for several hours. Yet, as he approached the staircase leading upward, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A narrow passage less than 2 meters wide was occupied by 7 zombies ravenously gnawing on a corpse, their bloodlust blinding them to Qin Feng's presence below. This is bad. No way through. Qin Feng's face turned pale, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. But fear was not an option. With the gym's glass door on the verge of collapse, he needed to maintain his composure. If there was no path, he would carve one through the blood. He refused to believe that with his current strength and equipment, he could not handle 7 mere zombies. With the Thunderblade in his right hand and his Desert Eagle with 4 bullets in his left, he steeled himself for the fight. Taking advantage of the zombies' distraction, he aimed his Desert Eagle at the 4 feasting on the ground. Confident in his shot, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, each finding its mark in the heads of the zombies. The remaining 3 zombies immediately turned their attention to him, leaping down from the stairs. Anticipating their move, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched the foremost zombie with a decisive strike. In that instant, the other 2 lunged at him from either side, one of them raking its claws across his left arm, leaving a bloody gash. Fortunately, having injected himself with an immunity serum, he would not succumb to the infection. But the pain caused him to grunt in discomfort. Ignoring the agony, he swiftly kicked the left side zombie to the ground and, with his Thunderblade, severed its head. Seizing the opportunity, the right side zombie tackled him to the floor, its rancid blood dripping onto Qin Feng's face. In a moment of desperation, he pressed his left hand against the zombie's throat while his right hand wielded the blade, swiftly dispatching the last of the undead assailants. Covered in dark, foul blood, Qin Feng felt as though he had emerged from a sea of corpses, breathing heavily in relief. Phew, that was close. Grateful for the enhancement the Thunderblade provided, he realized he would have been unable to withstand such an onslaught otherwise. Yet, there was no time to relax as the zombies outside had breached the glass door, drawn by the tantalizing scent of blood, surging towards him. Damn it, how relentless can they be? As the horde pressed in behind him, Qin Feng felt a surge of panic. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, he hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor. Chapter 8. The Battle in the Gymnasium. Almost there. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng ascended the stairs, breathless and determined, refusing to look back. As the zombies on the 1st floor, driven by the pungent scent of blood, charged within a mere 10 meters of him, the distance was rapidly diminishing. In imminent view was the steel security door on the 2nd floor. With a powerful leap, Qin Feng vaulted over the last 3 steps and stood before the door, gripping the handle tightly as he exerted all his strength to pull it open. Fortunately, the door was not locked. With a vigorous tug, he managed to create a 30-centimeter gap. Without waiting for the door to fully open, he swiftly slipped through the narrow opening. At that moment, the zombies behind him lunged forward, their clawed hands reaching out to grasp his back, leaving several bloody scratches. A sharp pain surged through him, causing his face to contort, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, he had no time to dwell on the pain. As the zombies threatened to breach the door, he swung his sword, severing the hands that had clawed at him. The splatter of dark, foul blood provided him the precious moment to slam the sturdy steel door shut. The moment the door closed, the frenzied impact of the zombies created a cacophony that echoed through the air, each collision heightening his tension. He gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of his wounds. The near-death experiences had pushed his heart's endurance to its limits. If he faced such life-threatening dangers again, he feared he might not survive the fright, even if he escaped being bitten. Fortunately, the quality of the door seemed satisfactory, showing no signs of yielding under the assault of numerous zombies. Qin Feng estimated it could hold for several hours, but beyond that he could not predict. Ignoring the pain in his back and arms, his gaze shifted to the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. The expansive fitness area, over 1,000 square meters, was divided into workout and relaxation sections. Qin Feng stood at the entrance to the workout area, flanked by an array of exercise equipment, including treadmills, strength trainers, and stationary bikes. In the dark of night, these cold machines loomed like monstrous figures in the shadows. As he stepped further inside, he heard a rustling sound from the direction of a treadmill. Gripping his Thunderblade, he cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he drew closer, he realized the sound was emanating from a girl in a black uniform with twin ponytails, who was crouched on the ground, quivering with fear, seemingly terrified of the zombies outside. Hey, were you just crying by the window? Do you realize making such noise in this apocalypse can get you killed? Qin Feng relaxed his guard, approaching her. However, she remained unresponsive, still facing away from him. Don't think you can ignore me. You nearly got me killed, he scolded, his brows furrowing as he continued forward. As he closed the distance to less than a meter, he suddenly halted, his heart racing once more. Before him, the girl, who appeared normal, was voraciously gnawing on a bloodied human hand, her front half drenched in crimson. As he approached, she turned around, revealing a face that was gruesomely devoured down to the bone. This was no girl. She was a grotesque female zombie. Before Qin Feng could react, the zombie let out a terrifying growl and lunged towards him. Alarmed, he instinctively stepped back, regaining his composure just in time to raise his sword and slice through the zombie's throat with his thunderblade. With a dull thud, the headless corpse collapsed into a pool of dark blood. "Damn, that startled me. It was a zombie," he exclaimed, patting his racing heart, nearly succumbing to fright. "Congratulations, host, for killing one zombie, earning 1 survival point. Total survival points, 16. Daily sign-in task progress, 1020. With the system's notification echoing in his mind, Qin Feng felt a step closer to completing his sign-in task. However, his face bore no trace of a smile, for at that moment, another shadow emerged from the darkness to his left, tightening his nerves once again. 1 shadow, 2, 3, 5 menacing figures appeared from the shadows, all grotesque zombies. "Damn it, this is never-ending," he muttered, his expression darkening as he retreated, gripping his thunderblade tightly. With no bullets left in his Desert Eagle, and facing 5 zombies simultaneously, the pressure was immense. Yet, Qin Feng refused to resign to despair. As the 5 zombies surged towards him, he swiftly darted into the orderly gaps between the treadmills, using them to disrupt the zombies' formation. Once he felt confident, he turned and swung his sword, decapitating the foremost zombie. Just as he struck, the remaining 4 zombies closed in from either side. Remaining calm under pressure, he broke through the 2 zombies on his right, executing a swift kick to knock one to the ground, then quickly slashing the other down. Before the fallen zombie could rise, he plunged his sword into its forehead, blood splattering as he withdrew the blade, turning to face the 2 zombies right behind him, his eyes glinting with cold determination. As they lunged toward him, he struck again, his sword flashing like lightning, cleaving through the final 2 zombies effortlessly. "Congratulations, host, for killing 5 zombies, earning 5 survival points. Total survival points, 21. Daily sign-in task progress, 1520. Congratulations, host, for an extraordinary stroke of luck, obtaining a white corpse nucleus from a zombie." As the notifications chimed, Qin Feng beheld a glimmering white crystal levitating from the corpse of the slain zombie. Chapter 9. Level Evaluation. A white corpse nucleus? What is this? His mind raced at the sight of the sparkling, white, diamond-shaped crystal, a treasure he had never encountered before within a zombie. Host. The white corpse nucleus is a randomly generated treasure from an ordinary zombie, valued at 10 survival points, and can be directly exchanged for system items. With a drop rate of 1%, valued at 10 survival points? This is incredible. If I could obtain several of these white corpse nuclei, wouldn't my attributes soar to astonishing levels? Qin Feng eagerly accepted the white corpse core before him, his smile broadening as he continued to inquire. Apart from the white corpse core, are there more advanced variants? You're correct, host. Above the white corpse core, there exist even more precious variants, such as the blue corpse core, purple corpse core, orange corpse core, and the golden corpse core. The blue corpse core is valued at 100 survival points, the purple corpse core at 500 survival points, and so forth. What? A blue corpse core is worth 100 survival points? If I were to obtain one, it would be utterly exhilarating. Upon hearing the system's response, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and his worldview shifted dramatically. With great anticipation, Qin Feng asked, "How can I obtain a blue corpse core?" To answer the host, the blue corpse core is extremely rare and can only be acquired by defeating mutated zombies of level or higher. The drop rate is 1%. Level or higher zombies. Qin Feng inquired curiously, are zombies categorized into different levels? Indeed, based on the comprehensive data of human and zombie strength, speed, and intelligence. Both humans and zombies are rated from level 1 to level 3, with each level further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. The zombies you have defeated so far are mostly ordinary zombies, not even reaching level 1. However, with the enhancement of the Thunderblade, your comprehensive attribute evaluation barely reaches beginner level 1. Wow, with my current strength, I barely reach beginner level 1. If I were to attain advanced level or higher, how formidable would that be? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Although he could effortlessly slay 5 or 6 zombies now, his rating in the system was only barely beginner level 1, which exceeded his expectations. Amidst his astonishment and intrigue, Qin Feng gradually developed a curiosity and eagerness for that higher level of power. This was becoming increasingly fascinating. With a smile, he revealed a hint of profound delight and then promptly opened his attribute panel to examine his current status. Attribute panel. Name: Qin Feng. Strength: 10, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5, Intelligence 10, Speed 5, Defense 5, Mental 5, Survival Points 21, Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Beginner level 1 now with 21 survival points. Plus the value of the White Corpse Core at 10 survival points. I can enhance my attributes by 3 points. I wonder how best to allocate these points. Gazing at the attribute panel, Qin Feng faced a dilemma. While strength was undoubtedly crucial in battles against zombies, other attributes could not be overlooked. Thus, focusing solely on increasing strength would be somewhat cumbersome. After much contemplation, Qin Feng decided to increase his speed by 2 points and his strength by 1 point, reserving the enhancement of other attributes for when he accrued more survival points in the future. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng swiftly clicked on the attributes panel, utilizing his meager survival points along with the White Corpse Core to augment his attributes. Beep. Speed enhancement of 2 successful. Running speed increased from 5 meters per second to 9 meters per second. Beep. Strength enhancement of 1 successful. Muscle strength at 10 kilograms. Host attribute panel updated. Strength 11, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5. Intelligence 10, Speed 7, Defense 5, Mental 5, Survival Points 1, Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Beginner level 1. To reach intermediate level 1, an additional 10 attribute points are required. As a series of notification sounds echoed in his ears, Qin Feng distinctly felt a significant enhancement in both his strength and speed. Particularly in speed, the increase from 5 to 9 meters per second, while seeming modest, was substantial considering that the fastest recorded sprinting speed is approximately 13 meters per second. Should Qin Feng increase his speed by just 1 more point, he would possess a velocity rivaling human limits, a sensation that could hardly be encapsulated by mere words. Having completed his attribute allocation, Qin Feng now contemplated his exit from the gymnasium. With only one exit, currently blocked by dozens of zombies, a direct escape was utterly impossible. Hence, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the resting area. He distinctly recalled that near the window of the resting area, there was a white drainage pipe that would allow him to leave the gymnasium and venture toward a safer locale. Positioned over 100 meters away from the resting area, Qin Feng, with his newfound speed, reached the entrance in just a few breaths. To ensure the tranquility of the resting area, it was separated from a gym area by a wall, with only a single entrance. As Qin Feng approached the entrance, he beheld the resting area, sprawling over hundreds of square meters in utter disarray. Scattered belongings, severed limbs, and blood splatters bore witness to the horrific events that had transpired there. However, judging by the degree of bloodstained desiccation, it appeared that this tragedy occurred 10 days prior, shortly after the apocalypse began, rather than in recent days. Creak. As Qin Feng stepped upon a scattered, severed limb, the sharp crack of bone echoed piercingly in the silence. The limb beneath his foot could no longer be deemed an arm, as all flesh had been gnawed away, leaving only stark white bones. Upon witnessing this scene, even though Qin Feng had encountered numerous gruesome sights, he felt a chill creep over him. Forget it, I need to leave here first, Qin Feng murmured, making his way towards the window of the resting area. Bang! Just as Qin Feng was about to approach the window, a sudden clatter from a nearby storage locker caught his attention. His gaze sharpened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the Thunderblade, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Gradually, Qin Feng approached the storage locker, preparing to strike first. Standing outside the wooden locker, he noticed a glimpse of white fabric peeking out, confirming that something was indeed inside. With his right hand clutching the blade and his left poised on the locker handle, Qin Feng pulled the slightly ajar locker open. Just as he was about to swing his sword down, he realized that the occupant of the locker was not a zombie, but a pure and innocent beauty clad in a white dress. Please don't kill me. Woo-woo. I don't want to die. Woo-woo. The girl in the white dress trembled, curled up inside the locker, her face etched with despair as she wept. This sobbing was unmistakably the same sound Qin Feng had heard outside the gymnasium earlier. Qin Feng swiftly halted his attack, scrutinizing the beauty before him. Although only her delicate profile was visible, he instantly recognized her identity. Chunyao, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Chunyao was the class monitor in Qin Feng's class and the most stunning beauty at Jiangbei University, renowned for her ethereal beauty and belonging to a wealthy family of immense fortune, making her the dream goddess of every male student at the university. The number of suitors for her must have been in the thousands. Yet, Chunyao had always maintained an aloof demeanor, making it difficult for any male to approach her. She was widely regarded as the ice queen of the school. However, she had never distanced herself from Qin Feng due to their differing social statuses. Rather, she had often offered him assistance in various ways. Once, Chunyao learned that Qin Feng's father was suffering from stomach cancer and lacked the fund for surgery. It was she who brought the surgical fee to Qin Feng. This act of kindness remained etched in his memory. Consequently, Qin Feng harbored a quiet affection for Chunyao. Yet the disparity between them rendered him hesitant to confess his feelings. No wonder, when he heard the sound of weeping outside the gymnasium, it felt so familiar. It turned out to be Chunyao. With a face full of despair, Chunyao looked up at Qin Feng when she heard his familiar voice, revealing an expression of incredulous shock. She never expected that in her moment of utmost desperation and helplessness, Qin Feng would be the only one to appear before her. "Are you all right?" Qin Feng inquired with concern. However, before he could process the situation, Chunyao's soft, warm body collapsed into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from her perfect form, Qin Feng swallowed hard, astonished that the goddess he had once deemed unattainable was now in his arms. What should he do? To stay or to leave? Chapter 10, Be My Woman. Feeling the softness and warmth of Chunyao in his arms made Qin Feng's cheeks flush, and his heart raced to an unprecedented pace. He had never anticipated that the scene he had fantasized about countless times in dreams would manifest in such a manner. With Chunyao's alluring fragrance enveloping him, his rationality seemed to be slowly devoured, especially in this apocalyptic setting where all constraints lost their meaning. Qin Feng felt less inclined to hold back. Yet, just as he contemplated taking further action, Chunyao suddenly broke free from his grasp. Her face etched with terror as she stared at him intently. Her hand was stained with the blood seeping from the wound on Qin Feng's back. "You were bitten by a zombie?" Chunyao shrank back in fright. The flicker of hope in her heart extinguished once more. Since the dawn of the apocalypse, she had witnessed too many horrifying scenes. She knew that if a human were injured by a zombie, even a slight scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a new zombie in a short time. And in this moment, her sole hope, Qin Feng, had also been wounded by a zombie. This undoubtedly signified the obliteration of her last glimmer of hope. Seeing Chunyao, frightened like a startled deer, Qin Feng hurriedly explained, "Don't be afraid. Though I was scratched by a zombie, I have been injected with an immunity serum, so I won't be infected. Otherwise, I would have already transformed into a zombie." But before he could finish his explanation, Chunyao interrupted, her fear causing her to cry out, "I don't believe it. There's no such thing as an immunity serum. Qin Feng, please stay away from me. I'm scared. I'm really scared." Chunyao's reaction was entirely understandable. After all, it is only human to be afraid after enduring so many terrifying experiences. "Fine, I was going to help you escape, considering our long acquaintance. Since you refuse to believe me, I shall take my leave." After leaving those words, Qin Feng pretended to walk away. Of course, he had no intention of truly leaving, as Chunyao had shown him kindness and was the girl he cherished. "Wait, don't go. I believe you. As long as you're willing to take me away, I will do anything you ask." Terrified, Chunyao called out to Qin Feng, disregarding her fear. Regardless, Qin Feng had been her classmate for many years, and their bond was anything but ordinary. Trusting him was certainly preferable to waiting for death. "Didn't you just tell me to keep my distance? Why do you believe me now?" Qin Feng teased Chunyao mischievously. Usually strong and proud, she rarely displayed such a vulnerable side. It must be said that he preferred her current demeanor. Chunyao quickly admitted, tears streaming down her face, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was genuinely scared. All right. I don't hold it against you. Qin Feng, am not ungrateful. I have always remembered your kindness," he replied with a gentle smile. Over the past 3 years of being classmates, he cherished the care and kindness she had shown him, safeguarding that precious sentiment deep within his heart. "Thank you. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Qin Yao said gratefully, her tears giving way to a smile. Don't celebrate too soon. Qin Feng interrupted her, grinning mischievously. To make it clear, if you want me to take you away, you must become my woman. Become your woman? Hearing Qin Feng's condition, Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback. She never expected him to propose such a term. Although she harbored some feelings for him, being a girl made it difficult for her to accept such a request. What? Are you unwilling? Noticing her hesitation, Qin Feng smiled. Didn't you just say that you would do anything as long as I took you away? Are you regretting it so soon? Forget it. If you are unwilling, I won't force you. You can stay here and hide. I want to accompany you. Qin Feng waved his hand, pretending to walk away with a smirk. Qin Feng, don't go. I'm willing. Qin Yao's fair face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe cherry, as if a mere touch could draw blood. Qin Feng turned his head, a charming smile on his lips, and teasingly said, What did you say? I didn't hear you. Gritting her teeth, Qin Yao summoned all her courage to exclaim, As long as you take me away and keep me safe, I am willing to be your woman. Who would have thought that the once aloof and admired ice goddess, Qin Yao, would now actively confess her feelings to Qin Feng, the acknowledged underdog? If there were anyone else present, they would likely be astounded, questioning their own reality. Hey, this is your voluntary choice, not me forcing you, Qin Feng said with a sly grin, pointing to his left cheek. To prove your sincerity, I command you to come over and kiss me. His words were straightforward and commanding, leaving Qin Yao no room for negotiation. Under the pressure, she gathered her courage and walked over, pressing her warm, enticing lips against Qin Feng's left cheek. As her fragrant lips made contact, Qin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. Though he maintained an outward calm, inside he was overjoyed. Truth be told, if not for the apocalypse altering everything and narrowing the gap between them, he might never have had the courage to act so boldly toward Qin Yao. While this approach bore a semblance of opportunism, it was the only way to discover whether Qin Yao harbored feelings for him too. Now it appeared that she might indeed possess a hidden fondness for him. Qin Yao herself felt no resentment. Rather, she was merely shy and flustered. Yet, amid her bashfulness, she discovered that Qin Feng was even more remarkable than she had imagined. Upon careful inspection, she noted that at that moment, he exuded an aura of maturity and charm, enhanced by the scars and bloodstains that marked his body. As she gazed at his handsome face, her heart fluttered with an inexplicable thrill. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for Qin Feng had silently transformed into an affection that even she was unaware of. This encapsulates the beauty of youthful love, innocent and pure. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound from outside the break area shattered the moment, bringing Qin Feng back to reality. Remembering their dire predicament, he whispered urgently, We must leave. It is unwise to linger here. The zombies outside could breach the security door at any moment, and danger would ensue. Qin Yao, her face etched with fear, looked at Qin Feng and asked, What should we do? Qin Feng turned to the window beside him, pointing out. To the left of this window is a drainage pipe that leads to the ground. If we descend that pipe and take a shortcut to the library, we can wait until dawn to find a safer refuge. Qin Yao gazed apprehensively into the inky darkness outside. But what if there are zombies outside the gym? Qin Feng replied confidently, Do not worry. As long as the horde does not exceed a dozen, I can handle it. Rest assured, I promise to protect you and will not allow you to come to harm. His sincere assurance eased Qin Yao's fears, and after a moment's pause, she nodded. I believe in you. Chapter 11. True feelings revealed in adversity. Whether it stemmed from years of acquaintance or an inexplicable sentiment within her heart, Qin Yao now harbored absolute trust in Qin Feng. Moreover, having survived the onslaught of dozens of zombies, he undoubtedly possessed extraordinary skills. Confronting a few solitary zombies should pose no challenge. Let us depart. We do not know how long that door can hold, she urged. As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Feng climbed onto the windowsill, cautiously assessing the surroundings. The gym's second floor stood approximately 10 meters above the ground, with a hard granite floor below. A direct jump could likely result in a fracture, necessitating the use of the drainage pipe for a safe descent. The white drainage pipe, about the size of a bowl, featured protruding water rings every meter, serving as footholds. The area surrounding the gym was eerily silent, devoid of any sign of zombies, both near and far. Confirming the temporary safety below, Qin Feng advised Qin Yao, Be careful when you come down. Watch closely. I will demonstrate first. With that, He secured the thunderblade to his backpack strap, shifted toward the drainage pipe, and grasped it firmly with both hands, placing his feet on the protruding water rings. Maintaining his balance, he descended gradually. The process was seamless, and within half a minute, he landed safely on the smooth granite floor. Looking up at Qin Yao from below, he waved, "Come down quickly. We must leave before the zombies discover us. Remember to be cautious." Qin Yao nodded, mimicking Qin Feng's movements as she climbed to the windowsill and carefully approached the drainage pipe. Following his method, she secured her hands on the pipe and stepped onto the water rings, descending carefully. However, as she wore a white dress, the fabric shifted, revealing glimpses that caught Qin Feng's eye. Realizing this, Qin Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, but she hurried her descent. In her haste, she suddenly misstepped, losing her balance and plummeting downward. Oh no! Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He lunged forward and caught the falling Qin Yao just in time, preventing her from hitting the ground. Terrified, she shut her eyes, bracing for impact, yet instead of the cold ground, she found herself against a sturdy, warm chest. With a worried, reproachful tone, Qin Feng chastised, "I told you to be careful. If I hadn't reacted quickly, you would have been in serious trouble." Hearing his voice, Qin Yao opened her eyes to see Qin Feng's concerned expression, a wave of warmth washing over her heart. "I'm sorry, I was careless and made you worry," she replied, beginning to understand the depth of Qin Feng's feelings for her. Even if he had slightly scolded her, the affection hidden within his heart was undeniably genuine. The phrase "true feelings revealed in adversity" took on new meaning for Qin Yao in that moment. "Let us just be more cautious moving forward," she suggested, her gaze soft and apologetic, melting away any remaining irritation within Qin Feng. After all, she was the woman he had loved for 3 long years. With a gentle demeanor, Qin Feng slowly set Qin Yao down, and together they continued towards their destination. The sky was overcast, and darkness enveloped the night. On a secluded forest path at Jiangbei University, cold winds howled, imparting a sense of foreboding. It was then that 2 figures, Qin Feng and Qin Yao, emerged from the gym, navigating through the night with caution. They moved quietly, glancing around frequently, aware that danger lurked in the obscurity of the night. The constant tension wore them down. Observing Qin Yao's weary visage, Qin Feng softly inquired, "Qin Yao, how have you managed these past 7 days?" Understanding the terrors of the apocalypse better than anyone, Qin Feng knew that without the fortuitous acquisition of the Apocalypse Sign-In System, he too might have succumbed to the horde of zombies. Thus, he could scarcely fathom how a fragile girl like Qin Yao had survived in such perilous circumstances. Upon hearing his question, a shadow of sorrow crossed Qin Yao's face, revealing the unimaginable suffering she had endured within the past week. After a brief pause, her voice fell into a somber tone. "When the apocalypse first struck, I was walking on campus with some friends. After a series of eerie blood-red lightning flashes, my friends suddenly collapsed, ultimately transforming into zombies." Blood-red lightning? Qin Feng's expression shifted, surprise evident in his gaze. He too had witnessed the blood-red lightning before his own close friend had collapsed and turned into a zombie. Was the onset of the apocalypse connected to that sudden appearance of blood-red lightning? His brow furrowed deeply. If so, what could have caused the blood-red lightning? The mystery deepened. Qin Yao continued recounting her harrowing experiences over the past week. In the early days of the apocalypse, teachers and some strong boys managed to fend off the zombies to some extent. They established a small temporary shelter in the school cafeteria, sheltering dozens of survivors. With the help of a few friends who sacrificed themselves, I successfully reached the shelter and found temporary safety. Qin Yao's face was clouded with grave concern and darkness. Just an hour ago, the shelter had suddenly come under a zombie attack, and all defensive measures were breached. I watched in horror as dozens of living souls fell before my eyes, while I could only cower in a corner, powerless to help. In the face of death, I, along with several other girls, escaped the shelter under the desperate cover of the boys, hiding in various corners of the school until we finally took refuge on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. The subsequent events, as you might surmise, were tragic. By the end of her tale, Qin Yao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, despite her best efforts to narrate her experiences with composure. The horrific and painful images replayed in her mind, leaving a profound scar in her heart. Each recollection tormented her. Seeing Qin Yao's expression, Qin Feng could infer the grim conclusion. All of Qin Yao's companions, save for her, had succumbed to infection, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. This was the cruel reality of the apocalypse, rife with relentless farewells and separations. Chapter 12. A narrow path for foes. Let the past remain in the past. Do not dwell upon it. Qin Feng gently patted Chun Yao's shoulder, offering solace. No matter the past, we must resolutely stride towards the future. Thank you for your comfort. But some things cannot simply be forgotten. Rest assured, I will not succumb to despair over these events. You know me. I am renowned for my resilience. Minor pains and setbacks will not defeat me. Chun Yao expressed her gratitude for Qin Feng's presence and comfort. She felt keenly the unique tenderness he offered, and she was fortunate to have encountered him during her darkest hour. Yet, the memories that haunted her had become an indelible wound. However, as Qin Feng suggested, regardless of the past, they would forge ahead into the future, as long as they could rely on each other in the days to come. She believed that everything would gradually improve. Through their brief yet profound exchange, an exquisite chemistry blossomed between them. Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. Qin Feng remarked with a smile. This is the Chun Yao I know. When did you first realize you liked me? Chun Yao suddenly asked. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Qin Feng, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Women have an innate tendency to dig deeper into matters. Well, Qin Feng recalled with a hint of bashfulness, if I had to pinpoint it, it would be during the freshman ball. That night, every girl in our class dismissed me due to my background, none willing to be my partner. Just as I was about to embarrass myself, you, disregarding the opinions of others, stepped in to save the day and became my dance partner. That night, I knew you were unlike any other. The freshman ball? Has it been that long? Chun Yao reminisced about that evening, reflecting on her choice to aid Qin Feng. Despite being the daughter of a wealthy family, she despised social hierarchies and could not bear to see others mock Qin Feng. At that time, her feelings for him were purely those of a classmate, unaware that her kindness had planted the seeds of love in his heart. Curious, she bit her lip and asked the question that had been on her mind. Then why didn't you confess sooner? Don't be ridiculous, my lady. Before the apocalypse, you were the only daughter of Jiangbei's wealthiest family, adored by many, while I was merely a poor nobody with workers for parents, living in less than ideal conditions. What courage did I have to confess to you? Qin Feng chuckled softly. Besides, even if I had confessed, you might not have agreed. Who says I wouldn't have? Chun Yao retorted, her shyness dissipating as they continued to converse. You should know that I have never valued wealth or status. Does being from a humble background preclude one from love? Can we not strive together for a better future? You underestimate me. I know what kind of person you are. I understand you would forsake societal prejudices for love. Qin Feng smiled wistfully. But as a man, I cannot allow you to suffer alongside me. Therefore, until I am worthy, I lack the courage to voice my feelings. Understanding Qin Feng's sentiments, Chun Yao tenderly called his name. In that moment, though she had uttered no words, her gentle gaze spoke volumes. Suddenly, as Qin Feng was about to continue, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from ahead. Something's amiss. Qin Feng immediately halted, pulling the still-dazed Chun Yao behind a nearby tree. Chun Yao held her breath, afraid to make sound. Curling up for the sense of security she found in Qin Feng, he peered cautiously around the tree, and, as the footsteps drew nearer, he discerned that it was a girl and two boys sprinting towards them, panic etched on their faces as they were pursued by 4 bloodthirsty zombies. It was them. Recognizing the trio, Qin Feng's expression hardened with disbelief. The girl at the front was Fang Jing, his first love from high school, with whom he had shared a year of inseparable devotion, only to be discarded for the wealthy Li Quan shortly after they entered Jiangbei University. She had not hesitated to flaunt her new relationship before him, ridiculing him as a worthless pauper and even orchestrating assaults against him. Qin Feng harbored deep resentment towards her and had vowed that one day she would regret her actions. The boy accompanying Fang Jing, dressed in branded athletic wear, was the very Li Quan who had taken her from him, his arrogant demeanor infuriating. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind, cried the overweight boy lagging behind, terror-stricken, as he reached his limits. As the zombies closed in on him, Fang Jing and Li Quan showed no intention of looking back. In critical moments, no one would be foolish enough to gamble with their own lives, especially not a heartless pair like them. Finally, the overweight boy fell exhausted, just as the ravenous zombies lunged at him like beasts. His anguished scream pierced the night as he was torn apart. Taking advantage of the distraction, Fang Jing and Li Quan sprinted toward Qin Feng. Who is there? As they drew level with him, Feng Jing caught sight of Qin Feng hiding behind a tree. The moonlight illuminated his face, and she gasped in shock. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Seeing the two familiar faces, Qin Feng could not suppress a scornful sneer. Ah, you two truly are fortunate, escaping the clutches of death. Shut up, you worthless loser. Hearing the timid and submissive Qin Feng daring to utter insults, Li Quan was instantly filled with rage, glaring fiercely at him. However, before Qin Feng could respond, Feng Jing tugged on Li Quan's arm and said, let it go. Our lives are at stake. Don't stoop to the level of this pathetic loser. Reminded by Feng Jing, Li Quan recalled the 4 menacing zombies lurking behind them. Fearful, he pointed aggressively at Qin Feng's nose and spat. Consider yourself lucky. If I encounter you again, I swear I'll crush you with one hand. After leaving this threatening remark, Li Quan resumed fleeing alongside Feng Jing. Yet, just a few steps later, Qin Feng swiftly blocked their path, brandishing the gleaming thunderblade. Don't wait for the next time. With your miserable appearance, you might just be devoured by zombies any moment now. That would be too merciful for a scoundrel like you. Come, let us settle this now. Chapter 13, Revenge. A gust of cold wind swept through, intensifying the eerie chill of the forest path. Not far off, the sounds of tearing flesh from the 4 zombies feasting sent chills down one's spine. You seek death. You think you can challenge me? Li Quan scoffed at the sight of Qin Feng blocking his way. Having trained in karate since childhood under a renowned master, he was confident that, aside from Wu Kai, no one at Jiangbei University could match him in a duel. Even with a weapon in hand, he did not regard Qin Feng as a worthy opponent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wu Kai had met his demise at Qin Feng's hands just hours earlier. Feng Jing, though terrified of the zombies closing in, could not help but smirk disdainfully. Exactly. With your meager skills, you dare to face Li Ge? Scram. Good dogs don't obstruct the path. Ignoring their taunts, Qin Feng took a stance, provoking, enough with the chatter. If you're scared, kneel and give me 10 kowtows, and I might consider sparing your miserable life. Seeking death, Li Quan shouted, lunging forward with a punch. His speed was astonishing, delivering a blow with an impact of approximately 60 kilograms, enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. However, he was facing the enhanced Qin Feng, and this seemingly fierce strike was utterly futile in Qin Feng's eyes. As Li Quan's fist approached Qin Feng's chest, Qin Feng struck back. He did not flinch, delivering a powerful blow of 110 kilograms directly against Li Quan's fist. You fool! You dare to exchange blows with me. Li Quan initially wore a contemptuous smile, but it vanished in an instant. Crack! A sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed as the impact shattered Li Quan's hand. The intense pain coursed through his arm, twisting his face in agony as he let out a piercing scream. Before Li Quan could react, Qin Feng leapt forward, delivering a fierce kick that sent him flying 7 to 8 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. No, this cannot be. Li Quan stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, questioning his very existence. With his skills, he was utterly powerless against Qin Feng, and as pain engulfed him, he found himself unable to move. Feng Jing, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Having known Qin Feng for years, she regarded him as a meek, easily bullied fool, one who wouldn't dare resist even when trampled underfoot. Yet now, this so-called loser had grievously injured Li Quan in just 2 moves. Was this truly the Qin Feng she had known? Qin Feng refrained from attacking further, for the zombies had now set their sights on the incapacitated Li Quan, growling hungrily as they prepared to pounce. Witnessing this imminent danger, Li Quan panicked and cried out, "Qin Feng, save me. I'll give you 10 million. No, I'll give you 100 million. Please, save me." In the face of death, dignity became worthless. 100 million? In this apocalypse, even 100 billion is merely a pile of worthless paper. Qin Feng replied coldly, casting a glance at the trembling Feng Jing. "Wretched woman, did you think of this day when you betrayed me? I warned you that one day you would regret it. I'm sorry, Qin Feng. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I realize my mistake. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want. Didn't you always want to sleep with me? If you spare me, I'll be yours at your disposal." Feng Jing trembled under Qin Feng's icy gaze. With Li Quan already defeated, she felt utterly powerless against him. At that moment, she sensed that her life was entirely in his hands, leaving her breathless. Desperate to survive, she resorted to using her body to entice Qin Feng. At this juncture, Chen Yao could no longer remain silent. She stepped out from behind a tree, took Qin Feng's hand in hers, and coldly glared at Feng Jing. Oomph. What right does a treacherous wretch like you have to be with my Qin Feng? Spare me your repulsiveness. Chen Yao. Feng Jing was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the intimacy between Chen Yao and Qin Feng. Chen Yao was not only the most beautiful woman at Jiangbei University, but the most stunning in all of Jiangbei City. Though Feng Jing possessed some beauty, she was in no way comparable to Chen Yao. With Chen Yao by Qin Feng's side, how could he possibly be interested in her? Repulsive wretch. Kneel. Qin Feng commanded coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice. Plop. Feng Jing, not daring to defy him, immediately fell to her knees. Qin Feng looked down at her. I do not relish striking women. You will slap yourself 10 times, and we shall consider our grievances settled. Yes, yes, I will do it right away. Smack, smack, smack. For her life, Feng Jing did not hesitate to deliver harsh slaps to her own face. What a wretch. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. Get out of my sight. Yes, yes, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Feng Jing, relieved to be allowed to leave, wasted no time fleeing in the direction away from the zombies, showing no intention of helping Li Quan. Damn it, wretched woman, I will kill you. Li Quan, injured and on the ground, watched as Feng Jing hurriedly departed, his anger boiling over. Yet soon, he could emit no more sounds, for the 4 bloodthirsty zombies had pounced upon him, viciously tearing into his flesh. In mere moments, Li Quan met his end at the hands of the zombies. Ah! Simultaneously, a shrill scream echoed from the direction Feng Jing had fled. Anticipating this, Qin Feng turned to see that at least 30 zombies had suddenly emerged in her path. Caught off guard, Feng Jing was overwhelmed by the horde, her screams piercing through the air. Feng Jing, did you truly believe I would let you go? Qin Feng revealed a sinister smile. He had long sensed the approach of a small horde of zombies from behind. Letting Feng Jing go was merely a strategy to use her as bait to distract the zombies. As the zombies were preoccupied with tearing at Feng Jing, it presented a perfect opportunity for him and Chen Yao to escape. Qin Feng grasped Chen Yao's hand firmly and said, "We must leave now." Chen Yao glanced anxiously in both directions and replied, "But there are zombies in front and behind us. It seems we have nowhere to run." "Fear not, trust me. As long as you stay behind me, I assure you will remain unharmed." Qin Feng responded with a confident smile, tightening his grip on the Thunderblade. Seizing the moment while the zombies were busy feeding, he led Chen Yao towards a path with fewer zombies. Though Chen Yao was terrified, she felt an immense sense of security simply by following Qin Feng. As they approached 4 zombies feasting on Li Quan's corpse, the creatures immediately took notice, with one, missing half its head, charging directly at Qin Feng. Unfazed by the encounter, Qin Feng swung the Thunderblade with precision, causing the first zombie to collapse into a pool of blood. The remaining 3 zombies attacked for various angles, but with a resolute gaze. Qin Feng executed a sweeping kick that sent one of the zombies sprawling. He then plunged the Thunderblade into another, eliminating it swiftly. In a flash, the 2 zombies on his right let out a roar and lunged at him. Qin Feng quickly retreated to create distance, delivering a powerful punch that struck one zombie's decayed head with the force of 100 kilograms, smashing it to the ground, ultimately meeting its end beneath his Thunderblade. Only one zombie remained, and with a precise throw, Qin Feng sent the Thunderblade piercing through its forehead, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. In less than half a minute, all 4 zombies lay slain at his hands. Congratulations, host, for slaying 4 zombies. Survival points, 4. Cumulative survival points, 5. Daily sign-in task progress, 1,920. Chapter 14. The eerie rumors of the library. With only 1 zombie left, he was close to completing his sign-in task. After dispatching the 4 zombies, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, he had already slain 19 zombies, and just 1 more would fulfill his second sign-in task. He wondered what the reward for the second task would be, his face alight with anticipation. Chen Yao, having witnessed Qin Feng's formidable skills, felt a mix of shock and admiration. He is so powerful. No wonder he survived the onslaught of dozens of zombies. But how can he be so skilled? His speed and strength are far beyond that of an ordinary human. Could he be superhuman? Her mind filled with endless questions. But now was not the time for such thoughts, as the horde of zombies behind them could catch up at any moment. We must move quickly, Qin Feng urged, snapping Chen Yao from her reverie as he pulled her hand and dashed forward. Their pace quickened, and soon they arrived at the end of a narrow path. Before them lay a small park spanning thousands of square meters, with 2 exits. The left path leading directly to the library, and the right path leading to an unfinished teaching building. This secluded structure was a favored haunt for adventurous couples seeking thrill. Upon reaching the fork in the road, Qin Feng noticed several gruesomely devoured corpses along the path to the teaching building. Seeing this, Chen Yao instinctively drew closer to Qin Feng. The remnants on the right path indicated that Li Quan and his companions had fled from the unfinished building. The reason for their presence there at night held a certain intrigue. It seemed the library was not entirely safe either. They would need to exercise caution. Observing the disarray of the right path, Qin Feng's expression grew serious. Yet, they had no choice but to press on. He led Chen Yao down the left path. The path was paved with blue stone, appearing remarkably empty and silent, save for a few scattered leaves, starkly contrasting the chaos of the route to the teaching building. The zombies seemed to be closing in, Chen Yao remarked, glancing back nervously at the dark expanse behind them. Listening to the rustling noises behind, Qin Feng's demeanor turned grave. By the sound of it, the zombies are no more than 100 meters away. We need to quicken our pace. After a brief exchange, they hastened their steps through the night. 10 minutes later, they reached the end of the path, where the outline of a tall, square building loomed before them. Zhongbei University Library. Their temporary destination. The library boasted 3 stories and reached a height of 13 meters, a historic edifice with a vast collection of books. Favored by the academic elite of the school, Qin Feng had visited a few times out of boredom, remembering how desolate it felt, especially at night when few dared to approach. The seclusion was due not only to its remoteness, but also to the numerous chilling rumors that surrounded it. Among these tales, one particularly haunted Qin Feng's memory. It was said that before the library was constructed, the land had been a mass grave for civilians slaughtered by invaders, entombing countless unjustly lost souls. Consequently, as night fell, the vicinity of the library grew cold and eerie, with strange, haunting cries echoing occasionally. Years ago, several daring students, skeptical of the legends, decided to spend the night in the library, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. To this day, no sign of them has been discovered. Most bizarrely, experts hired by the school to investigate the library's oddities found their electronic devices inexplicably malfunctioning, prompting them to flee in terror, as if they had encountered something horrific. Since then, no one has dared approach the library at night, and even during the day, few ventured near. Qin Feng had always scoffed at such rumors, being a well-educated university student. Yet as he neared the library, those unsettling tales resurfaced in his mind. At this moment, it was around 3 in the morning, and the night had grown increasingly silent, as if the world had succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a cold wind swept towards them from an unknown source, chilling them to the bone as if a winter tempest had descended upon the 2 lightly clad individuals. However, Qin Feng paid little mind to the chill, opting instead to survey the surroundings. There were no signs of zombies outside, and the interior was devoid of sound, likely safe. After confirming their surroundings were secure, Qin Feng turned to Chen Yao, saying, "We will rest here for a while, regain our strength, and then seek a way to leave the school." As Qin Feng turned around, he was startled to find Chen Yao standing behind him, her expression dark and foreboding, as if she were apprehensive about something. Qin Feng immediately inquired, "What is wrong?" Upon hearing his voice, Chen Yao snapped back to reality, glancing towards the library ahead. "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some rumors about the library. I'm unsure of their veracity." Qin Feng chuckled. "I thought something was amiss. It turns out you were merely spooked by those trivial tales. Rest assured, those absurd rumors are undoubtedly false. There are no ghosts or monsters in the real world." Chen Yao bit her lip and murmured, "But there weren't any zombies in the world before." Her words sent a chill down Qin Feng's spine, especially with the noticeable drop in temperature around them, stirring his own recollections of the unsettling rumors surrounding the library. Just then, a series of zombie howls echoed from a distance, intensifying their anxiety and leaving no room for further contemplation. "Never mind. Let's just head inside. It's far better than waiting here to be surrounded by zombies." Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng gripped his thunderblade and ventured towards the library. Despite her fear of the eerie tales, Chen Yao was even more terrified of the zombies that could pursue them at any moment. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, she steeled herself and followed Qin Feng's lead. Within a minute, they reached the grand entrance of the library. The vast glass doors stood ajar, appearing like a gaping maw ready to consume everything, shrouded in the heavy, mysterious darkness of the night. This place certainly seems off, Qin Feng murmured to himself as he surveyed the oppressive gloom that enveloped the library. Standing at the entrance, he felt the temperature drop several degrees further. The library was at least 10 degrees colder than the rest of the school. Strangely, this chill only seemed to descend at night. Such anomalies hinted at something unusual, adding an air of enigma to the location. However, Qin Feng remained skeptical of the supernatural tales, convinced that there must be some unknown peculiarities here. Let us go. After pausing briefly at the entrance, Qin Feng stepped inside. As the soft moonlight streamed through the large windows, the elegant, classical hall came into view, lined with orderly bookshelves. For the moment, nothing appeared amiss. After Chun Yao entered the hall and scanned the surroundings, reassured by the absence of immediate danger, she sighed in relief. Phew! It seems this place isn't as terrifying as I imagined. These are merely baseless rumors that only you girls would believe, Qin Feng grinned, turning to close the imposing brass doors behind them. The 2-meter-tall doors, adorned with simple yet grand engravings, exuded a sense of quality. Once sealed, even the force of hundreds of zombies would struggle to budge them. Moreover, the library's vicinity was eerily silent, with only the earlier zombies wandering 100 meters away, presenting no other threats. They approached a long table on the first floor, where Qin Feng said to Chun Yao, "You should rest here for a while. I'll scour the library to eliminate any potential dangers. I have some food in my backpack. Feel free to help yourself if you get hungry." With that, he placed his backpack on the table, filled with provisions he had gathered. "Just be careful yourself," Chun Yao gently admonished. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had subtly deepened. The library's first floor spanned approximately 3,000 square meters, featuring 12 towering bookshelves categorized into various genres, predominantly housing popular titles. As Qin Feng navigated through the aisles, he meticulously searched every corner, determined to ensure the library's safety before allowing himself to relax. In just a few minutes, he had thoroughly searched the first floor without encountering anything unusual. Next up was the second floor, which primarily housed classic novels and autobiographies, boasting an impressive collection of thousands of books. Before long, Qin Feng had covered most of the second floor. Noticing the absence of danger, he gradually let down his guard. Suddenly, just as he was about to finish searching the last section, a peculiar thud resounded from behind him, snapping him back to alertness. He cautiously turned, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. It originated from a wooden bookshelf on his left, standing silently in the dim moonlight. Qin Feng was certain that the noise had come from behind this bookshelf, yet he could not ascertain whether it was a figment of his imagination or something real. With a furrowed brow, he approached slowly, counting the distance: 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. As he drew closer, he held his breath, preparing for a potential confrontation. Upon reaching the bookshelf, however, he found it empty, save for a solitary book that had fallen to the ground. Could that sound have merely been the book dropping? He stared at the fallen volume, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yet, upon surveying the area again, he found no other anomalies. Was it possible that he was simply overly tense? Shaking his head, he recalled the distinct feeling of something lurking behind a shelf. That sensation could not have been mistaken, but why had it vanished so suddenly? His vigilance heightened. Qin Feng resolved to expedite his search of the second floor. Just then, a similar sound echoed from his right rear. In the stillness, the noise was jarring, sending a jolt of realization through Qin Feng. Something was undoubtedly concealed nearby. Was it human? A zombie? Or something else? Without further contemplation, he tightened his grip on the thunderblade and rushed toward the source of the sound. With his current speed and strength, even if a zombie lay in wait, he could easily dispatch it. In mere seconds, he arrived at the location, which was a row of small porcelain bookshelves standing at a height of only 8 meters, filled with various autobiographies. Yet upon reaching this spot, he found nothing, still completely devoid of any presence. At that moment, the oppressive darkness, coupled with the eerie tales echoing in his mind, sent another chill down his spine. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could process this new development, a series of sounds akin to footsteps approached from the direction of the staircase. The staircase leading to the second floor was obscured from view by a wall, and the noise was emanating from that corner. Qin Feng swiftly dashed to the turn of the staircase, and before he could even stabilize his footing, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from around the corner. In that instant, Qin Feng instinctively drew his sword and aimed it at the figure, but as he was about to strike, he recognized the silhouette and abruptly halted his attack. The figure emerging from the shadows was none other than Chun Yao. Chun Yao was startled by Qin Feng's attack, instinctively retreating a few steps, beads of cold sweat forming on her fair forehead. Upon seeing Chun Yao, Qin Feng, who had been tense, let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew, you startled me. I thought something strange had appeared. So it's just you. By the way, how did you get up here?" Chun Yao replied with a wry smile. "I noticed you and T come down, and being alone on the first floor was a bit frightening, so I came up to find you. Who would have thought I'd nearly be sliced by you the moment I arrived? Haha, my apologies. I was just a bit too on edge." Qin Feng chuckled, his tone laced with regret. He then turned towards the staircase leading to the third floor. "I've already swept through the first and second floors without finding anything unusual. Now, the third floor remains unexplored. Since you're here, let's go check it out together." Chun Yao nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she replied, "I heard there's an astronomical telescope on the third floor, an antique left over from the last century. It will be perfect to take a look." After this brief exchange, the two ascended the staircase side by side. However, just as they stepped on the stairs, a loud, jarring noise erupted behind them. In the pitch-black silence, both were rendered breathless by the sudden sound, which emanated from right behind them. Qin Feng instinctively shielded Chun Yao with his body, gripping his thunder blade tightly as he turned to face the source of the noise. Suddenly, an icy gust of wind swept past them, chilling them to the bone. In the next moment, Qin Feng clearly saw a distorted shadow looming behind them, its upper body drooping like a puddle of mud, moving clumsily yet surprisingly swiftly, closing the distance in less than a second. As the grotesque figure halted, the strange noise echoed again. It was evident that each time this twisted shadow stopped, it produced that eerie sound. As the shadow approached, Qin Feng and Chun Yao could distinctly hear a raspy, mournful sound emanating from it. The noise seemed to resonate with pain and sorrow. Qin Feng steadied himself, using the dim moonlight to discern the creature's form. What he saw was a distorted human figure. No, to be precise, it was no longer human. Apart from basic human features, its entire body was enveloped in a thick, blue liquid, obscuring its facial features, and its grotesquely contorted form was beyond human description. Most alarming was the chilling aura radiating from the blue substance surrounding the monster. As it drew nearer, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted. Even Qin Feng, whose body had been enhanced, found it difficult to endure, while Chun Yao trembled uncontrollably behind him. What manner of creature is this? Qin Feng tightened his grip on the thunderblade, his gaze fixed with steely resolve on the abomination before him. Warning. Level 1 mutated creature detected. Exercise caution. Level 1 mutated creature. The system's alert heightened Qin Feng's vigilance. He quickly directed Chun Yao to retreat towards the third floor while he slowly backed away, maintaining a standoff with the monstrous entity while increasing the distance between them. Despite its terrifying appearance, the creature seemed to lack immediate combat intent, standing still like a statue, fixating its hollow gaze upon Qin Feng. As they faced off, the creature once again emitted a complex, agonizing shriek. Suddenly, it raised its right hand, launching a punch towards Qin Feng. The blue liquid clinging to its hand morphed into a gigantic fist, crashing down like a mountain. The force of the punch was immense, its impact equivalent to at least 500 kilograms. Engaging it head-on was impossible for Qin Feng. Fortunately, having previously enhanced his speed, he managed to evade just in time. Boom! The massive fist struck the ground, creating a deafening explosion of sound, shattering the staircase beneath it and leaving a gaping hole. Had Qin Feng failed to dodge, he would have been grievously injured by the sheer force of the blow. What terrifying power! Is this truly a level 1 mutated creature? Shaken by the destructive force, Qin Feng continued to retreat. Concerned for his safety, Chun Yao remained at the entrance of the library's third floor, observing the chaos below. It was her first encounter with such a horrifying monster, grotesque in appearance and possessing unbelievable destructive capabilities. Compared to this creature, the zombies outside were inconsequential. As both Qin Feng and Chun Yao were engulfed in shock, the system's alert echoed once more in Qin Feng's ears. Warning! Warning! Mutated parasitic creature detected. System analysis function not fully unlocked. Unable to analyze at this time. Host advised to exercise caution. Parasitic creature? Could it be that the blue liquid on this monster is not merely a liquid, but a form of parasite? Upon hearing the system's warning, Qin Feng quickly came to a realization, scrutinizing the blue substance on the monster once more. It appeared not merely smeared on its body, but rather deeply embedded in its skin, controlling its every movement. The blue liquid twisted and writhed, resembling a living entity. This sight immediately reminded Qin Feng of the character Venom from the Marvel films. Venom was a similar extraterrestrial parasitic entity. Could the library's long-standing disappearances and haunting incidents be connected to this strange parasite? A jolt of realization struck Qin Feng. If this were the case, the library surely concealed secrets unimaginable to ordinary people. Yet now was not the time for contemplation, as the creature, having missed its punch, began to writhe and advance towards him once more. Despite its monstrous, cumbersome form, it moved with surprising speed, closing the distance in an instant. As the terrifying shriek echoed in close proximity, the creature extended its arms, and the blue liquid above morphed into two sharp blades, crossing towards Qin Feng from either side. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Feng snapped back to reality. The creature was too fast for him to dodge. His best option was to confront it head-on. We're both level 1 combatants. Why should I fear you? Calmly, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the Thunderblade, slashing at the blade approaching from the left. Clang! The clash between the Thunderblade and the creature's left-hand blade produced a cacophony of metallic resonance. At last, it was evident that Qin Feng's Thunderblade was superior, cleaving through the blade formed of blue slime with ease. Qin Feng, be careful! Chun Yao suddenly shouted in alarm. As the left blade was shattered, the right blade swung down towards Qin Feng's back. However, forewarned, Qin Feng deftly evaded the strike at the last moment, executing a swift counterattack as the Thunderblade descended upon the creature like lightning. The creature, taken aback by Qin Feng's incredible speed, failed to dodge and was pierced through the upper body by Qin Feng's sword. Chapter 17. Task completed. Is it dead? Chun Yao inquired hesitantly as she observed the battle from the entrance on the third floor. The conflict between Qin Feng and the mutated creature unfolded at a dizzying pace, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Before Chun Yao could fully process the scene, Qin Feng's sword had already penetrated the creature's form. Yet, Qin Feng's expression remained grave and even darker. For the moment the blade pierced the creature, he felt as though the Thunderblade had sunk into a quagmire, devoid of any resistance, easily penetrating its body. Qin Feng realized that matters were far from simple. Indeed, as he attempted to withdraw the Thunderblade, the creature's body exerted tremendous pulling force, ensnaring the blade within and rendering Qin Feng incapable of budging it even a fraction. Simultaneously, the creature's vacant right-handed blade slashed horizontally, aiming once more at Qin Feng. With no choice but to relinquish the Thunderblade, Qin Feng swiftly dodged the creature's second onslaught. Having lost the Thunderblade, Qin Feng's strength diminished considerably, yet fortunately, his speed remained unaffected. After several agile evasions, he maneuvered behind the creature, then, pinpointing the location of the Thunderblade, executed a flying kick to dislodge it from the creature's body. With a resounding clang, the Thunderblade fell heavily onto the staircase floor. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng performed a daring slide beneath the creature's legs, reclaiming the Thunderblade. Just then, the creature, now steady on its feet, transformed its hands into massive fists, furiously bringing them down towards Qin Feng on the ground. In a critical moment, Qin Feng sidestepped the oncoming fists and simultaneously slashed at the creature's body, leaving a gash several inches deep across its chest. However, despite the seemingly devastating wound, the creature appeared unharmed as it continued to assault Qin Feng with renewed vigor, enveloped in blue slime. Damn it! This creature possesses a regeneration ability akin to Venom, Qin Feng thought, feeling pressure to retreat under the relentless assault of the mutated beast. Watching in horror, Chun Yao was deeply concerned for Qin Feng's safety, yet felt helpless to intervene. Soon, however, observant Chun Yao noticed that every time the creature came into contact with moonlight, it instinctively recoiled, as if in fear. This subtle reaction led her to deduce: light. Yes, this creature must fear light. Otherwise, it wouldn't react so adversely to even a hint of moonlight. Realizing this, Chun Yao quickly rummaged through the backpack Qin Feng had given her and found a flashlight. She had spotted it earlier while searching for food. Creature. Perish. Gripping the flashlight tightly, Qin Yao activated it, and a beam of white light illuminated the mutated blue creature. As the white beam struck, the blue slime on the creature's body reacted violently, akin to a vampire exposed to sunlight, producing a cloud of steam as a grievous wound was inflicted. The mutated creature howled in agony, momentarily ignoring Qin Feng in favor of attacking Qin Yao. Yet, she denied the creature any opportunity, cranking up the flashlight to its maximum brightness, flooding the entire staircase corridor with blinding white light. Under its embrace, the blue slime on the creature sizzled and emitted thick smoke, twisting the creature's form in pain. Within moments, the previously menacing creature collapsed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. The scorched blue slime completely detached, shrinking into a motionless glob the size of a thumb, seemingly extinguished by the light. Qin Yao, well done. Seeing Qin Yao utilize the flashlight to severely injure the mutated beast, Qin Feng beamed with appreciation. She was indeed a genius, capable of noticing details he had overlooked and using light to combat the formidable creature. As the mutated creature separated from the blue slime, Qin Feng and Qin Yao finally discerned that this so-called monster was, in fact, a human. However, his skin had rotted beyond recognition, and his limbs and torso were grotesquely distorted by external forces. Most disturbingly, his head, nearly embedded in his shoulder, gaped with a torn mouth, casting a helpless, tortured glance at Qin Feng. Though no sound escaped his lips, Qin Feng could sense his silent plea for a merciful end to his suffering. Is he truly human? How did he come to be this way? Qin Yao thought, horrified by the sight. I don't know, Qin Feng murmured, a sigh escaping him. Classmate, though I know not who transformed you into this wretched state, since fate has brought you before me, I shall grant you peace. With that, he raised the thunderblade, and with a decisive motion, swung down to end the creature's torment. As a foul stench of blood spilled forth from the creature's body, a notification chimed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a level 1 mutated creature. Survival points, 10. 10 survival points for a level 1 creature? That's equivalent to slaying 10 ordinary zombies. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily sign-in task. Today's task level is bronze. The host has received a bronze sign-in treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? The system's voice echoed once more, presenting a white glow before Qin Feng's eyes, revealing the familiar bronze treasure chest. Previously, he had acquired the Thunderblade from such a chest, which had aided him in overcoming numerous trials. Once again presented with a bronze treasure chest, Qin Feng's face lit up with anticipation. Without a doubt. Let's open it at once. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the bronze sign-in treasure chest. Today, luck is on your side, as you have drawn a strength enhancement card and an intelligence enhancement card. Note, the strength enhancement card permanently increases the host's strength by 5 points. The intelligence enhancement card permanently enhances the host's intelligence by 5 points. As bronze light flickered, 2 exquisite enhancement cards appeared before Qin Feng. Chapter 18. Level Intermediate. How exhilarating to have drawn 2 attribute enhancement cards. This directly saves 100 survival points. How delightful. Observing the attributes of the 2 enhancement cards, Qin Feng's face broke into a satisfied smile, particularly the strength enhancement card, which boosts his strength by 5 points, allowing him to reach a remarkable 160 kilograms of power, elevating his capabilities to an entirely new echelon. Should the host use the attribute cards immediately? Use them at once. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. The moment his words fell, the 2 floating enhancement cards before him were instantly activated, transforming into streams of red and blue light that infused themselves into his body. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt his physique enveloped by the radiance, undergoing further enhancement. Ding! Strength attribute card used successfully. Host strength increased by 5 points. Ding! Intelligence attribute card used successfully. Host intelligence increased by 5 points. Ding! Host's attribute panel updated. Strength, 16, with Thunderblade in hand. Strength 5, Intelligence, 15, Speed, 7, Defense, 5, Mentality, 5, Survival Points, 15, Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Intermediate level requires an additional 50 attribute points to reach advanced level. Intermediate level. Have I finally reached the intermediate level of combat power? Upon seeing the updated attribute panel, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been pondering when he would attain intermediate level combat power, and to his astonishment, he achieved it right after completing the second sign-in task. Regrettably, the intermediate level of combat power felt somewhat superficial, primarily bolstered by his intelligence score. After enhancing his intelligence, Qin Feng did not perceive a significant improvement in his brain or IQ. Instead, he felt that some of his memories and information became clearer than before, and even challenges that had once perplexed him suddenly appeared straightforward. It was as if, in an instant, his memory, learning ability, observational skills, and analytical capacity had ascended to an entirely new realm. Although the enhancement of intelligence may not present the overt destructive power of strength, a higher intelligence significantly increases the chances of surviving dangers and overcoming difficulties. This was akin to when he battled the mutated monster earlier. Details he had overlooked were swiftly recognized by Chun Yao, such as the advantage of high intelligence. Now, with his intelligence boosted to 15, his IQ had successfully risen to 150, marking him as a rare genius compared to the average person. Is this the sensation of an IQ of 150? Indeed, it feels utterly distinct from before. Qin Feng raised his gaze to the surroundings, acutely aware of his newfound ability to observe details and environments he previously could not perceive, while his analytical and comprehension skills had significantly improved. Qin Feng, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? As Qin Feng reveled in the joy of his power enhancement, Chun Yao's concerned voice rang in his ears. I'm fine. Qin Feng snapped back to reality, glancing at Chun Yao descending from above, and offered a smile. Fortunately, you identified the monster's weakness in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unpredictable. I merely noticed that the monster recoiled strangely when it encountered the moonlight streaming through the window, although that backward motion was incredibly swift and difficult to detect. It was sufficient for me to conclude that it must be afraid of light. Chun Yao summarized thoughtfully, her lips pursed. So, the horrific rumors about the library likely all occurred at night, as that is when a monster appears. Yes, it seems so. Qin Feng nodded, glancing at the corpse of the monster on the ground. If I am not mistaken, the secrets hidden within this library likely encompass more than just this one monster, especially this strange blue slime, which does not resemble any earthly organism. How could it possibly exist here? As he spoke, Qin Feng cast his gaze towards the blue slime, which had curled into a small ball. Under the continuous exposure to bright light, the blue slime remained motionless, seemingly eradicated by the radiance. Indeed, I have never encountered anything so peculiar. Chun Yao observed the blue slime ball with a mix of seriousness and curiosity. Yet, judging by its previous transformation and regenerative abilities, it somewhat resembles the superhero Venom from Marvel movies. Truly, it seems that heroes share a common perspective. Qin Feng wholeheartedly agreed with Chun Yao's analogy. This creature indeed bears a resemblance to Venom from the Marvel universe. However, it appears to be underdeveloped and has yet to find a suitable host, thus unable to exert its full power or withstand the light's assault. If it possessed Venom's capabilities, we would be in dire straits. Qin Feng chuckled, hands raised in mock surrender. While he was uncertain about Venom's actual strength in the real world, his analysis suggested that it would at least be on par with a higher combat level. Such power was quite distant for Qin Feng, who had just attained intermediate level combat power, with a considerable journey ahead to reach advanced levels. This was merely the beginning. Chun Yao inquired curiously, so, do you believe this creature is truly dead? It appears to lack any signs of life. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng replied, I cannot be certain, but for safety's sake, we should continue to shine bright light on it for a while longer, until we are absolutely sure. Caution is paramount in these times of upheaval. In a world transformed, any danger could arise, and Qin Feng must exercise utmost caution to survive in this perilous apocalypse. Chun Yao sighed. It seems that even here in the library, we have no chance to rest. Qin Feng shrugged. There's no choice. We must proceed with extreme caution. Only by ensuring absolute safety can we rest easy. As their brief conversation concluded, Chun Yao continued to illuminate the blue slime ball on the ground with her flashlight, while Qin Feng retrieved a bottle of water and several sausages from his backpack, appeasing his hunger after several hours of combat and traversing. Suddenly, it's moving. The blue slime appears to be stirring again. Just as Qin Feng bit into half a sausage, Chun Yao's astonished voice echoed beside him. Qin Feng hastily stuffed the remaining half of the sausage into his mouth and turned to where the flashlight was aimed. Witnessing the once motionless blue slime, now writhing once more. Chapter 19. Unexpected turn of events. Damn, has this creature adapted to the bright light? Observing the writhing blue slime, Qin Feng furrowed his brow deeply. After an arduous battle to subdue the blue slime, it was now awakening again. Should it transform back into that monstrous form, matters would become perilous. Qin Yao quickly proposed, "If light is ineffective, can we burn it?" "Yes, that might be worth a try." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, just as he was about to test Qin Yao's suggestion when an unforeseen incident occurred. The blue slime, which had been gradually moving, suddenly sprang into action with remarkable speed, leaping onto the corpse of the mutated monster beside it. In the blink of an eye, the blue slime began to swell rapidly by consuming the blood and flesh of the mutated creature. In but a moment, the blue slime, which had just contracted to the size of a thumb, rapidly expanded once more. Within mere seconds, it regained its adult size and transformed into a blue humanoid creature. With a ferocious roar, the blue monstrosity bared its maw filled with sharp fangs, releasing a chilling stench that assaulted Qin Feng and Chun Yao like a cold wind. Blast it! This creature is truly not dead. As the blue slime once again coalesced into a monster, Qin Feng could not help but curse, simultaneously handing his backpack to Chun Yao. "You retreat first. This beast has adapted to the intense light and undergone a new evolutionary mutation. It is likely even more formidable than before. Be careful. I will find a way to assist you from above." Understanding that her presence was merely a burden to Qin Feng, Chun Yao took the backpack and promptly retreated towards the third floor. At that very moment, the blue parasitic monster, moving with astonishing speed, transformed its limbs into sharp blades and lunged at Qin Feng with a swift strike. "Let us see how your mid-level combat prowess holds up." Qin Feng, unfazed, was eager to test the limits of his newly enhanced strength. As the creature's blade descended, he met it head-on with the thunderblade. Clang! The clash of their weapons produced a deafening metallic sound, and for a moment, neither side gained the advantage. In terms of raw power, the blue parasitic monster seemed weaker than before, which was hardly surprising. After all, this parasitic creature thrived on its host, and without one, its strength would inevitably wane. Realizing this, Qin Feng exerted more force, sweeping aside the creature's blade and pushing the blue parasite back. Yet, just as he gained a slight upper hand, the creature's sludge-like body sprouted numerous sharp spikes, rapidly thrusting towards him. The crowded hallway left Qin Feng with little room to evade the relentless assault. However, remaining composed, he expertly severed the most dangerous 4 spikes with a swift strike, then sidestepped the remaining attacks. But the creature had its own tricks. The mist blue spikes quickly morphed, merging into 5 sharp blades that converged on him from multiple angles. In that perilous moment, Qin Feng chose an audacious course of action. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, swinging his sword towards the creature's core. The parasitic monster, taken aback by this reckless gamble, faltered just long enough for Qin Feng to reach its heart before the 5 blades could strike. With a powerful swing, he cleaved the monstrous entity in 2. Yet, this was not the end. The severed creature immediately transformed into hundreds of tiny arrows of blue slime, raining down upon Qin Feng with ferocity. Gripping his sword tightly, Qin Feng spun rapidly, using the blade as a shield to deflect most of the onslaught. Nevertheless, numerous slime arrows grazed his body, leaving him with a multitude of wounds. To his horror, these spikes behaved as if they were living entities, attempting to invade his body through the openings they created. They sought to parasitize him. The chilling thought sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Fortunately, at that critical moment, it appeared that the immunity serum he had previously injected was taking effect, dispersing the slimes that tried to invade him. After the fierce confrontation, aside from some superficial injuries, Qin Feng emerged largely unscathed. Meanwhile, the reformed humanoid creature had shrunk to 1/3 of its previous size, demonstrating that it was not an immortal being. If it sustained enough injuries to deplete its energy, it would inevitably succumb to death. What a close call. I didn't expect the immunity serum to counteract the parasitic entity. Observing the reformed creature before him, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had he not injected the serum, he might have ended up like those mutated monsters he had encountered. With his expression growing serious and his focus sharpened to its peak. Qin Feng prepared himself, akin to a predator poised for attack. The now weakened parasitic entity, unwilling to succumb, roared once more and resumed its assault with the same spiked attacks and tactics as before. Lowly creatures resorting to the same tactics? Facing the familiar onslaught, Qin Feng chuckled coldly, swiftly wielding his thunderblade to dismantle the creature's offensive with ease. Before it could react, he struck once more, cleaving in two. Yet, as he braced himself for the creature's next move, Qin Feng noticed that the remnants of the entity lay motionless, transformed into a pool of lifeless, foul-smelling slime. Is it dead? Qin Feng murmured hesitantly. However, he soon sensed something amiss, for the spikes he had severed had vanished. Oh no, its target is not me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng quickly turned to look behind him. To his shock, the very spikes he had cut down had coalesced into a creature half his size, racing towards Chunyao on the third floor with lightning speed. Its target was Chunyao. Chapter 20. Turning danger into safety. Get out of the way! Qin Feng shouted desperately towards Chunyao, who was quick to react. Before the small creature could close the distance, she dashed into the entrance of the third floor and slammed the heavy wooden door shut behind her. Bang! The parasitic monster collided with the wooden door, creating a thunderous sound, causing the door to tremble violently and crack under the impact. At this rate, it would only take one more hit for the door to splinter. But Qin Feng would not grant the creature another chance. Regaining his composure, he charged towards the back of the parasitic entity. Qin Feng's speed was remarkable. He covered the distance of several meters in an instant. With the explosive force of his muscles and the thunderblade in hand, he unleashed a devastating strike, severing the creature in half. Yet even severely injured, the parasitic monster did not perish. Instead, it transformed into a puddle of slime, attempting to slip through the cracks of the door. Its goal remained to parasitize Chunyao. Despite his precautions, the creature's speed was overwhelming. Qin Feng managed to halt half its form, but the other half successfully squeezed through the library's third-floor entrance. Damn it, the cunning beast! Upon witnessing the dire situation, Qin Feng's complexion turned ashen. Ignoring his fatigued body, he forcefully kicked open the already cracking door. As the door swung open, he beheld a mass of blue parasitic creatures, resembling a pool of muck, swiftly advancing towards Chunyao. Terrified beyond measure, Chunyao fled towards the interior of the third floor at the fastest pace possible, snatching a few books from the shelf along the way, and tearing the flammable pages into balls as she ran. With the parasitic creature almost upon her, Chunyao swiftly retrieved a lighter from her backpack. Igniting the paper ball in her hand, the moment it caught fire, it transformed into a blazing orb, which she hurled at the blue creature. At that moment, as the fiery sphere approached, the parasitic creature seemed to experience a primal fear, abandoning its pursuit of Chunyao to evade the incoming fireball instead. What a relief! Fire is indeed effective. Witnessing this, Chunyao was filled with joy, and she continued to ignite her prepared fireballs and toss them, further setting ablaze the large sheets of paper she had torn along her escape route. These flames formed a small wall of fire, temporarily halting the advance of the parasitic creature. How unexpected! In this moment of crisis, she managed to fight back. I underestimated her. Seeing Chunyao fend off the creature's attack with her own strength, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, gradually growing in admiration for her. She had transformed and matured so quickly from the frightened girl in the gym who could only cry. Now, even without him, she would not fare poorly in this apocalyptic world. However, this was not the time for Qin Feng to reminisce. Although the blue parasitic creature was momentarily obstructed by the wall of fire, the paper burned rapidly, and within seconds, their makeshift barrier would vanish. Hiss! The creature, blocked by the flames, emitted a grotesque screech before leaping over the firewall the moment the flames subsided, charging directly at Chunyao. Before she could prepare another fireball, the creature was upon her. Just as the parasitic creature was about to succeed in its attack, Qin Feng arrived just in time, swiftly drawing his sword in a series of rapid slashes, reducing the creature to dozens of smaller, less dangerous blobs of slime, preventing it from reforming into a destructive form. Now burn it! Qin Feng sheathed his sword and shouted to Chunyao. Understanding immediately, she scattered more sheets of paper, igniting a fireball and tossing it down, creating a small bonfire that engulfed all the blue slime. This time, They did not allow the parasitic creature any chance to retaliate, continuously tearing paper and tossing it into the flames. As the fire grew more intense, they unknowingly burned through several books. The blue slime enveloped in flames ceased to move entirely. As the flames gradually waned, Qin Feng cautiously used his thunderblade to clear away the thick ash. Confirming that the parasitic creature had been completely vanquished, he finally exhaled in relief. The monster is finally dead. Hearing Qin Feng's declaration, Chun Yao, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground as if she had expended every ounce of her strength. Finally safe. No, although we've burned half of the creature. The other half has gone missing, so it may still be premature to declare safety. Qin Feng sighed with a wry smile, then speculated. Moreover, since one such parasitic creature appeared here, we cannot rule out the possibility of another lurking nearby. This library is not as secure as we thought. Chun Yao asked fearfully, could there be other monsters? Not necessarily, but we must remain vigilant. Qin Feng shrugged, then surveyed the third floor. This level seems safer than the previous two. I will barricade the door to the third floor, and we will rest here for the night. With a weary tone, Chun Yao replied, I just hope no more of those slimy monsters appear. Rest assured, with me here, you will not suffer even the slightest harm. Qin Feng smiled gently, moving lightly towards the third floor door. After hauling several tall bookshelves to block the entrance, he sat down on the floor, leaning against the shelves to rest. As long as he guarded this sole entrance, he would be the first to notice any danger. Chun Yao observed Qin Feng's every move, her heart swelling with warmth. Though their time alone together had been brief since their fateful encounter in this apocalypse, Qin Feng had relentlessly strived to ensure her safety. This sentiment surpassed any sweet words in the world. She felt deeply touched by the fact that Qin Feng was there to protect her. Qin Feng, I have truly fallen for you, Chun Yao mused, gazing at his profile. Suddenly, she rose, striding over to him with her long, fair legs. Qin Feng, let us sleep together, she said unexpectedly. Sleep together? Qin Feng swallowed hard, questioning his own ears. While he and Chun Yao shared mutual feelings and had survived together, was this development not a tad too swift? What I mean is, I want to sleep beside you. It feels safer that way. Realizing Qin Feng had misunderstood, Chun Yao blushed and hurriedly explained. Ahem, I am quite innocent. I am not thinking anything improper. Qin Feng coughed, quickly denying it. He had finally established a robust image in front of Chun Yao, and he could not allow it to be shattered so easily. All right, I understand your innocence. Chun Yao smiled, her lips curving as she settled beside him, her warm body gently leaning against him. The warmth so close made Qin Feng's heart race, and his throat felt parched. Is this woman playing with fire? With Chun Yao's flawless skin brushing against him, Qin Feng felt a wave of heat wash over him, swallowing hard as his mind raced with conflicting thoughts. After all, she is mine. Perhaps tonight Qin Feng's blood surged, his rationality slowly clouded by desire. However, just as he contemplated taking further action, he noticed that Chun Yao had unknowingly drifted into a peaceful slumber under the soft moonlight. Her exquisite face bore signs of fatigue, yet it radiated an unspoken trust and tranquility. I cannot. She must have endured so much over the past 10 days. Her body is weak. I cannot act recklessly, lest I hurt her. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, fighting against his desires to maintain his composure. If it were any other woman beside him, he might not have hesitated. But now, beside him lay the woman he cherished dearly, and he wished to shield her from any harm. Though resisting temptation was torturous for Chun Yao's sake, Qin Feng managed to suppress his urges and dispel his wandering thoughts. He shifted his gaze to the crescent moon outside the skylight, gradually contemplating their escape route for the next day and the plans that awaited them beyond the school. Although the world outside might not be safer than here, Qin Feng was resolute in his determination to rescue his family. Mom, Dad, little sister, you must hold on. As deep worries and thoughts consumed him, time slipped away, and the 10th night of the apocalypse quietly passed. However, amidst it all, a strange and eerie shadow traversed the night, following the traces left by Qin Feng. Chapter 21. The next plan? As dawn broke, the sun pierced through the darkness, casting warm rays upon the scarred earth. The once thriving human civilization had been reduced to mere ruins. Slaughter, betrayal, and bloodshed occurred incessantly, transforming the world into a hellish battleground. After a brief respite of 3 to 4 hours, Qin Feng's physical condition had improved significantly. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Chun Yao had already risen, sitting beside him, engrossed in a copy of the three-body problem. Observing Chun Yao's delicate profile, Qin Feng remarked in surprise, "The three-body problem? I didn't expect you, a girl, to enjoy science fiction. You'd be surprised at how many things I like," Chun Yao replied with a smile, looking over at him. "I've read this book 3 times already, and I still can't put it down. It's a pity that human civilization has been utterly destroyed. Even the greatest works will eventually fade into oblivion." Stretching and feeling contemplative, Qin Feng responded, "Indeed, when human civilization ceases to exist, everything seems devoid of meaning." With a teasing smile, Chun Yao half-jokingly asked, "By the way, you didn't do anything strange to me last night, did you?" "Cough, how could that be?" Qin Feng blushed, exclaiming, "Do I seem like the kind of person who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state?" "Not really," Chun Yao replied, scrutinizing him with a grin. "Because that's exactly who you are." "Ha, you said it." "Then I won't hold back." Qin Feng laughed as he pulled Chun Yao into his embrace, intending to tease her further. I was wrong, spare me." Chun Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly conceded, but Qin Feng, having restrained himself all night, was not so easily deterred, his strong hands beginning to dismantle her defenses. Just as their playful banter continued, a sudden chorus of zombie growls erupted outside, prompting Qin Feng to cease his actions and gaze pensively out the window. There are numerous zombies in the school, and resources for survival are exceedingly limited. Our immediate priority should be to leave the school. Chun Yao, adjusting her slightly disheveled dress, expressed her concern. "Do you have a specific plan?" Habitually stroking his chin, Qin Feng pondered briefly before responding. "The library isn't far from the second parking lot. We can head there to secure a vehicle and then proceed to a more secluded area to establish a safer refuge. As for what comes after, we shall discuss that later." Chun Yao voiced her worries. "But what if there are zombies on the way to the parking lot?" "You need not fret about that," Qin Feng said confidently. "With my skills, as long as there aren't more than 10 zombies attacking at once, I can handle them." Indeed, Chun Yao recalled the terrifying creatures they had faced the previous night. The strength and speed of those mutated and parasitic monsters far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Yet they fell before Qin Feng's prowess and their combined efforts. Although she had contributed significantly during that battle, it was Qin Feng's direct combat that ultimately led to their victory. Had she been alone, she would have likely met her demise early on, never even contemplating further strategies. "All right, let's tidy up our things. We should leave now." Qin Feng smiled faintly, moving aside the bookshelves that blocked the door, while Chun Yao gathered her backpack from the floor and slung it over her shoulder. After a brief moment of preparation, the revitalized duo descended to the first floor of the library and opened the brass doors. The moment the doors swung wide, warm sunlight flooded in, dispelling the lingering chill in their bodies. However, before they could bask in the sunlight, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from just outside the library. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that at least 10 zombies were wandering nearby, aimlessly searching for prey. The closest zombie was merely 20 meters away, a mere stone's throw. The sound of their opening door had drawn the attention of 3 nearby zombies, who charged toward them. "Just in time. Let us warm up with you." Qin Feng, now even more powerful than before, remained unperturbed. With swift precision, he unsheathed his blade and dispatched the foremost zombie in an instant, then leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the remaining 2 zombies sprawling, culminating in a final strike with his blade. The entire skirmish lasted less than 10 seconds. As the 3 zombies fell, the overwhelming scent of blood attracted numerous others to their location. Faced with the onslaught of 8 approaching zombies, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, igniting the spark of an intense battle. Amidst the grass outside the second parking lot of Jiangbei University, Qin Feng and Chun Yao crouched low, observing the situation around the parking area. Since leaving the library, they had encountered multiple zombie attacks, but fortunately, the numbers had never been overwhelming, allowing them to fight their way to the periphery of the second parking lot. Around the parking lot, at least 20 zombies loitered nearby, with some wandering aimlessly while others feasted on human remains, presenting a horrific scene. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's survival points had accumulated to 40. This was sufficient to enhance his attributes by 4 points, further bolstering his strength. However, he chose not to rush into reinforcing his attributes. Instead, he exchanged 10 survival points for 10 rounds of ammunition for his pistol. From his system backpack, Qin Feng retrieved a Desert Eagle and presented it to Chun Yao. Do you recognize this? A handgun? How do you have a handgun? Chun Yao gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the Desert Eagle. As far as she knew, Qin Feng was just an ordinary, impoverished student. His combat skills were understandable, but possessing a genuine firearm seemed utterly unbelievable. That's not for you to worry about. Just tell me, can you use a gun? Qin Feng replied, keeping her in suspense. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Yao nodded affirmatively. Yes, my uncle immigrated to the free country, where he owns his estate. When I traveled there, I had the chance to shoot at his estate. I'm familiar with handguns, shotguns, and sniper rifles. Curious, Qin Feng asked, so how did you fare? With a smile, Chun Yao replied, well, during my first time shooting, I scored a 90. His chief bodyguard praised me for having a knack for sniping. But I was merely curious and have no significant interest in firearms. Indeed, she was a child of privilege. After listening to her somewhat boastful recounting, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. In that case, perfect. When we sneak into the parking lot, if we're discovered by zombies, use this to protect yourself. I fear there may be too many zombies for me to safeguard you. As he spoke, Qin Feng handed the silenced Desert Eagle to Chun Yao. Surprised, she accepted the firearm and jokingly remarked, you were just going to give me the gun like that? Aren't you afraid I might turn on you? With a playful smirk, Qin Feng quipped, with my striking handsomeness, would you dare to pull the trigger? Are you not afraid of becoming a widow? Chun Yao huffed disdainfully, her pride shining through as she retorted, humph. That is not a certainty. You bullied me so much last night, and now you expect me to be your woman? Just be careful, or you might find yourself in a precarious position. Her smile was mischievous, clearly advising Qin Feng to remain vigilant and avoid any danger. Understanding the underlying concern in Chun Yao's words, Qin Feng's smile widened, and he couldn't help but think, this woman truly is endearing. Chapter 22. The Mid-Level Mutant Zombie. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, causing the ground to heat up to a searing temperature. Scattered across the asphalt road were numerous corpses, emanating a putrid stench in the oppressive heat. Maggots wriggled in the decaying flesh, while zombies feasted on the remains, painting a gruesome and grotesque picture of a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clang pierced the air from the right side of the parking lot, drawing the attention of over 20 zombies, who began moving towards the source of the sound. However, once the zombies gathered, they discovered that the noise was merely a piece of iron striking the rusted hoods of abandoned vehicles. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were distracted, Qin Feng and Chun Yao stealthily entered the parking lot from the left side. The second parking lot of Jiangbei University consisted of an open-air section above and an underground area below. The open-air lot was now a chaotic wreck, with dozens of vehicles crashed together, limbs and blood creating a stench that permeated the surroundings. It appears there are no drivable cars here. Let us check the underground parking lot, Qin Feng suggested as they crouched beside a half-destroyed Audi. Finding no usable vehicles above, their gazes shifted towards the entrance of the underground parking. The entrance lay less than 20 meters to their left, featuring dual lanes leading downward, while the zombies remained oblivious. Qin Feng and Chun Yao sprinted towards the entrance. As they crossed the threshold, a wave of rancid odor assaulted their senses. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the passage was barricaded by several vehicles, seemingly an intentional blockade. Beyond the barricade lay countless decaying bodies and zombies that had lost half their form, still writhing on the ground. The foul sight made Chun Yao gag. What on earth happened here? Uncertain, Qin Feng replied, but it appears that some survivors, in a bid to secure the entrance during the onset of the apocalypse, used vehicles to block the passage, turning the underground garage into a makeshift refuge. The corpses and zombies outside are likely remnants of battles fought. Qin Feng continued his analysis. Given that 10 days have passed, if the survivors have not left, they are likely perished within. Chun Yao questioned, why didn't they simply drive away? Qin Feng shrugged, hypothesizing, in extreme fear, the instinct is to seek shelter first, then escape. With zombies swarming outside, normal individuals would hesitate to rush out. Let us find a vehicle that can still run, he urged, continuing down the path. Despite the gruesome sight of corpses, Chun Yao gritted her teeth and followed him. As they advanced, Qin Feng dispatched the struggling zombies on the ground, accumulating survival points until he reached a total of 33. Soon, they arrived at the vehicles blocking the passage, and one particularly modern Porsche Cayenne caught Qin Feng's eye. It It was the most suitable choice for their escape, given its safety and endurance. The car door was ajar, and the keys lay forgotten beneath the driver's seat, indicating that the previous occupants had fled in sheer panic without a moment to collect their belongings. Settling into the vehicle, Qin Feng peered through the gaps between cars, spotting shadowy figures moving in the dark recesses of the underground garage. Their distorted movements revealed their transformation into zombies, accompanied by eerie growls echoing from a distant corner, sending chills down his spine. Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Feng urged Chun Yao, "Get in. We must leave here quickly." She nodded, swiftly taking her place in the back seat. Just as Qin Feng inserted the ignition key and prepared to start the engine, a sudden chill swept through from the right side of the parking lot. Instinctively, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding what turned out to be a grotesquely long, foul-smelling tongue, measuring several meters in length and covered in spines, dripping with putrid slime. With a terrifying roar, a colossal zombie over 2 meters tall emerged from the depths of the parking garage, its tongue extending from its gaping maw. If Qin Feng had not reacted swiftly, his head would have surely been pierced. Warning: mid-level mutant zombie detected. Please exercise caution, host. The system's alert jolted Qin Feng back to reality. He gripped the thunderblade and slashed at the monstrous tongue, severing a portion of it. The immense creature wailed in agony, retracting its tongue and charging at them like a ravenous beast. Seeing such a towering mutant zombie for the first time, Chen Yao's face turned pale as she drew her silenced Desert Eagle, aiming at the creature's head. The crack of the shot echoed, and to their horror, the bullet struck the zombie's head, yet it did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied, lunging towards them. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't die even when shot in the head? Chen Yao trembled, clearly shaken. Qin Feng had no intention of lingering. He immediately started the car and shifted into gear, preparing to escape. The gigantic zombie seemed to anticipate his move, hurling a small car towards them with startling strength. In a split second, Qin Feng slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as they sped towards the exit, narrowly dodging the flying vehicle. However, just as they approached the exit, a horde of zombies suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Damn it, why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? Qin Feng's expression turned grave. No time to think. We need a breakthrough. Qin Feng continued to accelerate, determined to carve out a bloody path. Chapter 23, Decapitation. Unlocking the title. With the pedal to the metal, Qin Feng drove the Porsche Cayenne at breakneck speed towards the horde of over a dozen zombies ahead. The massive vehicle, weighing several thousand kilograms, generated a collision force that no mere zombies could withstand, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds. Qin Feng and his companion only saw splatters of dark, viscous blood on the windshield as the zombies blocking their path were sent flying. Yet, the tenacity of these zombies was astounding. Even after being hurled over 10 meters, they managed to rise again with their battered bodies. However, as they burst out of the underground parking garage, a more troublesome situation arose. A loud pop echoed as something punctured tire, causing the entire vehicle to lose balance and crash into a nearby support pillar. The violent impact jolted both occupants, leaving them momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Qin Feng managed to steer the car just in time, significantly reducing the force of the impact, and thus neither sustained any injuries. Nevertheless, the tire was irreparably damaged, and the vehicle was now immobilized. At that moment, the undying zombies began to encircle them, threatening to envelop the entire car. It seemed they would have to eliminate these zombies before inspecting the vehicle. Stay safe, Qin Feng instructed Chun Yao, then swiftly drew his thunderblade and exited the car. With a single stroke, he dispatched the nearest zombie and began to fend off the advancing horde, using the vehicle as a fortification. In less than a minute, Qin Feng had slain 12 of the surrounding zombies, successfully raising his survival points to 45. Meanwhile, the few remaining zombies attempting to ambush them were shot down by Chun Yao from within the car. With their combined efforts, all visible threats were neutralized. Temporarily free from danger, Qin Feng turned to assess the vehicle's condition. He discovered that a sharp steel rod had punctured the rear right tire, leading to the loss of balance and the subsequent crash into the pillar. If he could change the tire promptly, the car could still be operational. Fortunately, there was a spare tire in the trunk. However, this was not the time for such repairs, as heavy footsteps began to echo ominously in their ears. As the sounds drew nearer, both Qin Feng and Chun Yao instinctively turned to look. Before them loomed a towering, 2-meter-tall, mid-tier, mutated zombie. Its decayed skin and hollow eyes radiating a chilling, bloody stench. Suddenly, the mutated zombie opened its gaping maw and unleashed a massive, tongue-like appendage that shot towards them. Rather than a tongue, it resembled a mutated tentacle. Should it graze the skin of an ordinary person, the risk of infection by the zombie virus would be imminent, not to mention the threat posed by its tremendous force. The blood-red appendage hurtled towards them at an alarming speed, nearly catching Qin Feng off guard. In the final fraction of a second, he instinctively dodged, narrowly evading the brunt of the attack. Yet, the mutated zombie had anticipated this. As Qin Feng evaded the frontal assault, it swiftly maneuvered the appendage in a sweeping motion, targeting Qin Feng's head. Not to be outdone, Qin Feng executed an acrobatic roll to avoid the sweeping strike, countering with a downward slash that severed a portion of the tentacle. The mutated zombie recoiled in pain, but instead of retracting its appendage, it split the once massive tentacle into more than a dozen smaller ones, launching them at Qin Feng with renewed ferocity. With a series of slicing sounds, the multitude of razor-sharp tentacles descended upon him. Qin Feng raised his sword as a shield, blocking most of the onslaught. It still felt the sting of a tentacle grazing his arm, igniting a searing pain akin to fire. Seizing the moment, the mutated zombie closed in, its colossal fist descending toward Qin Feng's face like a hammer. Ignoring his injuries, Qin Feng swiftly dodged the blow and retaliated with a slash that injured the zombie's arm. However, for a creature of its nature, such wounds were trivial. Its powerful arms coordinated with the tentacles to unleash a relentless barrage upon him. Although Qin Feng was formidable, the onslaught from the similarly mid-tier, mutated zombie began to overwhelm him. "Chen Yao, cover me with gunfire," he shouted, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. "Understood." Chen Yao, recognizing Qin Feng's peril, swiftly aimed her handgun at the zombie's head and fired 3 rapid shots. Her marksmanship was truly remarkable. All 3 bullets struck true, piercing through the mutated zombie's skull. While it did not succumb immediately, the sudden barrage pushed it back several steps. "Now's our chance." With Chen Yao's successful assault, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, seizing the opportunity to leap and deliver a decisive blow. A flash of blade met flesh, and the towering mutated zombie was cleaved in 2. As its basketball-sized head tumbled to the ground, the formidable creature collapsed into a pool of blood, sending droplets flying. After a fierce battle, the duo successfully eliminated a mid-tier zombie. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a mid-tier zombie, earning 20 survival points. Total survival points, 65. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the title New Hope in the Apocalypse. Note, wearing the title grants a bonus of 10 strength points. Would you like to equip the title? As the system's notifications chimed in succession, a translucent white screen appeared before Qin Feng, displaying the shimmering title New Hope in the Apocalypse. Wow, a title? The sign-in system offers this as well, and it boosts my strength by 10 points. This is fantastic. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that the Apocalypse sign-in system would include a title feature. Without a doubt, I shall equip it immediately. With a grin, Qin Feng commanded eagerly. Title equipped successfully. Strength increased by 10. Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 26, holding Thunderblade grants 5. Equipped with New Hope in the Apocalypse grants 10. Intelligence, 15, speed, 7, defense, 5, mentality, 5, survival points, 65, overall combat strength rating, mid-tier, requires an additional 40 attribute points to reach high-tier combat strength. Next title, Zombie Hunter. Condition 1, slay 3 mid-tier zombies, progress, 0-3. Condition 2, after completing Condition 1, randomly trigger a title qualification task to unlock the title. Chapter 24. Just as one wave calms, another rises. At the moment of successfully equipping the title, Qin Feng noticed a line of bronze lettering appear above his head, boldly declaring New Hope in the Apocalypse. At the moment he successfully donned the title, his strength surged by an additional 10 points, reaching an impressive total of 26. At this juncture, the explosive power of his muscles had escalated to 260 kilograms, and the impact of his punches far exceeded the limits of an ordinary human. This title's inscription was visible solely to Qin Feng. Thus, Chen Yao remained oblivious to the enhancement of his prowess in that fleeting moment. To his astonishment, the elevation of the title proved to be exceedingly significant. If I were to unlock even more formidable titles, would I not swiftly ascend to a high tier of combat prowess? His gaze was drawn to the next stage's title, Zombie Hunter, which required the elimination of 3 intermediate mutated zombies for activation. While intermediate mutated zombies were indeed powerful, they fell well within Qin Feng's capabilities. If he could locate and systematically dispatch 3 such zombies, unlocking this title would pose little challenge. Upon examining the title's attributes, he confirmed that achieving the required conditions was not overly arduous. The attributes of the Doomsday Hunter title are as follows. Upon donning this title, strength increases to 30, and speed to 10. How remarkable! An immediate boost of 30 points in strength and 10 in speed? If I were to unlock this title, would I not directly attain a high tier of combat power? Qin Feng's heart raced as his worldview underwent a profound transformation. Returning to the host, theoretically, upon fulfilling the title's conditions and successfully equipping it, the host's combat power will elevate to a high tier. Excellent. It seems I must not neglect matters pertaining to titles in the future. Swiftly unlocking titles to enhance my strength would be immensely beneficial for my survival in this apocalyptic world. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. After slaying an intermediate mutated zombie today, he not only earned 20 survival points, but also unexpectedly completed an achievement, thus acquiring a title. With his newfound strength, even if he encountered another intermediate mutated zombie, he would be well equipped to handle it. Once he grasped the intricacies of the titles, Qin Feng returned to the vehicle, opening the trunk to retrieve the spare tire and repair tools. The rear tire was damaged, and only by replacing it could they continue their journey. As Qin Feng changed the tire, Chun Yao remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings to keep watch. Once she confirmed the area was temporarily safe, she curiously glanced at Qin Feng, who was engaged in the tire change. I never expected you could fix cars, and your tire-changing skills are remarkably adept. It's hard to believe you're just an amateur. Surely, you must have a penchant for automobiles? My dear young lady, you jest, Qin Feng replied with a shrug and a wry smile. As a child from a modest background, what could I possibly know about cars? The reason I learned to repair them was that I worked at Zhishang Auto Repair during summer and winter breaks. With practice, I naturally became proficient. Chun Yao, taken aback, inquired, Zhishang Auto Repair? You must be referring to the chain under our Chun Group, aren't you? Indeed, it is your family's auto repair establishment. I recall one occasion when your Aston Martin was in for maintenance at the shop where I worked. As he changed the tire, memories flooded back. At the time, I hid out of embarrassment, so I saw you, but you did not notice me. During his employment, he had known that Zhishang Auto Repair was a chain backed by the Chun Group. Had it not been to alleviate his parents' burden, he would never have sought work in Chun Yao's family business. After all, the thought of being seen by the goddess in such a disheveled state was too humiliating. That said, the Chun Group, as the wealthiest entity in Jiangbei, a renowned conglomerate worth billions, had its influence in every industry. Chun Yao, lost in thought, recalled, I believe there was indeed such a time. I had actually seen you, but your face was so dirty, and you hid so swiftly that I couldn't be certain it was you. Now, it appeared she had not been mistaken. The person she had seen was indeed Qin Feng. Looking back, it's quite awkward. We are both students of Jiangbei University. Yet I was merely a grimy mechanic while you were a young lady driving a luxury car worth millions, Qin Feng admitted with a hint of self-deprecation. Chun Yao chuckled softly. Please spare me the jokes. In this apocalyptic world, all social standings have lost their significance. At this juncture, Chun Yao gazed thoughtfully at Qin Feng. Now, it is only Qin Feng and Chun Yao, simply you and I, unencumbered by previous constraints and disparities. That sentiment resonates with me. In the face of the apocalypse, all lives are equal. The hierarchies of the past have vanished, leaving only the law of the jungle. Qin Feng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. The tire-changing process was nearing completion. I wonder how long we can survive in this apocalypse. Everything rests on fate. Leaning against the back seat, Chun Yao mused with a smile. Who cares how long we last? Every extra day is a gain, as long as we are alive. It is not in vain. You possess a more optimistic outlook than I, Qin Feng replied with a slight smile, checking the new tire for any issues before stowing away the tools and closing the trunk. The tires replaced. We should be on our way. As he prepared to return to the vehicle and drive away, a sudden, fierce aura surged towards them from short distance. A strong instinct alerted Qin Feng to the imminent danger, compelling him to raise his gaze towards the front. in the glaring sunlight. He spotted a figure racing towards them at an extraordinary speed, its velocity rivaling his own. In mere moments, the figure closed the distance to within 100 meters. Warning: an intermediate mutated zombie is rapidly approaching. Please remain cautious, host. Preliminary analysis by the system indicates this mutated zombie possesses exceptional speed, and the host may struggle to gain an advantage. Immediate strategic planning is advised. Before Qin Feng could discern the nature of the approaching figure, the system's alerts rang out in quick succession. This time, the system had undergone automatic detection and analysis, revealing that the figure was indeed a rapidly moving intermediate zombie. He had just collaborated with Chun Yao to eliminate an intermediate mutated zombie. Now, less than 10 minutes later, another had appeared. Did these intermediate mutated zombies now hold so little value? What a fortuitous turn of events. I was just lamenting my inability to find a few intermediate zombies to unlock the next title, and here one comes to my doorstep. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Feng was not alarmed. Rather, he regarded the approaching prey with the eyes of a hunter. However, as the fast-moving mutated zombie drew nearer, both Qin Feng and Chun Yao wore expressions of disbelief. Chapter 25. A Clash with Wu Kai. No, Gui. Upon the swift-moving figure's arrival before them, Qin Feng and Chun Yao were both struck with incredulity. The entity before them was none other than Wu Kai, particularly for Qin Feng. Seeing Wu Kai's familiar face filled him with disbelief. He distinctly remembered shooting through Wu Kai's chest just the previous night. A wound of that severity, even with immediate medical attention, should have been fatal, let alone in this apocalyptic landscape, where advanced medical facilities were non-existent. Yet, as Qin Feng scrutinized further, he realized that the Wu Kai before him was no longer human. The bullet wound in his chest bled profusely, yet Wu Kai displayed no signs of pain. Instead, his countenance was chillingly cold, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Especially the human blood that stained him, along with the fangs that sprouted from his gaping maw, incessantly conveyed to Qin Feng that Wu Kai had utterly succumbed to mutation. Chun Yao inquired with a hint of suspicion. Has he turned into a zombie? Indeed, I never anticipated that this fellow would directly transform into a mid-tier zombie. Truly relentless. Upon discerning Wu Kai's visage, Qin Feng gripped the thunderblade tightly and advanced towards him, declaring, "Let me test my strength on you. I will kill you, Qin Feng." As Qin Feng approached with his sword raised, a raspy, ominous voice intermittently echoed in his ear. This chilling utterance originated from Wu Kai. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Wu Kai still retained a semblance of human memory and linguistic ability. You cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. With that, Qin Feng dashed towards Wu Kai at an astonishing speed, wielding the thunderblade with all his might, aiming a decisive strike. However, Wu Kai was equally swift. At the moment the blade was about to strike, he executed a bizarre maneuver, evading Qin Feng's attack. Simultaneously, his right hand evolved into a sharp bone blade over a meter long, which he swung back at Qin Feng's vulnerable spot. Qin Feng was taken aback by Wu Kai's ability to manifest a bone blade, narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal blow to his abdomen thanks to his acute sense of danger, which prompted him to instinctively leap back a few paces. That was close. I must not be careless. Qin Feng's expression grew serious as he focused intently. In the instant Qin Feng was pushed back, the mutated Wu Kai lunged forward once more, brandishing his bone blade with a speed that exceeded Qin Feng's by nearly double. Compared to the previous hulking mid-tier zombie, Wu Kai's rapid movements rendered him far more challenging to confront. Yet, Qin Feng was no ordinary opponent. Recognizing his speed as a disadvantage, he opted to remain stationary, meticulously observing Wu Kai's assault. With an IQ of 150, he effortlessly deciphered Wu Kai's attack trajectory, preemptively blocking the strike of the bone blade with his own. At the moment the bone blade clashed with the thunderblade, Qin Feng seized Wu Kai's right wrist, unleashing 260 kilograms of muscle power, causing Wu Kai's hand bones to crack ominously. However, now that Wu Kai had mutated into a zombie, he felt no pain. Even with his right hand nearing destruction, he continued to attack recklessly, his gaping maw filled with fangs opening wide as he unleashed four sharp, tentacle-like appendages toward Qin Feng's face. It seemed each mutated zombie could evolve its tongue into such grotesque tentacles for assault. Although Wu Kai's tentacles lacked the ferocity of the previous giant zombie, their speed was astonishing. Despite Qin Feng's timely reaction, dodging with the Thunderblade, he still sustained a superficial wound to his shoulder from a grazing tentacle. As blood flowed from the wound, he observed a visible green toxin rapidly infiltrating it, attempting to infect him. Yet, this was all in vain. Equipped with an immunity serum, Qin Feng was impervious to any virus, and the toxin was swiftly dispelled. After the initial exchange, both Qin Feng and the mutated Wu Kai bore injuries. "I will kill you, Qin Feng," as that dark, raspy voice reverberated again. The mutated Wu Kai swung his bone blade, initiating a second round of attacks. Having thoroughly deciphered Wu Kai's moves, Qin Feng remained unflustered, anticipating and blocking the attack with the same method. In an instant, he executed a flying kick aimed at Wu Kai's head. This kick, fueled by over double his muscle strength, unleashed a force exceeding 500 kilograms, enough to leave even a mid-tier mutated zombie reeling. True to form, Wu Kai staggered backward upon impact, yet his four sharp tentacles ensnared Qin Feng's right leg with a powerful grip, threatening to sever it. Qin Feng, however, was not one to yield easily. He swiftly slashed the entangling tentacles with the Thunderblade, severing them one by one. With the loss of his tentacles, Wu Kai's power diminished significantly, yet he fought back like a cornered beast, thrusting his sharp-boned blade toward Qin Feng's throat. Remaining calm, Qin Feng utilized Wu Kai's body as a launch pad, propelling himself into the air to evade the strike. What an opportunity! You shall perish. Seizing the moment while Wu Kai's attack missed, Qin Feng unleashed the full power of the Thunderblade, descending upon Wu Kai's head. This strike was as overwhelming as a mountain, with a force capable of uprooting 1,000 pounds. The blade fell, and Wu Kai collapsed into a pool of blood, succumbing to Qin Feng's might. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a mid-tier mutated zombie. Survival points, 20. Cumulative survival points, 85. Zombie Hunter title conditions met. 1 out of 3 mid-tier zombies killed, 13 progress achieved. With his survival points reaching 85, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. Following a series of battles, he had mastered the techniques required to combat mid-tier zombies. As long as he avoided large hordes or multiple mid-tier zombies, he could handle future encounters with ease. After Wu Kai's demise, Qin Feng returned to his vehicle, revving the engine to prepare for a swift departure. The commotion from the recent battle had attracted a multitude of zombies, and Qin Feng was unwilling to engage in a futile fight. Chapter 26, The Gathering Horde. Jiangbei University was interconnected with 3 main gates, east, west, and north. The eastern gate was the closest to Qin Feng and Chunyao. Once they resumed driving, their speed increased significantly, bringing them closer to the eastern gate. To prevent an influx of zombies, Qin Feng expended 5 survival points to replenish Chunyao's Desert Eagle with 5 additional rounds. At last, they were about to leave this place. As the eastern gate drew nearer, Chunyao began to relax. Qin Feng remarked solemnly, "Leaving may not necessarily be a blessing. Conditions outside could be far worse." Chunyao smiled faintly, "But it's certainly preferable to being trapped in one spot, waiting for death." Was that ahead? While chatting amicably, Chunyao glanced forward and suddenly froze, her smile vanishing. Prompted by her question, Qin Feng also regained his focus, peering ahead. Before them, less than a few hundred meters from the eastern gate, stood a formidable mass of zombies, a dark and oppressive gathering. A quick estimate revealed that at least 500 zombies were amassed ahead. Such a vast horde could easily overwhelm even a formidable combatant. For someone like Qin Feng, who was merely mid-tier and had to protect Chunyao, charging in recklessly would spell disaster. Faced with an impassable path, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the vehicle into the nearby underbrush and shut off the engine, observing the situation ahead. Gazing upon the ominous horde of zombies ahead, Chunyao's voice trembled with fear. How can there be so many zombies gathered here? Could there be something nearby that attracts them? Qin Feng nodded gravely. It is highly likely. However, regardless of the reason, it is impossible to exit through the East School Gate. The situation at the other gates is probably similar. Chunyao proposed, "Then let us scale the wall from an area devoid of zombies." Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. "That is even less feasible. The school's wall is over 3 meters high, topped with a sharp anti-theft net, making it insurmountable. Moreover, without a vehicle, even if we manage to climb out, we won't get far." With a furrowed brow, Chunyao countered, "Then does that mean we cannot escape?" "Not necessarily," Qin Feng replied thoughtfully, as if devising a strategy. Regardless of what is attracting these zombies, we can create a distraction to lure them away. Of course, the noise must be sufficiently loud. Merely tossing a few metal rods will not suffice. Upon discerning Qin Feng's expression, Chen Yao seemed to grasp his intent immediately. You mean to use the campus broadcast system near the east gate to divert the zombies? Qin Feng beamed. You truly are my woman. Clever. Chen Yao's fair cheeks flushed slightly, yet she made no rebuttal. After all, she had already agreed to be Qin Feng's woman, and thus had mentally prepared herself. Biting her lip in agreement, she declared, then it's settled. I recall the control room for the campus broadcast is located in the nearby office building. Let us go there now. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, setting off towards a nearby 7-story office building. This building served as the faculty office for the East Campus, and Qin Feng had visited it a few times. Knowing the control room was on the 3rd floor, in just over a minute, the vehicle came to a halt beneath the office building. After securing the car, Qin Feng turned to Chen Yao inside, instructing, stay in the car. If anything urgent arises, just shout for me, and I will return immediately. Chen Yao replied gently, okay, please be careful. I sense that the office building might not be safe. Do not worry, with my current strength, even a dozen zombies attacking me head-on would pose no threat. Qin Feng said confidently, turning to ascend the staircase of the office building. As Chen Yao watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, her sense of security diminished. Yet, she understood that accompanying him would only hinder his progress. It was wiser to remain in the car, ready to support him. Upon reaching the stairwell, Qin Feng confirmed its safety before proceeding upward with his sword in hand. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he was struck by the ghastly sight of extensive bloodstains and numerous human remains scattered across the floor, a scene of unimaginable horror. This tableau indicated a massacre had occurred here, and it was uncertain if any zombies remained. Without pausing, Qin Feng continued to the 3rd floor, where the broadcast room was located just beyond the left turn. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, an oddity presented itself. In stark contrast to the gruesome scene of the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor appeared immaculate, with only a thin layer of dust scattered about. No bloodstains, no signs of struggle. Had he not witnessed the horror of the 2nd floor, Qin Feng might have doubted he was in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, the peculiarity of the situation heightened his vigilance. After scanning the area and confirming there was no immediate danger, he slowly approached the broadcast room. The broadcast room was close. Exiting the hallway, Qin Feng took only a few steps to reach the door. The door was ajar, and with a gentle push, he opened it. Suddenly, a swarm of flies enveloped him, and he instinctively shielded his face with his sword. Once the insects dispersed, he was met with a putrid stench. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a woman's corpse hanging from the ceiling fan. The decay was advanced, rendering her features nearly unrecognizable. Had she not been clad in a dress, he might not have discerned her gender. What a tragic fate. Qin Feng's expression remained largely unchanged as he approached the control panel. The campus broadcast system was powered by batteries, thus unaffected by the power grid's failure. After a brief exploration, he quickly grasped the operation method and succeeded in broadcasting a series of popular songs throughout the campus. As the resounding music echoed through the East Campus, the hundreds of zombies congregated near the East Gate were indeed drawn towards the source of the sound. Success. Through the window, Qin Feng witnessed the horde of zombies being lured away from the East Gate, and a smile of triumph broke across his face. Yet in the next moment, he sensed a sudden wave of danger approaching from behind. Chapter 27. The Man in Black. As the peril neared, Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped. When he regained his footing, he was astonished to find that the source of the attack was none other than the previously seen hanging corpse. The decayed body, with exposed bones and a skull half eroded, lunged at Qin Feng with alarming speed. Calmly, he stepped back to evade the attack, waiting for the moment when the corpse revealed a significant opening. With a swift motion, he slashed his sword, and the mutated zombie was dispatched in an instant. Notification. Congratulations, host, for slaying a common zombie. Survival points, 1. Cumulative survival points, 86. Phew. Merely a common zombie. Qin Feng exhaled in relief, yet his gaze sharpened. How peculiar that this corpse, given its level of decay, appeared to have died 4 or 5 days prior. Why had it only now reanimated? Furthermore, he observed a black liquid dripping from the corpse that he had not noticed before. As Qin Feng pondered these anomalies, the faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the broadcast room. The steps were light and rapid, unlike those of any zombie. The footsteps grew fainter, retreating downstairs. Sensing something amiss, Qin Feng abandoned his investigation of the third floor and dashed out of the broadcast room, hastening down the stairs to pursue the source of the footsteps. His speed was remarkable, and soon he spotted a shadow in black darting past on the second floor before disappearing onto the first. The figure seemed to sense Qin Feng's pursuit, and, just as he prepared to follow, a black spherical object landed before him. Qin Feng deftly avoided the object as it struck the ground, but upon contact, it exploded into a viscous pool of black liquid. The black liquid before him was the very same that Qin Feng had just witnessed on the female corpse. In an instant, as the black liquid erupted, it transformed into a humanoid figure of liquid, charging towards Qin Feng from behind. Although the liquid entity moved with remarkable speed, its power was merely at the initial level. Qin Feng parried the assault with a swift stroke of his sword, exploiting the creature's defensive flaw, and delivered a fierce, horizontal sweep that cleaved the liquid being in two. However, upon being bisected, the liquid being merged seamlessly with the remains on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black liquid reformed, rising again as two monstrous liquid entities. These two creatures attacked simultaneously from different angles, their fierce onslaught overwhelming Qin Feng. Yet, unwilling to engage in a prolonged battle, he repelled the two monstrosities with a swift strike and executed a graceful somersault, leaping down from the second floor to the open space below the office building. At that moment, the black-clad figure he had been pursuing stood before him, clad in a dark trench coat, their face obscured by mask and sunglasses, rendering their features unrecognizable. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was certain that this individual was not a zombie, but a living human. "Who are you? Why did you command that female zombie to attack me?" Qin Feng fixed his icy gaze on the black-clad figure, demanding an explanation. The black-clad figure chuckled darkly. "Curious about my identity? First, you must pass this trial." With that, the figure vanished in a flash, effortlessly circumventing Qin Feng. Their speed was beyond that of an ordinary human. As the black figure prepared to escape, Qin Feng immediately struck with his sword. Yet, just as his attack was about to connect, the two liquid monsters launched their own assault from behind, their razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like steel blades, forcing Qin Feng to pivot and defend. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated as Qin Feng successfully blocked the attacks of the two liquid creatures. Channeling his strength, he unleashed a powerful surge, sending the two entities staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng executed a swift slash, the brilliant arc of his sword severing the heads of both monsters. Devoid of corpses to draw energy from, the creatures collapsed into pools of black liquid, swiftly evaporating. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating two initial-level special monsters. Survival points, 20. Total survival points, 106. However, upon turning back after dispatching the monsters, Qin Feng found that the black-clad figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a white note on the ground inscribed with a brief message. "I await your presence at the library." The library? Could this black-clad figure be connected to the blue parasitic creature encountered in the library? The familiar three characters triggered a recollection of the battle from the previous night. That eerie blue parasitic entity seemed akin to a liquid form, further solidifying Qin Feng's suspicions. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to visit the library before departing the school with Chun Yao. Yet, upon returning to the car, intending to give Chun Yao some instructions, he discovered she had vanished. All that remained were the desert eagle he had given her for self-defense and a few drops of scattered black liquid. Damn it! That bastard must have taken her. Seeing Chun Yao abducted ignited a volcanic fury within Qin Feng. "You better wait. I will ensure your demise." His right fist clenched tightly, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. However, he refrained from rushing after them, instead calmly accessing his attribute panel and the system store. With 106 survival points at his disposal, he could significantly enhance his strength. Only once his power was further augmented could he confidently confront the black-clad figure and rescue Chun Yao. "Power! I need power!" Qin Feng gritted his teeth, resolutely allocating all his survival points to bolster his strength. Soon, after a series of adjustments, his strength surged by an additional 10 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using 100 survival points to exchange for 10 points of strength. Strength 10. Ding. Host a tribute panel updated. Strength 36, holding Thunderblade. Strength 5, wearing title New Hope of the Apocalypse. Strength 10. Intelligence 15, speed 7, defense 5, mentality 5, remaining survival points 6, comprehensive combat power evaluation, intermediate level. Requires an additional 30 points to reach advanced combat capability. Chapter 28, The Superhuman. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the once clear blue sky was suddenly obscured by heavy clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously across the darkened heavens. Within the eerily silent library, a black portal materialized, and the black-clad figure who had previously confronted Qin Feng appeared, carrying the unconscious Chun Yao, making their way directly to the second floor. At the staircase's entrance, the figure surveyed the floor littered with blue slime and the remains of the mutated monsters. A cold smile spreading across their face. I never anticipated Qin Feng's growth potential to be so extraordinary, capable of successfully slaying experiment number 023. Especially considering his strength has already reached the intermediate level, with ample room for further development. This may indeed aid the master's plans. As they spoke, the black-clad figure raised a hand, conjuring a ball of flame and tossing it onto the ground, instantly incinerating the blue slime and the remains into ash. With an expression of calm, they leisurely ascended to the library's second floor, carelessly placing the unconscious Chun Yao beside a desk, their gaze sweeping across the intricately patterned wall. I have acquired data from 35 out of the 36 laboratories in Zhongbei City. I only need to obtain the data from this last laboratory to proceed with the second phase of the experiment. After murmuring softly to themselves, the black-clad figure approached the wall, producing a silver chip card, which they inserted into a crevice in the wall. With a series of heavy mechanical sounds, the wall before them slowly parted, revealing a concealed passage. The figure stepped into the passage, their form vanishing momentarily. 10 minutes later, the black-clad figure emerged from the passage, their satisfaction evident as they gazed at the 3 syringes in their hand, which contained 2 vials of blue liquid and 1 vial of red liquid. The blue liquid resembled the parasitic slime that Qin Feng had eradicated the previous night, while the nature of the red liquid remained a mystery. Samples 024 and 025 of the modified experimental subjects are secured. Subject 026 is stable and ready for experimentation, the figure murmured to themselves, before turning their attention to the unconscious Chun Yao. This girl possesses a high concentration of genes. If I inject her with subject 027, it may yield unexpected results. A sinister smile crept across the black-clad figure's face. The reason for abducting Chun Yao was their discovery of the genes they coveted within her. Humans possessing such genes could achieve a perfect fusion with parasitic entities. As they spoke, the figure unscrewed the syringe's cap and plunged the needle into Chun Yao's arm. With a press of the plunger, the mysterious red liquid was injected into her body. Yet, unlike the domineering blue slime, the red liquid did not exhibit any overt reaction upon entering Chun Yao. It appeared as though nothing had transpired at all. After a brief silence, crimson patterns began to emerge on the inner side of Chun Yao's arm, resembling a blazing sun radiating an unusual scarlet glow. The moment the enigmatic figure in black beheld this vibrant design, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. Incredible! She has directly completed the initial phase of fusion. This girl's genetic compatibility has reached at least 95%. Such a high concentration of genes is an unprecedented encounter. Could her ancestry be? Regardless of her identity, in merely a month, Subject 026 will achieve perfection, possessing powers unattainable by previous subjects. At that point, I will have a preliminary report from my master. Truly a perfect specimen. Thinking of this, the mysterious figure in black smirked coldly, unable to resist the urge to touch Chun Yao's exquisitely flawless profile. However, just as his hand was about to graze her face, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, as a bullet sped towards him with tremendous velocity. Yet, the black-clad figure's reflexes were formidable. He swiftly sidestepped the incoming shot. In the next instant, Qin Feng emerged from the stairwell, offering no chance for the figure in black, as he fired several rounds from his Desert Eagle. The furious Qin Feng emptied his magazine in an instant, employing his exceptional cognitive abilities to seal off all escape routes for the black-clad figure with bullets. Realizing escape was impossible, the figure raised his hand and conjured a black vortex that absorbed the unavoidable bullets. With a mocking gaze, he addressed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I didn't anticipate your arrival would be so prompt. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing his name called, Qin Feng's movements momentarily slowed. The figure in black sneered. You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that I find you quite fascinating. If you obey me, I guarantee you will wield power in this apocalypse. Get lost. You've already taken my woman and now expect me to be your lackey? What a delusional thought. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and charged forward, his thunderblade sweeping down with formidable force. Stubborn fool. The black-clad figure merely chuckled coldly, evading Qin Feng's strike with a sidestep, then conjured another black vortex that descended upon him. Having witnessed the vortex's might, Qin Feng dared not underestimate it and executed an extreme dodge, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, in doing so, he left numerous openings due to the extent of his movements. Fortunately, the figure in black did not pursue, instead adopting a condescending stance as he said, though your speed and strength far exceed that of ordinary humans. Brute force is still just brute force. It cannot contend with my supernatural abilities. I advise you to reconsider my earlier words, for once you regret your decision, there will be no turning back. Nonsense. I care not for your so-called supernatural powers. Accept my blade, Qin Feng retorted, seizing the opportunity while the figure was momentarily distracted. Leaping forward with the full weight of his 360-kilogram muscular might, striking fiercely. Unfazed by the onslaught, the figure simply flicked his fingers, summoning a black vortex that shattered Qin Feng's assault. As the vortex dismantled the force of the Thunderblade, it unleashed a tremendous tearing force. Break through, Thunderblade! Qin Feng shouted, channeling all his strength into a sweeping strike that shattered the vortex's grip, allowing him to retreat. Thankfully, he had chosen to enhance his strength by 10 points beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been unable to overcome the vortex's pull. You managed to escape from my attack. It seems you've significantly increased your strength in an instant, the figure remarked, slightly surprised. In that case, let this meeting conclude here. We shall meet again in the future. With a faint smile, the figure in black vanished into a vortex that appeared behind him, disappearing without a trace before Qin Feng could react. Damn it! Who is he? What is this supernatural being? As the formidable foe vanished, Qin Feng's expression darkened ominously. From the beginning of the battle until now, the figure in black had never revealed his full strength, treating Qin Feng as a mere insect to toy with at will. Although he had not attacked Qin Feng today, it did not imply he would refrain from doing so in the future. The thought of the figure's unfathomable power and the ominous schemes he harbored left Qin Feng feeling an immense weight upon his shoulders. He needed to accelerate his path to greater strength. Chapter 29. The Hidden Laboratory. Prior to encountering the figure in black, Qin Feng had believed his powers surpassed all others. Yet now, it was evident that he had been naive. Just the strength of a single figure in black was enough to manipulate him effortlessly, not to mention the greater forces likely lurking behind him. What were their intentions? How would the apocalypse intertwine with them? Qin Feng felt increasingly bewildered. However, now was not the time for such reflections, as Chun Yao lay unconscious on the desk beside him. Her cheeks were flushed, her body ablaze with fever, and her expression twisted in anguish. No, Chun Yao murmured in her sleep, seemingly haunted by horrific visions. Watching her suffer, Qin Feng's heart ached profoundly, especially upon noticing the syringe on the floor, with remnants of crimson viscous fluid within. Could that bastard have allowed the parasite to infest Chun Yao? The thought darkened Qin Feng's expression to its utmost severity. Forgive me, it's my failure to protect you, but rest assured, I will find a way to save you. Gritting his teeth, he directed his gaze towards a wall beside him. This wall led to the enigmatic laboratory, and the passage remained open after the figure's departure. Eureka! There must be a solution within. Chun Yao, you must hold on. You cannot suffer any harm without my permission. Qin Feng gently caressed Chun Yao's cheek. His love for her, which had burned brightly for 3 years, was more intense than any flame. May we remain together until old age. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew I could never allow another woman into my heart. With a serious expression, Qin Feng rose. stepping into the passageway leading to the laboratory. The passage descended into darkness, yet as he entered, the surrounding walls illuminated with a soft blue glow. Upon closer inspection, these lights emanated not from electric bulbs, but from a special phosphorescent mineral. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Feng's footsteps echoed softly on the glass floor as he ventured deeper. At the end of the passage stood a technologically advanced black alloy door. As soon as he approached, the door opened automatically, revealing a vast laboratory spanning over 1,000 square meters. The lab was filled with an array of high-tech experimental equipment and colorful chemical reagents, making it feel as if he had stepped into a science fiction film's futuristic laboratory. In the laboratory, the most striking feature remains the 10 enormous culture vessels positioned alongside the walls. Within the transparent liquid of these vessels, 10 human corpses float, each contorted in a myriad of grotesque postures, embodying anguish and despair. Notably, traces of a blue parasite are discernible on each body. It is evident that these corpses served as subjects for experiments aimed at identifying the most suitable host for the parasite. Clearly, these individuals are nothing more than discarded remnants of failed trials. The audacity of these individuals to use living humans as test subjects is utterly reprehensible. Although Qin Feng does not recognize any of the bodies in the culture vessels, the thought of their suffering ignites a surge of uncontainable rage within him. However, this is not the time for anger. He must urgently discover a method to extract the parasite from Chen Yao's body. After a thorough search, he uncovers several entries that appear to be experimental notes. Subject 013. Injection of the blue parasite failed. Killed by the parasite within 5 seconds. Subject 014. No abnormalities observed 3 minutes post-injection of the blue parasite. However, the subject's internal organs exploded thereafter, resulting in death of the parasite. As Qin Feng reads these clinical accounts, his countenance darkens further. Behind each cold datum lies a precious life extinguished. Finally, he stumbles upon information regarding the red parasite in the latter pages of the experimental notes. Subject 023. After injection of the blue parasite, no abnormalities for 1 hour. The parasite is successfully residing within the host, preliminary experimental requirements met. The genetic material is to be utilized for cultivating the red parasite. Subject 024. Following genetic modifications from Subject 023, some enhancements were observed, but the requirements remain unmet. Retained as a first-stage experimental result. Subject 025. No significant breakthroughs compared to Subject 024. Temporarily fails to meet requirements. Retained as a first-stage experimental result. Subject 026. Mutation. Strong reaction between gene and parasite. Successful cultivation of the red parasite. The red parasite exhibits superior vitality and special abilities compared to the blue parasite, if an appropriate genetic host is found. A more perfect red parasite can be cultivated, exhibiting combat capabilities even in its juvenile phase. The experimental notes conclude here. It becomes glaringly apparent that the mysterious figure in black injected the 026 subject into Chen Yao, plunging her into endless torment. Yet, what complicates Qin Feng's predicament is that the experimental notes detail the emergence of the red parasite, but fail to elucidate how to extricate the parasite from its host. Qin Feng is compelled to continue his search throughout the laboratory, yet despite overturning every corner, he finds no further leads. Despair increasingly clouds his features until, in a fit of rage, he strikes the sturdy wall, leaving a massive dent. Damn it, I just simply watch her succumb to the parasite. Just as despair envelopes him, the sound of crisp footsteps echoes through the laboratory corridor. Who could be? Qin Feng's gaze sharpens, brimming with wariness. However, that caution swiftly transforms into elation as he recognizes the figure entering the corridor. None other than Chen Yao. Now, Chen Yao appears flushed and vibrant, exuding vitality without a trace of the suffering she previously endured, as if she has returned to normalcy. Qin Feng, weren't we preparing to leave? How do we end up back in the library? And how could such a vast laboratory be concealed within the library? Chen Yao surveys her surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the recent events. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng notes that although traces of the parasite's life force linger in Chen Yao, there are no signs of parasitic takeover. It seems the parasite has fallen into a dormant state within her. While the permanence of this dormancy remains uncertain, at least for now, Chen Yao is safe. As Chun Yao curiously gazes at him, Qin Feng strides towards her, locking eyes before pulling her into a fervent embrace. Chapter 30, Departure, A New Journey. The sudden embrace catches Chun Yao off guard. However, she does not resist. Instead, she wraps her arms around Qin Feng's waist. Their proximity ignites a fire of passion, and in a moment of abandon, Qin Feng presses his lips against hers, fiery and inviting. Chun Yao's body tenses, electrified, and she responds clumsily yet instinctively. Words are rendered unnecessary, for their deep kiss conveys 1,000 sentiments. Just as Chun Yao anticipates what may follow, Qin Feng abruptly halts. "I'm sorry. I should have protected you better." Qin Feng's gaze penetrates Chun Yao's. "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you suddenly?" Chun Yao's eyes widen as she stares at him. Releasing her, Qin Feng inquires with concern. "Do you truly not remember anything?" "No." Chun Yao shakes her head in confusion. "I only recall waiting for you in the car, then suddenly fainting. When I awoke, I found myself back in the library, discovering this passage and seeing you." After a brief moment of recollection, Chun Yao's curiosity resurfaces. "Did something happen to me? How could a laboratory be hidden here?" "No, you merely fainted suddenly. Nothing else occurred." Observing Chun Yao's complete lack of memory regarding the events, Qin Feng decides to withhold the terrifying truth of the parasite injection. He fears she may not withstand the gravity of such knowledge. Chun Yao regards him with suspicion. "Really? You seem off." In her recollection, Qin Feng has always remained composed, even in the face of fierce mutated zombies. Yet his emotions visibly fluctuated upon seeing her just now. "Nothing is amiss. I was simply anxious when you fainted." Qin Feng insists, shaking his head. He swiftly shifts the topic. "As for this laboratory, I stumbled upon it while bringing you back to the library for rest. It likely relates to the parasite we encountered last night." "Parasite?" At the mention of the word, Chun Yao recalls the harrowing battle from the previous night, her gaze involuntarily drifting around the room. Upon witnessing the tortured remains of those who were once human, she erupts in righteous indignation. These are truly inhumane beasts. How could they use humans as test subjects? Who is responsible for this? The thought that these experimental subjects were once young students fuels an uncontrollable fire of rage within Chun Yao. "I don't know, but I suspect the onset of the apocalypse is tied to the individuals behind these experiments," Qin Feng replies solemnly. "If this is indeed the case, we may uncover a means to end the apocalypse." Chun Yao glares at the horrors before her, her teeth gritted. If these beasts are connected to the apocalypse, no punishment could ever suffice for their crimes. Indeed, those who commit heinous acts will ultimately meet their demise. They shall pay for their transgressions. Qin Feng asserts coldly. "You should rest for a moment. I need to search the laboratory for anything of value that may aid us in uncovering the mastermind behind these atrocities." Qin Feng sought various pretexts to continue his search within the laboratory, intent on discovering a method to detach the parasitic entities. Meanwhile, Chun Yao, seated and resting, regarded him with a gaze laden with complexity. She was acutely aware that something must have transpired, prompting Qin Feng's evident anxiety. Indeed, his relentless search of the laboratory might very well be for her sake. While she could surmise many possibilities, she chose to remain silent, feigning disinterest in the events surrounding her unconsciousness out of respect for Qin Feng's earnest intentions. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Feng, having unearthed nothing of consequence, ultimately conceded defeat. "Let us depart. There is no further value in our exploration here." Upon exiting the laboratory, the two ignited a fire, reducing the entire facility to smoldering ruins. After leaving the library, they drove toward the eastern campus gate. Along the way, Qin Feng cast furtive glances at Chun Yao, reassured only after confirming that she appeared to be unharmed, if only temporarily. Beneath the scorching sun, the parched asphalt bore witness to dozens of zombies congregating at the center of the road, seemingly impervious to the cacophony emitted by the campus loudspeakers, as if drawn instead by a more insidious temptation. This anomaly stirred a sense of unease within both Qin Feng and Chun Yao. It was not until they approached within 100 meters of the horde that they discerned the focal point of the zombies' assault, a cage forged entirely of steel. It is evident that the iron cage did not materialize spontaneously. It was deliberately placed there by human hands. As the two individuals focused their gaze, they discerned within the confines of the iron cage 2 men, their countenances haggard and worn, huddled together in despair. Their eyes filled with terror as they beheld the throngs of zombies outside the cage. They were once wandering survivors, suddenly captured while foraging for supplies. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves ensnared within this iron cage, heavily surrounded by the relentless undead, akin to beasts ensnared in a trap, left with nothing but boundless despair and anguish. No wonder there was a massive congregation of zombies at the East School gate. It turns out someone was imprisoned here. It remains a mystery who could commit such a heinous act. Upon discerning the situation within, Qin Feng and Chun Yao finally understood why hundreds, even thousands, of zombies had amassed in this place. Help! Help! Please save us! The two individuals trapped within the iron cage appear to have noticed the approaching Qin Feng and Chun Yao, immediately lighting up with hope and calling out for help. Upon hearing their pleas, Chun Yao, feeling a twinge of compassion, turned to Qin Feng and inquired, "Given their demeanor, they do not seem to be malevolent. Should we consider rescuing them? Rescue them? My dear young lady, are you jesting with me?" Qin Feng replied in silence, "There are at least 50 zombies outside. Even with my skills, it is utterly impossible to cope with them. If you wish to avoid the fate of a young widow, I strongly advise you to abandon any thoughts of rescuing others." Qin Feng is no altruist. He would never risk himself for the sake of an unrelated stranger. Had he encountered anyone other than Chun Yao at the gym, he would certainly not have taken the chance to bring someone along. Chun Yao comprehended Qin Feng's sentiments. She understood he would not intervene for an ordinary passerby, yet her innate kindness compelled her to voice her concerns. After receiving Qin Feng's response, she softly remarked, "I was merely inquiring. If you lack confidence, then it's best to refrain. I do not wish to see you in any peril. As long as you understand." Qin Feng replied, pressing the accelerator to the floor, swiftly crossing the road. "Do you have no humanity? How can you stand by and witness such suffering? May you be cursed to meet an untimely demise." The two individuals confined within the cage witnessed Qin Feng not only showing no intention of rescuing them, but also fleeing with the train under the cover of night. Enraged, they erupted into furious curses. Yet, apart from futile insults, they possessed no other means. The ironclad cage serves as their final bastion of protection, while simultaneously binding them in shackles of despair. Their fate is nothing but a despairing wait for death. Such is the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chapter 31. The Bloodied Streets. Ruins. After leaving the school, Qin Feng and his companion drove through a landscape of countless urban ruins. The once vibrant and bustling city now lay in ruins, with charred buildings billowing smoke and flames, and vast expanses of corpses strewn about. The roads were choked with abandoned vehicles, remnants of collisions littering the streets. Particularly the unfortunate souls who found themselves on the streets when the apocalypse struck, transformed into mere shadows of their former selves by the sudden onslaught of the virus. Even if one is not immediately infected, they may still fall victim to the ravenous undead, succumbing to their fatal bites. As vehicles traverse the roads beneath the dusky sky, the chilling echoes of anguish screams occasionally reach the ears of Qin Feng and his companion. Fortunately, they possess a vehicle, allowing them to escape before the horde can react. However, the devastation of the road has rendered their progress painfully slow. They never anticipated the city would be reduced to such ruins, and concern for the well-being of their families weighs heavily on their minds. Glancing at the apocalyptic scene outside, Chun Yao's expression gradually darkens. Though she understands that the fate of her loved ones is likely grim, a flicker of hope still lingers within her. After a brief silence, Chun Yao turns to Qin Feng and inquires, "Qin Feng, where shall we go now?" "We should first seek a secure refuge," he replies. "The entire city has succumbed, and wandering aimlessly is perilously reckless. Who knows what unknown dangers lurk beyond our sight?" Although Qin Feng has attained a mid-tier level of strength, he has already encountered numerous mutated zombies and creatures within Jiangbei University. He cannot assure her that more formidable monsters do not lurk outside the school confines. Thus, exercising caution is undoubtedly prudent. Chun Yao bites her lip, suddenly proposing, "In that case, why not head to my home?" "To your home? This may not be advisable. Is it not a bit hasty?" Upon hearing these three words, Qin Feng's mind was instantly flooded with inappropriate associations. Chun Yao, her cheeks flushed, clarified, "What are you thinking? My family resides in an independent estate, equipped with comprehensive security measures. The nearby villa district is quite deserted, making it an optimal choice for refuge. Furthermore, at this point, Chen Yao's voice trailed off. And additionally, you can keep an eye on the safety of your family, correct? Qin Feng astutely discerned Chen Yao's thoughts. With genuine sincerity in her eyes, Chen Yao nodded affirmatively. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. The conditions at your home indeed align well with the criteria for selecting a refuge. If it is not too far, we could also check on your parents-in-law. Please, let us keep it serious. Chen Yao replied with a shy laugh, then turned her gaze ahead and continued. My home is not far. It is located right on the outskirts of the Southern District. Even though the roads are currently in poor condition, it would take us at most a little over an hour by car to reach. Qin Feng softly replied, All right, then we shall head to your home first. While he too wished to ascertain the well-being of his family, they resided on the far side of the city. Given the present circumstances, traversing the perilous city to reach them would be impossible without at least 10 to 15 days. Thus, seeking a secure location to enhance their strength was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at this juncture. Click, click, click. However, just as Qin Feng's words fell, an odd and peculiar noise suddenly emanated from beneath the car's hood, and immediately thereafter, the vehicle stalled, rendering it utterly immobile. Qin Feng once again attempted to press the accelerator, yet the vehicle remained unresponsive, compelling him to pound the steering wheel in frustration. Damn it! Of all times to break down, parking is utterly impossible in this vicinity. This has become quite a predicament. Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves at a crossroads. Once a vibrant and bustling commercial street, now swarming with an unquantifiable number of zombies. Lingering here any longer would yield dire consequences. Qin Feng promptly exited the vehicle to conduct an inspection. However, with his expert skills, he found no apparent issues after a thorough examination, suggesting that the vehicle itself was not at fault. It was perplexing. All components appeared to be functioning correctly, yet the car refused to start. Qin Feng murmured to himself and returned to the car, attempting to start the engine once more. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The vehicle showed no signs of life. Chen Yao inquired, What is the matter? Can you not even identify the issue? Qin Feng replied in a hushed tone, Yes, everything appears to be in order. Yet it simply won't start. It is highly likely that the issue does not lie with the car itself. Chen Yao gazed intently at Qin Feng and inquired, What do you mean? Qin Feng looked up at the darkening night sky, pondered for a moment, and responded, I'm afraid it may also be related to this damned apocalypse. Chen Yao, feeling a sense of urgency, asked, What should we do now? Qin Feng glanced at the restless throngs of corpses surrounding him. It would be unwise to navigate through such a sea of the undead at night. For the sake of safety, the two had no choice but to abandon the inoperable vehicle. Qin Feng led the way, while Chen Yao, armed with a pistol reloaded with 5 fresh bullets, followed closely behind. With utmost caution, they made their way towards the right side of the intersection. Suddenly, a chilling scream erupted ahead of the two individuals, causing them to halt abruptly and lean against the adjacent wall, peering into the unfolding scene. As night gradually descended, beneath the faint glow of the waning moon, the once bustling streets, teeming with life, transformed into a nightmarish slaughterhouse. Zombies. Not far ahead of the two individuals, an entire horde of over 100 zombies lay sprawled in the middle of the street, ravenously tearing at the fresh flesh and blood of humanity. Limbs severed, blood flowing like a river. The scene before me resembles that of a hellish nightmare. Even though Qin Feng was accustomed to gruesome scenes, he could not help but feel a chilling sensation creep up his spine. The unfortunate souls, torn to shreds by the zombies, might merely have been survivors venturing out in search of supplies. However, a moment's carelessness could lead these survivors to become prey, ensnared by the lurking zombies on this very street, reduced to mere delicacies in the ravenous jaws of the undead. Qin Feng and his companion found themselves in a precarious position, as the zombies in the center of the street seemed to have caught a whiff of the sanguine scent emanating from Qin Feng. No fewer than 10 male zombies had already turned their heads, fixating their gaze upon him. This was dire. We must withdraw swiftly. 10 zombies turned their heads and glanced over, startling Qin Feng and his companion. In a moment of desperation, they swiftly dashed toward a nearby shop with its doors wide open. Upon discovering Qin Feng and his companion, the 10 zombies surged forward with the fervor of hounds that have caught sight of their prey. The zombies moved with remarkable swiftness, yet Qin Feng, seasoned by countless battles, promptly ushered Chun Yao into the shop. Without hesitation, he exerted his strength to swiftly pull down the shop's roll-up door, striving to keep the 10 zombies at bay outside. As the rolling shutter descended at an alarming speed, it suddenly halted when a zombie's head was forcefully wedged into the gap, mere inches from the ground. The other 9 zombies imitated the first, shoving their decaying heads through the crevice of the door, followed by their putrid hands, eagerly clawing towards the direction of Qin Feng and his companion. They have breached the threshold. Chun Yao was taken aback, quickly retreating behind Qin Feng. With his right hand, Qin Feng firmly pulled down the roller shutter, using his strength to temporarily hold back 10 frenzied zombies. However, this could not continue indefinitely. With unwavering determination, Qin Feng gripped the thunder blade tightly in his left hand and decisively swung it down towards the skull of the first zombie. Slash! A sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed as Qin Feng effortlessly swung his blade. The edge of the thunderclap soared easily, severing the head of the first zombie. The sword remained unsheathed as Qin Feng raised the thunderclap blade high before swiftly bringing it down. The second strike, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. With each strike, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, rolling in a pool of putrid, sanguineous blood. After vanquishing all 10 zombies, Qin Feng used his left foot to kick their lifeless bodies out from beneath the roller shutter, subsequently slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Congratulations, host, on vanquishing 10 ordinary zombies. You have earned 10 survival points. Your total accumulation of survival points now stands at 11. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck, having uncovered 2 white corpse nuclei. Chapter 32. The sign-in mission has been refreshed. Another white corpse nucleus has been revealed. Splendid. This turn of events is truly exhilarating. Qin Feng, satisfied, stored the white corpse core into his system backpack, intending to retrieve it for future use when necessary. The crisis had been averted. Both Qin Feng and Chun Yao let out a sigh of relief. Chun Yao, brushing her alluring curves, expressed her lingering fear, remarking on the near calamity of being overwhelmed by the zombies. Qin Feng whispered, fortunate that the majority of the horde had not been stirred. Otherwise, this mere roll-up door would have offered no resistance. Their gazes then shifted towards the interior of the shop. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a high-end men's clothing store, now in disarray, strewn with bloodstains and the remnants of bodies that had long since decayed into bones. It was evident that when the apocalypse struck, unimaginable horrors had unfolded here in an instant. Qin Feng, whose clothes were tattered beyond repair, casually took down a luxurious black shirt from the wall and changed into it. As he removed his clothing, his well-defined muscles and 8-pack abs were inadvertently revealed, causing Chun Yao, who couldn't help but steal glances, to swallow hard. Such a perfect physique. As Chun Yao beheld Qin Feng's robust physique, a wave of desire washed over her. Ultimately, she succumbed to the impulse to touch his body, finding an excuse to say, "You have so many wounds. Shouldn't you tend to them? It would be unfortunate if they became infected." Qin Feng's nearly flawless form bore numerous scars, with various ghastly wounds, bloodied and grotesque, visible on his back, arms, and abdomen, evoking an overwhelming sense of sympathy. When Chun Yao's delicate hand unexpectedly brushed against him, Qin Feng felt a jolt of electricity surge through his body, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "It's nothing. Given my constitution, these wounds won't have much of an impact," he replied, lightly touching the injuries on his body, although he still felt considerable pain. The presence of an immunization agent rendered him immune to the zombie virus, let alone ordinary pathogens and bacteria. Therefore, unless the wounds were particularly lethal, these commonplace scratches required no treatment. After their brief exchange, Qin Feng donned a black shirt, complemented by a stylish black leather trench coat. The already tall Qin Feng appeared even more striking and formidable in the coat. The quality and craftsmanship of these garments were impeccable, and given their imported brand status, they would have commanded a price in the tens of thousands before the apocalypse. As a mere student of modest means, Qin Feng would likely never have worn such luxurious attire were it not for the dire circumstances of the present world. Chun Yao scrutinized the clothing adorning Qin Feng and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "You look so handsome. This outfit is truly stunning." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Tell me, is this outfit more handsome? Or am I?" Chun Yao's cheeks immediately flushed. "Well, you can guess." Observing Chun Yao's bashful demeanor, Qin Feng already discerned the answer. With a playful smile, he continued, "All right, I find this place quite agreeable and rather safe. We've had a long day. It's time for us to rest." Upon hearing the rather sensitive phrase sleep, Chun Yao's fair and delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "You can't possibly be thinking." As Chun Yao suddenly blushed, Qin Feng lightly tapped her small head, saying, "What are you imagining? In this environment, I have no interest in such matters." He sighed. "I thought you might be considering it." Chun Yao exhaled, her tone relaxed yet tinged with an imperceptible hint of regret. However, Qin Feng, having experienced many battles, easily discerned her subtle emotions. He suddenly grinned and teased, "Ha, it seems you're the one with such thoughts. If you truly cannot resist, I could reluctantly keep you company." No, I certainly do not wish for that," Chun Yao exclaimed, covering her face with her hands before hastily fleeing. "TSK. Women are such contradictory beings," Qin Feng chuckled to himself. That night, the two remained in the clothing store, resting. Qin Feng settled down on the sofa, while Chun Yao lay beside him. Exhausted, Qin Feng quickly succumbed to slumber, whereas Chun Yao turned to gaze at his face. Unable to sleep, as peculiar thoughts occupied her mind. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Feng, who had not enjoyed a restful night in over a week, opened his slightly heavy eyelids. It was around 6 in the morning, and the sun had already cast its golden rays upon the earth. Chun Yao, having just fallen asleep, was still lost in her dreams. Not wishing to disturb her, Qin Feng retrieved a few sips from the scant remaining bottles of mineral water in his backpack. After 2 days of consumption, only a few meager food items remained, and he had merely 2.5 bottles of water left, enough to last a single day. Within that time frame, they needed to reach Chun Yao's family estate. Under normal circumstances, it would take just over an hour by vehicle. But without any means of transportation and with dangers lurking outside, achieving that distance in a day would be quite a challenge. Beep. The sign-in task has been refreshed. Today's sign-in task: hunt down 3 novice-level zombies to complete the sign-in. Task progress 05. Please complete the task before midnight tonight. Otherwise, it will automatically expire. As Qin Feng contemplated his forthcoming plans, the system's notification chimed in his ear. This time it was a new sign-in task. The sign-in task has finally refreshed. A new task for signing in has emerged, causing Qin Feng to feel a surge of excitement. This time, it involves hunting 3 low-level zombies, a feat that poses no challenge given his current capabilities. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that low-level zombies are not as easily found as one might hope. Qin Feng instinctively stroked his chin, contemplating the search for these zombies. At that moment, Chun Yao also awoke, noticing Qin Feng lost in thought. She refrained from interrupting him and instead took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water she retrieved for her backpack. Their movements mirrored each other closely, perhaps a sign of an unspoken camaraderie. Once Qin Feng solidified his thoughts, he finally noticed Chun Yao sitting beside him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "What are you thinking about?" she inquired. Qin Feng smiled gently, saying, "It is nothing, merely trivial matters. Now that you are awake, let us resume our journey, for we cannot linger in this place." You are the leader, and I shall heed your guidance." Chun Yao gently nodded. The survival team of the two revolved entirely around Qin Feng. After a brief respite, they approached the rear entrance of the clothing store. This door led to a vast shopping mall, secured by 2 thick glass doors locked with a steel clasp. In front of the transparent glass doors lay the remnants of 2 bodies, ravaged and fragmented, judging by the tattered clothing scattered on the ground. They appeared to be employees of the store. The glass doors bore several bloodied handprints, while a string of blood-stained keys lay on the smooth floor. Time had rendered the blood dark and congealed, merging seamlessly with the pools on the ground. It was evident that, due to the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, the 2 panicked employees had not managed to unlock the rear door in time to escape, falling victim to the zombies just before the threshold. The bloodstains on the glass were a testament to their desperate struggle in their final moments. Qin Feng and his companion stepped over the remnants on the ground and wiped the dust from the glass doors, peering into the expansive shopping mall beyond. Chapter 33. Search for Supplies. At the rear entrance of the clothing store, Qin Feng and his companion gazed into the interior of the once opulent shopping mall. What had been a resplendent establishment now lay in ruins. Illuminated by the sunlight filtering through the transparent glass skylight above, they observed the dim surroundings, with the expansive plaza, spanning thousands of square meters, was littered with remnants of humanity, heavy dust, bloodstains, and skeletal remains, all occupying the entirety of the mall's open space. In the distance, approximately 200 meters from the rear entrance of the clothing store, a handful of aimless zombies wandered about, their expressions vacant and movements sluggish, suggesting they had not fed in a considerable time. Though these creatures were indeed monsters, they too required sustenance. Without fresh blood and flesh, they would grow increasingly frail, ultimately devolving into decrepit corpses, inferior even to ordinary zombies. The few lethargic zombies before them epitomized this condition. The rear entrance of the clothing store was situated about 200 meters from the safe exit of the mall, separated by 7 or 8 shops. Along the stretch, apart from the scattered human remains, no zombies could be found. Diagonally across from the clothing store stood a large Walmart, where several disfigured zombies meandered at the entrance, their vacant gazes reflecting only the most primal desires. Marvelous. There's a supermarket here. We can replenish our supplies of food and water, Qin Feng murmured. Qinyao, I'll lure all the zombies over to deal with them. You provide support from the back. If any zombies attempt to ambush me, shoot them directly and aim carefully. Qinyao, a touch apprehensive, inquired, but there are more than 10 zombies outside. Do you think you can handle so many at once? Qin Feng reassured her. I'm in excellent condition. Managing a dozen zombies should pose no challenge. Besides, these zombies are less ferocious than those on the streets outside, making them easier to confront. Nodding in agreement, Qinyao replied, Then we shall proceed, as you suggest. Rest assured, I'll cover your back. Confident in her marksmanship, she had successfully supported Qin Feng multiple times during their recent skirmishes. With their plan established, Qin Feng picked up a blood-stained key from the floor. After several unsuccessful attempts with incorrect keys, he finally found the right one to unlock the steel lock on the back door. While he could have forcibly smashed the lock with his blade, such an action would undoubtedly create a greater noise, potentially alarming the horde of zombies outside. A risk he was unwilling to take. Currently, Qin Feng had no desire to confront the horde of satiated zombies that roamed outside, having just encountered a flesh-eating zombie, which is the most frenzied and ferocious of all. One must not underestimate its menace. After unlocking the steel lock on the door, Qin Feng forcefully pushed open the glass door and, subsequently, discarded his blood-stained garments outside. The intoxicating scent of blood swiftly permeated the air, inevitably drawing the attention of all the zombies within the shopping mall, whether it be the sluggish zombies or those wandering at the entrance of the supermarket. They were all irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing scent of blood, casting their gaze in its direction. When they discovered that a living human stood not far away, the primal desire in their hollow eyes was instantly ignited, and they surged towards Qin Feng with reckless abandon. Little do we know, a cunning hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. The moment these zombies regarded Qin Feng as their prey, their fate was sealed to a path of certain demise. A fierce battle was imminent. Qin Feng, with remarkable agility and reflexes, swiftly dispatched the foremost zombies. After several days of combat, his movements had become increasingly fierce and rapid, exhibiting the demeanor of a seasoned warrior. Armed with the Thunderblade, his swift strikes, combined with powerful punches, sweeping kicks, and agile maneuvers, allowed him to rapidly eliminate large hordes of zombies. Qinyao was utterly astonished by Qin Feng's swift and formidable skills. As if she were witnessing a cinematic spectacle. Before she could react, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched the more than 10 zombies outside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing 14 zombies, earning 14 survival points, and accumulating a total of 25 survival points, upon enhancing my strength to 36 points. These ordinary zombies can no longer withstand a single blow from me. A satisfied smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he surveyed the multitude of fallen corpses around him. Now, he is merely 30 attribute points away from elevating his power to a higher tier, bringing him one step closer to an even greater level of strength. With everything resolved, let's proceed. Qin Feng wiped the blood from the Thunderblade and set off towards the supermarket with Qinyao. In less than a minute, they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. The transparent glass doors at the entrance were slightly ajar, and rather than rushing in, they paused outside to assess the situation within. Although it was daytime, the completely enclosed supermarket was shrouded in an eerie dimness, with only faint beams of sunlight filtering through, barely illuminating the interior. Inside the expansive supermarket, Their eyes were immediately drawn to the sight of numerous toppled shelves and scattered merchandise strewn across the floor, which included food items and everyday necessities. However, there were no signs of zombies or human corpses. The absence of zombies suggested a temporary safety. Chen Yao spoke in a hushed tone. It seems safe for now. Qin Feng murmured, something feels off. Chen Yao inquired, oh, what seems off? After observing for a while longer, Qin Feng finally spoke. Regardless of the time, food and water are humanity's most essential necessities. At the onset of the apocalypse, it is certain that the nearby populace would hasten here to gather sustenance and hydration. Apart from the chaos, it appears that food, water, and other vital supplies have not diminished. Upon your remark, it indeed seems so. Aside from the turmoil, the goods remain unchanged. Chen Yao could not help but speculate in fear. Could it be that there are terrifying mutated creatures inside? It is possible, but perhaps we are merely overthinking it. Qin Feng gently advised, in any case, we must exercise caution as we enter. If any unusual circumstances arise, you must prioritize your safety. Chen Yao nodded earnestly, understood. After a brief preparation, Qin Feng led the way, carefully pushing open the supermarket's glass door and cautiously stepping inside. As they traversed the scattered goods on the floor, Qin Feng moved ahead, with Chen Yao closely behind, both vigilant of their surroundings. Caution is the cornerstone of safety. Remaining alert is never a mistake. Once the two had thoroughly scoured 1/3 of the supermarket's first floor and confirmed it was secure, they began to gather supplies. After filling Qin Feng's bag, they located a new black backpack within the supermarket to hold an ample supply of food and water. The process of collecting provisions went smoothly, and they encountered none of the dangers they had anticipated. However, as they let their guard down, they failed to notice a mysterious shadow lurking in the dark recesses of the supermarket, quietly observing them. Chapter 34, The Crawler. After completing their search for supplies, Qin Feng and Chen Yao arrived at the checkout counter of the supermarket. Although shopping in this apocalyptic world did not require payment, it remained an essential passage for departure. Beside the checkout, the ground was strewn with an assortment of chewing gum and condoms, two entirely disparate products mingled together. Just as Qin Feng was about to lead the way out, Chen Yao unexpectedly crouched down, swiftly snatching up a box and quickly stowing it away in her pocket. However, her furtive action did not escape Qin Feng's notice. With a smile, he inquired, "What are you secretly hiding?" Upon being discovered by Qin Feng, Chen Yao immediately resembled a startled rabbit, her cheeks flushing as she hastily explained, "It's nothing, just a box of chewing gum." Qin Feng replied with a mischievous smile, "Oh, is it truly just chewing gum? Why then do I see Durex?" Chen Yao shyly covered her face and replied, "It truly is chewing gum." "Humph, I refuse to believe it unless you show me," Qin Feng said, extending his hand to signal Chen Yao to present the item for inspection. Realizing that she could no longer conceal it, Chen Yao blushed and, with gritted teeth, replied, "Fine. Indeed, it is a box of Durex." Qin Feng gazed at Chen Yao's bashful expression and remarked, "Is it truly Durex? What could you possibly be doing with such a thing? You rascal, you ask knowingly." Chen Yao glared angrily at Qin Feng. Upon witnessing Chen Yao's bashful and endearing demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. And then he playfully remarked, "Do you know why supermarkets prefer to sell chewing gum alongside condoms?" Chen Yao shot a displeased glance at Qin Feng. "I have no idea." Qin Feng replied with a mischievous smile, "Because they are all wrapped up and discarded after use." "Wrapped up after use? What does that mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Chen Yao momentarily found herself at a loss for words. However, she quickly grasped the meaning, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson akin to a ripe tomato. "Humph, you rogue. How astute of you." Chen Yao shyly covered her face as she made her way towards the exit. "Well, to be honest, I don't quite understand it either. Since I never used this thing before." Qin Feng chuckled as he followed in her footsteps. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they passed by the checkout counter. Once they arrived at the supermarket's exit, their voices abruptly ceased, and an unsettling chill ran down their spines. Blood. It was all blood. Through the glass door of the exit, Qin Feng and the other person distinctly observed the street outside, awash with an abundance of blood. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. At this moment, a plethora of adjectives flooded the minds of the two individuals. How abhorrent! The unbearably pungent stench made Chen Yao feel nauseous, nearly causing her to expel the contents of her stomach from the previous night meal. Chun Yao's voice trembled as she exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? How could there be so much blood? Just how many lives have been lost? I fear it may be at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands." Qin Feng's expression instantly grew serious. Although this street is bustling, the foot traffic is certainly not this dense. Chun Yao turned to Qin Feng. "What do you mean?" Qin Feng spoke with a somber tone. "The individuals outside have been driven here only to face a systematic massacre." Chun Yao's expression reflected her shock. "What? You claim that the situation outside is one of mass slaughter? Who could possibly be responsible for such an atrocity? I fear we shall soon uncover the answer." Qin Feng's gaze grew intense, as if he sensed something. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Qin Feng's voice fell, a sudden, heavy, and eerie sound of footsteps echoed from behind the two. Each step resonated like the harbinger of death, gradually drawing nearer to Qin Feng and his companion. The expressions of Qin Feng and his companion instantly froze, their hearts surging to their throats in an overwhelming sense of peril. A feeling that surpassed even their previous encounter with the colossal zombie in the underground parking lot. Bang, bang, bang. The eerie sound of footsteps echoed continuously from within the dimly lit supermarket. With each thud, the distance between Qin Feng and his companion diminished, accompanied by an increasingly rapid pace. A high-level mutated zombie crawler has been detected. "Host, please exercise caution." With his right hand tightly gripping the thunderblade, Qin Feng shielded Chun Yao behind him. The two of them then clearly beheld the approaching shadow, which turned out to be a monstrous aberration. Its entire form veined with a ghastly crimson. It possessed a head reminiscent of a human's, yet its torso slithered along the ground like that of a lizard. Despite its reptilian movement, its colossal size rendered it taller than both Qin Feng and Chun Yao, even in its crawl. This is the high-tier variant of the mutated zombie. The crawler. Retreat. Before the crawler could launch its assault, Qin Feng swiftly grasped Chun Yao's hand and propelled her through the supermarket's entrance, racing towards the bustling street beyond. However, due to the pervasive bloodshed and corpses, their speed was significantly hindered, rendering them incapable of a full-speed retreat. The creature, instead of hastily pursuing its prey, relished the hunt like a seasoned hunter, gradually quickening its pace to stalk the two individuals relentlessly. The sound of its movements echoed ominously through the air. Suddenly, before the path of escape for the two individuals, a flurry of crimson blossoms erupted, and after a succession of 3 resounding noises, 3 figures, drenched in blood, materialized in an instant. Warning: 3 initial-level crawlers have appeared ahead. Please proceed with caution, host. As the system's warning echoed, Qin Feng and his companion finally discerned the 3 figures ahead, which were also crawlers, albeit significantly smaller in size compared to the one behind them, lacking the oppressive weightiness. 3 initial-level crawlers have emerged, rushing towards Qin Feng and his companion with eerie sounds, forming a pincer attack with the colossal crawler behind them. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, proactively brandishing his sword to confront the foe. With a swift and precise strike, the blade's glimmer sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the first-tier crawler in half. The other 2 crawlers seized the opportunity, immediately launching an assault from both sides with their razor-sharp claws, akin to daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With meticulous preparation, Chun Yao fired 3 shots in quick succession, each finding its mark and successfully repelling the crawling creature on the left. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng pursued relentlessly, driving his sword through the head of the creature on the right. Before the left-side crawler could launch another assault, he executed a swift leap, delivering a decisive strike that cleaved the final novice crawler in half. In less than 10 seconds, 3 novice crawlers were vanquished by Qin Feng and his companion. Roar! Before the two could catch their breath, a formidable high-ranking crawler had already approached from behind, its terrifying maw spewing forth a noxious, verdant corrosive liquid, surging towards them with relentless ferocity. Seeing this situation, Qin Feng swiftly moved in front of Chun Yao, wielding his sword as a shield to deflect the oncoming corrosive liquid assault. However, a small amount of corrosive liquid inevitably splashed onto Qin Feng. Upon contact with his skin, the potent corrosive substance emitted a hissing sound, and the intense pain caused Qin Feng to break into a cold sweat in an instant. As the impending pressure became unbearable, a bronze light suddenly flickered before Qin Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for vanquishing 3 level 1 crawlers. Survival points, 30. Accumulated survival points. 55. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's sign-in task. Today, fortune smiles upon me as I have unexpectedly acquired 2 bronze-level sign-in chests. Shall I open them immediately? Chapter 35. Silver-level weapon. At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. 2 bronze treasure chests? Such a maneuver? Gazing at the 2 bronze treasure chests before him, shimmering with a blinding radiance, Qin Feng stood in a state of utter astonishment. But now is not the time for astonishment, for he is on the verge of succumbing to the relentless assault of the corrosive liquid. Activate immediately. As Qin Feng's voice faded, the 2 bronze treasure chests before him opened almost simultaneously. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening a bronze-level treasure chest. Acquired the bronze-level weapon, the blood-sucking scythe. Equipping it will enhance strength by 5 points. Congratulations, esteemed user, on unlocking the bronze-level treasure chest. Acquire the bronze-tier weapon, the Spear of Swift Strikes. Equipping it will enhance your speed by 5 points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gathered all the necessary materials to forge the silver-tier melee weapon, Apocalypse. This will grant you a plethora of formidable attributes. Shall we proceed with the synthesis immediately? As the 2 bronze treasure chests were opened, Qin Feng directly acquired 2 weapons, the Spear of Swift Strikes and the Scythe of Bloodsucking. More importantly, a synthesis interface materialized before him. With a mere click of confirmation, he could forge a more potent weapon for the Apocalypse. Splendid. This was perfectly timed. He would synthesize without delay. Qin Feng's face broke into a radiant smile, unexpectedly delighted by the effectiveness of today's sign-in task. Ding. Synthesis confirmed. The weapon is now undergoing synthesis. Ding. The weapon synthesis has reached 10% completion. Ding. The weapon synthesis has reached 20% completion. Ding. The weapon synthesis is now 100% complete. Congratulations, host, on the successful synthesis of your weapon. As the synthesis progress bar reached 100%, a burst of crimson light erupted, enveloping Qin Feng entirely in the sanguine radiance. Before Qin Feng could react, the thunderblade in his hand transformed into a sharp, serrated blood knife. Upon this bloodied blade, 4 orbs resembling eyes gaze intently in all directions, exuding an imposing aura. This is the silver-grade weapon, Apocalypse. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the silver-tier weapon, Apocalypse. The attributes of this weapon are as follows. Passive skill. Power of the Apocalypse. When a host equips the Apocalypse, it enhances strength by 50 points, speed by 10 points, and defense by 10 points. Active skill, Ruinous Blade. Unleash the weapon's active skill to release 3 crimson blades, inflicting substantial damage upon the nearest foes. The damage value is equivalent to 15 times the host's current strength. For instance, if the protagonist's strength is 1,000 kilograms at this moment, the release of a blade's light could inflict a destructive force of 15,000 kilograms. The range of the blade's assault extends to a radius of 5 meters. After each activation of the active skill, a cooldown period of 1 hour is required before it can be unleashed again. The silver-tier weapon, the End of Times, can be combined with the silver-tier weapon, the Endless Blade, to forge the golden-tier weapon, the Bloodthirsty War Blade. In the moment of grasping the end of the world, Qin Feng felt a formidable force surge directly into his body, causing his strength, speed, and defense to experience a dramatic leap in an instant. Ding! The host's attribute panel has been updated. Strength, 71, with the Apocalypse in hand. Strength increases by 40. Wearing the title New Hope of the Apocalypse grants an additional 10 to Strength, Intelligence. 15 speed, 17, with the Apocalypse in hand. Speed increases by 10, defense. 15, with the Apocalypse in hand. Defense increases by 10, spirit. 5 remaining survival points. 55 overall combat power valuation. High tier. An enhancement of 100 attribute points is required to reach the next combat power level. Phew, is this the power of a silver tier weapon? Indeed, it is incomparable to that of a bronze tier. Feeling the swift surge of strength within him, Qin Feng's smile instantly blossomed like a radiant flower. In the next moment, he wielded the weapon of the Apocalypse in his hand, effortlessly penetrating the venomous assault that surged towards him. Before the advanced crawler could react, Qin Feng, whose speed had surged dramatically, had already closed in. With a muscular force of 700 kilograms unleashed, the blade descended like Mount Tai, imposing and unstoppable. The advanced crawler was struck by a profound sense of crisis and swiftly attempted to evade Qin Feng's frontal assault. However, Qin Feng's speed surpassed that of his opponent. And with the calculations of his exceptionally high intelligence quotient of 150, he had already anticipated the advanced crawler's movements. With a precise strike, the blade cleaved through the crawler's body. As dark, foul blood gushed forth, a terrifying gash marred the crawler's massive form. Roar! Intense agony surged forth, prompting the crawler to let out a furious roar. Yet, it is ultimately a high-tier, mutated zombie. This strike cannot bring about its demise. Instead, the excruciating pain incites an instantaneous frenzy within it, as its claws, sharp as steel, lunge toward Qin Feng at an astonishing angle with remarkable speed. The advanced crawler possesses an exceptionally swift attack speed. Even after Qin Feng's speed attribute was increased by 10 points, he could barely evade its strikes. In this regard, Qin Feng gradually felt a sense of relief. Had the high-ranking crawler unleashed its full strength from the very beginning, he and Chun Yao would likely have met their demise without ever reaching the synthesis of the silver-grade weapon in this apocalyptic world. However, at present, Qin Feng has mastered the art of evading the assaults of advanced crawlers while simultaneously launching a swift and fierce counterattack. Moreover, each of Qin Feng's fierce counterattacks inflicts considerable damage upon the high-level crawlers. As a result of the fierce assault, the high-ranking crawler not only failed to inflict any harm upon Qin Feng, but was instead left battered and bruised by his strikes. Meanwhile, Chun Yao, observing Qin Feng's apparent enhancement in strength, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. As expected of him, each time in the most perilous moments, he manages to bring forth an entirely new surprise. Chun Yao relaxed with a smile, then, seizing the opportunity, fired her Desert Eagle from behind. The precise bullet swiftly pierced the vital area of the high-level crawler, inflicting devastating damage. After enduring a series of blows, the advanced crawler gradually found it increasingly difficult to withstand Qin Feng's relentless assault. Ultimately, it could only open its gaping maw once more, spewing forth a noxious green corrosive fluid in a desperate attempt to vanquish Qin Feng. However, this maneuver holds no efficacy against the current Qin Feng, who slices through the corrosive liquid's assault, his hand radiating with the luminous blood of the apocalypse. Let us test the active skill of the apocalyptic realm. The active skill unleashes the devastating blade of ruin. As the weapon skill activated, 3 sharp crimson rays of light erupted from the apocalyptic weapon in Qin Feng's grasp, surging towards the high-tier crawler below. The crawler hurriedly raised its claws before itself, making a final desperate struggle for survival. However, the devastating force of the blade's impact, reaching an astonishing 15 times the power of Qin Feng at this moment, unleashed an impact weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms, effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the high-tier crawler. As 3 crimson flashes of blades sliced through the air, the once menacing high-level crawler was instantaneously reduced to a grotesque heap of putrid flesh, merging into the mountain of corpses and sea of blood that adorned the street. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a high-level crawler. Survival points increased by 30. Total accumulated survival points, 85. Ding! Achievement title Zombie Slayer Progress Update. The host must eliminate 2 more mutated zombies of intermediate level or above to complete the next stage of the achievement task. Chapter 36. Stepping into the Silver Tier region. Such formidable skills. Is this the might of Silver Tier weaponry? As he witnessed the high-level crawlers being instantaneously annihilated amidst the glint of blades, Qin Feng gazed in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. He merely wished to test the might of this weapon's skill, yet he did not anticipate its formidable power. With such formidable skills at his disposal, Qin Feng now possessed an additional trump card for his survival. Chun Yao exclaimed, "Qin Feng, it seems your strength has significantly increased, and that weapon in your hand looks remarkably familiar." Qin Feng replied with a soft smile, "This is a long story. It is not prudent to linger here. We should withdraw first." The recent battle had already attracted hordes of zombies from all directions, and if hundreds or even thousands of them descended upon them, the 2 of them would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. As they spoke, Qin Feng grasped Chun Yao's hand and hurried back to the supermarket. They then navigated through the internal passage of the mall, discovering a relatively safe route to escape the area. Shortly after their retreat, dozens of swift, ghostly figures emerged on the blood-soaked street, unleashing chilling roars that sent shivers down the spine. A day later, outside the Qingshan Zoo in the southern district of Jiangbei City, Qin Feng and Chun Yao arrived after a day and night of arduous battle and travel. Passing through the zoo would lead them to Qingshan Road, which was less than 10 kilometers from my home. Chun Yao wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and glanced into the distance. For the sake of convenience in combat, she had exchanged her original white dress for a form-fitting athletic outfit. The snug black tank top elegantly enveloped her graceful figure, swaying enticingly with each breath, while her exposed abdomen revealed not a hint of excess flesh. Her alluring hourglass waist and defined abdominal muscles were truly unforgettable. When Chun Yao had just donned this attire, Qin Feng could not resist the temptation to touch her, and the sensation was utterly delightful. After a day and night of relentless travel, Qin Feng had vanquished 24 ordinary zombies and 5 initial-level zombies, accumulating a total of 74 survival points. With the previous 85 survival points, Qin Feng's total now soared to an impressive 159 points. After spending 9 survival points to replenish the bullets for Chun Yao's Desert Eagle, Qin Feng still has a total of 150 survival points remaining. Attention, the host has entered the silver level sign-in range. The strength of encountered zombies and creatures has significantly increased. Please exercise caution. Host, is this area already classified as silver tier? Could it be possible for mutated zombies of an even higher tier to emerge? Upon hearing the reminder, Qin Feng could not help but scrutinize his surroundings intently. It is worth noting that just yesterday, the area where he encountered the advanced crawlers was not classified as a silver grade zone. Yet now, this seemingly tranquil place has been designated as a silver grade area. Could it be that even more terrifying creatures lurk in the shadows, hidden from his naked eye? However, upon meticulous observation, Qin Feng discerned that the streets in the vicinity, besides being similarly desolate and in ruins, presented no other anomalies. Nevertheless, after days of conflict, Qin Feng was acutely aware that places appearing ostensibly safe often harbored greater perils. Regardless of the circumstances, they must remain vigilant at all times. The distance of 10 kilometers is neither too far nor too near. Traversing it solely on foot would consume an inordinate amount of time. They glanced at the vehicles lining the roadside, pondering their potential for use. Qin Feng murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the multitude of cars that had collided on the road. It appeared as if, overnight, all vehicles had mysteriously sustained damage. Both Qin Feng and Chun Yao attempted to start several intact cars by the roadside. Yet, much to their dismay, they encountered the same fate as the previous Porsche, unable to ignite despite showing no visible harm. This only served to further affirm their belief that this bizarre situation was directly linked to the sudden apocalypse. It seemed that they had no choice but to continue their journey on foot. Standing outside the vehicle, Chun Yao shrugged helplessly and, with a squint and a smile, remarked, "Fortunately, you are here. No matter what dangers we may encounter along the way, we can handle them together." Over the past few days spent with Qin Feng, Chun Yao had transitioned from initial resistance to wholeheartedly following him. As the time spent together in battles grew, she found herself increasingly captivated by Qin Feng's unique charm. Qin Feng, with a serious expression, replied, "That may not be the case. This area appears to be more perilous than any we have traversed before. We must exercise utmost caution." Perhaps it was the warning from the Silver Tier Zone that heightened his vigilance, as he felt an ever-present sense of danger lurking nearby. "Let us proceed, aiming to traverse this area as swiftly as possible." Qin Feng exited the vehicle, leading Chun Yao onward. After several minutes, they arrived outside a convenience store. Having consumed a significant amount of food that day, they intended to replenish their supplies of food and water. The store's doors stood ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within. Shelves had toppled over, goods lay scattered across the floor, and much of the merchandise was trampled into a pulp, suggesting a fierce struggle had occurred. On the floor at the entrance, large patches of blood remained, still moist and emitting a nauseating metallic scent carried by the wind. Inside the convenience store, 2 zombies clad in employee uniforms wandered among the collapsed shelves, their bodies smeared with blood and their hands grotesquely stained with repulsive flesh, evoking a wave of revulsion. Beneath the collapsed shelves lie 3 mangled, gnawed corpses of zombies, desperately struggling under the weight of the debris. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Chen Yao could not help but exclaim, "How tragic! Every individual bears their own fortunes and misfortunes, for it is their destiny." Qin Feng held no curiosity regarding the circumstances that had transpired. His sole desire was to replenish some supplies. As he stepped over the bloodstains on the floor, he entered the convenience store. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than the two roving zombies detected the presence of a living being, immediately reacting by lunging towards Qin Feng. Though these two zombies are indeed ordinary, they exhibit a remarkable agility that surpasses that of their predecessors, leaping towards Qin Feng within mere moments. However, for Qin Feng at present, even the most formidable ordinary zombies remain merely ordinary zombies, posing no real threat whatsoever. The Crimson Blade cleaved through the air, reaping and dispatching the two advancing zombies with the ruthless precision of the apocalyptic edge. Subsequently, Qin Feng executed a swift and decisive strike, eliminating the remaining 3 zombies trapped beneath the shelves, successfully clearing the entirety of the convenience store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing 5 ordinary zombies. Survival points increased by 5, bringing the total to 155 points. The survival points have once again reached 155. It seems I can enhance my attributes once more. A survival point of 155 can enhance attribute values by 15 points, which remains a significant improvement for Qin Feng at this moment. As Qin Feng prepared to enhance his attributes, the mechanical sound of the system's prompt echoed once more in his ears. Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed. Detected that the host is located in the silver level area. The sign-in task has been automatically adjusted to a silver level sign-in task. Today's task is to eliminate 3 high-level zombies to complete the check-in. Task progress 03. Dear host, please complete the task before midnight tonight. Otherwise, it will automatically expire. Chapter 37. Is this what you call a Siberian husky? Is it truly necessary to hunt down 3 high-level mutated zombies to complete the sign-in? Is the silver level sign-in task truly this arduous? If one were to reach the golden level sign-in task, would it not entail hunting down mutated zombies of a formidable caliber? Qin Feng gazed upon the latest silver level signing task, inevitably pondering what the higher gold level signing tasks might entail. In response to the host, the signing tasks will escalate in accordance with the perilous nature of the surrounding area. In the silver tier zone, there is a possibility of encountering tasks involving the extermination of mutated zombies of the hunting grade. Therefore, the sign-in task assigned to the host is classified as simple difficulty. To hunt down 3 high-tier zombies is surprisingly deemed a task of simple difficulty. The silver tier zone is far more perilous than I had anticipated. Qin Feng murmured softly, promptly accessing the system's marketplace and attribute panel. Regardless, I shall enhance my attributes first. Qin Feng's gaze fixed intently upon the attribute panel. My current strength has already reached 71 points. Should I augment it by an additional 17 points and complete the title task to unlock a new title, I shall surpass 100 points of strength. Qin Feng chuckled softly. By then, my muscular strength will reach an astonishing 1,000 kilograms. Even the novice martial practitioners from those fantastical novels cannot compare. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Feng unhesitatingly exchanged 150 survival points along with 2 white corpse cores for an enhancement of 17 points in strength, further amplifying his power. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the successful exchange of attribute points. Strength value, 17. Ding! The host attribute panel has been updated. Strength, 88. Holding the end times grants a bonus of 40 to strength. Wearing the title New Hope of the Apocalypse, add an additional 10 to strength. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 17. Holding the end times grants a bonus of 10 to speed. Defense, 15. Holding the end times grants a bonus of 10 to defense. Spirit, 5. Remaining survival points, 5. Overall combat power rating. High tier, requires an additional 83 attribute points to reach the next level of combat prowess. The enhancement of attributes has been completed. The two individuals began to replenish their supplies, gathering their relatively intact food before departing from the convenience store to continue their journey. Half an hour later, at noon, they trudged along the desolate sidewalk, enduring the sweltering heat, with beads of sweat soaking their garments. How oppressively hot it is! It is already late September, yet the weather remains so warm. Chen Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Qin Feng, who was still clad in a leather trench coat, with great curiosity. Qin Feng, Aren't you feeling hot? I am managing well. This temperature issue is not too concerning, thanks to the enhancement of his defensive capabilities. Qin Feng's resistance to high temperatures has multiplied several times, allowing him to endure the sweltering sun without any discomfort. However, considering that Chun Yao is merely an ordinary person, Qin Feng gazed towards an open building ahead. It appeared to be an internet CF. Let us take a moment to rest inside until the temperature decreases, and then we shall resume our journey. Yes, I have been feeling quite overheated. Let us hurry. Upon spotting a place to rest, Chun Yao immediately perked up, and the two quickened their pace towards a nearby internet CAF. Within mere moments, they arrived at the entrance of the CAF, a large esports establishment, lavishly decorated and offering a serene environment, a perfect respite. Just as the eager Chun Yao was about to step inside, Qin Feng grasped a wrist. Wait. Chun Yao inquired with curiosity. What is the matter? Take a look at the wall outside. Qin Feng pointed directly at the wall outside the internet CAF. Following his gesture, Chun Yao also noticed several horrifying claw marks etched into the sturdy wall of the CAF. Chun Yao exclaimed in astonishment. These claw marks are at least 30 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters deep, and they have even penetrated the entire wall. Could this possibly be the work of a zombie? Qin Feng replied softly. No, it does not appear to be the work of zombies. The system has completed its automatic analysis. Based on the remnants of the claw marks, it appears to belong to a mammal, tentatively identified as a member of the canine family, specifically a Siberian husky, colloquially referred to as Ha. Are you jesting with me regarding the claw marks left by this creature? With such terrifying claw marks, I would readily believe it to be Godzilla. However, attributing it to a husky seems rather far-fetched. Upon listening to the system's analysis, Qin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Although the destructive power of a husky is indeed remarkable, such claw marks capable of penetrating an entire wall could undoubtedly not have been left by an ordinary creature. Soon enough, Qin Feng's thoughts were validated. Ding! Warning! Warning! A system alert suddenly resounded. Beware, host! A high-level mutated creature has been detected nearby. Qin Feng swiftly scanned his surroundings, and soon, he and Chun Yao simultaneously spotted a looming figure emerging from the chaotic internet CF, emitting a low, menacing growl. The two individuals quickly retreated, establishing a safe distance, and carefully scrutinized the appearance of the figure before them. It was a dog. To be precise, it was a mutated dog. It towers at 3 meters and stretches 10 meters in length, possessing crimson eyes and terrifying fangs measuring half a meter long. Its body marred by an unfathomable number of bloodstains, reminiscent of a beast that has wreaked havoc countless times. What manner of monster is this? Why does it bear a striking resemblance to a Siberian husky? A profound sense of oppression enveloped her, and Chun Yao's expression instantly turned grave. How could one possibly refer to this creature as a shaggy dog? Upon encountering the grotesque abomination before him, Qin Feng could not help but voice his sardonic remarks. Such a ferocious creature, even when placed among the various monstrous films, evokes an unsettling sense of dread, bearing no resemblance to the familiar husky. Howl! A roar reminiscent of a wolf's howl reverberated through the air as the colossal mutated creature charged directly toward the two individuals. Qin Feng had prior combat experience against high-level mutated zombies. Thus, although he was taken aback, he did not panic. With one hand gripping his weapon, he boldly wielded his blade to engage in battle. With a swift and decisive stroke, the blade descended with lightning speed. Had it been directed at a mid-tier, mutated zombie, it would undoubtedly have been slain in an instant. However, the mutated creature before him exhibited astonishing reflexes and speed. With a swift sidestep, it evaded Qin Feng's strike and simultaneously swung its razor-sharp claws towards him. The impact of this claw reached at least 800 kilograms, an undeniable force not to be underestimated. Qin Feng did not confront it head-on. Instead, he skillfully evaded the striking claw and then leapt onto the mutated creature's head, bringing down the blade of the apocalypse once more. The mutated creature sensed impending danger and deftly evaded Qin Feng's attack with a sudden leap. However, all of this was already accounted for in Qin Feng's calculations. Just when the mutated monsters believed themselves to be temporarily safe, Qin Feng's weapon of apocalypse suddenly transformed, unleashing a blinding crimson light and a shattered blade's radiance. In the apocalyptic realm, the active skill was unleashed as 3 razor-sharp, blood-red blades descended with a speed so swift it was akin to a flash of lightning, striking the mutated monstrosity that had only just regained its footing. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the resounding echoes of 3 violent explosions, 3 crimson blades of light struck the mutated creature, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Yet, nothing escapes the law of inevitable demise amidst smoke and chaos. As the explosive clouds dissipate, the severely wounded mutated creature, scarred by the ravages of battle, rises once more. Before Qin Feng can react, it unleashes a scorching plume of fire from its maw, akin to a laser, hurtling directly towards him. Chapter 38. My first-time goodness. A fire-breathing husky? Quite something. As the towering flames surged towards him, Qin Feng was already engulfed by an intense wave of scorching heat. Always vigilant, Qin Feng reacted swiftly, cleaving the fiery column emitted by the mutated creature in two with a single stroke of his blade. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Yao, who lay in ambush nearby, took aim and fired, landing 3 precise shots to the head of the mutated creature. However, the mutated creature, being a formidable force, still possessed the capability to fight despite its severe injuries. Realizing that it was no match for Qin Feng, it swiftly redirected its assault towards Chun Yao, who was hiding behind a wrecked vehicle by the roadside. Startled, Chun Yao swiftly retreated, while Qin Feng immediately pursued, exerting all his strength to catch up with the mutated creature. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the seemingly formidable mutated creature, poised to unleash its full assault on Chun Yao, abruptly redirected its course and unleashed a searing pillar of flame towards him once more. The recent assault was utterly unexpected. Despite Qin Feng's immediate reaction to evade, he was still grazed on the arm by the searing beam of light, causing his exquisite leather trench coat to become instantly stained with blood. However, had Qin Feng not reacted swiftly, this sudden eruption of flames would likely have severed his arm. What a cunning beast! It even resorts to the tactic of diversion. With his arm in excruciating pain, Qin Feng's gaze blazed with fury, and in an instant, he channeled all his strength. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered futile. Prepare to meet your demise. With a furious shout, Qin Feng brought down the apocalyptic weapon in his hand with immense force, striking down with the weight of 1,000 tons. The mutated creature swiftly evaded, yet Qin Feng, already well-versed in its every maneuver, anticipated its movements. In the fleeting moment of the misstrike, he executed a preemptive kick, unleashing a forceful flying kick with an impact weight of 880 kilograms, which violently sent the aberrant being crashing to the ground. The already severely injured mutated creature was struck forcefully by Qin Feng, instantly rendering it incapable of resistance. In its fearful gaze, the crimson blade descended, slaying the advanced mutated creature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing an advanced mutated being. Survival points, 30. Total accumulated survival points, 35. Ding! Daily sign-in task progress update. Task progress is at 13. Notification. Title achievement task progress update. Task progress is at 23. Only one more mid-tier or higher zombie creature is needed to complete the title quest. At that moment, my power will increase by several points once again. The proximity to tiered combat power is increasingly closing in. The battle concluded, and Qin Feng took a moment to reflect on the progress of all the tasks before he and Chun Yao entered an internet CAF to rest. Once they reclined on a plush leather sofa, they both exhaled deeply, relieved. Phew, that was terrifying. For a moment, I truly believed that monstrous creature was going to devour me. Chun Yao patted her heaving bosom, still feeling fearful about the recent events. The mere thought of that aberrant creature's gaping maw rendered her delicate visage ashen. I was equally astonished that it could feign a full-force assault against you, only to abruptly pivot and launch a surprise attack on me. Its intellect was indeed remarkable. Qin Feng utilized a tissue he carried to cleanse the blood and grime from the wound on his arm. The recent eruption of flames had scorched his skin, causing it to crack, and it would take some time for the injury to heal. Continuing to bleed incessantly is not a viable solution. No matter how resilient the body may be, it cannot endure this. Observing the relentless flow of blood from Qin Feng's wound, Chun Yao felt a pang of compassion. I just noticed that a pharmacy seems to have opened next to this internet CAF. I shall venture there to see if I can procure some bandages to staunch the bleeding. Qin Feng lifted his gaze towards the outside and replied, "This area is unsafe. I would prefer to accompany you. There is no need for that. The pharmacy is just next door. If there were zombies, the recent battle would have surely drawn them out, indicating there is no danger. Moreover, I possess a handgun for self-defense. Encountering 1 or 2 zombies should be manageable." Chen Yao gazed gently at Qin Feng, saying, "You should rest well. Our entire team is relying on you. If you collapse from exhaustion, I wouldn't know what to do." As she spoke, Chen Yao took her silenced Desert Eagle and departed from the internet CF, heading to the neighboring pharmacy in search of supplies. It is time for this woman to learn to independently scavenge for resources, should I not be by her side in the future. She must be capable of surviving on her own. Although Qin Feng harbored concerns for Chen Yao, he recognized that sometimes one must release control to foster another's ability to thrive independently. Furthermore, he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Should anything unusual occur, he would be poised to offer immediate assistance. Ensuring her safety. Stepping out of the internet CAF, Chen Yao felt a flutter of apprehension on her first solo scavenging mission. However, gripping the Desert Eagle tightly provided her with a sense of security. After scanning her surroundings and confirming that there was indeed no threat, she cautiously approached the pharmacy entrance. The large door was ajar, partially open, while the other side hung slightly ajar. Taking advantage of the brilliant sunlight, Chen Yao scrutinized the interior of the pharmacy. The establishment occupied approximately 500 square meters, filled with various medications neatly arranged on a multitude of shelves. Aside from 5 toppled racks, the remaining ones stood upright on the floor. Chen Yao observed that aside from the scattered medicines on the ground, there appeared to be no other anomalies. "I need gauze, antibiotics, and some multivitamin tablets." Having gone over 10 days without any fresh fruits or vegetables, Chen Yao felt her body weakening and required an urgent vitamin boost. The multivitamins would effectively address this issue, while antibiotics could be reserved for emergencies, protecting her from common viral and bacterial infections. Drawing from her experience, she quickly located the antibiotics and vitamin tablets among the scattered medications and swallowed a vitamin tablet dry. She then gathered the remaining supplies into her backpack and proceeded to the medical supplies section, where she found the desired gauze and a professional medical kit for wound care. The search for medications went smoothly. Once she had collected the necessary items and tools, Chen Yao promptly returned to the internet CAF. After retrieving the kit and gauze, she began to tend to Qin Feng's wounds. "It may hurt a bit, please bear with it." As she spoke, Chen Yao first poured iodine solution onto the wound, washing over the injury on Qin Feng's arm to disinfect it. Though iodine doesn't typically irritate wounds, Qin Feng's injury was already so tender that even the slightest touch caused excruciating pain. As the antiseptic flowed across his flesh, waves of unbearable stinging assaulted his senses. Beads of sweat formed on Qin Feng's forehead from the agony, yet he clenched his teeth and endured. Even his veins bulged from the torment. Not a single groan escaped his lips. The crucible of the apocalypse had long tempered his will into something unyielding as steel. After the wound was cleansed, Chen Yao deftly retrieved hemostatic gauze and wrapped it around the injury on Qin Feng's arm, completing the bandaging with practiced ease, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Qin Feng complimented, "I hadn't anticipated not only your ability to treat wounds, but also such professional technique. Have you studied nursing?" Chen Yao nodded and said, "Indeed. My grandfather is a physician, so I've picked up some medical knowledge from him during my leisure time. I usually tend to injured small animals, but today marks my first attempt at bandaging a human wound. Is this your first experience as well?" When it came to those slightly sensitive 3 words, Qin Feng's tone seemed laced with hidden meaning. Catching the unspoken implication, Chen Yao's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a shy glance his way. Though not a single word passed her lips, volumes seemed to have been spoken between them. Chapter 39, Formidable Foe. Amidst the billowing smoke and raging flames along Qingshan Road, a wolf-like creature darted swiftly through the ruins and hordes of zombies. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 2 figures astride this wolf-like monstrosity that measured nearly 9 meters in length. Seated at the forefront was a maiden of 16 or 17 summers. Her countenance exquisitely pure and fair, with skin as pale as moonlight and features of delicate beauty. Yet she remained utterly immobilized, cruelly bound by unyielding ropes. Seated behind was a disheveled man with an unkempt beard and lecherous countenance, his fingers roaming with vulgar delight over the maiden's delicate form. The young girl's eyes brimmed with despair as she writhed in futile resistance, her muted cries for help stifled beneath the cruel seal of adhesive tape. My dear, judging by your delicate demeanor, you must still be a maiden of purity. Observe your pitiful little appearance, truly evoking compassion. The lecherous man groped while chuckling obscenely. Don't worry. Once we arrive at our destination, I shall lavish you with the most tender affections. Ha ha ha. Black Wolf, accelerate. I can scarcely contain my impatience. With a lewd chuckle, the sinister man's hands shimmered with an eerie black glow as he manipulated the mutated monstrosity into accelerating its charge. As the distance to the thieves' den grew ever closer, the despair in the maiden's eyes reached its zenith. The young girl, Lu Meng, found herself amidst an apocalyptic world where she and her companions gradually awakened astonishing superpowers. Some possessed the ability to manipulate the wind, others commanded water, while a few exhibited extraordinary physical prowess. Within their minds emerged a comprehensive system categorizing the strength of these powers, ranging from intermediate to advanced levels. Among them, the most formidable had attained the intermediate tier. Armed with these newfound abilities, they fought to survive in the perilous aftermath of the world's end. However, this morning, while venturing out in search of supplies, they were suddenly ambushed by a colossal, advanced-level wolf-like creature. A lecherous man controlled a monstrous creature, resulting in the demise of all his teammates, leaving only her to be forcibly taken away. Though she has awakened her supernatural abilities, her strength is merely at the initial level, rendering her utterly incapable of contending with this lascivious man. As she faces the impending violation by this lecherous man, she can only weep helplessly. In the internet CAF, after Chun Yao had finished bandaging Qin Feng, the two settled down to rest. However, during their respite, Qin Feng suddenly observed that although the CAF was in disarray, the floor was littered with numerous recently opened food packaging. This indicated that individuals had been lingering there in the past few days. Furthermore, the absence of any fresh blood or corpses suggested that those who had stayed there had not met with death. A character capable of surviving in a silver-level danger zone was certainly not ordinary. By examining the belongings and provisions left at the CAF's counter, Qin Feng deduced that this establishment might serve as a refuge for other survivors. Xin Yao, it seems we have stumbled into someone else's lair. After noticing these details, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Chun Yao, having regained some strength, immediately perked up and glanced around. Could this be the stronghold of other survivors? Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed possible. Xin Yao brushed her long hair aside and remarked, however, even if it belongs to other survivors, it should not pose a problem, right? We are all compatriots of Huaxia. Surely, it would not be an issue to borrow a place to rest. An issue? My dear young lady, you remain excessively naive, significantly underestimating the terrifying depths of human nature. Qin Feng remarked with a smile. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying aspect is undoubtedly not the myriad of monsters, but the human heart. Xin Yao smiled gently and said, indeed, while your words hold merit, not every soul in a world on the brink of destruction is malevolent. For instance, you yourself embody the essence of goodness, do you not? I'm not a good person. Qin Feng grasped Chun Yao's delicate hand, casually caressing the smooth, fair skin of her hand. To be honest, if it weren't for my desire for your body, I would never have intervened to save you had you been an unattractive woman. How unseemly. Chun Yao cast a shy glance at Qin Feng, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she seemed to relish his caress. Noticing her lack of resistance, Qin Feng became increasingly audacious, gently kneading her delicate, fair legs. The sensation indescribably exquisite. Qin Feng, isn't this a bit too shameful? Chun Yao said, her face flushed, gritting her teeth. Qin Feng, with a mischievous smile, replied, is this truly shameful? I have yet to engage in acts of greater shame. However, before Qin Feng could take any further action, a cacophony of piercing noises suddenly erupted outside the internet CAF. Dog, my dog, who has slain my canine companion? I shall tear him to shreds. An enraged roar swept in from outside. The intimacy between the two was abruptly interrupted, and they simultaneously turned their gazes toward the doorway. A disheveled man clad in a yellow shirt was seen lamenting in anguish and fury over the lifeless body of a mutated creature sprawled upon the ground. Behind the lecherous man lurked a formidable wolf-like creature, which bore on its back a young girl named Lu Meng, her hands and feet bound. Trouble was brewing. This individual was no ordinary foe. He possessed the ability to command such a beast. He must also be a superhuman. Upon witnessing this scenario, Qin Feng immediately grasped the situation, bracing himself for the impending turmoil. His last encounter with the superpowered beings occurred during the fierce battle against the cloaked figures in the library. Although the lecherous man before me is nowhere near as formidable as the man in black, the energy emanating from him appears to have attained an intermediate level of power. Behind him, the wolf-like creature had reached an advanced level. At that very moment, the disreputable man outside the internet CAF also discerned the presence of Qin Feng and Chun Yao. "You carry the scent of my dog. It was you who took the life of my dog." The lecherous man stormed in, seething with rage. Qin Feng instinctively positioned Chun Yao behind him, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching lecherous man. "Firstly, we cannot ascertain that creature is your dog. Secondly, if your dog harbors a desire to attack, my act of defending myself against it is merely an exercise of self-preservation." "Silence. My dog was a blessing to you. How dare you take its life? I demand retribution." The lewd man, without hesitation, summoned a dark radiance in his hand. "Black Wolf. Eliminate him." As the black light flickered, the enormous wolf-like creature behind the lecherous man hurled Lu Meng to the ground and charged directly towards Qin Feng. The black wolf moved with the swiftness of the wind, reaching Qin Feng in the mere span of a breath. Its heavy, razor-sharp claws descended upon Qin Feng's body, as if intent on delivering a fatal blow. Qin Feng stood his ground resolutely, engaging in a direct confrontation with the forces of the apocalypse. With an astonishing display of 880 kilograms of muscular strength, he defiantly halted the lethal claws of the black wolf head-on. Halted them? How could this be possible? The lecherous man's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to believe what lay before him. For the black wolf under his command was a high-tier, mutated beast, each swipe of its claws delivering nearly 1,000 kilograms of force. Such formidable impact could effortlessly crush any mortal being. Yet Qin Feng directly blocked the black wolf's razor-sharp claws, displaying strength that seemed evenly matched. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A high-level opponent? Could this despicable wretch truly be a high-tier superhuman? Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. The lecherous man's countenance twisted in shock and terror, all traces of his former arrogance and tyranny vanishing instantly. Chapter 40. Merciless Execution. High-tier combatant. After deducing Qin Feng's formidable strength, the lecherous man's countenance darkened with profound malevolence. Since the apocalypse descended, he has relied on his supernatural ability to manipulate zombies and mutated creatures to commit unspeakable atrocities, pillaging, raping, and slaughtering. Over 100 human lives have been extinguished by his hands, with dozens of young and beautiful women tortured to death under his cruelty. His sins are too numerous to recount. Yet throughout all these days, the most formidable superhuman he had encountered was merely mid-tier, utterly incapable of rivaling the two high-tier, mutated monstrosities under his command. Yet now, Qin Feng could directly withstand Black Wolf's assault and even slay a high-tier mutated canine monster of the same level in his absence. Undeniable proof that Qin Feng's strength is genuinely high-tier. What does high-tier even signify? I refuse to believe you can defeat the Black Wolf. Slay them. Yet astonishment aside, he remained deeply confident in the Black Wolf's prowess. Regaining his composure swiftly, he immediately maneuvered the beast to launch a relentless assault upon Qin Feng once more. The obsidian wolf's razor-sharp claws descended with crushing force, each savage strike compelling Qin Feng to muster every ounce of his strength to parry. Yet beneath this relentless onslaught, Qin Feng gradually found himself yielding ground, his defenses beginning to falter. Yet swiftly, Qin Feng's formidable analytical prowess unveiled the Black Wolf's defensive vulnerabilities. Clang! At the moment when the apocalyptic adversary momentarily blocked the onslaught of the Black Wolf, Qin Feng had already readied his left fist, channeling all his strength to strike fiercely at the most vulnerable point of the Black Wolf's throat. A formidable surge of impact erupted, toppling the black wolf onto its side and utterly demolishing the nearby cashier's desk. The throat was severely injured, and even high-level monsters could not help but emit a wail of excruciating pain. No, it is impossible. How could the black wolf be defeated? Upon witnessing the black wolf being struck down by a single punch from Qin Feng, the lecherous man's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed that, even if Qin Feng were of a higher rank, he might still not stand a chance against the black wolf. However, at this moment, Qin Feng astonishingly defeated the black wolf with just a single punch, a scene that undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to his face, compelling him to confront the harshness of reality. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng's weapon, the Light of the Apocalypse, glimmered momentarily as it descended directly toward the throat of the black wolf. The lecherous man's expression changed drastically as he immediately attempted to channel energy to manipulate the black wolf for a counterattack. The anguished black wolf sensed an impending danger. Despite the excruciating pain in its throat, it persevered and swiped its lethal claws to deflect the blade of doom. In an instant, it opened its foul, gaping maw and unleashed a scorching beam of light. Similar to the previous canine mutant creatures, the black wolf's most formidable attack method is also the ability to breathe fire. The fiery column erupted with remarkable ferocity, yet Qin Feng had anticipated the black wolf's subsequent attack and was thus well prepared. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught of flames. The mist fire column struck the disordered pile of discarded computers nearby, igniting a violent explosion. After Qin Feng evaded a frontal assault, Chun Yao, who had been hiding nearby and waiting patiently, intuitively fired her weapon in support. Several bullets struck the black wolf's head with precision, piercing through and creating multiple gaping wounds. Although the black wolf was not slain, the turmoil it experienced was sufficient to leave it in utter disarray and profound agony. A splendid opportunity. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened intensely as he swiftly maneuvered the end times, deftly evading the razor-sharp claws of the black wolf. With a decisive thrust, he plunged his blade into the creature's chest, causing a splatter of foul blood to erupt across the ground. A single strike struck at the vital point, causing the pillar of flame in the black wolf's maw to vanish. The intense agony proved unbearable for the mutated beast, ultimately leading it to collapse to the ground. Without waiting for the lewd man to react, Qin Feng swiftly beheaded the black wolf, achieving victory. Congratulations, host, on vanquishing the high-level mutated creature. Survival points increased by 30. Total accumulated survival points, 65. Daily sign-in task progress update. Task progress at 23. Ding. Title achievement task progress update. Task progress at 33. Title achievement task 1 completed. Title achievement task 2 released. Eliminate a high-tier zombie creature. Completing task 2 will unlock the title of Zombie Slayer. Excellent. I am just one high-level monster away from completing the silver-level sign-in task. Additionally, I have accomplished the first task of the achievement quest. Now, I only need to fulfill the second task to unlock a new title. With the demise of the Black Wolf, a plethora of information and task progress materialized before Qin Feng. At the moment when Qin Feng's attention was momentarily focused on the information before him, the lecherous man at the door swiftly took flight. With the mountains still standing, there was no worry about firewood. With his extraordinary abilities, as long as he could control 2 high-level zombie monsters, he could thrive without difficulty. There was simply no need to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a terrifying prodigy like Qin Feng. However, just as the lecherous man stepped out of the internet CAF, a water balloon struck him head-on, obstructing his path. Scoundrel, prepare to face the consequences. Seizing the moment when Qin Feng vanquished the Black Wolf, Lu Meng successfully broke free from her restraints. Now is the opportune moment for vengeance and retribution. Although the lecherous man no longer possessed the protection of high-level monsters, a flash of dark light emanated from his hand, and he unexpectedly summoned an ordinary zombie to obstruct the control of the water bullets. Although the water balloon shattered the zombie's skull, it did not inflict the slightest harm upon the lecherous man. Seizing this opportunity, the man swiftly dodged and made his escape. But soon, a tall and imposing figure obstructed his path. This figure was none other than Qin Feng. Where could he go? With a grim expression, Qin Feng held the apocalypse in his grasp, his gaze piercing and resolute. Spare me. Spare me. It was my inability to recognize your greatness that led to my offense against you, my brother. I implore you, in the spirit of our shared humanity, grant me mercy and spare my life." Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Qin Feng, resembling a deity of death, the lecherous man instantly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "As long as you spare my life, I shall consider you my master, ready to traverse any perilous path for you. You have just witnessed my ability to manipulate zombies and monsters, which will undoubtedly prove to be of immense assistance to you." "Well said. Your abilities are indeed remarkable." Qin Feng smirked and nodded. "However, I have always adhered to a principle: to eradicate the roots of the problem. Individuals like you are nothing but a source of calamity." Qin Feng has long seen through the lecherous nature of this man. Should one rashly remain, in a moment of peril, this despicable man would undoubtedly betray at once, launching a treacherous assault from behind. Thus, Qin Feng would undoubtedly not show any mercy, leaving behind a potential threat. With a surge of murderous intent, the blade in Qin Feng's hand sliced through the air, casting a chilling shadow. "No, do not kill me. Spare me. Have mercy." The lecherous man, in a state of utter despair, cried out desperately, pleading for mercy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was abruptly severed, leaving his body in a state of disarray, devoid of integrity. Upon the demise of the lecherous man, a dark radiance erupted from within his body, flashing forth with remarkable swiftness. What could this phenomenon be? Could it be related to the so-called superpowers? As he gazed at the fleeting black glimmer, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by its nature. A sense of unease washed over him as he muttered to himself, his intuition whispering that the matter was far from straightforward. Chapter 41. The Helpless Qin Feng. Puff! As Qin Feng was still pondering the mysterious black radiance, Lu Meng suddenly knelt heavily before him, her tear-streaked face expressing profound gratitude like pear blossoms glistening with morning dew. "Elder brother," she wept, "thank you for avenging me. This beast slaughtered all my companions. Had it not been for your intervention, I might never have been able to exact vengeance upon him in this lifetime. My deepest gratitude to you." Lu Meng kowtowed heavily, her tears mingling with both gratitude and anguish. "No need to thank me. I merely uprooted the weeds. As for your vendetta, I neither know nor care," Qin Feng replied with a wave of his hand, his expression utterly serene. He had no desire to entangle himself further with the young woman before him. After delivering those indifferent words, Qin Feng turned and walked back into the internet CAF. Lu Meng stared at his retreating figure, her gaze fraught with complexity, her hands and feet restless with uncertainty. "Is that bastard dead?" Chen Yao approached. Qin Feng's expression remained impassive, dead, completely eradicated. Chen Yao sighed in astonishment. Who would have imagined that someone could actually control zombies and monsters? Could this be some kind of supernatural ability? Presumably so. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze drifting toward the internet CAF's entrance. Since the apocalypse descended, it seems every uninfected survivor possesses the latent potential to awaken extraordinary abilities. That young girl outside appears capable of manipulating water, though her prowess remains modest. It suffices to confront common zombies and creatures. If this hypothesis holds true, how enviable it would be. How splendid it would be if I too could manifest such supernatural gifts. Chen Yao let out an admiring sigh before turning to Qin Feng with curiosity in her eyes. "But speaking of which, have you awakened supernatural abilities as well? That would explain your extraordinary combat skills." Qin Feng said indifferently, "My circumstances are somewhat unique. You will understand in due time. You do enjoy being cryptic." Chen Yao's face brimmed with anticipation. "Do you think I could awaken supernatural abilities as well?" Qin Feng smiled faintly, his lips curling slightly. "Perhaps. Since other survivors have awakened supernatural abilities, you might have the chance as well. Though I wonder what your power might manifest as. If it were something like that fellow earlier who could control the undead, that would be rather splendid." "Ugh, I'd never want to control zombies," came a disgusted reply. "Those things are absolutely revolting." Chen Yao fantasized. "How wonderful it would be if I could possess superpowers to enhance my physical strength and speed. Then I could fight alongside you as an equal. Are we not fighting side by side at this very moment?" Qin Feng gently caressed Chen Yao's delicate cheek. "Moreover, with me protecting you, you needn't even think about fighting." His words were melodious as a nightingale's song, instantly making Chen Yao lower her head in bashful silence. After a pensive pause, she suddenly spoke. Qin Feng, let us continue our journey. My home isn't far now. I must return swiftly to assess the situation there. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Indeed, they have rested sufficiently in this place, and it is time to resume their journey. He is eager to witness the opulence of Chun Yao, the heiress of a billion-dollar fortune. Moreover, there are currently no signs of high-level zombies or monsters in the vicinity. Thus, it is prudent to proceed in order to fulfill their mission. After organizing their belongings, Qin Feng exchanged some survival points for 10 rounds of ammunition for Chun Yao. Although she is a delicate woman, her shooting prowess is remarkably exceptional, providing crucial support at pivotal moments. Throughout these skirmishes, Chun Yao has consistently delivered outstanding assistance. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not have so effortlessly vanquished two formidable high-level beasts in succession. After expending 10 survival points, Qin Feng now has a remaining total of 55 points, with no immediate intention of utilizing them. Chun Yao, intrigued by how Qin Feng seems to produce bullets for her effortlessly, as if they cost nothing, had previously inquired about this phenomenon. However, Qin Feng chose to maintain an air of mystery, withholding the truth from her. The system remains Qin Feng's most guarded secret. Although he trusts Chun Yao, he is not yet prepared to divulge everything. It is wise to remain cautious, even with those closest to him, as he has learned from past betrayals. With their respective burdens, the two exited the internet CAF in single file. Outside, a girl named Lu Meng still knelt on the ground, perhaps taken aback or ensnared in the sorrow of having lost all her friends, unable to find solace. While Qin Feng had no intention of acknowledging her, the inherently kind-hearted Chun Yao could not help but ask, "Little sister, why do you still kneel here? Hasten back to seek out your companions. We are about to depart." Companions? All my companions have been mercilessly slain by that wretched beast. Had it not been for your intervention in vanquishing that creature, I fear I would have succumbed to its vile torment. Yet here I stand, utterly forsaken in this apocalyptic desolation, with nowhere left to turn. Tears shimmer like diamonds in Lu Meng's eyes, her tone steeped in profound sorrow and despair. "What? You mean to say all your companions are gone?" Upon hearing Lu Meng's response, Chun Yao was taken aback. She had assumed that Lu Meng had merely been isolated, falling prey to that lecherous man. However, she was utterly astonished to learn that this vile individual had murdered all of Lu Meng's companions and forcibly abducted her. Is this the terrifying nature of humanity? Chun Yao began to comprehend why Qin Feng maintained such an indifferent demeanor towards all the other survivors. The human heart is inscrutable. One can never predict when another survivor might unexpectedly deliver a treacherous blow. Perhaps due to a sense of empathy, Chun Yao's heart softened, and she gazed at Qin Feng with a hint of imploring in her eyes. "Qin Feng, look at how pitiable this little sister is. At such a tender age, she has endured so much suffering. I believe we should." Before Chun Yao could finish her plea, Qin Feng interjected with a firm refusal. "No, it is already perilous for me to accompany you alone. If we were to add another, I would be utterly unable to manage. Moreover, the presence of an additional individual in action only serves to amplify the peril." Chun Yao gritted her teeth and pleaded. "But she is just a vulnerable girl of 15 or 16, utterly alone. If we do not extend our assistance, she may not survive the night. Let's help her, for we are all compatriots. Please, big brother, I implore you to take me along." Lu Meng, in tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, earnestly pleaded, "I possess extraordinary abilities. I can fight and will certainly not hinder you. I implore you." Indeed, this young lady possesses extraordinary abilities and will undoubtedly not be a hindrance. Chun Yao directly grasped Qin Feng's hand, employing her most charming demeanor. "Feng, you simply must accept her. Considering my favor, it should suffice, right?" Faced with the earnest pleas of two women, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh and finally spoke with resignation. "All right. What I fear most are the tears of a woman. I can take you along, but remember this. If you choose to follow me, you must wholeheartedly obey my commands. From this moment forth, you shall do as commanded, akin to a servant, devoid of any freedom. Do you consent?" "I do, as long as I can accompany you. I am willing to do anything." Upon hearing that Qin Feng was willing to take her along, Lu Meng immediately ceased her tears and smiled brightly, eagerly agreeing. "If you are willing, please accompany us, and allow me to carry your luggage." Qin Feng casually tossed his backpack to Lu Meng and strode forward. Lu Meng promptly understood and picked up the backpack, rising to her feet with Chun Yao's assistance. The two women immediately followed in Qin Feng's footsteps. Chapter 42. Unexpected Gains. On the road, Qin Feng and his companion learned that the young girl was named Lu Meng. She was originally a high school student from the second high school of Jiangbei City. However, with the sudden onset of the apocalypse, she witnessed the tragic deaths of her familiar classmates and teachers, and subsequently encountered the horrific slaughter of all her companions. Moreover, she narrowly escaped the clutches of a lecherous man. Such a harrowing ordeal is undeniably cruel for a girl in the bloom of youth. Her desire to accompany Qin Feng stems from two reasons. Firstly, she has nowhere else to turn at this moment, and secondly, she wishes to express her gratitude for Qin Feng's life-saving intervention. She initially intended to offer herself entirely. Yet upon seeing the presence of the stunning Chun Yao by Qin Feng's side, she realized that she could not possibly compete for his affections. Thus, she contemplated that even serving as a maid in his proximity would suffice as a means of repaying her gratitude. Little did she expect that the Qingshan road had been so utterly ravaged. It seemed her home could not fare much better. As she gazed upon the once familiar streets, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, Chun Yao steeled herself for the worst. Qin Feng gently patted Chun Yao's shoulder, offering solace. Do not be so pessimistic. Until we witness the outcome, every possibility remains viable. Let's hope, Chun Yao replied with a nod, gesturing toward the intersection not far ahead. If we cross the upcoming intersection and continue east for 5 kilometers, we shall reach my home. The trio pressed onward. But just as they approached the intersection, the previously tranquil ground began to tremble violently. Lu Meng steadied his footing and promptly assisted the unsteady Chun Yao, inquiring with a hint of bewilderment, "Is this an earthquake?" "It shouldn't be. I sense a multitude of perilous presences approaching. Step aside to observe." Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he immediately led Chun Yao and Lu Meng into a nearby alley, thereafter lifting his eyes to survey the situation outside. Suddenly, after a few seconds of violent tremors beneath their feet, a horde of zombies emerged at the intersection ahead. No, to describe them merely as a horde would be an understatement, for the number of zombies before them could only be characterized as a true tide of the undead. As far as the eye can see, at least tens of thousands of zombies swarm like a tide of locusts, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression and an aura of imminent peril. Beneath the relentless trampling of tens of thousands of zombies, even the ground trembles violently. Moreover, these zombies exhibit remarkable speed, seemingly converging in a singular direction. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. Are they in pursuit of something? Chun Yao was filled with astonishment and curiosity. It was her first time witnessing such synchronized collective behavior from mindless zombies. Qin Feng furrowed his brows deeply, as if he had caught a glimmer of insight. No, it appears they are attempting to flee. Chun Yao, with an incredulous expression, responded, "Flee? Are you jesting? How could the undead possibly flee, let alone such a multitude of them?" Before him lay an intersection besieged by a terrifying horde of at least tens of thousands of zombies. Even with Qin Feng's formidable strength, should he charge into this fray, he would likely meet his demise within moments. Thus, how could such a colossal mass of zombies possibly retreat? However, it soon appeared that everything that transpired next seemed to validate Qin Feng's conjecture. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly after, tens of thousands of zombies emerged ahead. A thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Before the trio could grasp the situation, over 100 colossal black behemoths, towering at least 10 meters high, surged forth from behind, pursuing the horde of zombies. These immense black creatures, akin to bulldozers, trampled upon the zombie tide beneath them, crushing it to a pulp as effortlessly as one would tread through mud. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, fierce battles erupt between zombies and monsters as they vie for territory. In the face of absolute strength and size, quantity appears to be a mere jest. There is simply no comparison between the countless zombies that perish beneath the feet of these colossal beasts at every moment. Upon careful observation, Qin Feng and his companions beheld a colossal black beast, reminiscent of a gigantic gorilla. However, these ebony titans possessed fearsome fangs and formidable claws, with their immensely powerful legs resembling colossal hammers capable of effortlessly crushing any obstacles in their path. Ding! Yellow alert! Yellow alert! A mid-tier, mutated organism has appeared 500 meters away. Please maintain a safe distance, host. Mid-tier? Goodness. Have we encountered a mid-level monster so soon? Even more astonishingly, there are hundreds of mid-tier monsters. The usually composed Qin Feng, upon hearing the system's warning, could not help but gasp in shock. One must recognize that the formidable black behemoths before us exceed a staggering 100 in number. Over 100 intermediate-level monstrosities. Is this truly the perilous realm of Silvergrade? It is indeed terrifying. Qin Feng finally understood why the supermarket he encountered previously, inhabited by high-level crawlers, could not be classified as a silver-tier zone. In the presence of a mere 100 mid-tier monsters, even the formidable high-tier creatures appear as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless. What manner of creatures are these? How could such a colossal creature exist? It is truly terrifying. Chun Yao and Lu Meng were utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Roar! Just as the three were taken aback, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from ahead. At the onset, the horde of corpses, initially consumed by a frantic flight, began to retaliate under the leadership of a dozen towering crimson zombies, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, against the colossal black beasts that pursued them relentlessly. Yet, the towering crimson zombies, significantly larger than ordinary ones, proved utterly powerless before these colossal black beasts. The initial wave of assault swiftly culminated in failure, as no less than 8 enormous crimson zombies were torn to shreds by the black monstrosity, while thousands of ordinary zombies were trampled into a gruesome pulp, rendering the scene exceedingly brutal and sanguinary. However, soon the second wave of impact commenced. However, the outcome of such a futile endeavor can be easily anticipated. The remaining few crimson zombies were utterly shattered, and one of the red zombies was ripped from its arms and unceremoniously discarded near Qin Feng and his companions, landing with a resounding thud. Accompanied by a piercing impact, the crimson zombie that landed near Qin Feng and his companions shattered the solid ground, creating a profound pit. My goodness, how terrifying! Chun Yao was taken aback, instinctively grasping Qin Feng's arm tightly. Lu Meng, equally startled, lost her composure and hid behind the two, seeking a semblance of safety. Yet, while the two women were nearly petrified with fear, Qin Feng gazed at the feeble red zombie on the ground, an exhilarated smile spreading across his face. Ha ha! After an arduous search, fortune smiles upon me effortlessly. To my astonishment, merely by observing the spectacle, I am able to seize an opportunity. How remarkable! According to the system analysis, the rank of this crimson zombie is classified as high tier. Originally, Qin Feng was troubled by the challenge of hunting high-level zombies, but unexpectedly, he now finds himself merely spectating from the sidelines and yet manages to collect a trophy. How shall I express it? This sensation is akin to encountering 5 opponents with barely any health left, charging directly into your ultimate ability in the realm of Honor of Kings, resulting in an instantaneous pentakill. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Once I vanquish this high-level zombie, I shall successfully complete my sign-in task and attain my title achievement. Delightful. Qin Feng, with a radiant smile, approached the crimson zombie lying in the deep pit, wielding his knife. Chapter 43. A Bountiful Harvest. The crimson zombie, rendered helpless with its hands incapacitated and struck fiercely by a colossal black beast, now clings to the last vestiges of life. I could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng, this human, approached like a trapped beast awaiting its demise. Await your doom. With a smile, Qin Feng approached, brandishing the weapon of the apocalypse high above. Without further ado, the sharp, blood-red blade descended, cleaving the severely injured crimson zombie in two. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a high-level mutated creature. Survival points increased by 30. Total accumulated survival points, 85. Ding. Daily sign-in task completed. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the silver-level sign-in treasure chest. Shall we proceed to open it immediately? The blinding silver radiance flickered alongside mechanical prompt sounds, and in an instant, Qin Feng found himself enveloped in the shimmering silver light, before him materializing a meticulously crafted pure silver treasure chest. In contrast to the coarse nature of the bronze chest, the silver chest resembles a finely crafted masterpiece, elevating its status far above that of the bronze chest. Open it at once. Let me see what treasures lie within the silver-grade treasure chest. Qin Feng rubbed his fists together, his face brimming with anticipation. This was indeed his first silver-tier treasure chest, and he could only wonder what treasures it might yield. Ding! Congratulations, host, on opening the silver-tier treasure chest. You have obtained the design blueprint for the Iron Man armor. Generation 1. After collecting the required materials for the blueprint, you can forge the Iron Man armor under the system's guidance. The Generation 1 Iron Man armor is classified as a silver-tier mech weapon, with combat power comparable to high-tier levels. It can also be upgraded to Generation 2 armor, enhancing its formidable capabilities further. What the heck? A design blueprint for the Iron Man armor? Is it really possible to obtain such a thing? Upon seeing the exquisite blueprint shimmering in silver before him, Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. As a devoted fan of science fiction, he was thoroughly familiar with the Iron Man armor and often fantasized about possessing a suit for himself. Yet, he had never imagined that he would directly uncover a design blueprint from a treasure chest at this very moment. Though it was merely a blueprint with sufficient materials, he could, guided by the system, personally forge a drivable Iron Man armor. More importantly, the power of this armor could rival that of high-tier levels and could continue to be upgraded. If he could advance to the 85-nanometer armor, its might would likely exceed Qin Feng's wildest imaginings. He was immensely satisfied. Qin Feng beamed with joy as he stowed the treasure into his system backpack, eager to begin forging the armor once a safe haven was established. Just as he reveled in his treasure, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding! Achievement task completed. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the new title, Zombie Hunter. Wearing the Zombie Hunter title will grant an increase of 30 points in strength and 10 points in speed. Note, given the host's current level, only one title can be worn at a time. Thus, only one title's attributes can be activated. For example, if the host replaces the title of New Hope in the Apocalypse with Zombie Hunter, the attributes from New Hope will be deducted first. A new title has also been unlocked. How exhilarating! Now my strength can surpass 100. He immediately donned the new title. Qin Feng's smile deepened, his excitement surging with each enhancement. Ding! Title successfully equipped. Attributes activated successfully. Ding! Host attribute panel updated. Ding! Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 108. Holding the weapon of the Apocalypse, Strength 40. Wearing the Zombie Hunter title, Strength 30. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 27. Holding the weapon of the Apocalypse. Speed 10. Wearing the Zombie Hunter title, Speed 10. Defense, 15. Holding the weapon of the Apocalypse. Defense 10. Mentality, 5 remaining survival points. 85 comprehensive combat power evaluation. High tier. 53 points away from reaching the next level of combat power. The significant boost in strength and speed left Qin Feng feeling remarkably at ease, as if every cell in his body brimmed with vitality. His strength had increased by a third. This title truly enhanced his power delightfully. Feeling the abundant strength coursing through him, Qin Feng's joy was uncontainable. Now I'm not far from high-tier combat power. I just need approximately 500 survival points. For the old Qin Feng, accumulating 500 survival points would have been a daunting task, but now, having entered the silver tier area, he encountered high-level monsters. With just a dozen kills, he could quickly gather the necessary survival points. Moreover, each day brought with it unknown sign-in tasks, and the treasures obtained from completing these tasks were often unpredictable. Who knows, perhaps upon completing tomorrow's sign-in task, he would instantly ascend to high-tier combat power. Ding! Next phase title task unlocked. Kill 3 high-tier mutated zombie monsters to unlock the next phase title. Berserker Warrior. Title attribute preview for Berserker Warrior. Wearing the Berserker Warrior title will increase strength by 80 points. Speed by 20 points. Defense by 10 points. The Berserker Warrior passive skill. Berserk Charge. While wearing the title during combat, there's a 5 chance to trigger Blood Shadow Charge, dealing damage equal to 15 times the host's current strength. The attack range is within 5 meters. Wow, this title is even more formidable. An outright increase of 80 points in strength. This is simply too exhilarating. Plus, an additional 20 points in speed and 10 points in defense, totaling an impressive 110 points in attributes. Upon reviewing the attributes of the next phase title, Qin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to contain his astonishment. This title even possesses a passive skill. The damage from the passive skill is substantial too. Incredible. This is what a third phase title entails. It's hard to fathom the power of the subsequent titles. Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with boundless anticipation. Just then, as he was entirely engulfed in his excitement and joy, a thunderous roar pierced through the air, abruptly snapping him back to reality. Following the sound, he saw that the battle at the intersection ahead had escalated into a fierce confrontation. One cannot deny that these mindless zombies fought with reckless abandon, employing a sheer number strategy to bring down a massive black beast. However, the cost of such a tactic was undeniably tremendous. In just a few minutes, half of the enormous horde of zombies had been trampled into a puddle of mush. The diminished numbers of zombies could no longer withstand the onslaught of the countless black beasts, beginning to retreat in disarray, ultimately resulting in the faster zombies scattering in all directions, leaving only a few behind. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming strength, numbers proved futile. It was not wise to linger here. As the battle ahead neared its conclusion, Qin Feng quickly retreated to the alley, leading Chun Yao and Lu Ming out from the other end. Chapter 44. He is doomed. In the Qingshan Villa district, to avoid those exaggerated colossal beasts, the trio changed their original route, taking a long detour to arrive at this upscale luxury villa area. By now, night had fallen, and the distant howls of zombies and roars of monsters echoed through the air. Yet the Qingshan Villa district remained devoid of the undead and creatures, due to its sparse population and lack of ample food. Under the dim light of the waning moon, the three of them swiftly navigated through the darkness. On either side of the road stood opulent standalone villas, valued in the tens of millions in a major first-tier city like Jiangbei, with properties exceeding 100 million being commonplace. Due to the vast area and similar architectural styles, one could easily become lost without a guide. However, Chun Yao was well acquainted with the area, expertly leading Qin Feng and Lu Ming through the expansive villa district and into the more picturesque garden villa area. A profusion of peach blossoms, along with meticulously tended flower beds, created a scene of luxurious beauty. This is the most famous peach blossom town in Jiangbei City. You two must have heard of it. Chun Yao smiled as she introduced the even more lavish garden villas lining the road. Is this peach blossom town? It's truly as beautiful as the photographs. Upon hearing Chun Yao's introduction, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock and awe as she glanced around. Peach Blossom Town is the most renowned luxury estate in Jiangbei City, composed of 10 of the finest garden villas, offering distant views of a level 5 scenic area in close proximity to the bustling urban nightscape along the river, all while boasting stringent security and attentive service, making it a coveted luxury villa for the affluent. It can be said that those who reside here are essentially the wealthiest and most influential magnates of Jiangbei City. Consequently, even a single luxury residence here commands a price of over 10 billion, and possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Your familiarity with this place is quite impressive. Qin Feng, though somewhat astonished by the opulence of these garden villas, remained largely unfazed. After all, during these extraordinary times, even the grandest mansion is merely a structure of steel and concrete. His primary concern lay in security. Chun Yao confidently remarked, "This Peach Blossom Town is a design of my own creation. You designed it? No wonder you are so well acquainted with this place." Qin Feng responded, slightly taken aback. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lu Ming, who was trailing behind, exhibited a look of astonishment. Wait, could this Chun Yao be the beloved daughter of Jiangbei's richest man, Chun Tianhe, the heiress of the Chun Group? The name Chun Yao is familiar to anyone who has lived in Jiangbei, as she is the esteemed daughter of a billion-dollar conglomerate, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and talent. Often hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei and even recognized as one of the 4 greatest beauties in Huaxia over the past decade. She is pursued by countless admirers, young scions of billion-dollar enterprises, top-tier stars from the entertainment industry, and brilliant entrepreneurs, all of whom have fallen under her enchanting spell. Yet, she has never shown interest in any suitor, solidifying her reputation as the ethereal goddess in the hearts of many. When Lu Ming heard Chun Yao introduce herself, she was initially startled, but quickly reassured herself that she could never possibly encounter such a captivating goddess. Little did she know, the gentle and kind beauty before her was indeed the legendary goddess. Furthermore, contrary to rumors that she would never be swayed by anyone, Chun Yao followed Qin Feng with unwavering devotion, her gaze brimming with profound affection. Their love was enviable, reminiscent of celestial beings entwined in romance. Such a revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Jiangbei and even all of Huaxia, if it were to be divulged during peaceful times. Yes, I am indeed that Qin Yao, but those days are behind me. She chuckled at Lu Meng's astonishment. Before the apocalypse, all lives were equal. Henceforth, I am simply Qin Yao, devoid of any titles. Through the events of recent days, any remnants of the haughtiness typical of a wealthy heiress had vanished, leaving only an approachable demeanor that reflected her newfound clarity. A transformation influenced by Qin Feng. Qin Yao's soft laughter brought Lu Meng back to her senses, prompting her to gaze at Qin Yao with admiring eyes. Sister Qin Yao, you are even more beautiful and gentle than the legends say. Thank you, Qin Yao replied, affectionately ruffling Lu Meng's hair. Although Lu Meng's beauty could not quite match Qin Yao's, she was certainly a first-rate beauty in her own right. With her youthfulness casting a hint of innocence on her face, she was undeniably a stunning gem. Otherwise, the lecherous man who had previously pursued her would not have been so entranced by her allure. Shoo! It seems something is amiss. Just as the two women were engaged in cheerful banter, Qin Feng suddenly gestured for silence. Prompted by his signal, both women immediately fell silent, their eyes warily following Qin Feng's gaze. In the distance, about 50 or 60 meters ahead, a shadowy figure staggered forth along the dark path, reminiscent of a drunken wanderer. Under the dim moonlight, Qin Feng discerned that the figure was clad in a tattered black suit, smeared with blood and what appeared to be unidentified flesh. It was likely an ordinary zombie. After a brief observation, Qin Feng reached a conclusion, then approached the solitary zombie with determination. As he drew closer, Qin Yao seemed to recognize the identity of the zombie. That zombie appears to be Boss Li from the Wanhao group. I can't believe he has turned. You know him? Qin Feng slightly tempered his murderous intent, willing to spare the zombie if it was someone Qin Yao knew. I do, Qin Yao replied with visible disgust, her gaze fixed on the zombie. That old lecher once sought my father's approval for marriage. He has been married 3 times and has kept 7 or 8 mistresses. Yet he dared to lay his eyes on me. It's utterly revolting. Oh, then he's as good as dead. Qin Feng, a man of few words but firm resolve, decided that for daring to harbor thoughts about his woman, the zombie would meet a grim fate. With a swift motion, he traversed the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye, and as his blade sliced through the air, the wandering zombie was instantly cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of blood. Congratulations to the host for slaying an ordinary zombie. Survival points 1. Cumulative survival points 86 points. With a single stroke, the zombie was dispatched cleanly. Continuing onward, Qin Feng wiped the blood from his blade and moved forward with nonchalance. Qin Yao's beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of gratitude. Lu Meng, brimming with envy, remarked, "No wonder sister adores brother Qin. He truly is remarkable. If I were you, I would surely be hopelessly in love with him." "Not at all. I don't like him," Qin Yao shyly denied, her words betraying her heart as she blushed and followed closely behind Qin Feng. Chapter 45. Arrival at the destination. As they traversed Peach Blossom Town, they encountered no further zombies. At last, after passing a large artificial lake and a dense forest, they arrived at a striking 5-story villa perched atop a cliff, embodying a modern design that fused traditional Chinese aesthetics with technological elements. Truly a breathtaking sight. This unique villa evoked memories of Iron Man's mountain retreat from the Marvel films. While the architectural styles were not identical, the positioning and technological flair bore a captivating resemblance. Surrounding the villa was a 4-meter-high electrified fence. Although the power system had failed, the fence was still adorned with sharp barbs, providing formidable defense. From the spot where Qin Feng and the others stood, advanced surveillance cameras were strategically positioned every 5 meters, monitoring the surroundings in real time, ensuring maximum security. Though the villa's courtyard did not boast the extravagant scale one might expect, spanning about 10,000 square meters, it was essential to note that the entire forest and villa community belonged to Qin Yao's family. Qin Feng felt thoroughly satisfied with the security measures in place for this villa. Its remote location, coupled with substantial defensive depth and security facilities, rendered it the perfect stronghold and refuge. The design style of your home is quite unexpected, Qin Feng remarked with a smile after assessing the villa's layout and security arrangements. Did you think our family would possess a super extravagant castle estate? Qin Yao chuckled lightly. Actually, my mother had considered creating such an estate, but my father prioritizes practicality and technological innovation. After all, our family originated from a tech company before branching into various industries. Ah, I see. Qin Feng responded with a grin. Nonetheless, while your home may not be a sprawling castle of 100,000 square meters, it is still impressive. Just look at the vast expanse of woods and land surrounding you, and the numerous villas beyond. That's what one calls financial prowess, isn't it? Chun Yao replied with a hint of playful arrogance. It's not too shabby, but living in such a large villa can feel quite unsettling, which is why I prefer staying in the school dormitory. Lu Meng could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Ah, Sister Chen reminds me of a famous entrepreneur's classic saying, I have never touched money. I have no interest in it." Well, enough of the idle chatter. Let us venture inside and assess your family situation. Qin Feng interrupted the conversation, directing his gaze toward the imposing villa atop the mountain. He feared the circumstances would not be favorable. Typically, at this hour, there would be teams of security personnel patrolling the vicinity, yet here they stood, having lingered for quite some time with no sign of activity. Chun Yao had already mentally prepared herself for the worst. After all, in the face of an apocalypse, all are equal. Viruses and disasters show no mercy, even to the wealthy. With this mindset, Chun Yao remained remarkably composed, resisting the urge to rush into the villa recklessly. Following their brief conversation, the trio approached the entrance of the mountain villa. Surrounded by a vast iron wire fence, the villa had but a single grand entrance which, to their dismay, stood wide open with bloodstains scattered across the ground. While they had yet to encounter any corpses or zombies, the situation was undeniably grim. Chun Yao, her expression grave, took the lead into the courtyard. They traversed the stone path amid the grass, passing by an artificial fountain, before arriving at the helipad and a large garage filled with an array of luxury vehicles. They stood before the magnificent 5-story villa, a splendid blend of traditional Chinese architecture and modern technology, exuding opulence and grandeur. Despite having seen numerous lavish villas before, Qin Feng and Lu Meng were still taken aback by its splendor. Flanking the villa were 2 3-story buildings, which, as Chun Yao explained, served as residences for their security staff and domestic workers. Even the accommodations for the security personnel and servants were valued at over 100 million. Yet, this once luxurious estate now appeared desolate and forlorn in the darkness, with corpses and bloodstains strewn about like a macabre slaughterhouse. Chun Yao hurriedly approached the bodies, her heart racing as she scrutinized each one with trepidation. Qin Feng and Lu Meng observed from a distance, with Qin Feng keenly noting that these bodies seemed to have been slain after transforming into zombies, each exhibiting peculiar penetrating wounds. They bore no resemblance to gunshot or knife wounds. Rather, they appear to be inflicted by some form of high-density energy. While Qin Feng pondered this enigma, Chun Yao had nearly finished her grim examination of the corpses. Although her expression remained somber, she seemed to have relaxed somewhat. These are the bodies of my family's bodyguards and servants. I have not spotted my parents or younger brother, which suggests they may be safe for the time being. Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly inquired, "Does your father typically carry a weapon?" "A weapon? No. My father has many bodyguards. He doesn't need to carry one himself," Chun Yao replied, shaking her head. "However, he enjoys tinkering with peculiar devices in our underground laboratory, some of which resemble weapons." Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have an underground lab?" "Indeed. Before entering the business world, my father was an atomic physicist with a background in technology. Although he is quite busy now, he still engages in some physics and technology research," Chun Yao explained. "But I have little interest in that field, so I have only visited his lab a few times. It is filled with strange high-tech equipment and materials whose names escape me." Qin Feng's excitement was palpable. "That is splendid. I am in dire need of a fully equipped laboratory." Having recently acquired designs for a suit of armor, he was eager to find a suitable place for its construction, and Chun Yao's lab appeared to be the perfect solution. Chun Yao looked puzzled. "You need a lab? Don't tell me you also enjoy scientific research?" "Just a bit. I've never dabbled in it before, but I require one now." Qin Feng replied with a slight smile. "Let us proceed inside. Perhaps we can uncover traces and clues regarding your family." "Yes, follow me." The main entrance requires a special coded lock to gain entry. Chun Yao nodded, leading the way. Upon reaching the entrance, she expertly unlocked the code, ushering Qin Feng and Lu Meng into the house. In stark contrast to the gruesome scene outside, The villa's interior was pristine and orderly, showing no signs of the apocalypse or any struggle. Yet, despite her thorough search of places where her family might be, Chen Yao found no trace of them. It seemed they had departed. Soon, she discovered a letter in her princess-themed room, addressed to her in her father's handwriting. With "To my daughter, Chen Yao," inscribed on the envelope. "To my daughter, Chen Yao?" she murmured. "This is a letter from my father. I recognize his handwriting." Gently, she caressed the letters on the envelope, as if trying to sense her father's presence. Qin Feng nodded and encouraged her. "Let us see what it contains." Chen Yao opened the envelope and unfolded the smooth, white paper within. To her surprise, it bore no written message, only a series of strange numbers. 304585335986. 304585335986. Qin Feng read the numbers aloud, his brow furrowing in confusion. What could this mean? Do you understand it? I do not. It is neither a birthday for anyone in our family, nor a phone number, nor does it resemble any common numerical sequence I have ever seen, Chen Yao replied, shaking her head. I have no idea what my father intended by leaving these numbers. Lu Meng speculated. Could be a regional code or perhaps coordinates. Unlikely. Regional codes and coordinates are not formatted in this manner, Qin Feng countered, shaking his head. He then turned to Chen Yao. It seems your father was unable to leave you much information before departing, which is why he wrote down this string of numbers. Perhaps deciphering their meaning will lead us to your family's whereabouts. Chen Yao voiced her deep concern, sighing. But what could these numbers possibly signify? If I cannot unravel their mystery, will I never see my family again? Do not fret. Leave it to me. I will find a way to help you decipher it. Qin Feng reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. You have traveled a long way today. You should rest well, and we can discuss things further tomorrow. Yes, I trust you will assist me, Chen Yao affirmed with a nod. You should also take some rest. The rooms next door are all empty and available for you to stay in. Each room has its own private bathroom for washing and grooming. Chen Yao appeared weary, perhaps from the day's exertions or from the worry for her family. Not wishing to disturb her rest, Qin Feng and Lu Meng left her bedroom, each selecting a spacious and luxurious room to recuperate. Qin Feng chose what seemed to be Chen Yao's brother's room. Upon entering the expansive 200-square-meter bedroom, he was greeted by walls adorned with various anime posters and Marvel superhero images. The desk was laden with a collection of exquisite action figures and toys. Qin Feng himself owned several action figures. Though they were mostly knockoffs, it was not that he preferred counterfeits, but rather that authentic ones often cost thousands, far beyond the means of a child from an ordinary family. The figures in this room, however, were mostly limited editions and collectibles, with several valued at over $1 million. Particularly a life-sized limited edition Ultraman figure, which left Qin Feng in awe, such as the simplicity of the children of affluent families. Clicking his tongue, Qin Feng marveled at the collection of figurines before him, which collectively could fetch millions, a veritable dream for any otaku. As a seasoned enthusiast, he gazed upon each meticulously crafted model, which represented aspirations that had once seemed unattainable. Even now, these items held a special place in his heart. I absolutely adore this room, he exclaimed, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he eagerly picked up several of his favorite figurines to admire. While indulging in his newfound treasures, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to the computer desk beside him, which housed an impeccably outfitted gaming rig, featuring the latest operating system and a top-tier 4090 graphics card. This setup could effortlessly run any major title at maximum quality. However, due to the power outage and communication network failure, even the most advanced computer was rendered as useless as scrap metal. At the opposite end of the room, a striking design of blue tiles and floral patterns evoked a technological aesthetic reminiscent of spacecraft from science fiction films, a truly delightful sight. Every detail of this space resonated with Qin Feng, as it embodied the very room he had once yearned for, now unexpectedly found within Chen Yao's home. After a moment of exhilaration, Qin Feng settled into the plush bed, cradling his precious figurines. It was the most comfortable bed he had ever experienced, and after days of battling and traveling, his weary body succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Meng, thrilled to reside in such a luxurious villa, explored her surroundings with renewed curiosity. Her spirits lifted significantly. The night passed swiftly, and the trio enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, after freshening up and consuming a modest breakfast, Qin Feng instructed Lu Meng to cleanse the courtyard of any remnants of the previous night's chaos. After all, this was to be their base of operations, and a bloody mess would tarnish both their reputation and the environment. Cleaning such a large courtyard was no small feat. Even with a few helping hands, it would take an entire day. Yet, Lu Meng, being an empowered individual, utilized her water manipulation abilities to expedite the process. Energized by her contribution, she approached the task with vigor and determination, showing no signs of fatigue. Remarkably, within an hour, Lu Meng had cleared about a third of the courtyard, leaving it considerably tidier. While Lu Meng worked diligently, Qin Feng requested Chen Yao to guide him to her father's underground research facility. Eager to witness the enigmatic lab of a billionaire, Qin Feng could hardly contain his anticipation. Passing through the entertainment room on the first floor, Chen Yao revealed a discreet hidden door, entering a series of codes to unlock a private elevator that whisked them downward. As the elevator descended, Qin Feng mused, "This entrance to the underground lab is cleverly concealed. Without your guidance, I might have searched the entire house in vain." My father insisted on a secure design due to the valuable research conducted here, Chen Yao explained with a shrug. The first basement is an antique collection room, with walls made of titanium alloy, making it nearly impossible to breach. It houses priceless artifacts. The second basement contains an independent power generation unit, ensuring the lab remains operational during outages. The third basement is where my father conducts his research. As they reached the third basement, the elevator doors opened to reveal a sprawling, state-of-the-art laboratory, replete with advanced equipment. It was a scene straight out of a science fiction film, featuring private supercomputers, various sophisticated machines, and even a small particle collider alongside research apparatus for controlled nuclear fusion. The potential breakthroughs here could elevate humanity's technological prowess to unprecedented heights, showcasing Chen Yao's father not only as a billionaire, but as a scientist deserving of admiration. "Well, what do you think of my father's research facility?" Chen Yao asked, pride evident in her expression. "Impressive, beyond my expectations. With such comprehensive equipment and an independent power system, it's impeccable." Qin Feng replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Thank you. Why are you thanking me? You saved my life in the gym. I owe you my gratitude." Chen Yao countered, her curiosity piqued. "But really, what do you intend to do with this research lab? Are you attempting to discover a cure for the zombie virus? I wouldn't mind developing an antidote if possible, but that is not my primary goal." Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, adding an air of mystery. "You'll find out in due time." "Ah, keeping secrets, are we?" Chen Yao teased, turning to leave. "Well, I'll let you focus on your work." She had little interest in scientific research and preferred not to intrude upon Qin Feng's endeavors. Once Chen Yao departed, Qin Feng examined the lab's equipment and materials, ultimately querying the system. Can this research facility provide the resources necessary to construct a complete suit of armor? Host, to manufacture the armor, the power source issue must be addressed first. The armor requires an arc reactor to function, but calculations indicate a shortage of several crucial rare metals, obtainable only through a specialized military arsenal. Qin Feng frowned. "Are you jesting? A military arsenal? Where am I supposed to find one?" According to system data, the city contains a large military arsenal, but it is located in a high-security zone. Given your current capabilities, accessing it may prove challenging. A high-security zone? I'm barely capable of navigating a standard area. Qin Feng exclaimed, a frown etched upon his face. "Is there an alternative to the arc reactor, even temporarily?" The arc reactor, a compact cold fusion reactor, provided immense energy output, its core essential to the Iron Man suit. Without a stable energy source, even a well-crafted shell would amount to nothing more than scrap. Host, the Iron Man suit requires substantial energy. Even the first version consumes 100 million joules per second. Standard batteries cannot meet this demand. It is recommended to fabricate plasma batteries, as 4 of them would enable the suit to operate for 3 hours. While less stable than the arc reactor, the energy output is significant and sufficient for the first version. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Plasma batteries? I've never heard of them. Surely such technology does not exist? Indeed, plasma batteries do not exist. They are a technological innovation within the system's database. This knowledge became accessible upon your acquisition of the Iron Man suit's design. Excellent. This could solve everything. As Qin Feng's palms met, his expression radiated excitement. "So, how is this plasma battery manufactured? It surely cannot be too complicated, can it? Rest assured. Host. This research facility possesses a miniature particle collider capable of heating electrons to a plasma state. At that moment, the system will automatically initiate a special energy-gathering apparatus. You merely need to activate the collider. What a relief. Without further ado, let us commence. Qin Feng eagerly rubbed his hands together and began the battery creation process. First locating the power control switch of the laboratory and activating the power supply on the second basement level. According to the system's analysis, the power supply on the second basement level utilized a small-scale, controllable nuclear fusion principle, producing the most advanced supply apparatus. However, due to the technology still being in its infancy, it could only be activated 3 times daily, each session lasting no more than 10 minutes. Yet, 10 minutes was ample time for the system to fabricate the required plasma batteries. As soon as the power supply was activated within mere seconds, the entire research facility was inundated with powerful electricity, illuminating all lighting apparatus. Following the system's guidance, Qin Feng operated the miniature particle collider, initiating particle collisions. As particles relentlessly collided, generating terrifyingly high temperatures, they were instantaneously transformed into a plasma state. At that moment, the system commenced battery production, continuously absorbing the plasma energy. In less than 2.5 minutes, the first blue plasma battery was successfully forged. The material of the plasma battery resembled an unknown crystal, entirely blue, roughly the size of a basketball, and astonishingly heavy. If it were not for Qin Feng's robust, muscular strength, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to lift this battery. No wonder only 4 could be accommodated. If more were added, the battle armor would likely become immobile, let alone engage in combat. Soon, within the span of 10 minutes, 4 plasma batteries were meticulously crafted and arranged neatly on the experimental table. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the power supply automatically ceased, leaving the environment dimly lit, with only the 4 batteries emanating a shimmering blue glow, truly resplendent. Congratulations, host. The batteries have been successfully manufactured. Next, you merely need to construct the battle armor according to the design blueprint and equip it with the 4 plasma batteries to complete the armor fabrication. Excellent. Now it is time for me to take action. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, proceeding to create the molds for the helmet, armor, backplate, and shoulder guards, followed by the internal component molds. Once all molds were completed, Qin Feng gathered tungsten steel metal from the research facility. Tungsten steel alloy is currently the hardest metal produced by humanity, commonly employed in the creation of sturdy exteriors, making it the prime choice for forging battle armor. Of course, if he could acquire vibranium or adamantium, that would be even better. However, these materials exist only in movies. Therefore, for now, tungsten steel alloy remains the optimal selection. After collecting a sufficient amount of tungsten steel alloy, Qin Feng activated the power apparatus, opening the facility's high-tech furnace and placing the tungsten steel metal inside, melting it into a concentrated tungsten steel alloy liquid to pour into the molds. After a seamless operation, the tungsten steel alloy helmet was successfully completed. Chapter 48, Material Collection. Splendid. The helmet is finally finished. Now for the exterior. Observing the remarkably sturdy helmet before him, Qin Feng wore a satisfied smile and immediately inquired of the system. The tungsten steel alloy in the laboratory is insufficient. Can you detect any locations abundant with tungsten steel alloy? In response, host. A large metallurgical factory has been detected approximately 20 kilometers east of your current location, containing ample tungsten steel alloy and a small quantity of titanium alloy, which was produced inadvertently. The hardness of titanium alloy exceeds that of tungsten steel alloy and can serve as exterior material. Excellent. 20 kilometers is not too far. At my current speed, even with the presence of zombies and monsters along the way, I should be able to arrive before nightfall. Upon hearing the detection results, a smile spread across Qin Feng's face as he promptly left the research facility. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent several hours within the facility, and the time had now reached the afternoon. Big brother Qin, I have completed the courtyard. As Qin Feng finished gathering his belongings and prepared to step outside, Lu Ming approached him with a radiant smile. Well done. You have not disappointed me. Qin Feng glanced at the clean and tidy courtyard outside, feeling immensely satisfied, and acutely noticed that Lu Ming's psychic abilities seemed to have enhanced. For some unknown reason, she had unexpectedly broken through to the intermediate level. Upon noticing Lu Ming's improvement, Qin Feng remarked, "It appears your psychic level has advanced, hasn't it?" Caught off guard by Qin Feng's keen observation, Lu Ming scratched her head bashfully and replied, "It seems nothing can escape Big Brother Qin's sharp eyes. I have been on the verge of a breakthrough for several days, but had not shown any signs until just now, when for some reason, I suddenly advanced to the intermediate level." Qin Feng nodded in approval. Intermediate level strength is quite commendable. Had that lecherous man not manipulated the two zombie monsters, he would likely have been no match for you. However, compared to you, Big Brother Qin, I am still far behind. If I am not mistaken, you are nearing the formidable level, correct? Lu Ming gazed at Qin Feng with admiration. Not quite. Achieving the formidable level is no simple feat. I still have a considerable distance to cover. Qin Feng shrugged dismissively, then scanned the surroundings, noticing Chun Yao's absence, and inquired, "By the way, where is Chun Yao?" Lu Ming replied, "Sister Chun went to the leisure area behind the villa after lunch. Would you like me to call her back?" Qin Feng waved his hand. "No need. You stay here and keep her company." "Stay with sister? Are you saying you're going out, Big Brother Qin?" Lu Ming understood Qin Feng's intention. Qin Feng nodded, "Yes. I need to step out for a while." Lu Ming's innocent and youthful face displayed a clear concern. "What is Big Brother Qin going to do? Is it dangerous?" "I need to gather some essential materials. It should not pose any danger, so do not worry." Qin Feng smiled to ease the young girl's apprehension and instructed, "Although this place is remote, it is better to be cautious. If any perilous situation arises, I trust you know what to do." Lu Ming, with a serious expression, assured him, "Understood. I will protect sister with my life." "Good. Your words give me peace of mind. I shall take my leave now." Qin Feng nodded and swiftly exited the villa, quickly disappearing from Lu Ming's sight. As night fell, the moon hung high, and the night breeze was sharp. In the dilapidated, blood-soaked ruins of Jiangbei City's southern district, a figure darted through the darkness of an alley near Metallurgical Avenue. This figure moved with incredible speed, fierce as the wind, akin to a tiger sprinting at full force. None other than Qin Feng, out on a quest for materials. After leaving the base, Qin Feng hurried to this location, knowing that after traversing approximately 5 more kilometers, he would reach the metallurgical factory indicated by the system. Along the way, Qin Feng endeavored to avoid conflict, only engaging in battle when absolutely necessary. Consequently, he had slain only 20 ordinary zombies and 2 intermediate-level mutated zombies, accumulating a total of 40 survival points, bringing his current total to 126 points. However, the daily sign-in task had yet to be issued, causing Qin Feng to feel a tinge of anxiety. "Strange, system. It is already 8 in the evening. Why have you not yet issued the sign-in task?" Qin Feng inquired softly. "The sign-in tasks are triggered randomly, and the system remains oblivious." The Doomsday Sign-In System seems to enjoy teasing Qin Feng a bit. Regardless, let's focus on gathering tungsten steel alloy first. Qin Feng raised his gaze towards the path ahead, shrouded in darkness. Due to the power grid's collapse, the once thriving city now lay devoid of light, save for the moon's glow. According to the map you provided, I am now less than 5 kilometers from the metallurgy factory. Excellent. There appears to be no immediate danger nearby, allowing me to quicken my pace. As he approached his destination, Qin Feng instinctively accelerated his steps. After passing a traffic light, the system's voice echoed. "Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed. Detected that the host is in a silver level area. The sign-in task has automatically adjusted to a silver level sign-in task. Today's sign-in task is to rescue 10 survivors to complete the sign-in. Task progress, 0-10. Please complete the task before midnight. Otherwise, it will expire. Rescue 10 survivors? Are you jesting with me? It's already 8 o'clock. Where am I supposed to find 10 survivors to save?" The suddenly refreshed sign-in task left Qin Feng bewildered. Previous sign-in tasks had been about hunting zombies and monsters. Now, out of the blue, he was tasked with saving survivors, leaving Qin Feng at a loss. In this apocalyptic world, zombies and monsters were abundant, but finding and rescuing survivors was akin to climbing a mountain. Moreover, with only 4 hours remaining until the task's expiration, completing it seemed virtually impossible. The sign-in task content is entirely random, and the system cannot decide. If the host feels unable to complete it, they may opt out. After all, tasks are issued daily, and one will not be missed. You speak so lightly. This is a silver-level sign-in task. Even the most casual rewards are of silver caliber. How can one simply choose to disregard it? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the system, and continued on his way. Regardless of the task's feasibility, collecting tungsten steel alloy remained imperative, as it was an essential material for crafting battle armor. Whether Qin Feng could successfully forge the coveted battle armor hinged on this endeavor. Chapter 49. A Horrific Slaughter. In the industrial zone of Jiangbei's southern district, within the metallurgy factory, over 20 individuals, young and old, were surrounded by a group of ferocious bandits, their expressions a blend of despair and agony. They were factory workers and nearby residents who, upon the sudden onset of the apocalypse, lost all their loved ones and were forced to band together, seeking refuge within the factory. Despite the perilous environment, they managed to sustain some semblance of life. However, just last night, a group of unwelcome guests had launched a surprise attack, overpowering the few among them who possessed special abilities, seizing their supplies and women, and treating them as slaves to be abused and trampled upon at will. "Mommy, are we going to die?" A little boy cried in fear, clinging to his mother. She, tattered and bruised, bore the scars of the atrocities inflicted by those brutes. The mother, unsure of how to respond, felt only the weight of impending torment and suffering. How she wished for a savior to appear, someone who could vanquish these inhumane fiends. But alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. Good people do not live long, and calamities befall the unworthy. Such is the harsh reality. If you do not reveal the whereabouts of that girl, this will be your fate. Just as the tension reached its peak, a bald, tattooed man entered the factory with 4 bodyguards in tow. In his presence, all the bandits bowed in deference. This man, known as Baldy, was a notorious figure in Jiangbei's underground scene before the apocalypse. After its onset, he had aligned himself with a certain anti-human faction, amassing considerable power and influence. If you do not disclose the girl's location, this will be your fate. Baldy brandished a bloodied head, tossing it contemptuously before the crowd. The already fragile spirits of the people shattered further at the sight of the head, which belonged to the factory's director and their leader. The once respected leader was now reduced to a gruesome trophy, obliterating their last vestige of hope. "We truly do not know. Please spare us," the remaining men pleaded, tears streaming down their faces, their resolve utterly shattered. The women could only tremble in fear, and several children had fainted from terror. Yet, their pleas for mercy yielded no compassion, only further brutality. Baldy drew a gun, aiming it at a middle-aged man crouching at the front, his expression devoid of emotion. "Speak." "I don't know," the man replied, his voice trembling. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, the middle-aged man's head exploded, blood spilling profusely. "Brutes! You beasts!" With the death of yet another comrade, a bespectacled man could no longer contain his rage and charged forward, hurling a clump of earth at Baldy. This bespectacled man was also a special ability user, albeit of a low level, and stood no chance against Baldy. The latter merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling the attack, and then smirked cruelly. "So there are still special ability users? But you are merely low-level ants." Baldy concentrated his energy, summoning an invisible gale that sliced through the bespectacled man, cleaving him in two. As the last special ability user fell, the remaining men, women, and children sank into despair, mentally preparing themselves for death. "Huh, you fools!" Baldy's henchman cheered, reveling in his newfound strength, proclaiming he had reached a high level. Thanks to the recent slaughter of numerous special ability users and the acquisition of a significant number of corpse cores, his power had surged. With his high-level prowess, even the gang's upper echelons would have to show him respect. In stark contrast to the hopelessness of the metallurgy factory's occupants, Baldy's followers rejoiced, lavishing praise upon his strength. Baldy, savoring their adoration, wore a satisfied grin. He then coldly turned to the next innocent civilian. "Next. Speak. I'll tell you. The girl is hiding in the Qinshan Villa area." The next man, unable to endure the torment any longer, divulged the secret, though the crowd looked down upon him. In this dire situation, protecting that girl could easily lead to their collective demise. "Boss, I've told you. Please spare me. I don't want to die. Just let me live, and I will follow you." The civilian man pleaded desperately, wanting only to survive. While selfish, his desire was understandable. Yet, they underestimated Baldy's ruthless nature. "Pathetic trash. I never leave any behind." Baldy coldly laughed, raising his gun and shooting the civilian man in the head. "Immediately inform the searching squad outside that we have located the target clues and instruct them to rush to the Qin Shan Villa area. After issuing orders to his subordinates, the bald man cruelly gazed at all the civilians in the metallurgy factory. Kill all the men and enjoy the women on the spot. Once everyone has had their fun, we will head to the Qin Shan Villa area. Ha! Just waiting for the boss's word. Brothers, let us move. The crowd, unable to contain their anticipation, erupted into lewd, sinister laughter, and in an instant, a heinous massacre commenced. Ah! 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 Countless chilling screams echoed through the air. In less than 10 seconds, the once 20-odd civilians were reduced to merely 4 men and 7 women. Even the children cradled in their arms fell victim to this brutal onslaught. Such a heart-wrenching scene is beyond description, even by hell itself. The remaining 4 men, their faces twisted in agony, stared helplessly at the impending slaughter, resigned to their fate. Damn it, these wretched beasts. We will not let you off even as ghosts. The men let out their final roars, preparing for a desperate struggle. Just a few worthless trash. How foolish. Yet ordinary civilians, in the face of these ruthless thugs, were as defenseless as ants. With a few punches and kicks, the men were struck down and trampled underfoot. Excuse me, where is the tungsten steel alloy stored? Just as the thugs prepared to deliver the final blow, a loud and clear voice pierced through the air. In the next moment, Qin Feng's figure swept through the factory's entrance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 50. Qin Feng arrives. Where did this filthy brat come from? Seeking death? Upon seeing that the speaker was merely a young boy, the crowd of thugs encircled him menacingly, their expressions predatory. Qin Feng raised his hands, smiling. Seeking death? No. I'm just here to gather some materials and take care of you scum. Qin Feng had not intended to meddle. But upon witnessing these beasts show no mercy even to small children, he could no longer stand idly by. Moreover, today's task was to save people, which aligned perfectly with his purpose. Eliminate him. The bald man, realizing that Qin Feng had come to cause trouble, wasted no time and ordered the execution of Qin Feng. All right, this kid is ours. 2 thugs wielding machetes gleefully charged at Qin Feng. These 2 were merely ordinary men, emboldened by their numbers, and they thought little of Qin Feng. However, in the next moment, as they closed within half a meter of him, a flash of crimson light appeared, and both collapsed into a pool of blood, their demise so swift that they never saw Qin Feng's blade. What incredible speed! The bald man, who had thought Qin Feng was doomed, now wore a serious expression upon realizing the boy's astonishing swiftness. Do not underestimate him. This kid is also an Esper. First group, engage. Following the bald man's warning, the ordinary thugs retreated, recognizing that battling an Esper was beyond their capability. Under the bald man's command, 4 similarly tattooed thugs gathered their powers and launched an assault against Qin Feng. 2 ice-type Espers, 1 water-type Esper, and 1 fire-type Esper. In an instant, an array of colorful attacks surged toward Qin Feng, weaving a dense net of energy assaults. 2 of them were low-level, and 2 were mid-level, mere trash. Yet, amidst this fierce and concentrated assault, Qin Feng merely smiled coldly. Raising his hand, he swung his blade, cutting through the chaos. Before the 4 could react, Qin Feng's figure darted forward like a wraith, appearing before the 2 ice espers. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly gathered ice energy to counterattack. But before they could unleash their strike, Qin Feng's blade descended swiftly, claiming their lives in an instant. How is this possible? The remaining 2 espers were astonished. These 2 ice-type espers were mid-level, and for them to perish in an instant under Qin Feng's blade was beyond their comprehension, let alone themselves. In shock, they unleashed their most powerful attacks, but their fierce onslaught was effortlessly shattered by Qin Feng's blade. In the next moment, he vanished and lunged toward the 2 remaining espers, his blade slicing down like lightning. Just as Qin Feng was about to secure his victory, 3 invisible wind blades shot toward him, forcing him to retreat. Qin Feng sidestepped the 3 wind blades and turned his gaze toward the bald man. The bald man finally made his move. This kid is quite formidable, possessing high-level strength. I underestimated him. The bald man stared intently at Qin Feng, refraining from further aggression. Since both were high-level, a fight to the death would yield uncertain results. Help is here. A high-level expert has arrived. If he can defeat the bald man, we will be saved. The civilians in the metallurgy factory felt a flicker of hope ignite within them upon hearing the bald man's words. Once the bald man fell, the remaining minions would pose no threat. Don't rejoice too soon. Although this young man is also high level, he appears rather young and may not necessarily be a match for this ruthless beast. Sighs of despair filled the air as some civilians, believing Qin Feng may not be the bald man's equal, adopted a pessimistic stance. A sinister smile crept across the bald man's brutish face. Little brother, I see you are not with these ants, right? No, I don't know them at all. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, speaking in a flat tone. To say what you want without beating around the bush. Refreshing. This little brother is indeed straightforward. The bald man, with a hint of flattery in his tone, continued with a smirk. Since you're not with these ants, why not join our Blackshaw gang? I guarantee you will hold a position equal to mine within the gang, and untold riches and honors await you. That sounds rather appealing. Qin Feng stroked his chin, feigning interest. Oh no, the newcomer actually intends to align with these beasts. I told you not to get your hopes up too soon. In this apocalypse, where humanity has become cruel, who could possibly come to our rescue? Alas, we are resigned to our fate. Dying might be better than languishing in this perilous world. Seeing Qin Feng seemingly swayed by the bald man's words, the many civilians present once again displayed expressions of despair and pessimism. The thugs, previously intimidated by Qin Feng, began to relax, realizing that if this high-level expert was not their enemy, but instead joined them, then losing 2 mid-level espers seemed insignificant. The bald man continued his verbal persuasion, seemingly earnestly coaxing, Brother, don't hesitate. Our Blackshaw gang has thousands of members, vast power, and a plethora of strong individuals. Even high-level espers are abundant. Once you join, I assure you will receive the best treatment and training, and perhaps even surpass me in no time. Qin Feng flicked his fingers, his voice calm. Are you done? Finished. Will the little brother join us now? The bald man, though slightly displeased with Qin Feng's attitude, understood that Qin Feng was a high-level esper whose strength could not be dismissed, even by him. Since you're done, let us get to it. What you just said will be your last words. Qin Feng smiled coldly, positioning his blade before him. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's mockery, the bald man's expression instantly darkened, transforming into a stormy shade. Young brother, do you truly wish to oppose our Black Shaman gang? Do not misunderstand. I harbor no animosity towards the Black Shaman gang. Qin Feng replied with a sardonic smile, shifting the conversation. I simply detest associating with beasts, refusing a toast, and opting for a penalty drink. You seek death. Enraged, the bald man concentrated energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of invisible wind blades towards Qin Feng, while simultaneously firing his pistol, effectively sealing off any escape route for Qin Feng. This maneuver had long been planned by the bald man. Should Qin Feng show any sign of movement, he would unleash this lethal strike. Under the onslaught of this net of attacks, Qin Feng felt a modicum of pressure. However, the notion that such techniques could subdue him was utterly ludicrous. Shatter Blade Light. Activate. At the moment the skill was initiated, a torrent of crimson light exploded from the apocalyptic blade, effortlessly slicing through all incoming assaults. Impossible. How could you dismantle my heavenly net? The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief as his prized technique was effortlessly shattered. This heavenly net had once severely wounded a high-level expert when he was merely an intermediate-level practitioner. With his current high-level prowess, this technique should have been even more formidable. Yet, Qin Feng had casually severed his attack. Even someone as seasoned as he found it hard to comprehend this reality. But now was not the time for astonishment. The instant Qin Feng shattered his attacks, he had already closed the distance between them. Qin Feng's speed was astonishing, leaving the bald man, despite being a high-level supernatural being, struggling to catch a glimpse of his movements. Instinctively, he hurled a few wind blades in defense. However, these seemingly invincible blades crumbled to dust upon contact with Qin Feng, proving utterly ineffective. If this is your full strength, then prepare to meet your end. Qin Feng remarked, his tone tinged with fatigue. He had anticipated a high-level supernatural being to exhibit greater strength, hoping to test his skills. Yet, after this confrontation, he found that such opponents were of no consequence, their full-force assaults barely posing any threat. In his eyes, high-level supernatural beings paled in comparison to mutated monsters of the same tier. Himself excluded, of course. With his current speed and power, Neither supernatural beings nor monsters of the same tier held a candle to him. Perhaps only a low-level adversary could present a challenge worthy of his attention. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Feng's blade was already within striking distance. Yet the bald man was not inclined to accept his fate passively. Utilizing his wind-based powers, he retreated at full speed, narrowly evading Qin Feng's strike. However, he was no match for Qin Feng. After dodging one blow, Qin Feng's blade was already upon him again, this time with greater velocity, leaving him no chance to evade. In desperation, he seized two of his subordinates and hurled them to absorb Qin Feng's attack. As the two henchmen fell to Qin Feng's blade, the bald man seized the opportunity to make a hasty escape toward the exit, all the while using his powers to hurl his remaining subordinates at Qin Feng. In a bid for survival, the bald man showed no regard for the lives of his subordinates. This heartlessness sent shivers down the spines of the nearby supernatural bandits, causing many to abandon the bald man in fear of Qin Feng's prowess. Qin Feng, indifferent to the chaos around him, swiftly dispatched 7 or 8 of the henchmen thrown at him before pursuing the bald man with relentless speed. To capture the leader was to eliminate the threat. Once he dealt with the bald man, the rest would be no concern. However, Qin Feng slightly underestimated the bald man's ruthlessness. Realizing his subordinates were of no use, he unleashed a dozen wind blades towards innocent civilians nearby. The blades moved with astonishing speed and lethal sharpness. Should they strike, the outcome would be fatal. Damn beast. While Qin Feng did not care much for the lives of these civilians, their survival was crucial for the completion of his mission. To allow them to perish so easily would be a grave loss. Thus, he abandoned his pursuit of the bald man, swiftly shifting his focus to intercept the wind blades, slicing through them all. By the time Qin Feng dismantled the last of the wind blades, the bald man had vanished without a trace, aided by his wind abilities. With the uncertainty of how many more members of the Black Shaman gang lurked outside, Qin Feng had no choice but to relent temporarily. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in task. You have received a silver sign-in treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Excellent. Completing the sign-in task is always a positive outcome. I shall open the chest at once. After acquiring the Iron Man suit design yesterday, today's reward should be equally impressive. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. As his words fell, a dazzling silver light flashed before him, and the exquisite silver treasure chest opened automatically. Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the silver treasure chest. You have received a good person card. A good person card? What on earth is this? Is this what comes from a silver treasure chest? Qin Feng's expression darkened as he gazed at the white card before him. He had expected treasures, yet here lay a mere trinket. The system was truly disappointing. To the host, the good person card is a collectible item. Collecting 3 will yield a special reward. Trigger a special effect? Why was this not mentioned earlier? What sort of special reward can be expected upon collecting 3? Perhaps it could significantly enhance my combat prowess? If so, that might redeem this. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. To the host, upon collecting 3 good person cards, you will receive a case of Master Chef instant noodles. What the hell? Is the system toying with me? A case of instant noodles as a reward? And a counterfeit at that? Master Chef noodles? Are you trying to kill me? Feeling utterly played by the system, Qin Feng could not help but curse aloud. To the host, the system is dedicated to serving the host and would never permit harm. Rest assured, while the Master Chef noodles may be counterfeit, they are certainly not life-threatening. Damn, this sign-in task was a waste of effort. In response to the system's explanation, Qin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. We are saved. Finally saved. Thank you, benefactor. Your immense kindness shall be etched in our memories. Observing Qin Feng's graceful demeanor, the remaining 11 civilians in the metallurgy factory knelt, tears streaming down their faces in gratitude. Had it not been for Qin Feng driving away the marauders of the Black Shaman gang, they would have surely met a grim fate, making their gratitude immeasurable. Yet, upon witnessing the kneeling civilians, Qin Feng's expression remained largely unchanged. You need not thank me. My reason for saving you lies in your utility to me. Had it not been for that, I would not have lifted a finger, even if all of you perished. Though his words were harsh, they reflected the stark reality. Had today's task not been to rescue others, he would never have risked himself for such strangers. But had he known the rewards for today's sign-in task would be so dismal, he would have steered clear of such matters. Now, having allowed the bald man to escape, he had irrefutably offended the Black Shaman Gang, a formidable force in this apocalyptic world. According to the bald man's description, the Black Shaman Gang boasted thousands of members, including numerous high-level supernatural beings, presenting a significant threat. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt no remorse for crossing the Black Shaman Gang. The Black Kill Gang is notorious for its nefarious deeds and insatiable ambition. Even if no conflict were to arise today, it is inevitable that battles will occur in Doomsday City in the future. Since we are destined to be adversaries, a confrontation now holds little consequence. Furthermore, the Black Kill Gang would find it no easy task to target Qin Feng. Not only is Qin Feng's strength rapidly advancing towards a higher tier, but he is also on the verge of completing his first-generation battle armor, which could rival high-tier combat power. With this trump card, Qin Feng remains undaunted by the Black Kill Gang. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the one who has saved us. You are our benefactor. Please allow me, Li Ming, to pay my respects. Among the four men, a middle-aged gentleman with a refined appearance expressed profound gratitude, bowing deeply to Qin Feng. The others quickly followed suit. After all, Qin Feng is not only their savior, but also a formidable high-tier expert. Even if Qin Feng's demeanor is aloof, his willingness to save lives signifies that he is not as cruel as the beasts of the Black Kill Gang. Therefore, it is crucial for them to ingratiate themselves with Qin Feng to ensure their safety. Enough, please rise. The members of the Black Kill Gang are ruthless and may return at any moment. Gather your belongings and leave. Qin Feng gestured, disliking the act of being venerated. Thank you, benefactor. Should the opportunity arise, we shall repay your kindness. Li Ming once again bowed deeply, then assisted the nearby civilians in standing up, preparing to collect their belongings and vacate this perilous location. Wait a moment, I still have two matters to inquire about. Qin Feng called out to the group. Li Ming and the others swiftly turned back, their attitude exceedingly respectful. Benefactor, please ask. We shall speak candidly. Qin Feng got straight to the point. My questions are simple. First, where's your factory's tungsten steel alloy stored? Collecting tungsten steel alloy is Qin Feng's objective on this occasion, and it cannot be overlooked. Li Ming, as a technical staff member of the factory, was well acquainted with this matter. He promptly provided a detailed response. Benefactor, all our precious metals are stored in warehouse number 13. Simply exit the main factory, turn left, and you'll find it at the end. Understood, Qin Feng nodded. Then posed his second question. The girl mentioned by that bald man. Who is she? Why was he so intent on capturing her? And why were you protecting her? This query had been lingering in Qin Feng's mind. Approaching the main factory, he had overheard the bald man coercing the civilians for information about a girl. Upon learning that she was hiding in the Qingshan Villa area, Qin Feng initially assumed they were after Lu Meng. However, upon reflection, Lu Meng had been abducted by a lecherous man and subsequently rescued by him, leaving her whereabouts unknown. Thus, the girl the bald man sought could not be Lu Meng. And considering the immense influence of the Black Kill Gang, she must be someone of significance. Sighing, Li Ming replied, the girl they seek is named Zhao Lingling, approximately 12 or 13 years old, and remarkably beautiful. We are unaware of her specific origins. She was brought back by the factory director 3 days ago, who stated her importance and the need to protect her at all costs. He sighed again. The director has bestowed upon us immense kindness, and we are naturally willing to risk our lives to safeguard Zhao Lingling's whereabouts. But unfortunately, there were traitors among us. Yet, we cannot blame them entirely. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. We have lost so many lives for the sake of a girl we have known for only 3 days, and we question whether it was worth it. The expressions on Li Ming and the others' faces reflected their regret. Nevertheless, when they considered the bald man's mercilessness, they bore no resentment towards the loss of lives for Zhao Lingling, as the true villains were the bald man and the brutal members of the Black Kill Gang, who exhibited utter inhumanity. Zhao Lingling, you say? Qin Feng mused quietly before speaking. Very well, I have finished my inquiries. You should leave quickly. If you are uncertain of where to go, I suggest heading towards Zhongbei University via South City Road. Although there are countless zombies there as well, it is still safer than remaining here. Thank you, benefactor. We shall take our leave. Li Ming clasped his hands in gratitude, then led the remaining civilians to gather supplies and depart. Despite the dangers outside, it was preferable to waiting here for death. Should the Black Kill Gang return, the consequences would be far more terrifying than death itself. Once the metallurgical factory's personnel had vacated, Qin Feng proceeded towards warehouse number 13. The Jiangbei metallurgical area is expansive, covering at least 100,000 square meters, with warehouses aplenty. Without Li Ming's guidance, it would have taken him hours to locate it alone. Following the warehouse number, Qin Feng swiftly arrived at warehouse number 13, pushing open the heavy door and peering inside under the faint moonlight. Numerous precious metals were neatly arranged within. The silver-gray tungsten steel alloy he sought was positioned to his left, amounting to no less than several dozen tons. In the corner, he spotted a basketball-sized piece of golden-gray metal, which was an even rarer titanium alloy, due to the stringent conditions required for its production. This titanium alloy had been inadvertently refined and was awaiting research. How am I to transport all this material back? It seems no vehicles are operational, Qin Feng pondered. Although there were several large trucks within the factory, they were inoperable due to unknown factors, and it was impossible for Qin Feng to carry all this material by hand. Rest assured, host, as these metallic materials are components for synthesizing system items, the system will activate a temporary warehouse to store all materials, the system informed him. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Can this system warehouse accommodate food and supplies? Qin Feng inquired upon learning of this function. Only items related to system tools can be stored in the system warehouse. Other supplies cannot be placed there for the time being. However, you may eventually obtain a dedicated storage warehouse from treasure chests, allowing you to store more items, the system replied. Understood. I shall await the opportunity to acquire storage warehouse, Qin Feng said, surveying the warehouse filled with metallic materials. Is there no metal here suitable for constructing the arc reactor? After system detection, there are no rare metals necessary for the arc reactor present here. Such rare metals are exceedingly scarce on Earth and can only be found in small quantities within certain highly destructive large-scale weapons. Thus, you must head to the Jiangbei weapon depot to obtain them, the system clarified. Qin Feng nodded. Got it. Let's first store these items in the warehouse. I must return to the villa area promptly. The Black Hill Gang has already discovered Zhao Lingling's hiding place, and while I do not worry for her safety, Chun Yao and Lu Meng are still nearby. Should the Black Hill Gang locate their whereabouts, these two beautiful women would undoubtedly fall prey to those beasts. System warehouse activated. Commencing collection of materials. As the mechanical sounds of the system resonated, a portal of white light appeared before Qin Feng, exuding a tremendous gravitational force that drew the required tungsten steel alloy and a small quantity of titanium alloy directly into the portal. Once all the materials were collected, the white glow automatically extinguished, and simultaneously, a blue light screen materialized, displaying the total amount of tungsten steel alloy. 50 tons of tungsten steel alloy and 1 ton of titanium alloy. The titanium alloy was indeed scarce, amounting to merely 1 ton. Observing the total metal count, Qin Feng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding the quantity of titanium alloy. Although it appeared to be at least 1 ton, if melted into an outer shell, it would only suffice for a thin layer, with tungsten steel alloy remaining the primary material. System, is there a way to refine titanium alloy outside? Qin Feng inquired. Replying to the host, titanium alloy requires unlocking the corresponding smelting technology, which has not been unlocked yet. Thus, refining is not possible. Very well. Then let us open the attributes panel and the system mall exchange interface. I wish to bolster my strength. Qin Feng activated the attribute exchange interface. He currently possessed 126 survival points, which could be converted into 12 attribute points, allowing him to further enhance his capabilities, an ideal preparation for potential threats that may arise. With adept manipulation, Qin Feng successfully converted the 126 survival points into 12 attribute points. After careful consideration, he opted to allocate all of them to enhance his strength. His current speed was already sufficient. Even against speed-oriented, intangible wind-type superhumans like the bald-headed one, he could easily dominate without further enhancement. Conversely, an increase in strength would directly translate to enhanced combat power. Ding! Host strength augmentation completed. Ding! Host attributes panel updated. Strength, 120, holding the N times weapon. Strength 40, wearing the title Zombie Slayer. Strength 30. Intelligence, 15. Speed, 27, holding the N times weapon. Speed 10, wearing the title Zombie Slayer. Speed 10. Defense, 15, holding the N times weapon. Defense 10. Mentality, 5. Remaining survival points, 6. Comprehensive combat power evaluation, high tier, requiring an additional 41 attribute points to reach the next level. Only 41 attribute points are needed to attain the next level. The goal is within reach. Qin Feng's current prowess had already surpassed that of an average high tier. He even held a decent chance against initial tier opponents. Once he ascended to the initial tier, only middle tier experts would pose a genuine threat to him. Having completed the gathering of resources and attribute enhancements, Qin Feng departed from the metallurgy factory, retracing the path he had taken to return to the Qingshan Villa area. By now, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, with the bright full moon illuminating the night sky, rendering the surrounding stars dim and lackluster. Under this gentle moonlight, amidst the chilly evening breeze, Qin Feng darted through the shadows like a swift black-clad knight. However, as he passed a dilapidated pedestrian street, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from around the corner ahead. Stopping in his tracks, Qin Feng utilized his extraordinary vision to peer around the corner approximately 30 meters ahead. With each rhythmic footfall, four shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, sauntering leisurely under the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng recognized these four silhouettes to be nothing more than four tattered, grotesque, ordinary zombies. Realizing they were merely ordinary zombies, Qin Feng slightly lowered his guard, preparing to dispatch them swiftly. Suddenly, a series of sharp, eerie sounds emanated from behind him, shattering the previous silence. It was the sound of bones twisting. Each crack resonated like a death knell, gradually drawing closer to Qin Feng. His expression hardened as his nerves tightened. Evidently, he had let his guard down too soon. The bizarre sounds continued to echo from the depths of the darkness, growing ever nearer. Clenching the end times weapon in his right hand, Qin Feng focused intently. At the moment when the footsteps were almost upon him, he pivoted and struck down into the darkness with great force. Yet, to his astonishment, his swift strike sliced through nothingness, failing to connect with any tangible target. The eerie sounds of twisting bones, which had been so near, ceased abruptly as if they had never existed. What on earth is happening? Such a bizarre occurrence led Qin Feng to adopt a grave demeanor, swiftly retreating to distance himself from the source of the bone sounds. Just as he began to ponder the situation, a rustling noise whispered beside his ear, sending an icy shiver down his spine. The sense of dread gripped him, and he turned to investigate the source of the sound. In the faint moonlight, a horrifying shadow loomed, twisting in an unbelievable manner, as if toying with its prey. Warning: a high-tier, mutated night demon zombie has appeared ahead. The night demon zombie before you is an ordinary variant, but possesses special mutations, moving at incredible speed during the night, comparable to an initial tier entity. Host, please exercise caution. A night demon zombie. Upon hearing the system's analysis, Qin Feng's focus sharpened as he fixed his gaze on the night demon zombie before him. Compared to the monstrous entities he had encountered, this zombie lacked a colossal physique or overwhelming presence, yet the danger it exuded rivaled that of the black beasts he had encountered the day before. A series of strange sounds erupted from the night demon zombie's mouth, resembling mockery or perhaps the pronouncement of Qin Feng's doom. However, Qin Feng was never one to sit idly by. Before the night demon zombie could launch its attack, he took the initiative and swung his weapon decisively. Yet astonishingly, the night demon zombie, which appeared unflinching, vanished at the very moment Qin Feng's blade descended, as if it had never existed at all. This was a scenario Qin Feng had never encountered before. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sudden, excruciating pain ripped through his back. As Qin Feng spun around, he discovered the night demon zombie had reappeared, its claws sharper than steel, tearing into his back and leaving a bloody gash. Chapter 54, Speed Crystal. Damn it! Qin Feng seethed with rage, having been unexpectedly wounded by the night demon zombie. However, now was not the time for anger. The eerie speed of the night demon zombie demanded a calm and strategic response. Fortuitously, Qin Feng maintained a steady mindset, quickly regaining his composure and launching another strike at the night demon zombie. As his blade descended once more, the night demon zombie, true to form, vanished without a trace, as if evaporating into thin air. Yet this time, as the night demon zombie disappeared, Qin Feng's weapon performed an unexpected maneuver, spinning around to strike behind him. The sharp blade cleaved through the air, leaving a trail of black blood in its wake. In the next instant, the previously empty space behind Qin Feng suddenly revealed the figure of the night demon zombie. However, this time it lacked the previous arrogance, for its chest had been ruthlessly struck by a blade wielded by Qin Feng. While not fatal, The wound was significant enough to be noteworthy. Perhaps taken aback by the fact that Qin Feng could actually hit it, the night demon zombie's eyes reflected an almost human-like astonishment. It must be noted that it had ruthlessly slaughtered countless humans with its swift, almost invisible movements, never once missing its mark. Qin Feng was the first human to truly injure it, which filled it with a profound sense of dread amidst its shock. This was all thanks to Qin Feng's calm analysis. Upon deducing the likely position for which the night demon zombie would attack, he feigned a strike, then suddenly turned and struck with precision, catching the night demon zombie completely off guard. This was indeed a case of returning the favor with its own tactics. Crack! The night demon zombie emitted another peculiar sound, seemingly preparing to unleash its full power against Qin Feng. And before the sound had fully dissipated, its figure vanished from sight. Did it truly believe it could employ the same tactic against me for a third time? Such a mindless creature. Qin Feng had discerned the night demon zombie's weakness, and with a sneer, he swung his blade forcefully behind him. Yet this time he struck nothing but air. However, in that fleeting moment of emptiness, Qin Feng did not falter. Instead, he leapt into the air, executing a somersault, and aimed his weapon at the very spot where he had just stood. Swish! A gruesome sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as a torrent of foul blood surged forth from the ground where he had once stood. The grotesque head of the night demon zombie severed cleanly in two, creating a horrific scene. It turned out that Qin Feng had intentionally missed his initial strike to bait the night demon zombie into attacking. Although the creature's speed was unnaturally swift, as long as one remained vigilant and attuned to the flow of air, its position could still be discerned through faint shifts in the atmosphere. One must admit, Qin Feng's combat prowess was indeed remarkable. After experiencing a minor setback, he quickly devised a strategy to counter the night demon zombie and successfully turn the tables on it. Had it been anyone else, the inability to remain calm in the face of such a bizarre foe would likely have led even a novice superhuman to perish at the hands of the night demon zombie. Its sudden and stealthy assaults rendered it nearly impossible to defend against. This was the terrifying nature of a night demon zombie. According to the system's description, the night demon zombie that Qin Feng had slain was merely an ordinary one. Should he encounter a higher-tier version, its speed and assassination capabilities would surely be even more alarming. It was no wonder that the system referred to this creature as a special mutated zombie, for it possessed an assassination capability unmatched by other zombies. Especially in the darkness, the night demon zombie's speed and abilities were greatly enhanced, leaving any master of any level unable to afford it any leniency. Although Qin Feng had sustained a scratch from the night demon zombie, he had fortuitously discovered a method to confront it, ensuring that if he were to face stronger variants in the future, he would not be thrown into disarray and would possess the strength to fight back. In summary, experiencing minor setbacks early on was far better than being unexpectedly ambushed at a critical moment. Beep. Congratulations, host, for slaying a high-tier night demon zombie. Survival points, 30. Total survival points, 36. Beep. Congratulations, host, on your stroke of luck. Upon slaying the night demon zombie, you have obtained a blue speed crystal. Would you like to collect it? A flash of blue light caught Qin Feng's eye, and he immediately turned his gaze to the corpse of the night demon zombie, discovering a cube-shaped blue crystal emanating an enticing glow amidst its grotesque remains. A blue speed crystal? What would this be? Intrigued by the new item, Qin Feng recalled that while killing zombies and monsters, he had previously only known of a certain chance to obtain corpses, which could be exchanged for survival points. This crystal, however, was a first for him. To the host, when defeating zombies or monsters, there's a certain probability of obtaining both corpse nuclei and attribute crystals. You are already aware of the uses of corpse nuclei. Now, let us focus on attribute crystals. As the name suggests, attribute crystals can directly enhance one's attributes, typically dropping randomly based on the monster's properties, such as strength crystals, speed crystals, defense crystals, etc. Like corpse nuclei, they are classified by quality into white, blue, purple, etc. The blue speed crystal you have acquired can directly enhance your speed by 10 points. A direct enhancement of 10 points to my speed? Quite impressive. While not the most critical attribute like strength, an increase in speed would significantly bolster my combat prowess. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction before utilizing the speed crystal, gaining 10 additional points to his speed. Beep. Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 120, with a weapon of the apocalypse, strength 40, wearing the title of Zombie Slayer. Strength 30, intelligence 15, speed 37, with a weapon of the apocalypse, speed 10, wearing the title of Zombie Slayer, speed 10. Defense 15, with a weapon of the apocalypse. Defense 10. Mentality 5, remaining survival points 36, overall combat power evaluation. High tier, 31 attribute points away from reaching the next tier. Now, Qin Feng's speed had reached an impressive 37 points, theoretically allowing him to run at a terrifying distance of 37 meters per second. This was akin to a car speeding down a highway or a cheetah sprinting at full speed. Such velocity had far surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. It is not an exaggeration to say that in terms of speed alone, aside from high-tier night demon zombies, even ordinary zombies and monsters would struggle to rival Qin Feng. With the problem resolved, it was time to return. The Black Fiends could find Chun Yao and the others at any moment. Having completed his enhancements and concern for the safety of Chun Yao and her companion, Qin Feng wasted no time and swiftly charted a course back to their base. Chapter 55, Zhao Lingling. Deep within the forest, at a villa atop a mountain. After dinner, Chun Yao and Lu Meng reclined on a small sofa in the courtyard, enjoying the moonlight and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Dressed in a loose-fitting black dress, Chun Yao exuded a lazy elegance. Her exquisitely flawless profile radiating a mature allure under the moon's glow. Sister Chun, how long have you and Brother Qin been together? After a while of casual chatter, Lu Meng suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chun Yao replied nonchalantly, not long, why do you ask? Lu Meng, her curiosity bubbling over, pressed further with a deeper question. Only a few days? Have you two? Lu Meng's bold inquiry caused Chun Yao to flush crimson, and she playfully chided. You little rascal, at such a young age, why are you asking such strange questions? If you keep this up, I might just have Qin Feng send you away. Come on, Sister Chun, just indulge my little curiosity. Knowing Chun Yao was joking, Lu Meng persisted, adopting a playful tone. One must admit, when girls let loose, they can be just as daring as boys, suddenly taking the conversation in a bold direction. What on earth do you think about all day with that little head of yours? Chun Yao cast a fierce glance at Lu Meng, playfully tapping her adorable little head. Your brother Qin is a man of integrity and gentlemanly conduct. How could he possibly act inappropriately after just a few days together? Lu Meng grinned mischievously. Oh really? Then how come I heard strange noises coming from your room last night? You were calling Qin's name quite fervently. Don't be absurd. That never happened. Chun Yao's face flushed like a cherry, quickly denying the accusation. She then reached to pinch Lu Meng's small chest, teasing you, young lady. Are quite young, yet your mind is filled with peculiar thoughts. Come here, let me see how you've developed. Are you yearning for a man? Absolutely not. My chest is small. There's nothing worth looking at. Lu Meng hurriedly dodged, and the two girls instantly erupted into laughter and playful banter. Just as their merriment escalated, a rustling sound emerged from the corner of the courtyard. Chun Yao abruptly halted her playful antics, her demeanor shifting to one of vigilance as she directed her attention toward the source of the sound, drawing out the desert eagle that Qin Feng had provided. Ready for combat. What is wrong, Sister Chun? Lu Meng inquired, noticing Chun Yao's sudden seriousness. Shoo, it seems there is something moving over there. Chun Yao pointed towards the flower bed where the noise originated. The flower bed, situated in a corner of the courtyard, stood over a meter high, brimming with vibrant blooms. However, the darkness of the night obscured their view of what lay within. At Chun Yao's prompt, Lu Meng too became alert, gathering her psychic energy. The surrounding moisture coalesced into two transparent, spherical water bullets under her command. Though the water bullets appeared gentle and serene, their destructive capability rivaled that of a high-caliber sniper rifle when launched. Lu Meng refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to speculate quietly. Could it be a zombie? Possibly. We don't know its position yet, so let us approach cautiously. If we sense anything amiss, we strike simultaneously. Having endured numerous battles, Chun Yao's demeanor had grown increasingly composed and resolute. Agreed. Lu Meng nodded, and together they stealthily advanced towards the flower bed from which the strange sounds emanated. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. As they closed in to within 50 meters of the flower bed, a fresh, rustling sound pierced the silence, akin to a body brushing against the foliage. Although faint, in this utterly quiet environment, it was startlingly loud. Indeed, there is something there. Attack. Chun Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she prepared to pull the trigger. Please, don't kill me. I'm not a zombie. Just then, a weak feminine voice emerged from the flower bed, and in the next moment, a disheveled little girl, trembling, stepped into view. The girl appeared to be no more than 12 years old, dressed in tattered clothing, resembling a little beggar. Is she human? Realizing their adversary was not a zombie, Chun Yao and Lu Ming quickly retracted their weapons and approached the girl, crouching down in front of her with concern. Little sister, what is your name? How did you end up here? Chun Yao's tone was gentle, enveloping the frightened girl in warmth. The little girl hesitated, then spoke in a trembling voice. I am Zhao Lingling. I was being chased by some bad people and accidentally ended up here. Zhao Lingling? What a lovely name. Don't worry, we won't harm you. Here, are you hungry? I have a sausage. Lu Ming offered, tearing open an unopened sausage from her pocket and handing it to Zhao Lingling. Having been hungry for quite some time, Zhao Lingling eagerly accepted the sausage, devouring it without a second thought. Once she regained some strength, she knelt down with a quavering voice, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sisters. Please, there is no need for such formalities. We're not deserving of it. Chun Yao smiled warmly, helping Zhao Lingling to her feet. You mentioned you were being chased? At your young age, how could you have enemies? Zhao Lingling, sensing the kindness in Chun Yao and Lu Ming, lowered her guard and earnestly replied, I don't know why they are chasing me. Ever since the apocalypse, I managed to survive with my brother among the zombies. But 7 days ago, these bad people suddenly appeared and tried to capture us without saying a word. My brother fought fiercely to protect me, allowing me to escape. Chun Yao furrowed her brows slightly. Do you know who they are? I overheard the factory manager mention something about a gang called the Black Sha Gang. Zhao Lingling recalled with wide eyes. They came to the metallurgy factory where I was hiding. The manager quickly arranged for me to be sent away, but the people escorting me were ambushed by zombies. And I ran away in fear, eventually making my way here. I see. You've been quite fortunate to survive such dangers, Chun Yao acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Although I'm unsure what the Black Sha Gang wants with you, you must possess something of significant value, which is why they relentlessly pursue you. Zhao Lingling sighed. But I'm just an ordinary orphan. If it weren't for my brother feeding me and giving me a name, I would have starved on the streets. What important secret could I possibly have? Chun Yao chuckled softly. That may not be the case. Your ability to survive amidst such peril indicates that your luck is not merely coincidental. Perhaps it is indeed linked to a secret you carry. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the courtyard, causing Chun Yao and Lu Ming to exchange alarmed glances. Oh no! Could it be the Black Sha Gang has caught up with us? Chapter 56, Assault. The sudden clamor of footsteps outside rendered Chun Yao and Lu Ming's expressions grave. Lu Ming, flustered, turned to Chun Yao. Sister Chun, what should we do? There must be at least 10 people out there, and some seem to be superpowered. We might not stand a chance. Though Lu Ming was a superpowered individual, her youth left her feeling somewhat helpless in the face of such unexpected danger. Let us retreat inside and set an ambush. They are in the open while we remain concealed. We hold the advantage, Chun Yao whispered. All right. Following their brief exchange, Chun Yao and Lu Ming decided to withdraw into the house. However, Zhao Lingling showed no intention of following. Sisters, you're both kind-hearted, but you must hide. They are after me. If I go out voluntarily, they will leave you alone. Having hidden for so long, Zhao Lingling was utterly exhausted, unwilling to burden anyone else, especially such beautiful and kind sisters as Chun Yao and Lu Ming. Don't be foolish. Those people are clearly ruthless. Even if they capture you, they will undoubtedly ransack our home. We have nowhere to hide, Chun Yao asserted sternly. Remember, the best defense in this world is a good offense. We cannot sit idly and wait for our demise. During her time with Qin Feng, Chun Yao had learned much, realizing that in the face of danger, one must possess the courage to strike first. Otherwise, hiding and fleeing would only lead to regret. With that, Chun Yao took Zhao Lingling's delicate hand, leading her towards the main house. Once inside, they found suitable positions to ambush from, readying themselves for whatever lay beyond the door. Chun Yao noticed the deep guilt and self-reproach etched on Zhao Lingling's face, believing she had endangered both Chun Yao and Lu Ming. Even if she does not appear, the members of the Black Kill Gang have already scoured this vicinity. In this apocalyptic world, humanity has been extinguished. And should this group of brutes locate the exquisite beauties Chun Yao and Lu Meng, they would undoubtedly not let them escape. Thus, what seems to be a chance encounter in battle is, in fact, inevitable. In the woods outside the villa at the mountain's peak, 10 figures search the surroundings, leaving no possible corner unchecked. The leader, a man with yellow hair, bare-chested and smoking, bellowed, "Search more thoroughly. The bald-headed brother has spoken. We must find that little vixen tonight. Otherwise, we're all done for." A small, shifty-eyed subordinate responded respectfully, "Eagle brother, ahead lies the private villa of Chun Tianhe, the richest man in Jiangbei. Do you think that little vixen might be hiding inside?" Eagle brother, surprised, exclaimed, "This is Chun Tianhe's villa? How did you know?" The small subordinate replied, "Before the apocalypse, I was an electrician and happened to come here once to fix the wiring." "Ah, that explains the grandeur of this place. It's indeed Chun Tianhe's villa." Eagle brother nodded with a grin. With a fortune in the billions, there must be countless treasures within. We've struck gold. The small subordinate smirked, especially his daughter, Chun Yao, famed as Jiangbei's most beautiful woman. Her looks and figure are unparalleled. If she is hiding here, we'd be in for a real treat. Just one encounter would be worth it, even if I were to die right after. As he spoke, the small subordinate drooled at the thought. Indeed, I've been infuriated by that temptress Chun Yao for too long. If I find her today, I will indulge myself to the fullest. The other subordinates, equally eager, quickly gathered, preparing to storm the villa. Crack, 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 with a series of sharp slaps. Eagle brother struck several of his subordinates, knocking them over as he scolded. "Do you all want to die? Chun Yao is my dream goddess. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her will face my wrath." With that, Eagle brother's tone shifted to a lecherous grin. "However, if I tire of her, perhaps I'll let you enjoy her too." Laughter erupted among the group as they followed Eagle brother into the villa courtyard. "Search meticulously. If we can't find Zhao Lingling, capturing Chun Yao will still be a great feat." Eagle brother waved his hand, instructing 9 subordinates to disperse for the search while he remained at the center of the courtyard, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. In the villa, Lu Meng utilized her perceptive abilities to ascertain the enemy's strength and numbers, whispering, "That yellow-haired man, standing in the courtyard, should be the leader of this group." Chun Yao nodded, agreed. To capture the leader first is wise. If a battle ensues, we must find a way to take him down. Once he falls, the morale of the enemy will crumble, giving us a greater chance to defeat them. After devising a simple strategy, Chun Yao and Lu Meng positioned themselves at angled vantage points, fully prepared for combat. As the enemy dispersed into 3 small teams, each led by a level 1 superhuman, they searched diligently. Soon, the first team arrived at the main house. One level 1 superhuman, accompanied by 2 ordinary thugs wielding machetes, pushed open the grand door. Entering the opulent interior, these wealthy people truly know how to indulge. The leader exclaimed, surveying the lavish furnishings. "I can earn a fortune from just one piece of furniture here. Brothers, take anything you can carry." He barked, greedily claiming all visible valuables. Just as the 4 were engrossed in their search, 2 water projectiles whizzed through the air, instantly piercing the chests of 2 ordinary thugs. The remaining 2 thugs, startled, barely had time to react before Chun Yao's silenced bullet struck, dispatching them with lethal precision. In an instant, the 4-man search team was obliterated by Chun Yao and Lu Meng, even the level 1 superhuman falling silently, without a chance to resist. Breathless, Chun Yao and Lu Meng were drenched in sweat, still cautious not to make a sound. Lu Meng silently moved the bodies to a secluded corner, using water to wash away the bloodstains, erasing all traces of the recent battle. They were aware that 2 level 1 superhumans and 1 level 2 superhuman remained outside. They posed a true threat. After the second team completed their search, they reported no sign of the target or Chun Yao. The third team also found nothing. Following a brief wait, the small, shifty-eyed subordinate approached with 2 ordinary thugs and another superhuman to report. "Well, the first team?" Eagle brother inquired. "The first team is searching the main villa, which is more expansive. They'll need a bit more time. Let us wait a few more minutes," the small subordinate replied. "No more waiting. It seems this place holds no danger. Let us proceed," Eagle brother commanded, leading 2 level 1 superhumans and 3 ordinary thugs toward the main villa. Upon entering the villa, they cautiously observed their surroundings, finding no anomalies before continuing into the grand hall. This truly is the villa of Jiangbei's richest man. The decor, the structure, the taste, flawless. Once we complete this task, I must move here and enjoy life. Eagle Brother mused, envisioning the spoils of their endeavor. Yet, just as Eagle Brother reveled in his dreams, a silent water projectile swiftly sliced through the air, striking him with blinding speed. Though he could not see the incoming projectile, an instinctive sense of danger compelled him to sidestep, resulting in a wound to his left arm, though it was not life-threatening. However, the small, shifty-eyed subordinate behind him met a grim fate as the projectile struck him in the head. Damn it, it's an ambush! Eagle Brother roared, retreating behind his remaining subordinates, his gaze dark and scanning every direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a series of barely audible projectiles flew toward him, and with his uninjured right hand, Eagle Brother summoned a brown energy shield to block the incoming attacks. Eagle Brother revealed himself to be a soil-based superhuman. The earth element counters water, and Lu Meng's projectiles could not penetrate his earthen shield, being entirely thwarted. Yet, while he successfully defended against the water projectiles, his subordinates suffered. The onslaught of projectiles combined with Chun Yao's gunfire swiftly dispatched all thugs, except for Eagle Brother. In mere seconds, the once 10-man gang was reduced to a single individual, and Eagle Brother's left arm lay grievously injured. Who is it? Show yourself. Hiding in the shadows, using treachery to strike. What kind of hero is that? Eagle stared at the multitude of corpses and immediately summoned a formidable earthen shield to protect himself, gradually retreating behind the 2-meter-high barrier. We are not men. Why should we be considered heroes? But then again, what right do these inhumane creatures, have to utter such words? From the shadows, Chun Yao's crisp voice rang out, while Lu Meng beside her gathered another water bullet, ready to unleash a full-scale attack the moment Eagle revealed a flaw. That voice is so familiar. Chun Yao, it's you. You wretched woman. Don't let me find you, or I will make you wish you were never born. Eagle instantly recognized Chun Yao's voice, his fury igniting. Many were familiar with her voice due to her appearances on local programs, especially Eagle, who had tarnished her name countless times in his mind, often relishing her videos and photos every night. Coupled with the fact that this was her home, he immediately deduced that it was Chun Yao who was ambushing him. No need to search. I am right in front of you. If you have the guts, come and face me. I want to see what you are capable of. Chun Yao wasted no time, revealing herself in the villa's hall, standing fearlessly before Eagle. Hearing Chun Yao's voice emanating directly from in front, Eagle lacked the courage to peek, knowing full well that, in his current state, any reckless exposure would lead to his demise. Though brash, he was not foolish. What a pathetic attempt to provoke me. Don't think I'll fall for it. Just wait. Once I've healed, I will return to settle the score. Eagle remained hidden behind the earthen shield, cautiously retreating from the villa's entrance, not daring to let his guard down. His earlier negligence had cost him an arm, and another slip would undoubtedly lead to his head rolling. Yet, he would not relent easily. At this moment, the entire Qingshan Villa area was occupied by 3 groups, each with mid-tier experts. As long as he could find members from the other 2 groups, he could stage a comeback. Furthermore, the main force led by the bald man could arrive at any moment to provide reinforcements. He would ensure that Chun Yao was ruthlessly subdued to avenge his grievances. He must not escape, otherwise it would attract even more enemies. Chun Yao's gaze was sharp as she devised a strategy. Whispering to Lu Meng beside her, I will draw his attention. You circle around from the side. His earthen shield should not be able to withstand attacks from all directions. Understood. Lu Meng comprehended instantly and slipped around to the villa's side. Chun Yao then activated her taunting mode. Coward. You can only cower behind your shield. Claiming to be a hero? You are nothing but trash, a disgrace to this land. I can only wonder how your parents managed to conceive such a wretch. Oh, perhaps your mother had an affair, and your father merely donned a green hat. But wait, your cowardly demeanor seems to suggest you inherited your father's useless traits. You're nothing more than a worthless piece of trash. If you lack the courage to confront me, you might as well go home and end your own misery. I will kill you, you wretched woman. Eagle's face turned ashen. As a local thug, he was accustomed to belittling others. But who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Yet now, every word from Chun Yao ignited a furious blaze within him, nearly causing him to spit blood. If not for his injured arm, he would have long since charged out in a fit of rage. But now, survival was paramount. Despite his anger roaring like a volcano, he had to endure. Chen Yao pressed her advantage, pushing her taunting to the extreme. Coward, you only dare to hide behind your shield and shout. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Cool me. I stand right here. Let us see how you plan to kill me. Can you do nothing but rage impotently? Ah, wretched woman. Wretched woman. Eagle's eyes widened in fury, his psychological defenses nearing collapse. Just as all his focus was fixated on Chen Yao in front of him, a series of swift sounds pierced the air and powerful water bullets launched from the side. Eagle's expression shifted in shock as he immediately redirected his earthen shield to block the frontal assault. A perfect opportunity. In that instant, his vulnerability was laid bare before Chen Yao. Without hesitation, she raised her pistol, decisively pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced through Eagle's temple in an instant. A mid-tier superhuman slain. Chapter 58. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Eagle was dead, and his demise was utterly humiliating. For in his final moments, he had been verbally assaulted by Chen Yao, a hidden keyboard warrior, leaving him seething with rage. Chen Yao's barrage of insults left Lu Meng and Zhao Lingling in shock. The seemingly noble and gentle Chen Yao was, in fact, a master of verbal warfare, her relentless tirade nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Meng stared at Chen Yao wide-eyed. Sister, how is your skill so profound? Are you truly the legendary Zon player? Chen Yao blushed modestly. Of course not. I merely spoke without thinking, never anticipating such an effect. Impressive, delivering the most devastating insults with the shyest expression. I bow to your prowess, little sister. Lu Meng showered her with praise. All right, enough of that. Although this fellow is dead, he likely has many accomplices, so we cannot afford to let our guard down. Chen Yao waved her hand, preparing to search Eagle's remnants for valuable information. Let us see what this fellow has of worth. Just as Chen Yao was about to search Eagle's body, his right fist relaxed, and a red light shot into the sky, forming a wolf head pattern. Oh no, it seems to be a signal flare. This scoundrel activated a signal flare before dying. Chen Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Meng's expression turned serious. What should we do now? Should we use the old method? Chen Yao replied softly. At this point, we can only take it one step at a time. It's better than waiting here to die. You handle this fellow's body and the blood outside while we rearrange our defenses. If we cannot hold them off, we can retreat through the hidden door into the basement. They 1T find us immediately. Lu Meng expressed concern. But what if they don't leave for a while? Wouldn't we be trapped in the basement? Fear not. Given the time, Qin Feng should be able to return. As long as he is back, these small fry are no match for him. Having witnessed Qin Feng's formidable strength, Chen Yao had absolute confidence in his abilities. As long as they could hold out until his return, no matter how many enemies there were, they would crumble before him. Meanwhile, as the two women began to rearrange the scene, members of the Black Sha gang in other parts of the Qingshan Villa area had just gathered to report their search findings. Upon meeting, the leaders of the two groups spotted the signal flare shot from the forest direction. It bore the emblem of the Black Sha wolf head. Had Wang Ying been killed? The second group leader, Zhang Lianhu, adjusted his eye patch, his expression indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about Eagle's fate. What a waste. Leading 3 groups and still getting killed. Pathetic trash. The leader of the fourth group, Peng Yu, flexed his muscles, equally dismissive. Though they were all members of the Black Sha gang and under the bald man's command, they held mutual disdain and engaged in constant rivalry, their animosity palpable. Once the bald leader is promoted, his position will inevitably be filled by one of the group leaders, which incites a constant rivalry among them, each vying to eliminate the other or remain vigilant against being usurped. Zhang Lianhu chuckled darkly, acknowledging the futility of their adversary, yet noted that before his demise, the Black Wolf leader had inadvertently benefited both him and his brother. It was likely that their target for this mission was indeed the site of Wang Ying's death, and it seemed that they were destined for significant merit. This was indeed the case. Should they succeed, both could potentially reap substantial rewards, perhaps even ascend to a higher rank, standing shoulder to shoulder with the bald leader. Peng Yu clenched his fists, eager to test the powers of a higher tier. Privately, they harbored no respect for their superior, the bald leader, and constantly plotted to take his place. Had the bald leader not recently achieved a breakthrough to a higher tier, He might have met his end at the hands of these group leaders tonight. Such is the terrifying nature of humanity. Zhang Lianhu's expression darkened as he agreed with Peng Yu's assessment. You are absolutely right, Brother Peng. Let us lead the charge and ensure we reach our target before the bald leader and his first team arrive. The credit shall belong to us. The configurations of the second and fourth teams mirrored that of Brother Ing's third group, each led by 2 mid-tier leaders and supported by 4 low-tier superhumans and 5 ordinary gang members. While the ordinary members lacked the combat prowess of superhumans, they could serve as expendable assets in critical moments, proving their unique utility. Soon enough, Zhang Lianhu and Peng Yu, accompanied by their teams, arrived at the forest surrounding the mountaintop villa, tracking the remnants left by Brother Ing. As they stood before the villa, they paused to assess the situation within. One opulent courtyard villa. This must be the renowned estate of Chun Tianhe, where Wang Ing met his end. Peng Yu marveled. Zhang Lianhu, however, remained unfazed, his demeanor still shrouded in foreboding. This is likely the place. The target is probably hiding inside the villa, having devised a method to kill Wang Ing and the members of the third group. Peng Yu, puzzled, inquired if there might be others within the villa. Zhang Lianhu replied quietly, that is a possibility. Therefore, we must proceed with caution. Though we possess considerable strength, there are always others stronger than ourselves. More prudent than Brother Ing, Zhang Lianhu instructed each team to assemble a squad of 10 ordinary members to lead the way, with the 8 low-tier superhumans following closely to safeguard against unforeseen dangers. Despite the slow pace, this formation assured their safety. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with an unsettling silence. There were no signs of battle, not even the slightest sound, as if nothing had ever existed there. Yet in the quietest places, turmoil often brews beneath the surface. The members of the Black Shaman gang, seasoned in the art of survival, understood this well, and each scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. As they approached the main villa, Zhang Lianhu's keen eyes caught sight of faint water stains on the ground. Though minimal, it was evident that they had been left recently, indicating that someone lay in ambush nearby, waiting for them to step into the trap. Suddenly, from the open villa doors, a flurry of water bullets surged forth, striking at the group with incredible speed. The unexpected assault left them momentarily stunned, and the first 10 ordinary henchmen were swiftly dispatched by the barrage. As the next wave of water bullets approached, Zhang Lianhu swiftly conjured an ice shield, deflecting a significant portion of the onslaught, while Peng Yu unleashed a barrage of powerful punches, shattering the remaining projectiles with his extraordinary strength and speed. It's over. These 2 are mid-tier superhumans. With 8 low-tier members present, we are doomed. As the water bullet assault was thwarted, Lu Meng inside the villa broke into a cold sweat, sensing imminent disaster. Don't give up. We must retreat, Chen Yao urged, pulling Lu Meng toward the hidden exit. But in that moment, a figure suddenly swooped in. Where do you think you're going? Peng Yu sneered coldly, blocking the 2 women's escape. Chapter 59. The terrifying Chen Yao. Peng Yu's speed was astonishing, closing the distance of 100 meters in mere breaths, effectively obstructing their path. It was evident that he, too, was a superhuman endowed with enhanced speed and strength. Though he paled in comparison to Qin Feng, he was more than capable of dealing with Chen Yao and Lu Meng. As Peng Yu appeared, Lu Meng gathered water bullets in her hands and unleashed them at him in rapid succession. With a focused gaze, Peng Yu retaliated with powerful strikes, disintegrating each incoming projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yao took aim and fired, coordinating her shots with Lu Meng's water bullets to push him back. However, Zhang Lianhu and the 8 low-tier superhumans swiftly closed in, unleashing a barrage of varied attacks that formed a concentrated net of firepower, obliterating everything in their path. Sister, get out of the way, Lu Meng shouted, grasping Peng Yu with one hand while unleashing all her remaining strength in a desperate attempt to fend off the oncoming attacks. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not withstand the overwhelming force. With Lu Meng's distraction, Peng Yu broke free from the firepower suppression and lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow to Lu Meng's abdomen, sending her flying and causing her to cough up blood. Lu Meng, Chen Yao cried out in alarm upon witnessing Lu Meng's grievous injury. Yet, there was no time to worry about Lu Meng now, for the relentless firepower net bore down upon Chen Yao. Quick dodge, Lu Meng, already gravely wounded and spitting blood, pushed Chen Yao aside with her last ounce of strength. launching several water bullets to shatter the encroaching assault net. Zhang Lianhu seized the moment to launch a sharp ice arrow towards Chun Yao. Just as the lethal projectile was about to strike, Lu Meng summoned her remaining strength, placing herself in front of Chun Yao, sacrificing her frail body to absorb the fatal blow. As blood gushed from Lu Meng's chest, she collapsed heavily at Chun Yao's feet. In that instant, Chun Yao was left in shock. She never anticipated that Lu Meng would sacrifice herself to save her. Hurry! Lu Meng's voice was faint, attempting to push Chun Yao away once more. But now, she was too weak to muster any strength, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. She was not dead yet, but her condition was dire. Fool! Sacrificing yourself to save another. How absurd! Zhang Lianhu and Peng Yu smirked derisively, closing in to encircle Chun Yao. My dear beauty, tell us where Zhao Lingling is, and perhaps we might consider letting you enjoy a few more days of life. After all, it would be a pity to kill such a stunning beauty. Peng Yu's cruel grin widened, and he reached out to touch Chun Yao. Yet in the next moment, from the depths of darkness, a flash of crimson light surged forth. In an instant, Peng Yu's arm was severed. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a shriek from him, while the surrounding members gaped in shock, their eyes fixed on Chun Yao. For that radiant crimson light had erupted from her very being. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, a layer of eerie crimson slime enveloped Chun Yao's entire body. In the blink of an eye, she was completely shrouded in a red viscous substance, which ultimately coalesced into a formidable suit of crimson armor. Damn it! You beasts deserve to perish. Chun Yao's voice erupted like that of a demon, her hands transforming the crimson armor into two sharp swords. As she swept her blades, the crimson light sliced through everything in its path, obliterating all encountered. Zhang Lianhu and Peng Yu were taken aback, hastily retreating and narrowly evading the crimson blades. However, the unsuspecting low-tier superhumans fell victim to Chun Yao's onslaught, meeting their demise beneath her sword. 8 of them perished in an instant. Pay with your lives. You will atone for her death. Chun Yao, now devoid of reason, surged forth like a vengeful spirit, her speed akin to lightning as she pursued Peng Yu. The latter, horrified, raised his fists in defense, but his diminished strength rendered him no match for Chun Yao. The sword's light swept across, severing his remaining hand with a swift stroke. Help me! Zhang Lianhu, save me! The defenseless Peng Yu cried out in despair. In that moment, Zhang Lianhu seized the opportunity to attack, conjuring a barrage of ice arrows aimed at Chun Yao's flank. His intentions were not to genuinely save Peng Yu, but rather to protect himself, knowing that if Chun Yao eliminated Peng Yu, he would be next. Yet, he underestimated Chun Yao's prowess. The ice arrows shattered against a shield that materialized from her armor, and she effortlessly cleaved Peng Yu in two, leaving a gruesome spectacle in her wake. Upon slaying Peng Yu, Chun Yao's blood-red eyes, boiling with fury, locked onto Zhang Lianhu, who was attempting to flee. With a sweep of her sword, a crimson beam pursued him like a guided missile. Zhang Lianhu, realizing evasion was futile, conjured multiple ice shields before him, but they crumbled under Chun Yao's relentless assault. As he leaped aside to avoid the red blade, she closed in on him with terrifying speed. Beast, prepare to meet your end. Chun Yao raised her sword, poised to strike Zhang Lianhu down. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. For reasons unknown, the crimson armor began to dissolve back into the red slime, which retreated into the sun emblem on her arm. Exhausted from the exertion, Chun Yao knelt, drained to the strength to continue her assault. What a chance! Seeing her power wane, a terrified Zhang Lianhu summoned his courage once more, launching a massive ice pillar toward her. Half kneeling and in agony, Chun Yao lamented, Am I to perish here? To die at the hands of such beasts? Just when despair threatened to overwhelm her, a warm hand enveloped her in an embrace. In the next moment, Qin Feng's familiar visage appeared, adorned with a gentle smile. Apologies for my tardiness. Leave the rest to me. This smile, radiant as the sun, bestowed upon Chun Yao an unparalleled sense of security. As Qin Feng spoke, a crimson blade cleaved through the air, shattering Zhang Lianhu's most formidable attack as if it were mere straw. He gently lowered Chun Yao to the ground, his presence towering like a solitary peak. Dare to harm my woman. Have you pondered how you shall meet your demise? Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. exuding an aura of a harbinger of death. In an instant, Zhang Lianhu felt an overwhelming pressure, a force only those of the high tier could possess. "Spare me. I had no knowledge that she was your woman. Please, grant me mercy." If he had been bold enough to flee from the wrathful Chun Yao, facing the high-tier Qin Feng left him utterly devoid of courage. For a mid-tier superhuman was not, but an insect before one of higher rank. Without uttering a single word further, Qin Feng's chilling decree fell like the judgment of the heavens. With those final words, Zhang Lianhu fell beneath the blade of the apocalypse, his body left unrecognizable. Chapter 60. The Healing Superhuman. Quickly, save Lu Meng. She was injured by those beasts while trying to save me. Chun Yao's anxious gaze darted toward the villa's interior, her relief short-lived. "Do not worry. I shall ensure her safety. You are in a weakened state. Allow me to carry you inside." Qin Feng tenderly caressed Chun Yao's pale face, his voice laced with concern. He then cradled her in a princess carry, bringing her into the villa. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the harrowing image of Chun Yao engulfed in crimson slime. In truth, he had returned to the villa, while Chun Yao pursued Peng Yu and Zhang Lianhu. He refrained from revealing himself immediately, observing how she had not succumbed to the crimson slime, but instead gained formidable strength. Qin Feng understood well that the crimson substance was the red parasite injected into her body by the enigmatic figure clad in black days prior. The reason the parasite had not yet consumed its host remained unclear, but this was no time for complacency. Chun Yao clearly could not control the red parasite. It could potentially turn against her without warning. Thus, Qin Feng knew he had to prepare for the worst. Upon entering the villa, Qin Feng stepped over the scattered remains of the bandits and gently placed Chun Yao on the sofa. He turned his attention to Lu Meng, lying on the floor. "You have endured much," he remarked. "Qin Feng, what is her condition? Is she in danger?" Chun Yao, weak and concerned for Lu Meng's welfare, inquired urgently. Qin Feng did not respond immediately. He meticulously examined Lu Meng before addressing Chun Yao. Lu Meng's primary injury is a penetrating wound from an ice arrow in her chest. Fortunately, it did not strike her heart, but her left lung has been pierced, resulting in severe internal bleeding. We must secure professional medical assistance within half an hour. However, the medical supplies within the villa were limited, rendering immediate aid impossible. Just as Qin Feng pondered this predicament, a small, youthful voice emanated from a corner of the hall. "Let me try." As the words fell, Zhao Lingling emerged from the shadows, having hidden in fear during the earlier confrontation. Now, in this dire moment, she could no longer remain in hiding. "Who is she?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, glancing at Chun Yao as the young girl stepped forward. "Her name is Zhao Lingling. She escaped from those beasts," Chun Yao replied softly. "Zhao Lingling?" Qin Feng regarded her thoughtfully. "So you're the Zhao Lingling spoken of by the survivors from the metallurgical plant. Big brother, have you met the survivors from the metallurgical plant? How are they? Did those villains trouble them?" Upon hearing Qin Feng mention the metallurgical plant, Zhao Lingling's concerns surged forth, her heart still tethered to those who had once aided her. Qin Feng responded truthfully. "Many have perished. Only a handful survived, thanks to my intervention. By the way, the plant's director was the first to die. Those wretched beasts." Zhao Lingling's eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to the metallurgical plant, they wouldn't have died. Naive. Even if you had not gone to the metallurgical plant, the Black Kill Gang would not have spared any other survivors. Those who comply flourish, while those who resist perish. This is their sole rule." After dealing with the Black Fiend Gang, Qin Feng was acutely aware of their ruthlessness. Any individual or faction that refused to submit would face a brutal purge. This was evidenced by the fate of the survivors from the metallurgy plant. After leaking Zhao Lingling's whereabouts, were swiftly silenced. Qin Feng spoke calmly. "However, I am quite curious about the secret you harbor. For what reason do the members of the Black Fiend Gang pursue you relentlessly?" "I do not know, but I will not let them escape." Zhao Lingling's youthful form concealed a tempest of rage. The Black Fiend Gang had taken her dearest brother, and one by one, those familiar to her had perished. Each death a wound that festered within her soul. This hatred was insurmountable, even knowing that revenge might be unattainable. She vowed to oppose the Black Fiend Gang with every fiber of her being. Yet, this was not the moment for fury, for Lu Meng's life hung in the balance. The blood seeping from her wounds signified the dwindling vitality within her. Regardless of what lay ahead, Saving Lu Meng must take precedence. In that instant, Zhao Lingling matured considerably, her expression turning grave. The next moment, she summoned shimmering emerald light from her hands, channeling strands of verdant wind into Lu Meng's wounds, stabilizing her internal injuries. It was evident that Zhao Lingling was also a superhuman, possessing healing abilities akin to a support class or healer in common parlance. You possess healing abilities. Is this why the Black Fiend Gang is hunting you? Both Qin Feng and Chen Yao displayed expressions of astonishment. They had encountered numerous superhumans in recent days. Yet only Zhao Lingling possessed such a gift. However, they soon dismissed this notion, for although Zhao Lingling had healing powers, her superhuman level was merely at the initial stage. And the speed of her healing was only slightly faster than standard medical treatment, demanding considerable energy and time. Merely stabilizing Lu Meng's injuries left Zhao Lingling drenched in sweat, too exhausted to utter a word. In light of the Black Fiend Gang's intense focus on Lu Meng, Zhao Lingling's healing ability hardly warranted such fervent pursuit, even at the cost of numerous mid-level and initial-level superhumans. Surely, Zhao Lingling harbored other secrets. Big brother, pull the arrows out of her. Zhao Lingling gasped, calling to Qin Feng. Understanding her intent, he carefully placed his hand on the ice arrow embedded in Lu Meng's chest and swiftly yanked it free. Just before the blood could spurt forth, Zhao Lingling concentrated her strength, using the verdant wind to staunch the wound, exerting herself to halt the bleeding. After accomplishing this, Zhao Lingling's body finally gave way, collapsing heavily to the ground. This little girl truly was stubborn. Despite her feeble state, she fought with all her might. Qin Feng sighed, affectionately ruffling Zhao Lingling's hair. For your bravery, I shall protect you from now on, regardless of the Black Fiend Gang or the White Fiend Gang. Anyone who dares to harm you shall face my wrath. Qin Feng was not one to be swayed by sentiment, often able to turn a blind eye to suffering. However, the iron-willed nature of Zhao Lingling and Lu Meng commanded his respect. One was willing to sacrifice herself to protect Chen Yao, while the other risked her safety to heal Lu Meng. For these reasons, Qin Feng held profound admiration for these two young women, resolutely deciding to safeguard them. Chen Yao, please tend to Lu Meng's wounds once more, and I entrust Zhao Lingling to your care. I have matters to attend to. Qin Feng lifted Zhao Lingling and placed her beside Chen Yao. To prepare for the forthcoming battles, he needed to swiftly forge his ultimate trump card, the Iron Man armor. All right, leave everything to me. Though Chen Yao was unaware of Qin Feng's intentions, she held absolute trust in him. Once she regained some strength, she began to bandage Lu Meng's wounds with the medical supplies she had previously gathered. Meanwhile, Qin Feng entered the underground research facility through a hidden door. Chapter 61. Methods of Enhancing Superhuman Abilities. Does the first generation of battle armor truly possess high-tier combat capabilities? Within the subterranean laboratory, Qin Feng laid out all the collected materials and inquired, is the first generation of battle armor truly formidable? Response to the host. According to the armor depicted in films, it does not suffice. However, the first generation we intend to create has been modified. It utilizes a plasma battery for power, and its outer shell is constructed from a robust tungsten steel alloy combined with titanium alloy, making it resilient enough to withstand attacks from high-tier superhumans. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. If that is the case, the defensive capabilities are indeed remarkable. What about the offensive methods? The offensive mechanism consists of an embedded electromagnetic cannon within the gauntlet. Its destructive power varies according to energy consumption. The Stage 1 electromagnetic cannon can unleash force comparable to that of an initial-level superhuman, while Stage 2 can match a mid-level superhuman, and Stage 3 can rival a high-tier superhuman. However, due to the immense energy requirement, even the Stage 1 cannon can only fire approximately 60 times at full capacity. Stage 2 can fire 30 times, and Stage 3 can only fire 5 times. Excellent. The electromagnetic cannon does not require ammunition, only charging, and its power is astounding. I am eager to witness its might. Qin Feng's face radiated anticipation. By the way, I recall hearing from a bald man at the metallurgy plant that the Black Fiend Gang possesses numerous high-tier superhumans. Given that the apocalypse has only lasted a mere few days, how could such a plethora of high-tier superhumans emerge? What methods do they employ to elevate their levels? Could it be akin to the fantastical cultivation found in novels? This was a perplexity in Qin Feng's mind. Report to the host. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Earth's environment has undergone tremendous changes. There exists an intangible energy permeating the air. Superhumans can absorb this energy by harnessing their abilities, thereby enhancing their levels. However, this method of elevation is exceedingly slow, and it cannot yield significant improvement in the short term. Consequently, there are three primary methods to achieve rapid advancement. Qin Feng probed. What are these three methods? The first method, and the simplest, is innate talent. Superhumans exhibit vast disparities in initial levels due to genetic mutations. Those with stronger genes may possess high-tier or even initial-level capabilities upon awakening, whereas those with weaker genes may only achieve initial-level status. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. I see. And what is the second method? The second method is the most common approach, hunting zombies to collect their cores. For you, the zombie cores can be exchanged for attribute points, while for other superhumans, they can absorb the energy contained within to bolster their levels. He comprehended that his assumptions were accurate. Other superhumans could indeed harness energy from the cores. The second method did not surprise Qin Feng. After all, he had read numerous sci-fi apocalypse novels and had anticipated that other superhumans would enhance themselves through cores. As for the third method, it is far more complex and significantly more challenging than the second. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Oh, please elaborate. To elucidate, the Earth where you reside, in its stable state, is merely an ordinary planetary space. However, once it undergoes aberrations, the space becomes exceedingly unstable, leading to the emergence of peculiar subspaces. Within these subspaces, there exists energy far more potent than that of the primary world, along with numerous unexpected treasures and high-grade corpse nuclei. Qin Feng instantly comprehended. I see. To put it simply, it's akin to the spiritual lands and relics often encountered in fantasy novels, correct? The host can indeed understand it this way. These randomly appearing subspaces typically do not last more than 3 days. Once a superpower enters, they can attain many unforeseen fortunes. And some fortunate superpowers may rapidly enhance their levels, thus surpassing others. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. So, it stands to reason that those high-ranking members of the Black Sha gang might have attained their current levels and strengths after entering such subspaces. There is a possibility of that. If the host can enter a subspace, they too could swiftly augment their attributes, perhaps even reach higher tiers or beyond. Such a notion is best left to imagination. Although the occurrence of subspaces is exceedingly random, they are not as common as cabbages on the street. Encounters are not so easily had. Qin Feng smiled faintly, then turned his attention to the materials scattered throughout the research facility. Enough of this. It's imperative to forge the battle armor, for the beasts of the Black Sha gang could return at any moment. I must hasten to acquire this invincible trump card. With that thought, Qin Feng completed all necessary preparations and began crafting the battle armor. With the equipment, materials, and molds in place, he now needed only to refine tungsten steel alloy to create the shell and various components. Within a day and night at most, the armor would be complete. In a dilapidated express warehouse in the southern district of Jiangbei City, a bald man, panting heavily alongside a few remaining subordinates, cowered here, fearful of Qin Feng's pursuit. Damn it, what bad luck. After executing a crucial mission, I happened upon a high-tier expert. If I hadn't retreated swiftly, that little brat would have surely slain me. The bald man lay on a soft leather sofa, his mind replaying the scene of his battle with Qin Feng. He simply could not fathom why, despite both being high-tier, the disparity between him and Qin Feng was so vast. In the face of overwhelming numbers, his attacks were utterly ineffectual against Qin Feng, let alone engaging in direct combat. Had he lingered even a moment longer, he might have already lost his head. Beside him, a subordinate with dyed red hair anxiously reported via radio, "Boss, we can't reach teams 2, 3, and 4. Could something have happened?" The bald man's face darkened. Impossible. Each of those teams comprises 3 mid-tier experts and 12 low-tier superpowers. There's no way they could all meet their demise just trying to capture a defenseless girl. If teams 2, 3, and 4 have all met their end, I would be left as a mere figurehead, unable to report back to the gang, and my own life would be in jeopardy. Just then, a tall man clad in a black suit appeared with an almost supernatural swiftness, his expression cold and domineering. There's nothing impossible about it. According to our scouts, your subordinates, much like you, are worthless. They all perished over half an hour ago at Shantiana's villa. Who dares to call me worthless? I'll crush him." Upon hearing the man's words, the bald man was about to erupt in anger, but as he turned, he beheld a face that filled him with indescribable dread. In that moment, all arrogance fled, and he collapsed from the sofa, kneeling in reverence. "I pay my respects to the Hall Master." Chapter 62. The undercurrent surges. The instant the long-haired man appeared, the bald man was so terrified he knelt, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. For this long-haired figure was none other than his superior, the master of the Black Wind Hall within the Black Sha gang, Feng Yi. The Black Sha gang is replete with formidable individuals, and its hierarchy is strictly enforced, from the most ordinary members to group leaders, commanders, hall masters, and protectors. The higher the position, the greater the authority, and the more formidable the strength must be. Previously, figures like Wang Ying and Zhang Lianhu were group leaders, requiring merely mid-tier strength to assume such roles. The bald man, as the commander of the Black Wind Hall, had originally needed to be a high tier to hold such a position, but due to his considerable potential, he was promoted early and had broken through to high tier within a mere few days. Within the Black Wind Hall, there were no fewer than 5 commanders of equal strength, not to mention other branches, where commanders are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Thus, while the bald man might have been imposing before a few group leaders, he remained an ordinary character within the grand scheme of the Black Sha gang. Only by becoming a hall master among the 12 could one truly be deemed significant. Hence, upon encountering Feng Yi, the bald man was utterly intimidated, devoid of any trace of his previous arrogance. "I was unaware of the hall master's arrival and offer my sincere apologies. Spare me." Feng Yi cast a frigid glance at the kneeling bald man. "Had I known you were this incompetent, I would have dispatched the Grand Commander instead. Now, not only have we failed to capture our target, but your superpowers have been entirely wiped out. You have greatly disappointed me. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, your position as 6th Commander is revoked. You will now serve as a group leader under the Grand Commander." In an instant, the bald man's rank was demoted from commander to group leader, a testament to the Hall Master's supreme authority. "I obey." Though the bald man showed no signs of discontent or resentment, he felt a strange sense of relief at not being directly killed by Feng Yi. This was because Feng Yi was a superpower beyond the transcendent level, having entered a realm of greater strength, his abilities unfathomable. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily crush him. Such a formidable presence was beyond his capacity to oppose. As the conversation unfolded, another young man, bespectacled and exuding a scholarly demeanor, stepped forward, wearing a congenial smile. "Bald brother, from now on, you will be a group leader under my command. Fear not, for although you have become my subordinate, you shall retain an equal standing here." The young man, refined and courteous, resembled a gallant gentleman. Yet, all who had encountered this bespectacled youth understood deeply that beneath his affable exterior lay a figure of significant authority and formidable strength, second only to Feng Yi in the Black Wind Hall, and one of the most ruthless beings. He was Lin Zhiliang, the Grand Commander of the Black Wind Hall. Though both were high-tier superpowers, Lin Zhiliang's strength was at least threefold that of the bald man. Should they engage in combat, the bald man would likely succumb within 3 moves. "I do not dare. Should Grand Commander Lin issue any commands, I shall certainly face fire and water, risking my life without hesitation." The bald man was acutely aware of Lin Zhiliang's notorious reputation as a smiling tiger, and dared not engage in pleasantries, instead adopting a demeanor of willing subservience. For he knew that if he were to display any dissatisfaction, he had no doubt that Lin Zhiliang would eliminate him, viewing him as a threat to his position in Feng Yi's absence. Lin Zhiliang offered a faint smile. "You're being overly modest, bald brother. We are all brothers serving the Hall Master. No need for such formality. Enough of this. We must address the pressing matters at hand." Feng Yi intergested, his tone grave and icy. "It has now been confirmed that our target resides within Shantiana's villa. The next step is to devise an action plan." Seizing the opportunity, the bald man flattered. "Dealing with a mere girl, with the Hall Master and Grand Commander personally involved, surely it will be a simple task, requiring no elaborate plans?" "Foolish," Feng Yi retorted coldly. "Reports from our scouts indicate that we will be contending with at least 3 formidable superpowers, one of whom may even rival my strength. If one were to act rashly, the odds of success would be exceedingly slim. Should failure occur once more, Not only would you be implicated, but I too would find it difficult to provide an account to the gang. Indeed, the bald man fervently acknowledged, drenched in sweat. Lin Zhiliang, slightly taken aback, queried Feng Yi, if the opponent's strength is comparable to yours, master, does that not render any of our plans devoid of absolute certainty? That is not necessarily the case. Although the adversary is formidable, our Black Wind Hall boasts a considerable number of members. Even if we were to lose some of the bald man's forces, we could still muster at least 200 individuals. Feng Yi had already begun to strategize in his mind. As soon as all our forces arrive, we shall encircle Chun Tiena's villa, and with the advantage of numbers, our victory would be all but assured. Lin Zhiliang interjected, but our Black Wind Hall members seem to be scattered far and wide in search of targets. Gathering everyone will likely take until tomorrow morning at the earliest. It is merely a matter of one night. I, Feng Yi, can afford to wait. Feng Yi reclined on the sofa, exuding calmness. This time, we must act with absolute certainty before making a move, for one misstep could lead to a chasm of despair. Feng Yi had ascended to his current position through meticulous caution. Had he been as reckless as the bald man, he might have met his demise long ago, never to become a hall master. Now, as he approached a breakthrough to mid-tier status, successfully completing this task with utmost certainty would provide him the opportunity to advance to the rank of protector. Although he currently commanded 200 individuals as the master of the 12 halls, his authority would dwindle in the presence of a protector-level figure, where he would be compelled to kneel in reverence, devoid of status. Only by becoming a protector could he attain high standing within the Blackshaw gang, gaining access to its secret realms for cultivation, where his prowess would flourish. Thus, it was imperative that he possessed unwavering confidence before making a move. The master is indeed astute. I humbly bow to your wisdom. The bald man continued to flatter. However, Feng Yi was not swayed by such flattery. He merely waved his hand and coldly instructed, enough of your praise. I command you and the Grand Commander to gather all scattered members of the Black Wind Hall. Use your strength to clear the path for them, and our efficiency in gathering will be significantly enhanced. Understood. Lin Zhiliang and the bald man simultaneously clasped their fists in acknowledgement and respectfully exited the warehouse to summon the Black Wind Hall members from various locales in Jiangbei City. A great battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 63, A Brief Calm. The following morning, as dawn broke, illuminating the dense forest, Qin Feng was tirelessly forging his battle armor within the underground research facility of the mountaintop villa. After a sleepless night, the exterior shell and various components of the armor had taken shape, and after comparison and modification, it was time for assembly. At this pace, the armor would be completed in no more than 2 hours. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Feng wore a satisfied smile. Despite the arduous process of creation, for a man, the thrill of personally crafting a high-tech battlesuit was an unparalleled joy. The host is perhaps too optimistic. Although the exterior and internal components of the armor are complete, assembly will require debugging and combat testing afterward. Should it fail to meet standards, timely adjustments will be necessary. Therefore, to truly complete the armor, at least another 10 hours will be required. Qin Feng muttered, let's hope the Blackshaw gang does not cause trouble within these 10 hours. Just then, the elevator leading to the underground research facility opened, and in walked Chun Yao, clad in tight-fitting athletic where that accentuated her perfect figure. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale and haggard, clearly indicating a night devoid of rest. You've worked tirelessly all night. Come, have something to eat. Chun Yao entered the research facility with milk and bread, her gaze curious as she surveyed the scattered materials and various parts on the table. Qin Feng, what are you constructing here? You'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng teased with a smile, accepting the milk and bread from her hands and indulging heartily. After working for several hours, he was ravenous. Yet he was so engrossed in the joy of armor creation that he was loath to step away. Chun Yao cast a playful glance at Qin Feng, her lips curling into a charming smile. You're being coy again. After savoring a bite of bread, Qin Feng inquired, by the way, how is Lu Meng? Has she awakened? Though they had known each other for only a few days, after the events of the previous night, Qin Feng had come to regard Lu Meng as one of his own. Chun Yao shook her head in denial. No, not yet, although Lu Meng's condition has stabilized. Her injuries are severe, and awakening will not be easy. I hope she will be all right and regain consciousness soon. Qin Feng expressed his concern before continuing. What about that girl named Zhao Lingling? Has she awoken? Zhao Lingling merely suffered from exhaustion and had awakened after a night's rest. Chen Yao sighed, however. She still bears a look of guilt over her experiences these past few days, feeling as though everyone suffered because of her. She is quite naive, Qin Feng chuckled. She was a victim herself, yet takes all the blame upon her shoulders. Even without her, those individuals would have eventually fallen victim to the ambitions of the Black Sha Gang. Speaking of the Black Sha Gang, have you ever heard of this organization before? Qin Feng glanced at Chen Yao. As the daughter of Jiangbei City's wealthiest tycoon, a lady of immense power, she should be familiar with every force and figure within the city. The Black Sha Gang? Chen Yao paused slightly, recalling before she spoke. I have indeed heard of that organization before, but I am not interested in underworld affairs, so my knowledge is limited. I remember that the Black Sha Gang used to be the largest underground force in Jiangbei City. Their leader was a man named Du Sheng, known as a ruthless figure, often referred to as the godfather of Jiangbei. He commanded thousands of loyal followers and was notorious for his bloody deeds, killing without hesitation. My father had close ties with him and had met him several times, calling him uncle. I wonder if he is still the leader of the Black Sha Gang. Du Sheng, you say? I have heard those ruffians outside school mention him while I was in school. They were his disciples, which is why they felt emboldened to act recklessly. I once thought Du Sheng was merely a larger-than-life thug, never realizing he held such stature. Previously, Qin Feng had been merely an introverted student at the bottom of society, entirely ignorant of the intricate web of forces and influential figures. Since you know him, do you think you could speak with him to defuse an unnecessary conflict? Qin Feng was unafraid of battle, yet when faced with a multitude of opponents and powerful adversaries, he had to consider the safety of the women around him. Therefore, if a means existed to resolve a potential war through connections, it would not be a bad option. I find that highly unlikely, Chen Yao chuckled softly, setting aside how important Zhao Lingling is to him. Even without her, he may not hold onto the meager ties of friendship from the time before the apocalypse. Have you not stated that during the apocalypse, human nature is the most susceptible to testing? Who knows if those who appeared magnanimous in the past have become even more deranged now. Moreover, while Du Sheng is indeed ruthless in the face of the apocalypse, distinctions of identity and status hold little weight. It is likely that the current leader of the Black Evil Gang is no longer him. Having spent considerable time with Qin Feng, Chen Yao has gained a deeper understanding of the capricious nature of humanity, shedding her earlier naivete. This realization prompted Qin Feng to nod in acknowledgement, simultaneously marveling at Chen Yao's rapid growth. Truly, she is my woman, the longer she remains by my side. The more her demeanor and composure resemble my own. Is that so? Chen Yao replied with a bashful smile before inquiring about the matter that weighed heavily on her mind. By the way, last night, I was suddenly possessed by a strange force and gained immense power. Do you think that could be considered a superpower? Chen Yao recalled the tumultuous scene from the previous night, a memory that left her in a state of unrest. In the moment she was enveloped by the crimson armor, she felt an inexhaustible source of strength within her, rendering even mid-tier superhumans as fragile as ants before her. In that instant, her temperament transformed into one of unrestrained fury and bloodlust. I'm not quite sure how to explain this to you. Qin Feng hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. What's wrong? Didn't you say I was your woman? Is there something you can't tell me? Observing Qin Feng's conflicted expression, Chen Yao deduced that he had long been aware of the peculiarities surrounding her condition, yet had refrained from disclosing it due to some hidden concerns. Indeed, it seems there is nothing I can conceal from you. Qin Feng managed a bittersweet smile before deciding to lay bare the entire truth, since it has come to this. I shall not keep anything from you. Here is what transpired. He recounted the day when Chen Yao was abducted by the men in black and injected with the crimson parasite in full detail. Upon learning that what resided within her was not a superpower, but rather that terrifying parasitic entity, her fair countenance drained of color. You mean to say that what I have inside me is not a superpower, but rather the parasite we encountered that day, and it's an enhanced version of it? Chen Yao's expression turned to one of shock as she gazed at Qin Feng. Having witnessed the tragic aftermath of parasitic possession, fear and despair welled within her. She had finally established a relationship with Qin Feng and had harbored hopes for a brighter future. Yet now, everything Qin Feng had revealed felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her every hope and dream. No, I refuse to become that. Chun Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she buried her face in Qin Feng's embrace, sobbing like a heartbroken flower. I want to stay with you. I don't want to become a monster. Please no. Seeing Chun Yao in such distress, Qin Feng felt a pang of heartache and helplessness. He had known that disclosing the truth would be overwhelming for her, which was why he had chosen to remain silent. However, with the truth now unavoidable, he deemed it unfair to keep her in the dark. Gently stroking her long hair, he comforted her. Do not cry. I am here. I will find a way to ensure you do not become a monster. Besides, after you were possessed by the crimson parasite last night, it retracted, returning to a state of calm. Perhaps the parasite will not transform you into a monster. Instead, it may become a force you can control. Is that really true? Chun Yao's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing Qin Feng's reassurance. She looked up at him through tear-streaked eyes, feeling less apprehensive in his presence. Indeed, moreover, I noticed that the sun-shaped mark on your hand is quite extraordinary, resembling an ancient totem. This crimson parasite may not only pose a risk, but could also be the key to unlocking the powers within you. Qin Feng continued to offer solace from now on. You should try to harness this power. If you succeed, you'll be able to fight alongside me without fear of other superhumans. The combat potential bestowed upon Chun Yao by the crimson parasite was conservatively estimated to be on par with early-tier abilities, and the parasite's capacity for growth was substantial. If fully mastered, its potential for enhancement could be remarkable. Should it evolve to exhibit unwavering loyalty and a self-aware combat instinct akin to venom, achieving even higher tiers would not be out of reach. If such a scenario were to unfold, with this newfound strength at their disposal, Qin Feng could venture into the golden tier area to gather the rare metals needed for the arc reactor, further upgrading his battle armor. However, those considerations were for another time. What he had shared with Chun Yao were merely conjectures. If the situation were not as he envisioned, the crimson parasite within Chun Yao would indeed pose the greatest threat they would face. Yet, Qin Feng could not fathom a method to expel the parasite from Chun Yao's body, despite his attempts with high-frequency sound waves and various other means. All efforts had ended in failure. Consulting the system yielded no answers, as it feigned ignorance. It seemed that, apart from Qin Feng, the system was unconcerned with anything else. If that were the case, we could truly fight side by side, without being a burden to you. After hearing Qin Feng's series of reassurances, Chun Yao felt a sense of relief, her fear of becoming a monster no longer tormenting her. Although a twinge of unease lingered, it was far better than the emotional collapse she had previously experienced. It was Qin Feng alone who provided her with a sense of security. Rest assured, you are so beautiful. Surely, fortune favors the worthy. You might soon discover how to control the parasite. Qin Feng smiled gently, his hand resting lightly on the back of Chun Yao's hand. You are my woman. I believe you can achieve this. Thank you, Chun Yao said, lowering her gaze in gratitude before leaning in to plant a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. This kiss was tender and passionate, a stark contrast to their previous encounters. Now, Chun Yao's affection for this man, who offered her immense security, was genuine and profound. In that dim and unique atmosphere, the air grew increasingly charged, and both could feel the warmth radiating from one another. Qin Feng distinctly sensed a fervor igniting in his abdomen, gradually overwhelming his rationality. Especially upon seeing Chun Yao's exquisite face and her perfectly alluring figure, he felt a wave of thirst and desire wash over him. Both were inexperienced and had never tasted the forbidden fruit before. With such tantalizing temptation before them, they found it increasingly difficult to control their bodies. However, just as Chun Yao intended to embrace Qin Feng and express her affection, he, like a stoic knight, gently pushed her away, interrupting the subtly intimate atmosphere. Ahem, not now. Qin Yao, I still have tasks to complete. Please check on Lu Meng for me. There will be plenty of time in the future. Qin Feng understood that this was not the moment for intimacy, as the Black Evil Gang could strike at any moment, and he needed to maintain his focus on crafting the battle armor. Moreover, what woman could rival the allure of Iron Man's armor? All right, you continue with your work. If you need anything, just call for me. Pushed away, Chun Yao felt a mix of embarrassment and shyness, her final words laden with double meanings, leaving much to the imagination. As the words fell, Chun Yao covered her face and left the research institute, inadvertently dropping a pack of Durex from her pocket. Qin Feng picked up the Durex, a faint smile gracing his lips. This woman comes prepared. The flirtatious and thrilling interlude came to an end. and Qin Feng immersed himself once again in the intricate assembly process of the battle armor. This stage was far more complex than crafting the shell and components or adjusting the proportions. Each step had to adhere strictly to the design blueprint, for even the slightest deviation would render the entire armor incomplete. Therefore, Qin Feng had to maintain absolute focus. Inside the villa, after exiting the hidden elevator, Chen Yao emerged with a flushed face. She had prepared herself for a passionate encounter, but unexpectedly, Qin Feng, with his unwavering demeanor, had pushed her away. Fortunately, no one witnessed this incident. Otherwise, as the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei City, she would have been mortified on the spot. "Qinjia, why is your face so red? Could it be related to Qin Dege?" Just as Chen Yao stepped out of the hidden door, she heard a familiar voice beside her. Turning around in alarm, she saw Lu Meng, pale and weak, propped up before her, wearing that familiar gossipy smile. Chapter 65. The armor is complete. 2 hours later. External armor assembly completed. Internal components assembled. Plasma battery assembled. Host can enter the fitting test phase. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Qin Feng finally completed the assembly of all outer armor and components, presenting a magnificent silver battle suit standing before him, towering at 2 meters and weighing 1,000 kilograms. Although this silver armor bore a resemblance to the first-generation armor from the movies, it was, in fact, a modified version boasting superior defense, attack power, and endurance compared to its cinematic counterpart. Finally, it was time to try it on. With a radiant smile, Qin Feng gazed at the armor he had painstakingly crafted. After days of relentless material collection and laborious construction, the moment of reward had arrived. Prepared and assisted by mechanical arms, Qin Feng began donning the armor. Leg armor, abdominal armor, chest plate, shoulder guards, and gauntlets, all equipped with an embedded particle cannon, each piece flawlessly fitted. As the helmet descended, Qin Feng was entirely enveloped within the armor, revealing a high-tech electronic display that provided real-time monitoring of the armor's status and environmental analysis. Energy output normal, particle cannon operational, armor components fitting normal, air circulation system normal, built-in buffer device normal, nerve conduction system normal. First fitting test commencing. With a flurry of data fluctuations, the armor entered optimal condition. Qin Feng immediately maneuvered the armor through forward and backward movement tests. The seemingly cumbersome suit exhibited remarkable agility under his control, seamlessly executing running, jumping, and even hovering maneuvers. Excellent. The mobility test was flawless. Next came the weapon test. Qin Feng activated the particle cannon, and the gauntlet on his right hand opened, the cannon's muzzle preparing for action. First, he would test the power of the first-stage particle cannon. Aiming at the remaining tungsten alloy materials on the ground, he pressed the attack button. In an instant, the right-hand particle cannon gathered energy, and after a brief 0.5 seconds, a white beam of light shot forth, striking the tungsten alloy with a resounding impact, creating a 5-centimeter deep crater. Though the tungsten alloy had not undergone further refinement, its hardness surpassed that of ordinary steel. Yet now, with just a first-stage particle cannon, such devastating power was unleashed. Had it struck a human body, the destruction would be unimaginable. Incredible. The destructive capability of the first-stage particle cannon was astonishing. Switching to the third stage could potentially breach the entire research institute. Qin Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the particle cannon's power. With this weapon, even if high-tier, superpowered foes came knocking, they would be effortlessly repelled. Experimental test phase completed. It is recommended that the host conduct a practical combat test for a more intuitive analysis of all performance data. A practical combat test, indeed? I was just thinking the same. With a slight smile, Qin Feng piloted the armor into the elevator, leaving the research institute. In the entertainment room of the mountain villa, Chen Yao and the recently awakened Lu Meng discussed the events of the previous night. They were astonished by the multitude of occurrences. Lu Meng, her face etched with concern, gazed at Chen Yao. "Sister Chen, is the parasitic entity within you truly all right?" "It's fine. Since Qin Feng assured me that I can control it, I definitely can." Chen Yao expressed confidence in herself and unwavering trust in Qin Feng. Just as their conversation grew lively, a hidden door in the wall of the entertainment room opened automatically. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Qin Feng must be here." Seeing the door open, Chen Yao smiled and turned towards it. Ding! As the elevator door within the hidden door slid open, both women directed their gaze inside, only to find not the familiar face of Qin Feng. but a towering and formidable silver battle suit stepping out. Iron Man? The moment they laid eyes on the armor, both women stood agape, struggling to believe their eyes. For this silver armor was none other than one of the most iconic battle suits from the Marvel movies, the first-generation Iron Man suit. "It's me." Qin Feng spoke with a smile. "Qin Feng?" Upon hearing his voice, Chen Yao hurried forward, circling around the Iron Man suit. "You can't tell me this secret weapon you've been crafting down below is this Iron Man suit?" "Indeed. This is the ultimate weapon I crafted with my own hands," Qin Feng declared confidently, his lips curling into a grin. "With this armor, even if all the high-level experts from the Black Shah gang show up, they won't stand a chance against us. My goodness, Qin Feng, you truly are remarkable. You've even managed to create Iron Man's suit. That's just too incredible," Lu Meng exclaimed, her admiration evident as she gaped in awe. "This armor looks identical to the one in the movies. In fact, it's even more stylish. Of course, this is the improved first-generation armor. If I can resolve the issues with the arc reactor, upgrading to the third generation will pose no problem at all. I am thoroughly impressed with your prowess in armor crafting. Even my father would be overshadowed." Chen Yao expressed her admiration. "But how did you master such advanced technology? I remember your field of study isn't related to this." "That's a secret," Qin Feng replied mysteriously with a smile. "For now, let's test the practical combat effectiveness of this armor." Qin Feng turned to Lu Meng, who appeared much better. "Lu Meng, how's your recovery? Can you test the armor's defensive capabilities?" Lu Meng responded, "I should be about 70 recovered. I can manage some simple combat without issue." "All right then, gather your full strength and attack this armor, so I can assess its defensive capabilities," Qin Feng instructed. "Fantastic. I also want to witness the power of this armor," Lu Meng replied enthusiastically. To avoid damaging anything inside, the two made their way to the courtyard, standing face to face. Zhao Lingling with wide eyes asked Big Sister, "This armor looks so cool. Did Big Brother really make it himself?" "Yes, indeed. He crafted it with his own hands. Let us now witness the formidable power of this battle armor." Chen Yao and Zhao Lingling stood by with eager anticipation. "Brother Qin, are you ready? I'm about to launch my attack." Lu Meng gathered energy in her hands, and 2 water orbs instantly floated above them. Following last night's fierce battle, Lu Meng's extraordinary energy seemed to have increased. Although it had not yet reached a high level, it surpassed that of a typical mid-level adept. Chapter 66, Breakthrough Level. "Bring it on. I am ready to strike at any moment." With a smile, Qin Feng looked at Lu Meng, who upon receiving his affirmation, flicked her wrists, sending the 2 water orbs hurtling toward the armor. The 2 water orbs, with a force akin to bullets, collided violently against the battle armor, only to be deflected into a dazzling spray of droplets. Not only did they fail to inflict any damage on the armor, but they left not a single mark. Such formidable defensive power. It seemed that even a high-level, or perhaps even a low-level, superhuman would struggle to breach it. Witnessing her attack's utter futility, Lu Meng could only marvel at the armor's might. Yet, this was merely child's play. The armor's true strength lay not in its defense, but in its destructive capabilities. With a broad grin, Qin Feng raised his hand to activate the particle cannon, aiming at a large boulder outside the courtyard. 3-stage particle cannon activated. 3-stage particle cannon is ready. Fire. Qin Feng decisively pressed the launch button, and a crimson beam of light surged forth with an astonishing roar, striking the boulder with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion that shook the ground, the once impregnable boulder shattered into countless fragments, with the earth within a 100-meter radius cracking apart. Goodness, the destructive power is astounding. It rivals that of a small missile. Chen Yao gasped, her eyes wide. Familiar with various weapons, this was her first encounter with such overwhelming destructive force. Indeed, the destructive capacity far exceeds expectations. If deployed in combat, even that monstrous black beast we encountered would be easily vanquished. Qin Feng beamed with satisfaction. Once the affairs with the Black Shah gang are settled, this armor will enable me to swiftly sweep through the zombie and monster-infested silver-level zones. Once I accumulate enough survival points, I will enhance my abilities to a higher level, allowing me to traverse the city and rescue my parents and sister. The greatest concern weighing on Qin Feng's mind, aside from the parasitic entity within Chen Yao, was his family, located at the far side of the city. To rescue them, he must navigate through the perilous golden level zone, which his current strength is insufficient to handle. He must at least elevate his abilities to a high level, utilizing the armor's power to attempt passage through the golden zone. As Qin Feng mentally mapped out his future plans, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The sign-in task has been refreshed. The host is detected to be in the silver level zone, and the sign-in task has automatically adjusted to a silver level sign-in task. Today's sign-in task: swim for 10 minutes in the water to complete the sign-in. Task progress: 0-10. Please complete the task before midnight. It will expire automatically afterward. Swim for 10 minutes? Are you certain this is the silver level sign-in task? Qin Feng could hardly believe his ears upon hearing such an unusual task. To the host, daily sign-in tasks are entirely random. It is normal for simple tasks to arise from time to time, so there is no need for surprise. Qin Feng frowned. I hope this doesn't lead to another ridiculous good person card or something similar. Well, as for that, task rewards are also completely random. It entirely depends on the host character and luck. The system has no knowledge of this. Fine, it seems you are fully prepared to shift the blame. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at the system. However, with such a simple task, it would be foolish not to attempt it. Who knows? I might acquire some powerful items that could significantly enhance my abilities. After deliberating, Qin Feng resolved to complete today's sign-in task before proceeding with further practical testing of the battle armor. Armor disengaged. After maneuvering the armor to the left garage of the courtyard, Qin Feng pressed the disengagement button, and the armor immediately ceased operation, opening the helmet, chestplate, leg guards, and gauntlets, all exuding a high-tech aura. Jumping out of the armor, Qin Feng addressed Chun Yao and the others. I have a brief matter to attend to at the rooftop swimming pool. Be cautious of the Black Sha gang. If danger arises, call for me immediately. Chun Yao waved her hand. All right, don't worry. We will be careful. After conveying his instructions, Qin Feng made his way to the outdoor swimming pool on the villa's rooftop. He hoped he wouldn't receive another ridiculous good person card this time. With a wry smile, Qin Feng leapt into the pool and began to swim. As time steadily passed, 10 minutes soon elapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for swimming for 10 minutes and completing today's sign-in task. You have received a silver-level treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? The moment the 10 minutes concluded, a familiar silver glow flickered before Qin Feng's eyes. Open it. I hope it's not another disappointment. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together and promptly clicked the open button. As blinding light flashed, the silver treasure chest successfully opened. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Qin Feng discerned the silhouette of a card. Oh no, please don't let it be another good person card. That would be infuriating. However, just as Qin Feng began to grumble, the plot took an unexpected turn. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the silver-level treasure chest. You have received a high-level strength enhancement card. Upon use, it will instantly increase the host's strength by 40 points. Wow, a high-level enhancement card? An immediate boost of 40 strength points? Incredible. If I use this card, wouldn't I be able to directly break through to the initial level? Qin Feng's eyes widened, transforming his worry into joy as he exclaimed, Ha ha ha, fantastic. I can finally reach the initial level. High-level strength enhancement card. I will use it immediately. Qin Feng eagerly clicked to activate the high-level strength enhancement card. At the moment he pressed the use button, the card transformed into a radiant red light, infusing into Qin Feng's body, causing his strength to surge instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the high-level strength enhancement card. Strength increased by 40 points. Ding! Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 160, 40 points increase from the Apocalypse. 30 points from the title Zombie Hunter. Intelligence, 15 speed, 37, 10 points increase from the Apocalypse. 10 points from the title Zombie Hunter. Defense, 15, 10 points increase from the Apocalypse. Mentality, 5, remaining survival points. 36, overall combat power evaluation. Initial level. 199 attribute points needed to reach mid-level combat power. Is this the might of initial-level combat power? Qin Feng clenched his fists, feeling his muscular strength surpass that of high-level combatants. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the initial level of combat power. You have received an upgrade gift package. Would you like to open it? Before Qin Feng could fully revel in his upgrade, the system's voice chimed once more, presenting him with an exquisite gift package. Chapter 67, Upgrade gift package. An upgrade gift package? Wow. System, when did you acquire such treasures? Surely, you aren't trying to deceive me? Ever since activating the system, Qin Feng had never heard of receiving a gift package upon leveling up. The upgrade gift package is an exclusive reward that can only be obtained upon reaching each significant level evaluation. For instance, upon breaking through to a new level, one would receive a corresponding upgrade gift. Ah, I see. I was wondering why I had never encountered it before. What treasures can this upgrade gift package yield? Inquired Qin Feng. The rewards from the gift package are entirely random. However, it is possible to receive 3 items or new functionalities at once, came the response. 3 items or functions at once. That is splendid. Even if only one item proves useful, the gift package will be worth it. Qin Feng grinned as he clicked the activation button. After all, this was an additional gift. Any useful treasures obtained would be a boon, and even if nothing valuable emerged, it wouldn't be a loss. With a press of the button, a radiant light burst forth. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the upgrade gift package. You have received the item, Web Shooter. The Web Shooter allows you to launch incredibly strong webs via a control switch, facilitating rapid aerial movement between tall buildings. Or it can be used to ensnare and attack enemies. Note, you may launch webs up to 100 times daily, with the number of launches refreshing at 6 in the morning the next day. It's a Spider-Man gadget. The system truly can produce anything, Qin Feng exclaimed. With this tool, his agility in both offense and retreat would be greatly enhanced. Excellent. Beaming with satisfaction, Qin Feng attached the web shooter to his wrist. This device was lighter and more convenient than an ordinary watch, and he felt no discomfort upon wearing it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the upgrade gift package. You have unlocked a new system function, building scaling. With this function activated, the host can bind to a building and resize it infinitely. This facilitates movement and relocation. Building scaling? Doesn't that resemble the molecular compression technology from Ant-Man? Before Qin Feng could further explore the web shooter, the second function from the gift package instantly captivated his attention. In the movie Ant-Man, the ability to casually resize buildings, vehicles, and organisms with molecular compression technology was vividly imprinted in Qin Feng's memory. He never anticipated that the system would possess such a feature. The system's building scaling function is distinct from molecular compression. Molecular compression can resize any object. However, the system's building scaling function can only resize the bound building and its inanimate contents. In simpler terms, when scaling a building, food, water, and any materials can be placed inside, but no living beings may exist within. Qin Feng curiously inquired, what happens if there are living beings inside during the scaling process? If living beings are present within the building during resizing, they will be directly compressed into the quantum realm. Unless a quantum tunnel device and quantum spatiotemporal positioning device are created, escape is impossible, resulting in a fate akin to death. Note, once the system's building scaling function binds to a specified building, if that building is destroyed, the function will cease, and the host cannot manually unbind it. Understood. Qin Feng habitually stroked his chin, contemplating. This technology would be splendid for relocating a stronghold. In this way, the stronghold would effectively function as a mobile fortress and research facility, easily transportable and deployable at will. Thus, even if he attracted formidable foes or factions, his stronghold would remain intact. In critical moments, luring enemies into the building and utilizing the scaling technology to cast them into the quantum realm would be an ingenious and unexpected tactic. Though he had not fully grasped the intricacies of this function, Qin Feng had already devised strategies for its application in combat. Such was the brilliance of his high IQ thought process. Congratulations, host. You have opened the upgrade gift package. You have acquired a combat skill, Mountain Smasher. Skill, Mountain Smasher. Deliver a powerful shockwave from a high descent. The impact radius extends 10 meters. The impact damage equates to twice the host's current strength. Skill cooldown, 1 hour. For example, if the host's current strength is 1,600 kilograms, the impact force of Mountain Smasher can reach 3,600 kilograms. Mountain Smasher. This skill is incredibly powerful. Its damage exceeds that of the Ruin Blade from the Apocalypse. The damage radius is also considerably larger. It seems the Ruin Blade can be retired. Qin Feng initially thought the third item might be a disappointing one, But to his astonishment, it unlocked an entirely new skill. How exhilarating! With his skill, wouldn't annihilating a horde of smaller zombies be a matter of mere moments? How delightful! Qin Feng laughed with satisfaction, placing the new skill into his system skill bar, ready for immediate use. First, let's try the web shooter. Positioning himself at the edge of the villa's rooftop, Qin Feng activated the shooter, launching a resilient strand of white web that successfully adhered to the eaves. Then, he leaped from the 5th floor, using the sturdy web to swing gracefully through the air. The seemingly thin web exhibited astonishing strength, even with a weight of over 1,000 kilograms. It showed no signs of breaking. What a magnificent tool! With this shooter, my agility will be further enhanced. Upon landing smoothly, Qin Feng gazed contentedly at the device in his hand. Meanwhile, the 3 women, Chun Yao, Lu Meng, and Zhao Lingling, who had been chatting nearby, were once again left in awe. Spider-Man? Am I dreaming? How incredible! Did Big Brother Qin create this as well? The 3 stared at him, bewildered. Having first crafted the Iron Man armor, Qin Feng now possessed the ability to shoot webs like Spider-Man. They began to question whether they had somehow crossed over into the Marvel Universe, as such advanced technology seemed impossible in the real world. Just as the 3 women were still astonished, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned serious as he glanced toward the forest beyond the courtyard. Everyone be cautious. Someone is approaching. Qin Feng's hearing was exceptionally keen. Even though the intruders were hundreds of meters away, he could already discern the sound of hundreds of footsteps drawing near the villa. Among them, one presence was particularly familiar. It was the bald man he had encountered at the metallurgical plant the previous night. The Black Shale gang had finally arrived. A gleam of determination sparkled in Qin Feng's eyes. Perfect timing. Let's put my combat prowess and mountain smasher to the test. With his newfound strength, Qin Feng felt utterly unfazed by the overwhelming numbers of his foes, confident that he could easily vanquish them without employing any hidden trump cards. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is but a mere illusion. Chapter 68. Instant Annihilation. Boss, just ahead lies Chun Tian's villa. Today, our Black Wind Hall will launch a full-scale assault, ensuring that those ignorant fools are utterly obliterated. The bald man, sweating profusely, flattered Feng Yi as he followed closely behind. Behind him trailed a formidable force of over 200 men, among whom were 6 high-tier, superpowered individuals, with numerous mid-tier and low-tier superpowered members. Even the ordinary gang members were fully armed, equipped with various weapons and a few firearms. The bald man was confident that with such a multitude, even if their opponent truly possessed combat prowess, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Feng Yi remained silent, calculating how he would propose his promotion to a protector after this mission. In his eyes, with his formidable strength combined with the entire force of the Black Wind Hall, dealing with Qin Feng and his companions was akin to squashing a few ants. Outside the villa courtyard, the members of the Black Shah gang formed a dense, menacing crowd, completely encircling the premises. The bald-headed leader, serving as the vanguard, shouted arrogantly into the courtyard, demanding everyone to come out and kneel and surrender, promising to consider sparing their lives. Inside the courtyard, Qin Feng stood alone, unwavering as he faced the hundreds of gang members. He recognized the bald man as the one who had fled in terror the previous night. Is he back for revenge? Qin Feng thought with a cold smile as he glanced at the bald man beside Feng Yi. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the bald man was instantly paralyzed with fear, his nostrils flaring as he turned to see Qin Feng's terrifying visage. Instinctively, he recoiled 2 steps back, exclaiming, "It's you." The memory of their last encounter haunted him. His high-tier abilities had been utterly ineffective against Qin Feng. To him, Qin Feng was like a nightmare, so terrifying that just a glance sent shivers down his spine. The other leaders of the Black Wind Hall, witnessing the bald man's cowardice, began to mock him mercilessly. What a useless waste. Just a glance at that kid, and he is scared to death. One jeered. No wonder the hall master stripped you of your rank. You truly are worthless. The bald man, irritated, shouted back, "Shut up. This guy is incredibly powerful, definitely on par with the hall master. If you think you're capable, go face him yourself." Though he was no longer a leader, he still regarded the others with disdain. One of the leaders, with yellow hair, named Huang Ning, scoffed confidently. "Let us not waste time. Watch as I take him down single-handedly. I'll show you what true leadership looks like." Huang Ning, being slightly stronger than the bald man, stepped forward, challenging Qin Feng. Come on, show me your strength, and let us see what you can do to frighten that waste. Feng Yi remained silent, perhaps seeking to gauge Qin Feng's abilities. The others in the Black Wind Hall also adopted a spectator stance, not rushing to attack, as they relied on Huang Ning's prowess. Meanwhile, hidden within the villa, Zhao Lingling watched with wide eyes, filled with worry and curiosity. Does this person have high-tier abilities? Can Big Brother win? Lu Meng, brimming with confidence, assured her, don't worry. Although he is high-tier, he still falls short compared to Qin Ge. Chen Yao, with a serious expression, added, but they are numerous, and that long-haired man in the center feels particularly formidable. We must prepare to assist at the right moment. We cannot allow Qin Feng to fight alone. As the three observed from the villa, Huang Ning stood before Qin Feng, exuding arrogance. Come on, let us see what you got. Show me how you managed to scare that waste so badly. Qin Feng regarded the arrogant Huang Ning with a cold gaze, responding with an air of dominance. You are but an insignificant figure. I advise you to give it your all from the start, or you may find yourself without the chance to strike. Huh, arrogant and ignorant. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Huang Ning sneered, gathering his fiery powers as flames erupted around him. As the flames intensified, they transformed into a barrage of fiery projectiles aimed directly at Qin Feng. The destructive force of these flames rivaled that of the high-temperature blast from the mutated creature Qin Feng had encountered before. While formidable against his past self, they now posed no challenge to Qin Feng. With a swift motion, he effortlessly deflected the fiery onslaught and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Huang Ning. The sharp, blood-red blade glimmered in the sunlight, and in an instant, the once boastful Huang Ning found himself decapitated, his bravado extinguished in a single strike. High tier. One slash. Instant annihilation. The crowd of Blackshot gang members stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. Huang Ning was one of their top fighters, feared by many. Yet here he lay, slain by an unknown adversary. Their worldviews shattered in an instant. I told you this kid was extraordinary, yet you refused to believe. The bald man sneered at the pallid faces of the other leaders, recognizing that their strength paled in comparison to Huang Ning's. And now they were even less capable of facing Qin Feng. What speed! His strength is indeed at the initial high tier. Feng Yi too was taken aback by Qin Feng's swiftness. As a shadow-type superpower user, he prided himself on his speed, but before Qin Feng, he felt significantly outmatched. With Huang Ning's defeat, the atmosphere became utterly hushed. No one dared underestimate Qin Feng again, not even Feng Yi or the Grand Leader Lin Zhiliang. Feng Yi, though furious at the loss of an important subordinate, masked his anger with a feigned smile. Your strength is remarkable. I am deeply impressed. I value talent. And should you surrender, Zhao Lingling, and join the Blackshot gang, I assure you a position as our new Hall Master, with all the power and prestige you desire. Not interested. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to it. Qin Feng dismissed the insincere offer without a second thought. Refusing my kindness? Then prepare to meet your end. Feng Yi barked, rallying his men with a stern command. This boy is formidable. Don't underestimate him. Charge with me. Having witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, Feng Yi led 200 men into an aggressive assault, joined by 5 high-tier superpowers, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon him. However, Qin Feng faced them without a hint of concern. With a sweeping motion of his Doomsday blade, he shattered the initial wave of attacks. In a flash, he dispatched one of the Black Wind Hall's leaders with ease, as Feng Yi attempted to intervene. But with a series of black energy blasts coming his way, Qin Feng was prepared, effortlessly dismantling them and leaping toward Feng Yi with lethal intent. Feng Yi, realizing the danger, evaded the strike, narrowly escaping Qin Feng's formidable reach. In the moment he repelled Feng Yi, Qin Feng swiftly redirected his blade towards the other 2 leaders. The 2 leaders of the Black Wind Hall were taken aback, hastily joining forces to confront Qin Feng. However, their assaults were utterly futile against him. With a single stroke, he shattered their attacks, and within mere seconds, both leaders fell at his hands. The cowardly bald man and the formidable Lin Zhiliang quickly retreated beyond Qin Feng's reach, casting fearful glances in his direction. Terrifying. Is this the true extent of his power? Lin Zhiliang, usually brimming with confidence in his own abilities, was compelled to acknowledge the sheer terror of Qin Feng's prowess, and found himself in a state of retreat, lacking the courage to strike back. Meanwhile, Other oblivious members of the Black Wind Hall who ventured too close to Qin Feng's attack range became corpses in under a second. In just a few moments, the Black Wind Hall suffered the loss of over 30 members, including several high and mid-tier superpowered individuals, an utterly devastating blow. This prompted those who wished to continue their assault to gradually withdraw in fear, much like the Bald Man and Lin Zhiliang, none daring to engage him head-on. At most, they launched a few inconsequential ranged attacks, all of which Qin Feng deftly evaded. Shadow Strike. At that moment, Feng, who had been pushed back by Qin Feng's blade, seized the opportunity to exploit a chink in Qin Feng's defenses, unleashing a bolt of black lightning. This black lightning traveled at an astonishing speed, nearly resembling a fleeting shadow. Sensing imminent danger, Qin Feng stepped back, narrowly avoiding the sudden black lightning. However, its velocity was so extraordinary that it still left a gash on his windbreaker, fortunately without injuring him. Qin Feng cast a cold gaze at Feng behind him. Quite impressive, truly worthy of a first-tier, superpowered individual. Come now, let me see how many of my moves you can withstand. Among all present, only Feng posed a genuine threat to him. No matter how the others attacked, they could inflict no harm. Moreover, after the initial clash, nearly all of the Black Wind Hall's elites had perished beneath Qin Feng's blade, leaving only Lin Zhiliang and the Bald Man, alongside a myriad of insignificant minions, who were now paralyzed with fear, too terrified to act recklessly. Hence, only Feng and Qin Feng remained locked in confrontation, while the others watched from a distance. Feng Yi's eyes were icy, his expression grim. Arrogant brat, I shall make you pay dearly. He had initially intended to rely on sheer numbers to swiftly eliminate Qin Feng. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng's devastating blade would be so formidable, shattering the combined assaults of over 200 individuals, and before anyone could react? He had already slain more than 30 elite members of the Black Wind Hall, leaving the rest terrified and demoralized. Once courage and morale are lost, even a large force is merely a disorganized mob. With so many casualties, if they failed to eliminate Qin Feng and bring back Zhao Ling, even as a Hall Master, he would be unable to provide a satisfactory explanation to the higher-ups of the Black Sha gang. Prepare yourself. Feng Yi unleashed his full power, transforming into a shadow as he charged straight at Qin Feng. In that instant, over 10 bolts of black lightning shot forth, swiftly targeting Qin Feng. The might of this black lightning was not to be underestimated. Qin Feng remained vigilant, leaping to evade 2 bolts before channeling his energy to shatter 4 more. The remaining bolts were deftly dodged by Qin Feng. Yet, Feng Yi showed no signs of relenting, continuously launching black lightning from his hands, forming a dense net of black attacks that enveloped Qin Feng as he descended. As he was about to be ensnared by the weight of gravity within the onslaught of attacks, Qin Feng remained composed, utilizing his web slinger to latch onto the rooftop of a villa. Drawing on the tensile strength of the web, he swung himself clear of the attack net, landing behind Feng Yi. The moment he touched down, Qin Feng lunged at Feng Yi from behind, wielding his blade like a ravenous beast. Feng Yi reacted in an instant, his form splitting into 2 shadows that darted away from 2 different directions. When Qin Feng's blade struck, he found himself facing 2 identical Feng Yi's. Shadow clone? Upon seeing the 2 identical Feng Yi's, Qin Feng's expression grew grave. Feng Yi was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. I never imagined you would force me to resort to this. Today you must die. Both Feng Yi's displayed expressions of fury simultaneously, raising their hands to gather energy and unleashing a barrage of black lightning attacks, flooding towards Qin Feng from all directions. The outcome was inevitable. This was the Hall Master's ultimate technique, the Shadow Sky Net. This brat is doomed. Witnessing this, Lin Zhiliang and the others from the Black Wind Hall breathed a sigh of relief. They believed that once Feng Yi unleashed the Shadow Skynet, Qin Feng would be beyond salvation. But just as everyone thought Qin Feng was doomed, a terrifying blade light erupted from his position, striking outwards with an imposing presence. This was Qin Feng's newly unlocked skill, the Mountain Shattering Slash. Chapter 70, No Merci. The Mountain Shattering Slash. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated his newly unlocked skill in response to Feng Yi's Shadow Skynet. As the enormous blade light descended with regal authority, the overwhelming force expanded in all directions, colliding fiercely with the oncoming shadow Skynet. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. The net of black lightning and the immense blade light transformed into countless explosions. In the aftermath, the powerful recoil thrust both Qin Feng and Feng Yi back several dozen steps. As the dust settled on the pockmarked ground, both men were panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Especially for Feng Yi, simultaneously employing the shadow clone and unleashing hundreds of bolts of black lightning had drained an enormous amount of his superpower, significantly weakening him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng emerged from this encounter virtually unscathed. Should the battle continue, the outcome remained uncertain. How is this possible? This brat actually broke through the Hall Master's shadow Skynet? Am I dreaming? Lin Zhiliang and the members of the Black Wind Hall were left dumbstruck. They had initially believed that once Feng Yi activated the shadow Skynet, Qin Feng was doomed. Yet, who could have anticipated that not only did Qin Feng shatter the shadow Skynet, but he also remained evenly matched against Feng Yi. Such overwhelming strength left them with but two words in their minds. Terrifying. Nevertheless, Feng Yi still held the advantage in numbers, and without hesitation, he bellowed at the onlookers. What are you all standing around for? This guy is at his wit's end. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10 white corpse cores. With such a generous bounty, it was only natural that the crowd, seeing Qin Feng's apparent decline, surged towards him once more. Before they could close in, an array of energy attacks and bullets formed a deadly barrage aimed at Qin Feng. Naive, even at half strength, Qin Feng, remain invincible. Qin Feng's gaze turned steely as he transformed into a blade of light, charging headlong into the overwhelming barrage, effortlessly dismantling the entire onslaught with a seemingly mundane strike. In the next moment, Qin Feng's silk sprayer unleashed a robust strand of silk that struck the bald man's chest with tremendous force. The bald man quickly retaliated with invisible blades of wind, attempting to sever the silk, only to be horrified to discover that the seemingly delicate strand remained unscathed under his assault. While he stood in shock, Qin Feng had already pulled Shun Fan towards him with the silk, declaring, "You escaped last night, but today I shall make you pay." The bald man hastily begged for mercy, showing no sign of resistance. Spare me. Spare me. If you let me go, I will be your loyal dog. What use do I have for a beast like you?" Qin Feng's gaze was frigid, and the blade in his hand even colder. In the instant the bald man was still reeling from shock, the edge of the blade severed his throat. One swift motion, and his head fell to the ground. As Qin Feng dispatched the bald man, the commander Lin Zhilian manipulated the surrounding debris like a hail of bullets aimed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng deftly evaded the ambush, causing the bald man's corpse to be obliterated by the ferocious onslaught. Now it is your turn. After dodging the attack, Qin Feng's murderous gaze fixed on Lin Zhilian, akin to a tiger locking onto its prey. Enough with the theatrics. I refuse to believe you can still wield such terrifying power. Though Lin Zhilian trembled with fear, he convinced himself that Qin Feng must be at the end of his strength and could not possibly match him again. In that moment, Lin Zhilian summoned energy, sending the debris hurtling towards Qin Feng once more. Pathetic. With such trivial tactics, you might as well accept your fate. Qin Feng sliced through the incoming assault with a single stroke, moving with a ghostly speed to close the distance to Lin Zhilian. The fearsome and sharp blade descending with a force of 1,600 kilograms. Lin Zhilian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly conjured multiple earthen shields before him. Yet these seemingly sturdy defenses crumbled before Qin Feng like fragile paper, offering no protection whatsoever. In a mere few breaths, Qin Feng had shattered more than 10 shields and sent Lin Zhilian flying several meters with a kick, causing him to crash to the ground, bloodied. Just as Qin Feng prepared to finish him off, the rejuvenated Feng Yi unleashed a barrage of black lightning that interrupted Qin Feng's assault. Severely injured, Lin Zhilian seized the opportunity to escape, retaliating with another wave of debris combined with Feng Yi's lightning, forcing Qin Feng to retreat. The remaining members of the Black Wind Hall, witnessing what they perceived to be an opening in Qin Feng's defense, launched a simultaneous attack, hoping to seize the moment for glory. However, their efforts not only failed to hit Qin Feng, but only served to enrage him further. With a swift movement, Qin Feng broke through the onslaught from all directions and charged towards the over 100 members of the Black Wind Hall. A swarm of bothersome flies. I shall deal with you first. No merci. Qin Feng's speed was as swift as lightning. Before anyone could react, he had already plunged into the crowd. Kill! 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 Qin Feng's cold voice echoed as he swung his blade, leaving a trail of anguished screams in his wake. In a mere span of 7 or 8 seconds, the once mighty force of over 100 was reduced to a mere handful of ordinary thugs, with the superpowered ones completely annihilated. Devil! Devil! The remaining ordinary thugs had never witnessed such a horrific display. As they beheld Qin Feng advancing like a demon, they were paralyzed with terror and ultimately collapsed unconscious. Qin Feng showed no signs of mercy, the crimson blade falling repeatedly until the last few thugs of the Black Wind Hall lay slain at his feet. As the courtyard became a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, Qin Feng stood amidst the carnage, unwavering, like a solitary peak standing proud against the tempest. Is this fiend even human? Witnessing such a horrific scene, even the battle-hardened Feng, he was shaken to his core, his legs trembling. This guy is undoubtedly a demon. Lin Julian's muscles quivered, terror nearly overwhelming him as he felt ensnared in the most dreadful nightmare. They had certainly taken lives. Yet none could match the sheer scale of Qin Feng's slaughter, remaining unfazed and unflinching as he claimed hundreds in one fell swoop. This scene left Chun Yao and her companions, who were watching from within the villa, utterly speechless, some even closing their eyes in fright. They could hardly believe that the gentle Qin Feng they knew could transform into such a ruthless figure, akin to a god of death descending upon the earth, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The bothersome trash has been dealt with. Now it is your turn. Have you decided how you wish to die? Qin Feng licked the blood from his blade, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards the two remaining adversaries. That malevolent look was reminiscent of a Shura from hell, sending shivers down Feng, Yi, and Lin Jilian's spines, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 71. The Absolute Kill. A single stroke to obliterate the battlefield. All powerful figures trembled at a glance. Is this the true essence of strength? Indeed, in the heavens and on earth, there is but one blade. This is Qin Feng. In this moment, Feng Yi felt regret. Had he known Qin Feng was so formidable, he wouldn't have dared to confront him, even if given 1,000 chances. Yet, there is no remedy for regret. I can sense that his aura has notably weakened. It seems he is nearing his limit. If we fight with all our might, we may not necessarily fall to him. Feng Yi's body surged with dark energy, preparing for the final confrontation. Limit? Huh. Just moments ago, we thought he was at his limit, only for it to result in our complete annihilation. Bodies strewn everywhere. I see clearly now. This fellow has no limits. Lin Julian was already cowered by Qin Feng's overwhelming presence, no longer daring to confront him. For Qin Feng was like an unfathomable black hole. Just when one believed he had reached his limit, certain to perish, he would reveal extraordinary strength and shatter all hope. In Lin Julian's eyes, Qin Feng was a nightmarish enigma, an opponent beyond defeat. Yet, in the face of survival, he could only engage in a final desperate struggle, channeling the last remnants of his energy. Qin Feng, with his blade poised, maintained an expression of serene indifference. It appears you are prepared to meet your demise. Enough chatter. Until the very end, we cannot know who will prevail. While Feng Yi feared Qin Feng's prowess, as a low-tier superpowered individual, he resolved that if he must die, it would be with grandeur, not like the bald man who begged for mercy and surrendered. With a hint of resolve, they would see just how much strength remained. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Feng charged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest, his aura formidable. Before Qin Feng could even close the gap, Feng Yi and Lin Julian felt an immense pressure bearing down on them, and they simultaneously launched their attacks at Qin Feng. First, Lin Julian manipulated a cloud of sand and dust to obscure Qin Feng's vision. As Qin Feng sliced through the haze, hidden within was Feng Yi's black lightning, surging forth in a sudden strike. This unexpected coordinated assault caught Qin Feng off guard, but such a meager collaboration was insufficient to threaten him. With remarkable agility, Qin Feng executed a mid-air flip, effortlessly evading the black lightning. However, Feng Yi and Lin Julian were not to be underestimated. Anticipating that Qin Feng would evade their frontal attack, they had prepared a follow-up. In the instant Qin Feng found himself suspended in midair, with no leverage to escape. A barrage of flying debris and black energy converged upon him from both sides. The onslaught was fierce, closing in rapidly. Too slow. with such a level of assault is truly laughable. As the ferocious attacks loomed before him, Qin Feng displayed neither panic nor fear. Instead, a profound disdain graced his countenance. Before his words faded, his figure vanished in an instant from the sight of his opponents, rendering their formidable strikes utterly futile. By the time Feng, Yi, and Lin Zhiliang regained their composure, Qin Feng had already appeared directly in front of them. How swift! His speed had seemingly intensified beyond previous encounters. Had he been concealing his true prowess all along? Feng Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Feng's velocity was so overwhelming that even he could merely perceive fleeting shadows of his movement. Was this the extent of his capabilities? A monster! A monster! Lin Zhiliang, gripped by terror, retreated in haste, frantically unleashing a chaotic barrage of attacks with his powers. Break! 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 Qin Feng coldly commanded, effortlessly shattering Lin Zhiliang's onslaught as if slicing through vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he had breached the barrage and closed in on Lin Zhiliang. A palpable sense of danger and murderous intent enveloped Lin Zhiliang, who, in sheer fright, implored for mercy. Spare me. It was others who offended you. We have no enmity. Please let me go. No enmity? Had it not been for my unparalleled strength, I would likely have perished at your hands long ago. For this alone, your demise is inevitable. The countless slaughters had forged Qin Feng's heart into something as unyielding as steel. For the mere thought of Lin Zhiliang once harboring murderous intent towards him, he deserved to die 1,000 times over. As the last syllable left Qin Feng's lips, Lin Zhiliang found himself impaled through the chest, blood spewing forth as life ebbed away, withdrawing the bloody blade. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi, gripped by terror, seized the moment as Qin Feng dispatched Lin Zhiliang, unleashing a flurry of black energy orbs. However, these seemingly rapid projectiles posed no threat to Qin Feng. Before they could reach him, he swept his blade, conjuring a fierce wind that obliterated the approaching orbs. Before Feng Yi could react, Qin Feng lunged forward, his blood-red blade striking towards him with lethal intent. Feng Yi's face drained of color as he attempted to defend against this deadly strike. Yet Qin Feng's speed was insurmountable. Before Feng Yi could make another move, he was cleaved in twain. Yet, to his astonishment, the bisected Feng Yi dissipated into a cloud of black energy, leaving no trace of blood upon the ground. How cunning! He utilized a shadow clone to escape. Realizing the dispersing black energy before him, Qin Feng understood that he had merely vanquished Feng Yi's clone. It was likely that during his moment of triumph over Lin Zhiliang, Feng Yi had stealthily employed a shadow clone to engage him, while his true self had seized the opportunity to flee 1,000 meters away, rendering him elusive, allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. This individual could become a significant threat. Qin Feng clenched his teeth, regretting not eliminating Feng Yi first. Yet he soon reassured himself, it matters not. Should this individual dare return with allies, I shall ensure he pays the most excruciating price. Qin Feng possessed absolute confidence in his current strength, bolstered by the Iron Man armor as his trump card. Even should the elite from the Black Shaman gang converge, it would not be easy for them to contend with him. Yet, one must always be cautious. If the Black Shaman gang harbored hidden super-strong individuals, they still posed a formidable threat to Qin Feng. Thus, preparation was essential. He could not remain in a state of passivity. Following his battle with the initial-tier, superpowered individuals, Qin Feng had gleaned a measure of understanding regarding their capabilities. Based on this insight, he surmised that the cloaked figure he encountered in the library was at least a high-tier, superpowered being, potentially of an extraordinarily powerful caliber. Clearly, initial-tier strength was far from sufficient. Only by continually enhancing his abilities could he stand tall amidst this apocalypse. Qin Feng clenched his fists, filled with an insatiable yearning for greater power. Chapter 72. The Mobile Headquarters. The battle concluded. Chun Yao and her companions remained entranced, struggling to shake off the shock of the recent conflict. They had witnessed a miracle. Qin Feng single-handedly decimated over 200 members of the Black Shaman gang. Most terrifying was that among these 200 bandits were numerous potent, superpowered individuals, including those of initial-tier strength. Yet, this formidable assembly had all succumbed to Qin Feng's blade, with even the strongest among them fleeing like frightened dogs. Such an astonishing outcome seemed almost like a fairy tale, too incredible to believe. Even having witnessed it firsthand, they remained in disbelief. Just how powerful was he? Was he of initial tier or mid-tier strength? Could he have already reached high tier? Chen Yao pondered in astonishment. Through her conversations with Lu Meng, she understood that superpowered individuals were classified into various tiers based on the strength of their powers, ranging from low to high. Initial tier, mid-tier, high tier, and so forth. Each tier is subdivided into initial, mid, and high stages. Prior to this extraordinary battle, Chen Yao speculated that Qin Feng's strength was around that of high tier. However, during this remarkable confrontation, Qin Feng's displayed power was utterly terrifying, easily defeating even initial-tier strongmen. Thus, his strength had at least reached the formidable mid-tier. Though Chen Yao was not a superpowered individual, she was well aware of the might of mid-tier strength. Lu Meng gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Qin is truly unfathomable. No wonder he dared to face over 200 bandits alone." It appears the members of the Black Shaman gang were merely seeking their own demise. With a powerful elder brother by her side, Zhao Lingling felt a sense of security, no longer fearing the pursuit of the Black Shaman gang. This would afford her the opportunity to grow stronger and avenge her grievances. As the three women remained in shock, Qin Feng, standing resolute in the courtyard, suddenly felt his legs weaken, and he knelt upon the ground, his face pale and weary. In truth, he had already expended more than half of his energy while using the mountain-crushing slash to disrupt Feng's shadow net. Slaying more than 100 bandits from the Black Shaman gang had left him utterly drained, although he had appeared more ferocious than a demon in the end. It was merely a fade, masking his exhaustion and weakness as he pushed beyond his limits to eliminate Lin Ji Liang and intimidate Feng Yi. Had Feng Yi fought desperately for just one more minute, the outcome could have been unpredictable. It was merely the astonishing display of power from Qin Feng that had led Feng Yi to lose his composure and refrain from engaging him in a desperate struggle. Noticing something amiss with Qin Feng, Chen Yao hurriedly rushed to his side, supporting the weakened figure, her face filled with concern. "Qin Feng, are you all right? Are you injured?" "I'm fine, just overly fatigued. A brief rest will restore my strength." Qin Feng managed a faint smile as he leaned on Chen Yao and returned indoors to recuperate. "Big brother, I'll assist you." Zhao Lingling took the opportunity to showcase her abilities, placing her delicate hands upon Qin Feng's, using her healing powers to expedite his recovery. It must be said that Zhao Lingling's nurturing abilities proved rather effective. Within less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng regained the energy that would typically take an hour to recuperate. Having restored significant energy, Qin Feng led Chen Yao and her companions to the battlefield. However, this cleanup did not involve dealing with the corpses of the bandits, but rather searching for weapons possessed by them. After an extensive search, a total of 47 rifles, 5 submachine guns, 12 pistols, and various ammunition were found. The destructive power of the submachine guns and pistols is roughly equivalent to mid-tier energy attacks from superhumans, while the rifles exhibit destructive capabilities that closely approach those of high-tier weaponry. Although Qin Feng has already reached a level where these firearms are no longer necessary, he contemplates modifying them to enhance his battle armor, enabling them to serve not only as firepower suppression, but also to work in conjunction with particle cannons, thereby forming a dense network of firepower. Once he has gathered most of the weaponry, the afternoon has arrived, with dark clouds obscuring the sky, fierce winds howling, and distant thunder rumbling, signaling an impending downpour. Observing the overcast sky, Chen Yao, slightly concerned, inquires of Qin Feng, "Do you think the Black Shad gang will still come?" Qin Feng chuckles lightly. "Given their significant losses, they will not let this rest. Thus, I intend to take you away from here, advancing while simultaneously enhancing our strength." "Take my family away? What do you mean by that?" Chen Yao, puzzled, fails to grasp Qin Feng's intent. "You'll find out soon enough." Qin Feng replies with a subtle smile, first driving the battle armor stored in the garage back to the research facility, and then employing the system's building reduction feature to bind the entire mountaintop villa. Upon completion of the binding, Qin Feng instructs the 3 women to observe the 5-story villa before he presses the reduction button. With a swift whoosh, the nearly 20-meter-high 5-story villa, along with its 3-level basement, shrinks instantaneously to the size of a palm, resting in Qin Feng's hand. The location where the villa once stood transforms into a vast pit, filled with chaotic dirt and rubble. What just happened? The three women, their eyes wide with astonishment, simultaneously recall the molecular compression technology from the film Ant-Man. Is this some sort of sci-fi molecular compression technology? Close enough. This technology is indeed akin to molecular compression. Qin Feng replies with a calm smile. With this capability, our base can move freely. Wherever we wish to go, we can go, without any worries. Wait. Lu Ming exclaims, her eyes widening in surprise. Brother Qin, you can't be an actual time traveler from a Marvel movie, can you? First the Iron Man armor, then the web shooter, and now this molecular compression technology. It's too extravagant. Xin Yao, equally incredulous, adds exactly. Where on earth did you acquire such advanced technology? You can't possibly be a time traveler. As someone from a family of technology, she has encountered various cutting-edge innovations. Yet though she has seemed pale in comparison to Qin Feng's advancements, it is as if he embodies a walking Marvel universe, capable of producing unimaginable super technology at will. Well, I'm not quite sure how to explain it to you. Qin Feng muses, squeezing Xin Yao's hand, his smile enigmatic. In any case, this is just the beginning. You'll get used to it. Who knows? Perhaps one day, I will even produce an Infinity Gauntlet or Thor's Hammer. Chapter 73. The Purple Moon Guardian. A torrential downpour besieges the entirety of Jiangbei City, enveloping the charred ruins in a heavy curtain of rain. The world seems to fall silent, save for the sound of rain. Suddenly, a shadow darts swiftly across the waterlogged streets, finally halting before an opulent five-star hotel. This shadow belongs to Feng Yi, who had fled in disarray after being defeated by Qin Feng. Utilizing the time afforded by his shadow clones, he has put considerable distance between himself and Qin Feng. Yet, he dares not pause, fearing pursuit, until he arrives at the familiar hotel, where he finally exhales in relief. This hotel serves as the headquarters of the Black Wind Hall. Although the Black Wind Hall has been completely annihilated, as long as he, the Hall Master, remains alive, everything can be rebuilt. In this apocalyptic world, the most abundant resources are deranged scum and superhumans. Given a little time, he could recruit and restore the Black Wind Hall. Qin Feng, just you wait. Once I break through to mid-tier, I will personally avenge today's blood feud. Feng Yi grits his teeth, dragging his fatigued body into the hotel. However, upon entering, a striking woman with purple hair suddenly appears before him. The alluring woman appears to be just over 20 years old, clad in a tight black dress that accentuates her curves, complemented by black stockings and high heels. Her captivating fox-like eyes exude a fierce sensuality, making it impossible to look away. Yet, upon encountering such a stunning beauty, Feng Yi nearly collapses in fright, sweating profusely as he respectfully bows. I pay my respects to the Purple Moon Guardian. It turns out this enchanting woman is none other than the Purple Moon Guardian, one of the 5 protectors of the Black Shad Gang, and Feng Yi's immediate superior. Despite her youth, the Purple Moon Guardian is a mid-tier magical superhuman, wielding a unique magical energy capable of formidable attacks. Among the 5 protectors, she possesses the strongest single-target attack power, and none dare to easily withstand her strikes. Even a slight difference in level renders Feng Yi unable to match her, leading to his profound respect and trepidation. Cautiously, he inquires, "Might I ask why the Purple Moon Guardian has come? Do you really not know the reason?" The Purple Moon waves her hand, her tone icy and authoritative. "Not only did you fail in your mission, but the Black Wind Hall has also been utterly decimated, bringing disgrace upon the Black Shad Gang." "No, Purple Moon Guardian. Please let me explain. It is not as simple as it seems." Feng Yi, alarmed by the cold fury on her flawless face, hastens to justify himself. "There is no need for explanations. The leader is already aware of your actions." The Purple Moon interrupts him decisively, producing a black token engraved with a wolf's head pattern. The moment Feng Yi lays eyes on the black token, he is overwhelmed with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively steps back. For this black token is the highest order of the Black Shad Gang, the Black Wolf token. The sight of the Black Wolf token is tantamount to the leader's presence. "Feng Yi, kneel and listen to orders." The Purple Moon raises the Black Wolf token, her expression commanding and unyielding. In that moment, Feng Yi is utterly petrified. Faced with Qin Feng, even if he could not win, death would be the worst outcome. But to incur the wrath of the leader due to mission failure would mean a fate far worse than mere death. It would be a scene more horrifying than hell itself. Yet, he has no intention of fleeing. Rather, He lacks even the courage to do so, not to mention the terror that the Black Wolf token represents. Even the purple moon before him could obliterate him with a mere flick of her wrist. At this moment, everything seems to culminate in an inevitable demise. Feng Yi, feeling a chill throughout his body, collapses to the ground, his face pale, eyes hollow, as if his soul has been drained, resigned to his fate. By order of the leader, the Hall Master of the Black Wind Hall has failed in his duties, leading to the total annihilation of the Hall. This is an unforgivable crime. Hearing this, Feng Yi's heart sinks. It appears he is doomed to die today. But just then, the purple moon suddenly shifts her tone and continues to issue her command. However, considering your years of loyalty to the Black Shad Gang and your numerous contributions, and given that the gang is in urgent need of talent, I have decided, after careful consideration, to retain your position as Hall Master. After fully cooperating with the Guardian Ziyue to capture the mission target and redeem himself, Feng Yi still contemplated the matter of his promotion to Guardian. Feng Yi, receive the order. What? The leader has no intention of killing me? He even grants me a chance for redemption? Feng Yi stared incredulously at Ziyue, unable to believe his ears. In his impression, the leader of the Black Sha Gang was a ruthless figure, one who showed no mercy to those who offended him. Their fate was always death, but today felt like an unexpected turn of events. Not only did the leader refrain from ordering his execution, but he also offered him a chance. This left Feng Yi feeling utterly unreal. Ziyue coldly chuckled. You heard correctly. The leader indeed granted you a chance. You should be grateful for the second realm that will open tomorrow. It will require your shadow abilities. Otherwise, given your transgressions, even dying 10 times would not be enough. The second realm is about to open? Is this true? Upon hearing this sudden revelation, Feng Yi's previous fear dissipated, replaced by boundless excitement. The realms were the most significant sanctuaries in the apocalypse, filled with countless resources and treasures, though it would only be accessible for a brief 3 days. Securing even one fortunate opportunity could exponentially elevate his power level. The strength of the Black Sha Gang stemmed from their entry into the First Realm shortly after the apocalypse began. After the First Realm concluded, their overall power ascended to a new echelon, birthing numerous formidable individuals. As for the leader's actual level, no one knew, but it was speculated to be at least beyond a high stage. Therefore, the leader of the Black Sha Gang was undoubtedly the strongest entity within their ranks, and none dared to provoke his authority. 3 days prior, the leader had informed all core members above the Hall Master level that the Second Realm would soon open. Now, it was confirmed to commence tomorrow. Did this not imply that once he entered the Second Realm, even with the worst luck, he could steadily elevate himself to a mid-stage level? If fortune smiled upon him, reaching a high-stage level was not out of the question. At that point, not only could he seek revenge on Qin Feng, but his standing within the Black Sha Gang would also soar to unprecedented heights. Thus, this unexpected news was undoubtedly a powerful stimulant, instantly sweeping away all fear and despair from Feng Yi's heart. Chapitre 74, Danger approche. Do not rejoice too soon. If you fail to perform your duties in tomorrow's Second Realm, your fate will be even more dire. Ziyue's exquisite fox-like eyes swept over him, seemingly piercing through all of Feng Yi's thoughts. I understand. Please rest assured, Guardian. I will certainly learn from this failure and ensure to execute all of the leader's commands to the best of my ability. Feng Yi realized that his thoughts could not escape Ziyue's gaze and hastily pledged his loyalty. Ziyue's alluring red lips curled into a disdainful smile. Enough with the hollow flattery. I am well aware of what you are. The leader knows even better. Let us skip the pleasantries. With that, Ziyue swayed her perfect waist and alluring figure towards the hotel entrance. Let us proceed to Qin Tian's villa and put an end to this. Watching Ziyue's seductive movements, Feng Yi swallowed hard, secretly vowing that one day he would dominate her. But thoughts aside, he maintained a respectful facade. Guardian Ziyue, how did you learn of our Black Wind Hall's complete annihilation? Ziyue did not even glance at Feng Yi, simply replying, the leader's Black Sha spies were immediately informed of your entire Black Wind Hall's deployment and have been shadowing you. They initially believed you would accomplish your mission, but it was unexpected that you were utterly defeated by a nameless rookie. With 6 leaders and countless superpowered individuals perishing, you, as a Hall Master, felt like a lost dog. The spies relayed the news promptly, and that is how the leader and I learned of the Black Wind Hall's destruction. You truly resemble your subordinates, utterly useless. Ziyue's words were harsh, causing Feng Yi's expression to shift, yet he could only suppress his anger. Guardian Ziyue speaks truly. I indeed underestimated the opponent, and my current predicament is entirely my own fault. I have no words to defend myself. Feng Yi feigned sincere self-criticism, knowing he was not Ziyue's match and could only endure. Hall Master Feng is quite adept at enduring hardship, Ziyue remarked with a knowing smile. Directly seeing through Feng Yi's current mindset, this feeling of being exposed was uncomfortable. Yet Feng Yi could only continue to endure. Guardian Ziyue has misunderstood. I genuinely repent and harbor no ulterior motives. However, regarding that detestable brat, relying solely on you may still pose considerable difficulties. Feng Yi subtly shifted the topic. Oh, are you implying that you doubt my abilities and believe I am inferior to that unknown rookie? Ziyue finally cast a glance at Feng Yi, her eyes filled with pride and disdain. No. Guardian Ziyue has misunderstood. That brat's strength is indeed unfathomable. In terms of speed, attack, and momentum, he has reached mid-stage levels. Moreover, it seems he has two formidable companions who have yet to join the fray. If they unite, their combat power cannot be underestimated. Meanwhile, my energy is depleted, and I cannot recover in time. Relying solely on you, Guardian Ziyue, may prove insufficient. It would be best if you could summon other guardians for support. With just one more guardian, everything would be easily handled. No need for that. One of me is sufficient. Ziyue's red lips curved into a confident arc. Even facing two mid-stage, superpowered opponents is no obstacle. For I have already broken through to the high stage. What? Guardian, you have already reached the high stage? Upon hearing Ziyue's response, Feng Yi was nearly rendered speechless in shock. No wonder he felt an even stronger invisible pressure from Ziyue upon seeing her this time. It turned out Ziyue's strength had already ascended to the high stage. That was indeed high stage. Even if 10 mid-stage individuals were to face her, they would pale in comparison. Moreover, Qin Feng's strength was merely approaching mid-stage. If he encountered a high-stage powerhouse, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Ziyue coldly laughed. Do you still have doubts? No, none at all. I congratulate you, Guardian, on your advancement. From now on, the position of deputy leader within the gang must undoubtedly belong to you. Feng Yi quickly regained his composure from his shock and began to flatter her. But Ziyue was not swayed by such flattery. Instead, she coldly replied, since there are no doubts, then be silent. Strive to complete the task and return to the gang headquarters before tonight. The leader and the other 4 guardians are already preparing to enter the second realm, and we must arrive early. Understood. Please follow me, Guardian. I am quite familiar with the location of Chun Tian's villa. After crushing a few corpse nuclei he carried to replenish some energy, Feng Yi dared not speak further and hurried ahead to lead Ziyue. Ziyue, at mid-stage, could easily obliterate him, and now that she had broken through to high stage, killing him would be as simple as squashing an ant. In the midst of a torrential downpour, 2 shadowy figures swiftly navigated through the curtain of rain. At 3 in the afternoon, thunder rumbled and dark clouds rolled ominously overhead. Ziyu and Feng Yi approached the vicinity of the mountaintop villa, weaving through the trees, a formidable energy forming a barrier around them, shielding them from the incessant rain. Master Guardian, the villa where that brat is located lies ahead. Chun Tianhe, leading the way, pointed toward a courtyard not far ahead. This place, once regarded by him as a nightmare, no longer held terror, for he was accompanied by the high-ranking powerhouse, Ziyu. He could almost envision the tragic demise of Qin Feng. Something felt amiss. There was not a trace of human presence. Had they already fled? Ziyu furrowed her brows and quickened her pace toward the courtyard. However, as they entered the courtyard strewn with bodies, they were met with an astonishing sight. The 5-story villa that should have stood to the north had vanished, leaving only a pit filled with rubble and a scene of devastation. What on earth happened? There was definitely a 5-story villa here just moments ago. How could it have disappeared so swiftly? Feng Yi's expression was one of shock, utterly unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. Yet, despite her confusion, Ziyu remained remarkably composed, regardless of how the villa vanished. It is now certain that they have escaped, but before me, they shall not elude capture. With a cold smile, she summoned her purple magic, instantly detecting the lingering essence of Qin Feng and his companions. Following their trail would prove to be no challenge. Follow me. Ziyu's beautiful eyes narrowed as her long, sleek legs propelled her forward. Feng Yi dared not linger, hastily keeping pace with her. They pursued the lingering essence of Qin Feng and his group, moving like specters in the night. Chapter 75. Unlocking New Functions. In a secluded alley, amidst a torrential storm, Qin Feng reclined on a soft leather sofa, observing Chun Yao and Lu Meng busily working in the kitchen. An hour prior, after enduring numerous battles, they had discovered this hidden refuge. To their surprise, they found a restaurant's refrigerator still contained some unspoiled beef and relatively fresh vegetables. Chun Yao eagerly volunteered to showcase her culinary skills by preparing a perfect dinner for Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained skeptical of Chun Yao's culinary prowess. After all, she was a pampered heiress, accustomed to a life of luxury, casting doubt on her cooking abilities. While waiting for dinner, Qin Feng reflected on the battles he had faced since leaving the villa. Along the way, he encountered various zombies and monsters, mostly ordinary zombies, with only a few high-level ones. Strangely, he had not seen any of the mid-tier black behemoths during his journey. In tallying his achievements, he concluded that over the past few hours, he had slain a total of 60 ordinary zombies, 10 low-level zombies, 6 mid-level zombies, and 3 high-level zombies. This brought his total to 370 survival points, combined with the previous 36 points, yielding a grand total of 406 survival points. This tally did not even include the points he would have earned had he actively sought out more zombies and monsters. During his encounter with 3 high-level zombies, Qin Feng had deployed his battle armor for a practical test, easily dispatching the 3 with a single blast from his phase particle cannon, showcasing its remarkable power. He contemplated that once his armor recharged in the villa, he would venture out the next day for a grand slaughter. Beside him lay Zhao Lingling, fast asleep. After their exhausting journey, the little girl had collapsed into a deep slumber the moment they reached safety. Throughout their travels, Qin Feng had pondered the secret Zhao Lingling harbored, one that compelled the Black Killers to expend considerable resources in capturing her. Though he had no immediate answers, he felt a premonition that the truth would soon reveal itself. System. Open the Attribute Exchange. Attribute Exchange shop opened. Currently, I do not require enhancements to my other attributes. My focus should be on increasing strength. With 406 survival points, I can exchange for 40 points of strength. Confirm exchange for 40 points of strength. Congratulations, host, exchange successful. Beep. Host attribute panel updated. Strength, 200 points, holding the end of day's title grants 40 strength. Wearing the zombie, Slayer title grants 30 strength. Intelligence, 15th speed, 37. Holding the end of day's title grants 10 speed. Wearing the zombie, Slayer title grants 10 speed. Defense, 15. Holding the end of day's title grants 10 defense. Mentality, 5. Remaining survival points, 6. Overall combat power evaluation. Low-level initial stage. Requires an additional 159 attribute points to reach mid-level. I need 159 attribute points to reach mid-level. If relying solely on survival points for the exchange, that equates to a staggering 1590 survival points. Qin Feng mulled over the upgrade requirements, from low-level to mid-level, and subsequently from mid-level to high-level. It would likely require 300 attribute points. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Beep. Congratulations, host. Strength value has reached 200. The warrior class transition task has been triggered. Completing the task will allow a transition to the warrior class, granting additional occupational bonuses and unlocking new skills. Do you wish to accept the transition task? A transition task? What is that? Could it be akin to a role-playing game? Seeing this new type of task sparked excitement in Qin Feng. He had played numerous online games. In essence, players often face restrictions based on their class, preventing them from equipping certain items or acquiring specific skills, which could only be resolved through a transition. It represented the process of ordinary characters advancing to more powerful ones. He had not anticipated that the Apocalypse system would also feature a transition function. Reply to the host. The Apocalypse system has a unique transition system. Upon reaching certain attribute thresholds, transition tasks are unlocked. The system class is divided into 5 roles: warrior, mechanic, assassin, tank, and mage. Each corresponds to attributes: strength, intelligence, speed, defense, and mentality. Qin Feng's understanding deepened. Ah, I see. If I were to enhance my intelligence by 200 points, I could transition to a mechanic, or perhaps an assassin or tank. The host is correct. Each attribute point ultimately corresponds to a profession. Strength corresponds to warrior. And when the host's strength reaches 1,000 points, they can advance to the more powerful Berserker class. After successfully transitioning, the host will gain exclusive warrior skills and an additional skill slot, along with further attribute enhancements. Moreover, each time the host's level evaluation increases post-transition, a new skill will be unlocked. So, it is such fortuitous news. I was just lamenting the inadequacy of my skills. Though Qin Feng already possessed 2 skills, they proved insufficient during consecutive battles. Unlocking a few new skills would greatly enhance his combat prowess. He wondered what kind of skills the warrior class could unlock. Qin Feng revealed an eager smile and promptly clicked to accept the job transformation. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted the job transformation. Mission details. Upon entering the virtual combat dungeon, the Flame Domain, the host must complete the dungeon within 3 minutes and defeat the Flame Lord to accomplish the transfer task. Note, the Flame Lord possesses strength equivalent to a mid-tier level. Note, combat armor is not permitted in the Flame Domain dungeon. Note, as the Flame Domain is a virtual dungeon, any injuries sustained will only deduct health points and will not affect the host's physical body. Note, upon clearing the Flame Domain, there is a certain probability of obtaining a Lord-level weapon, graded at gold. Note, the Flame Domain can only be entered once every 7 days, regardless of success or failure. Once entered, the host cannot re-enter within 7 days. Will the host enter now? Wow, a chance to obtain a gold-grade weapon? This dungeon is truly remarkable. It feels just like playing a game. Qin Feng's eyes sparkle with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us enter immediately. Loading the Flame Domain dungeon. 3, 2, 1. Loading complete. Welcome to the Flame Domain dungeon. After a brief countdown, a purple-black light enveloped Qin Feng. When he regained his senses, he found himself on a scorching island of lava. Chapter 76. The Flame Domain. As soon as he landed, a wave of intense heat assaulted him, as if he were amidst a sea of fire and blades. Such a vivid sense of reality? Is this truly a virtual world? Gazing at the bubbling magma nearby and the distant erupting volcanoes, the entire landscape resembled a hellish inferno, constantly exuding a formidable sense of oppression. Above Qin Feng's head, in addition to the title of Zombie Hunter, a green health bar appeared, displaying a total of 50,000 health points. The Flame Domain dungeon consists of 3 rounds. The first 2 are minor monsters, and the third is the Lord. To complete the mission, the dungeon must be cleared within 3 minutes. Failure to do so, or having health points reduced to 0, will result in a failed challenge. The countdown to battle begins. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the system began its countdown, Qin Feng felt the environment around him shifting dramatically. Once the countdown concluded, a cacophony of liquid bursting sounded as over 30 fiery insects emerged from the lava. Upon closer inspection, these insects bore health bars and names, identified as flame burst bugs, each possessing 3,000 health points. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's island was surrounded by at least 50 flame burst bugs. Though small in size, they exuded a palpable aura of menace and moved with astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, they charged towards Qin Feng, launching themselves like cannonballs. Caught off guard, Qin Feng lost 4,000 health points, reducing his total to 46,000. Such incredible speed. After suffering a minor setback, Qin Feng swiftly dodged the front assault and retaliated with a powerful strike, repelling more than 10 flame burst bugs that leapt at him. This blow inflicted 2,000 points of damage on them. Notably, every kilogram of his force equated to 1 health point lost for the bugs. Qin Feng's attack power of 2,000 perfectly matched their health loss. Seizing the momentum, Qin Feng continued to strike, swiftly eliminating the initial wave of flame burst bugs. Despite their overwhelming numbers and speed, their frailty, coupled with Qin Feng's formidable prowess, led to the rapid annihilation of the majority. In less than 20 seconds, all 50 flame burst bugs on the island were defeated. Next came the second round. In the instant the flame burst bugs perished, their bodies rapidly converged to form 10 crimson fire pillars. From within these pillars emerged 10 flaming skeletons, known as flame skeletons, each with a health total of 10,000 points. Their health had considerably increased. Each could withstand 5 strikes. Qin Feng remained unperturbed as he charged towards the front 2 flame skeletons. The 10 flame skeletons let out a chilling roar, their hollow mouths spewing fireballs akin to bullets, hurtling towards Qin Feng. The barrage of fireballs was devastating, creating a dense net of firepower that left Qin Feng with no avenue of escape. Yet, he harbored no intention of retreating. He boldly surged through the onslaught, striking down the foremost two flame skeletons. However, this audacious maneuver cost him 10,000 health points, leaving it with a mere 36,000. Eager to finish quickly, Qin Feng pressed on, as the countdown clock showed only 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. With a flying kick, he sent one of the flame skeletons sprawling, and before the others could close in, Qin Feng unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, vanquishing the downed skeleton. Just then, the remaining 7 flame skeletons charged in, intent on bombarding him with fireballs. Yet, Qin Feng was prepared. With a swift counterattack, he unleashed a devastating blow that dealt 3,000 damage to all 7 flame skeletons. Then, leaping into the air, he utilized a web shooter to ensnare the 7 flame skeletons together. Although formidable, the flame skeletons were sluggish and devoid of intelligence, making it easy for Qin Feng to control them. With them secured, he unleashed a torrent of strikes. The air was filled with a storm of attacks as the 7 flame skeletons fell one by one. The second round of minor monsters concluded. Next came the Flame Lord. Qin Feng retreated to a safer distance, awaiting the Flame Lord's arrival. Within 3 seconds of the 10 flame skeletons' demise, their remains coalesced into an even larger fire pillar. Emerging from this pillar was a towering flame zombie, brandishing a massive axe, standing a formidable 5 meters tall. Lord information. Name, Flame Lord health, 100,000 points. Skill, Heavenly Fire, summons small flaming meteors to strike the ground. Being hit will inflict 10,000 damage. Ultimate skill, Axe of Punishment. 1 strike can deal 50,000 damage. Weakness. After being hit 30 times, it enters a weakened state, becoming immobile and suffering 10-fold damage. Goodness, I currently have only 36,000 health. That's not even enough to withstand a single ultimate attack. This creature is truly ruthless. Thankfully, it has a weakness. Otherwise, with only 2 minutes remaining, it would be impossible to defeat a 100,000 health Lord monster. Confronted by the Flame Lord, towering even above the floor, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. As the Flame Lord made its appearance, 3 small meteors ignited with flames began to plummet from the sky towards Qin Feng. Prepared, Qin Feng immediately began to evade, successfully dodging the 3 meteors. But that was just the beginning. If 3 meteors were all they could muster, he could handle it. Just as Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence, over 20 flaming meteors suddenly descended from the sky, raining down upon him. Cursing under his breath, "I was only joking." He braced himself, pushing his speed to the limit. However, due to the overwhelming number of fiery meteors, Qin Feng found himself unable to evade 2 of them. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly maneuvered behind the Flame Lord. The most perilous location often proves to be the safest. Indeed, as the meteors struck the Flame Lord, they were absorbed by his fiery form. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng promptly launched an assault on the Flame Lord's back. Yet, with only 2,000 kilograms of attack power, each strike inflicted merely 2,000 points of damage. After a frenzied flurry, he managed to chip away 14,000 health point from the Flame Lord. A meager dent compared to its staggering total health. Just as Qin Feng prepared to continue his onslaught, the enraged Flame Lord turned around, wielding a 2-meter-long axe aimed directly at Qin Feng's handsome visage. Chapter 77. Class change complete. 2 brand new skills. The colossal axe descended with ferocious, destructive power. An unmistakable signature move of the Flame Lord, the Axe of Punishment. With a single blow capable of inflicting 50,000 damage, Qin Feng could not withstand it. He swiftly leaped aside, evading the axe's lethal arc, and then utilized a web shooter to ensnare the Flame Lord's head with silk. Harnessing that momentum, Qin Feng executed a jump, landing atop the Flame Lord's head. "Huh, you can't reach me here." Qin Feng smirked triumphantly, raising his blade to unleash a relentless barrage upon the Flame Lord's skull. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes in mere seconds. Qin Feng delivered 10 strikes, causing an additional 20,000 damage to the Flame Lord. Yet it still retained a formidable 74,000 health points, indicating his victory was still distant. With a furious roar, the Flame Lord unleashed an infernal assault, igniting his fiery arm towards Qin Feng. Drawing upon his agility, Qin Feng skillfully dodged the attack. Unable to engage in close combat, the Flame Lord summoned a barrage of meteors, raining down in a tempestuous fury. This relentless onslaught forced Qin Feng to abandon his elevated position and slide down the Flame Lord's back, all the while delivering frenzied strikes against the beast itself. Upon landing, he targeted the Flame Lord's legs with a series of aggressive blows. However, Qin Feng was not reckless. He always retreated after dealing damage, repositioning himself before the Flame Lord could retaliate. After numerous agile dodges and attacks, Qin Feng had struck the Flame Lord 30 times, inflicting a total of 60,000 damage. With a haunting wail, the Flame Lord succumbed to a weakened state, kneeling on the ground. This was too easy. Though the beast boasted high damage, its movements were excessively cumbersome, proving less challenging than low-tier superhumans. With victory within his grasp, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Flame Lord's vulnerability, he raised his hand to unleash the mountain-crushing slash. The force of the blow resonated powerfully. The skill's attributes allowed it to channel twice the host's current strength, totaling 4,000 attack power. In the Flame Lord's weakened state, this translated into an astonishing 40,000 damage. 1/40,000 damage. The Flame Lord's health was instantly obliterated. Congratulations, host, for clearing the Flame Lord's domain dungeon. No golden level weapon dropped. Please continue your endeavors. 3 seconds remaining until exit from the virtual dungeon. 321. As the countdown concluded, Qin Feng merely blinked and found himself back in his physical body. He remained reclined on the soft leather sofa of a small restaurant, as if he had never left. Engaging in the virtual dungeon had only required a brief lapse of consciousness, akin to completing a simple game, and Qin Feng had successfully fulfilled his class change quest. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the class change quest. You have successfully transitioned to a warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the warrior's passive skill, Warrior's Fate. Passive skill explanation. While in the warrior class, melee normal attacks inflict splash damage, with a range of 1 meter and a splash damage value equal to 15 times the host's current strength. Ding! Host has unlocked the warrior exclusive skill, Bloodthirsty Hand. Skill explanation. When activating Bloodthirsty Hand, a tremendous gravitational force emanates from the right hand, forcibly lifting enemies within a 5-meter frontal cone for 0.5 seconds. Following this brief levitation, an explosive damage occurs. The explosion damage equals twice the host's current strength. Cooldown, 10 minutes. With the completion of the class change quest, 2 brand new skills appeared in Qin Feng's skill panel. One was the passive skill, Warrior's Fate, and the other was the warrior exclusive skill, Bloodthirsty Hand. Wow, this skill is utterly monstrous. Even the passive skill is beyond compare. The mere description of this passive ability left Qin Feng astounded, unable to believe his eyes. With this passive skill, even a simple sword swing would yield splash damage and additional effects, significantly enhancing Qin Feng's overall damage output. This skill undoubtedly far surpassed a mere increase of several dozen points in strength. For instance, with his current strength at 200 points, he could exert 2,000 kilograms of force. If he were to gain an additional 50 points in strength, it would only amount to an increase of 500 kilograms. However, with the Warrior's Fate skill, Qin Feng's normal attacks would amplify to a staggering 15 times the damage. Calculating this, his ordinary attacks could now inflict at least 3,000 kilograms of damage. This equated to a direct increase of 100 points in strength. Moreover, this skill would scale with Qin Feng's strength growth, becoming increasingly formidable. If Qin Feng were to attain 10,000 kilograms of strength in the future, this passive skill would enable him to unleash a staggering 15,000 kilograms of force. Essentially, it would be akin to a direct augmentation of 500 points in strength. Thus, this passive skill would evolve alongside Qin Feng's growth, effectively granting him an unlimited 50 boost in strength. Not to mention the other skill, Bloodthirsty Hand, which is a powerful amalgamation of attack and burst potential. Most importantly, the cooldown for Bloodthirsty Hand is relatively short, in contrast to the hour-long cooldowns of other skills like Shattered Blade and Mountain Crushing Slash. This skill boasts only a 10-minute cooldown. In a prolonged battle, he could unleash Bloodthirsty Hand at least 2 to 3 times, inflicting substantial damage. With such formidable capabilities arising from this initial class change, one could only imagine the incredible transformations that awaited him upon reaching 1,000 points in strength and undergoing a second class change. Qin Feng was both astonished and filled with anticipation at the prospect of his professional attributes. Host, after the second class change, indeed, your professional attributes will be further reinforced. At that time, you will easily engage in battles beyond your level, dominating the apocalyptic landscape, invincible and undefeated. Dominating the apocalypse, invincible and undefeated? Huh. You truly dare to proclaim such boasts. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Qin Feng, come and taste my culinary skills. At that moment, Chen Yao's voice broke through Qin Feng's reverie. He turned to see Chen Yao and Lu Meng emerging from the kitchen, each carrying 3 steaming dishes, which they carefully arranged on the dining table beneath a lamp. This lamp had been salvaged from the villa, providing illumination during the apocalyptic nights. Bathed in the soft, warm glow, the 3 dishes were neatly presented: cilantro beef, mapo tofu, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Though the 3 dishes are merely home-style fare, they're prepared with an exquisite blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Merely inhaling their scent can awaken one's appetite. My goodness, can you truly cook? Qin Feng expressed a hint of surprise, not anticipating that Chen Yao, a pampered young lady, could possess such culinary skills. Of course, gourmet taste. Chen Yao beamed as she took Qin Feng's hand, leading him to the dining table, where the atmosphere was sweet and serene. Chapter 78. Method of Control. It should only appear appetizing, right? At the table, Qin Feng, still somewhat skeptical, picked up a piece of cilantro beef and placed it in his mouth. The moment he tasted it, he was taken aback. The tender beef paired with the fragrant cilantro and the stimulating exploded in his mouth, bombarding his taste buds. How delightful! As a lover of spicy food, Qin Feng had not savored such a fragrant and spicy dish since the apocalypse. With just one bite, he was utterly captivated, unable to escape the allure of its flavor. It must be said, this perfectly aligns with the old adage: to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. The other 2 dishes were equally commendable, prompting Qin Feng to praise them enthusiastically and invite Chen Yao, Lu Meng, and Zhao Lingling to join the meal. In this frigid, post-apocalyptic world, to enjoy such a cozy and delightful dinner was indeed a comfort. As everyone relished the meal, they engaged in lively conversations about the past and future, gradually forgetting the relentless killings and exhaustion of recent days. After dinner, Lu Meng and Zhao Lingling began practicing control over their super energy, simultaneously absorbing the mysterious energy in the air to enhance themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Chen Yao delve into how to control the red parasite within Chen Yao's body. Through exploration, Chen Yao discovered that whenever she touched the sun-shaped mark on her arm, the red parasite within her would react, gently stroking the mark on her fair arm. She asked, Qin Feng, do you think I can control the energy of this red parasite through this sun-shaped mark? I'm not certain, Qin Feng replied, but we can only ascertain that the pattern on your arm is somehow linked to the red parasite. However, it does not imply direct control. Qin Feng stroked his chin, speculating, based on that night's battle, the method to control the red parasite is likely tied to your emotions. Chen Yao looked at Qin Feng in confusion. My emotions? Why do you say that? Qin Feng recalled, for instance, that night, before the red parasite enveloped you, you had just witnessed Lu Meng sustaining severe injuries to save you, which allowed you to momentarily harness part of the red parasite's power. At that moment, your emotions must have been filled with intense anger and pain, thus triggering the red parasite's strength. After reflecting on the details, Chen Yao nodded in agreement. It seems that way. Does that mean as long as I maintain that emotion, I can control the power at will? There is a possibility. We can certainly try, Qin Feng affirmed. You should recall images that evoke feelings of sorrow, but do not force it. Extremes often lead to counterproductive results. All right, I will try, Chen Yao murmured, then closed her eyes, delving into memories buried deep within her heart. Perhaps due to her immersion in the act, her expression gradually darkened, occasionally betraying glimpses of anger and pain. Qin Feng felt a twinge of worry, but he understood that the necessary suffering was unavoidable if they were to discover a method to control the parasite. If they did not take the initiative to control it, the parasite would remain like a ticking time bomb within Chunyao, posing a constant risk of backlash. Thus, controlling the red parasite was essential, both to harness its power and to eliminate the potential threat. Finally, after a few seconds of recollection, Chunyao's emotions reached their peak, her face consumed by a struggle of fury. Qin Feng keenly observed that during her emotional upheaval, the sun-shaped mark on her hand began to emit a faint crimson glow. Amidst this radiant crimson light, the energy of the parasite within Chunyao intensified, ultimately manifesting through the sun-shaped mark, revealing waves of red parasites. In mere seconds, Chunyao found herself enveloped by the red parasite, transforming into a crimson battle armor, akin to that night, greatly enhancing her aura, strength, and speed. With just a glance, Qin Feng recognized that in this state, Chunyao had already attained initial stage prowess, and the growth potential of this red parasite was immense. Its future evolution remained a mystery. This is the power. That day, the older sister used this strength to defeat many villains. Zhao Lingling, astonished by Chunyao's power, blinked her large eyes in awe. Lu Meng, too, felt the imposing aura emanating from Chunyao, clearly sensing that at this moment, she possessed strength rivaling initial stage capabilities. Perhaps drawn by Zhao Lingling's voice, Chunyao wished to see her current appearance, so she opened her eyes, prepared for a glimpse. However, as she opened her eyes, before she could take in much, her emotional state began to stabilize, causing the crimson armor to gradually dissipate back into her body. Qin Feng remarked, "It seems this power is indeed linked to your emotions. Only in a state of extreme anger can you summon this strength. Excellent. All your efforts have borne fruit. We have finally discovered the method of control. Is that so?" Chunyao nodded in realization, then smiled wryly. "This power is indeed formidable, but it requires me to be angry each time to be effective. If my emotions relax, even slightly, it vanishes. It's incredibly difficult to manage. Moreover, if I'm perpetually angry, will I not become a shrew?" Hearing Chunyao's words, Qin Feng could not help but chuckle, reaching out to gently touch her delicate face. "What are you thinking? Anger is also a form of energy. Initially, it may be challenging to control, but with practice, once you grasp that sensation, you can wield the power even when appearing as calm as still water. It's akin to the Super Saiyan transformation in Dragon Ball. At first, one could only transform in a state of extreme rage. But once the sensation and emotional trigger are mastered, the transformation becomes effortless. Though reality and animation diverge, the principle remains the same. Do you understand what I mean? Chunyao, highly intelligent, instantly comprehended Qin Feng's implication. I see. You mean I need not be overly fixated on manipulating my emotions, but rather to sense the unique fluctuations within me when I feel anger. If I can master that specific fluctuation, I can successfully control the power within me. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Precisely. Keep at it. I am confident that in just a few days, you will perfectly control this strength. Yes, I will certainly strive for it. Once I can master this power, we can truly fight side by side. Chunyao was determined not to be a burden to Qin Feng. No matter what, she would seize this power to stand alongside him, sharing life and death. Qin Feng understood Chunyao's intentions, and his gaze was filled with emotion and affection, leading him to impulsively kiss her cheek. Lu Meng and Zhao Lingling, accustomed to their sudden displays of affection, quickly turned away and resumed their training in super energy. On a night when a storm howled, it seemed that tranquility would prevail. Chapter 79. The Storm Approaches. Chapter 79. As the night deepened, it was around 10 o'clock, and the torrential rain that had persisted for hours gradually subsided. This relentless downpour washed over the ravaged earth, momentarily restoring a semblance of purity to a world marred by bloodshed and violence. In a corner of the city, two shadowy figures glided through the waterlogged, pitch-black streets, following a peculiar trajectory. However, at an intersection, the two figures abruptly halted. They were none other than the two formidable experts of the Black Shaman Gang, Ziyue and Feng Yi. "What has happened, Guardian? Why have we stopped so suddenly?" Feng Yi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Ziyue. Since departing from the mountaintop villa, they had been in relentless pursuit, traversing nearly half of the southern district. Although they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Qin Feng and his companions, They surmised they were not far from their location. Yet now, Ziyue had unexpectedly come to a standstill, which left Feng bewildered. Ziyue did not respond immediately. Instead, she channeled the purple magical energy in her hands to probe the area, her expression turning grave. Their energy signatures have completely vanished from this place, not leaving even a trace behind, as if they were deliberately erased. Feng asked, could it be that they sensed our pursuit? That seems unlikely. If they had detected someone following them, they would have begun erasing their traces long ago, rather than suddenly eliminating their presence so thoroughly, Ziyue replied in a hushed tone. Moreover, the energy used to erase their signatures appears to be magical in nature. It could not have been executed by the one who obliterated the Black Wind Hall. Though that individual possesses great strength, they are not a magical adept and cannot wield such intricate magical energy. What does that imply, Guardian? Feng felt a heavy cloud of doubt settling over him after hearing Ziyue's analysis. Ziyue furrowed her delicate brows, a glimmer of insight flashing in her enchanting fox-like eyes. If I am not mistaken, it is likely the result of that individual's subconscious actions. It seems they are on the verge of awakening. That individual, Feng murmured, his face suddenly paling in shock. Are you referring to the one mentioned by the mysterious figures? Is she truly about to awaken? Indeed, it is she. Ziyue spoke in a low voice. According to the clues provided by those mysterious individuals, she is indeed set to awaken within the next few days. Her subconscious has already lowered its defenses, making it easier to control her while she is vulnerable. What a pity, Feng lamented. According to the mysterious figures, she harbors a treasure of immense significance. If we cannot seize control of her at her weakest moment, it will be exceedingly difficult to deal with her afterward. At least with our combined strength, it would be a formidable challenge. Ziyue surveyed the dark ruins surrounding them. No matter, although she has subconsciously erased her energy signatures, she must be nearby. If we amplify our energy sensing, we may yet uncover her traces. If we can locate her tonight, everything will be manageable. Follow me. Ziyue's sixth sense was exceptionally keen as she darted down the left-hand path, her energy surging as she continuously scanned the area for energy signatures. In a secluded restaurant deep within a narrow alley, Zhao Lingling, after pestering Lu Meng for a while, had fallen asleep in a private booth. Lu Meng kindly covered Zhao Lingling with a blanket before returning to the main hall of the restaurant. In the main hall, after several hours of practice, Chen Yao had begun to grasp a semblance of the technique. However, each attempt lasted only 4 to 5 seconds. I have exerted every effort to control it, yet why is it that I can only maintain it for a mere 4 or 5 seconds? Is my method still flawed? At this rate, I cannot fathom how long it will take to truly master it. Chen Yao murmured in frustration, gazing at her hands. Leaning against the sofa, Qin Feng encouraged her. Do not rush. Haste makes waste. Controlling one's power and emotional fluctuations is a challenging endeavor, not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Take your time. Lu Meng handed Chen Yao a towel. Brother Qin is right. Sister Chen, do not be too anxious. There is plenty of time ahead. Just practice gradually. Here, wipe your sweat. Let us call it a night. Perhaps by tomorrow, you will have it mastered. Alas, I suppose I shall forego practice tonight. Chen Yao sighed as she accepted the towel. Afterward, she gracefully approached the sofa and sat beside Qin Feng, taking his hand. But it's still early. I can't sleep yet. I heard you are quite the storyteller. I have yet to hear you tell a tale. Would you share one with me? A story? What kind of story would you like to hear? Qin Feng, known for his storytelling prowess in school, often captivated a large audience in the boys' dormitory. Whether it be tales of astronomy, geography, historical novels, or strange anecdotes. Whatever one wished to hear, he could narrate with vivid detail. Well, Chen Yao pondered briefly. Since it is night, let's hear a horror story. Are you certain? You genuinely wish to hear a horror story? Qin Feng's smile deepened. For it was precisely horror tales that he excelled at, often leaving his dorm mates too frightened to venture to the restroom at night. Chen Yao nodded affirmatively. Yes, I enjoy watching horror films, and since I cannot watch a movie now, listening to a horror story will do just fine. Just remember, if you end up scared to tears, do not blame me. Qin Feng chuckled warmly. Chen Yao pouted playfully. Do not underestimate me. I have watched countless horror films. I do not believe your story can surpass The Conjuring or The Grudge in fright. Lu Meng chimed in indeed. How scary can a horror story be? I often share them in the school dormitory, and they hardly frighten anyone. Well then, since you both are so brave, I shall not hold back. Prepare yourselves, lest you find yourselves crying in fright later. Qin Feng smirked. All right, let us begin. I am eager to hear what kind of ghost story could possibly terrify me. Chun Yao exclaimed with anticipation. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Knowing that life and death are unpredictable, he began to weave the tale. Chun Yao and Lu Meng, however, remained somewhat skeptical, having faced apocalyptic scenarios and encountered countless terrifying zombies and monsters. They found it hard to believe that a mere ghost story could be truly frightening. This story is titled The Crying Sound. But as Qin Feng's deep voice resonated in the darkness, a chill swept over the two girls, sensing that this was not merely a simple tale. Chapter 80. In the pitch-black silence of the night, Qin Feng's somber voice emerged from the darkness. This story dates back over 100 years, shared with me by the elders. It was a year of calamity as an unprecedented drought struck Xiangxi, leading to crop failures and widespread famine. The suffering was so great that it resembled the end of the world. The tale unfolds in an ordinary household, where a loving couple resided with their two sons, one aged 4 and the other merely 2. As the night wore on, the wife's labor pains began to intensify, while their two sons had gone days without food, nearing starvation. In desperation, the husband resolved to venture into the mountains in search of sustenance. Yet in such disastrous times, even the bark and roots had been stripped bare. What food could possibly be found? The husband traveled a great distance and searched for a long time before he discovered the lifeless bodies of 2 bamboo rats and some clean water in a secluded ravine. The bamboo rats had recently perished and were still edible, filling him with ecstatic joy as he carried them home. However, upon his arduous return, he found that his 2 sons, who had previously been on the brink of starvation, were now playing inside the house, showing no signs of hunger. His wife, seemingly having just given birth, lay weakly on the bed. Her once pronounced belly had now deflated. Strangely, he did not see their 3rd child. At this juncture, Qin Feng noticed that both women were completely engrossed in the narrative. Chun Yao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What about their 3rd child?" Lu Meng's eyes widened, completely captivated by Qin Feng's tale, eager to hear what happened next. Qin Feng's tone grew somber as he replied, "Your questions mirror those of the protagonist, who too was desperate to learn about the 3rd child. Yet, his wife merely wept and explained that their child had passed away shortly after birth, the body hastily buried." Seeing his wife in such sorrow, the husband quickly comforted her, preparing the bamboo rats over a fire for them to eat, allowing the family to fill their stomachs. That night seemed to pass in tranquility. However, as midnight approached, unsettling occurrences began to unfold. Qin Feng paused dramatically, his voice lowering to a whisper that sent shivers down their spines. What happened next? Chun Yao, though beginning to feel frightened, was driven by an overwhelming curiosity to continue listening. Qin Feng offered a chilling smile, his tone suddenly taking on an eerie quality. In the dead of night, the husband was awakened by a strange noise emanating from behind the house, a sound reminiscent of something creeping, like the rustling of a creature. He assumed it was a wild wolf and hurried outside to investigate. But as he approached, the noise grew increasingly bizarre, resembling the cries of a baby. As he uttered those final words, his voice deepened, causing the hearts of the 2 women to race, ignoring the fear that began to creep onto their faces. Qin Feng continued. The husband thought he must be mistaken. How could a baby be crying in the dead of night? Just then, his wife, who had been peacefully sleeping, appeared behind him, her gaze filled with guilt and sorrow. At that moment, the cries of the infant grew louder, as if they were right in their ears. The husband felt his scalp prickle and slowly turned to face the source of the sound. To his horror, he saw a bloodied infant's head floating behind him, staring directly at him, weeping. "Ah, my goodness! How terrifying!" Chun Yao screamed, instinctively diving into Qin Feng's embrace, tears spilling down her cheeks. Unintentionally or not, her hand brushed against an inappropriate area on Qin Feng's body. The moment of contact sent a jolt through him, momentarily clouding his mind. Perhaps realizing what had happened, Chun Yao quickly withdrew her hand, flustered yet inexplicably pleased. Lu Meng, utterly frightened by the ghost story, collapsed onto the sofa, unable to listen any longer. "Qingge, I surrender. I can't take it anymore. Stop telling the story." Lu Meng cried out in distress. "But I haven't finished yet. Why are you both so frightened?" Qin Feng chuckled wryly at Lu Meng's reaction. "You wanted to hear the story, yet now you wish to stop? What can I say? Well, it's getting late. You should wash up and sleep." "I am scared. I want to sleep with you tonight. Chen Yao tightly clung to Qin Feng's waist, showing no intent of letting go. Their bodies nearly touching, igniting a fire within Qin Feng's heart. Sleep with me? Woman, do I sense you were trying to ensnare me? Qin Feng thought, feeling a sense of being ensnared. This woman, who claimed to have watched countless horror films, had become so frightened by a simple ghost story. It seemed rather implausible. Lu Meng, while munching on snacks, lamented, "What about me? Sister Chun has Qin Good to protect her, but I'm scared too. I can't sleep alone." Chen Yao blinked and boldly suggested, "Then let us all three sleep on the sofa." Initially, Lu Meng was delighted, but then burst into laughter. "Forget it. You and Qin Gu are in love. It would be awkward for me to intrude. I'll just sleep with Ling Mei instead. What good thing do you think we have?" Chen Yao blushed, turning to Qin Feng and saying, "How about this? I'll go sleep with Lu Meng in the private room, and you can have the sofa all to yourself tonight." "That's fine. I'm used to sleeping alone, so it's no trouble at all." Qin Feng shrugged, then with a mischievous grin added, "But if you feel guilty, you can come over to compensate me after Lu Meng falls asleep." "No way." Chen Yao blushed at Qin Feng's unexpected flirtation, hurriedly taking Lu Meng's hand and escaping the main hall of the restaurant. He, a woman who speaks contrary to her heart. She clearly enjoyed the touch yet denies it. Qin Feng chuckled, watching Chen Yao's graceful figure retreat. Their relationship had deepened over time, and it seemed she was dangerously toying with fire. Perhaps it was time to seize the opportunity. As Qin Feng inhaled the lingering scent of Chen Yao, a primal energy within him stirred. With this thought, he rose to wash his face in the kitchen, attempting to quell the flames of desire within. Just as they were preparing to rest, they remained unaware of the impending danger that lurked nearby. Chapter 81. She is coming. At 10:30, Chen Yao and Lu Meng had just begun to feel sleepy after chatting on the couch in their private room. Just then, Zhao Lingling, who had been sleeping soundly for hours, suddenly sat up, her once dark eyes glowing with an eerie green light, staring intently into the darkness ahead. A look of deep unease etched on her youthful face. In the next moment, she jumped off the table as if in a trance, muttering strange phrases. "No, no, no." As she spoke, traces of pain appeared on her face, as if she were caught in an endless struggle. "Lingling, what is wrong? Were you having a nightmare?" Chen Yao and Lu Meng rushed over, alarmed by Zhao Lingling's sudden odd behavior. Yet, Zhao Lingling seemed oblivious to their voices, walking towards the door, continuing her incoherent mumbling. "Lingling, Zhao Lingling." They called out multiple times, but Zhao Lingling remained unresponsive. Lu Meng exclaimed, "Oh no, could she be possessed?" Outside, Qin Feng was also disturbed by the commotion and quickly approached the private room. As he reached the door, he was greeted by the sight of Zhao Lingling, her eyes glowing with an eerie green light, walking out as if in a daze. Her gaze was vacant, and she muttered strange words. "Zhao Lingling, what is wrong?" Qin Feng's expression sharpened, and he reached out to touch her, but she pushed him away with her small hand, crying, "Hurry, hurry, she is coming. She is coming." "What? Who are you talking about?" Qin Feng sensed that the situation was far from simple and immediately inquired. However, Zhao Lingling continued to murmur strange phrases without directly responding to him. She's coming, hurry." By the time she spoke, Zhao Lingling had already passed by Qin Feng, moving aimlessly towards the entrance of a small restaurant like a lost soul. What is wrong with her? Has she truly been possessed? At this moment, Chen Yao and Lu Meng emerged from the private room, their faces etched with concern as they watched Zhao Lingling's retreating figure. Although their time together had been brief, Zhao Lingling's innocent kindness had endeared her to them, causing them to regard her as a sister, naturally unwilling to see her come to harm. "It shouldn't be," Qin Feng said, his expression grave. After a moment of deep contemplation, he continued, "I believe her current state may be related to a secret she harbors within. Her energy fluctuations are unusually erratic. At times, they resonate at a low level typical of an initial stage, yet at other moments, they surge to heights beyond my detection." "What? Even Brother Qin cannot detect it? Has she truly surpassed that level? How is that possible?" Lu Meng stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. It was widely known that Qin Feng had already attained initial stage capabilities. Even if confronted with a higher level, he should be able to glean some insights. Yet, if he could not detect her at all, it would imply that Zhao Lingling had indeed transcended that level. This was inconceivable. Though astonishing, it is indeed the truth. The force she employed when she pushed me away was almost overwhelming. Qin Feng murmured, his gaze fixed on Zhao Lingling. At that moment, Zhao Lingling had reached the restaurant's entrance, where a sturdy wooden door stood in her way. Yet, without lifting a finger, her eyes glimmered, and the solid door was instantaneously reduced to dust, seemingly evaporated in an instant. Witnessing this scene, both Chun Yao and Lu Meng could not help but accept Qin Feng's conjecture. At this very moment, Zhao Lingling possessed an incredible power. Just as the three were in a state of astonishment, another formidable energy wave suddenly surged from nearby, enveloping the area within 100 meters. The next moment, a captivating woman with purple hair and a black dress appeared outside the small restaurant, blocking Zhao Lingling's path. Her exquisite fox-like eyes sparkled with a beguiling smile. I've finally found you. My little treasure, come with me. The newcomer was none other than Ziyue, one of the 5 guardians of the Black Sha gang. As she spoke, a swirl of purple magical energy erupted from her hand, encircling Zhao Lingling, who stood in a peculiar state. Enveloped in the purple magical energy, Zhao Lingling promptly closed her eyes and remained still, as if frozen in place. Shortly after Ziyue's appearance, Feng Yi also materialized. Feng Yi, they're from the Black Sha gang. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhao Lingling, locking eyes with Ziyue. If you wish to take her, you must first pass through me. Oh, where did this handsome young man come from? Please don't look at me like that. It makes me so shy. Ziyue smiled seductively, showing no intention of attacking, her every expression exuding an irresistible allure. Yet, the more she behaved this way, the more Qin Feng felt an impending danger emanating from her. Particularly, her energy fluctuations were clearly 10 times stronger than Feng Yi's, likely surpassing the intermediate level. Against such a formidable opponent, Qin Feng had no assurance of victory. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, Feng Yi instinctively took a few steps back, his face contorted with anger as he pointed at Qin Feng. It's him, Ziyue. This is the one who destroyed my Black Wind Hall. You must kill him to avenge our brothers. Silence. Ziyue cast a glance at Feng Yi, seemingly uninterested in revenge. This young man is quite dashing, with remarkable strength. Not only did he destroy 1 Black Wind Hall, but even if he destroyed 10, I would hesitate to lay a hand on him. As she spoke, Ziyue turned her captivating gaze towards Qin Feng. Young man, we have no grievances between us. There is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle. How about this? If you hand over this little girl to me, I promise I won't harm her in any way. If you agree, she will be yours to command tonight. As she spoke, Ziyue's delicate hand reached out to caress Qin Feng's face. Her alabaster hand, reminiscent of jade, emitted an alluring fragrance as it gently brushed against him, seemingly weaving an irresistible spell. This scene caused Chun Yao to erupt with jealousy. Where did this vixen come from? Daring to touch my man? Don't hold me back. I'll make her pay. Overwhelmed with jealousy, Chun Yao could not help but curse, ready to confront Ziyue. However, Lu Meng intervened just in time. Sister Chun, don't be impulsive. Have you forgotten what Brother Qin instructed us? At Lu Meng's reminder, Chun Yao recalled the crucial instruction Qin Feng had given them the moment Ziyue appeared. She quickly regained her composure, casting a glance at the shrunken villa in her hand. Phew, I almost forgot the critical matter. Let this little seductress flaunt her power for a while longer. We'll deal with her later. Let's go. Although reluctant, prioritizing the overall situation, Chun Yao swiftly retreated with Lu Meng through the back door of the restaurant to a nearby open space. Chapter 82. The Great Battle begins. As the dark clouds dispersed, a waning moon emerged from the black night sky, casting a ghostly light upon all present. To have me at your disposal, is that truly the case? Qin Feng did not shy away from Ziyue's provocations. Instead, he surveyed her voluptuous figure with a mischievous grin. Of course, Qin Feng's interest was not genuine. His heart only held space for Chun Yao. Engaging Ziyue in conversation was merely a tactic to probe her motives and buy some time. Ziyue, however, escalated her flirtation with Qin Feng, even drawing closer to him. Of course, as long as you agree, I promise not to disappoint you. Is that so? Your words pique my interest, Qin Feng replied, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he held the unconscious Zhao Lingling. It wouldn't be difficult for me to hand her over. After all, I have only known her for a few days and have no deep feelings for her. However, I do have a request. If you can fulfill it, I will gladly hand her over to you. Oh, please, young man, state your request. I will do my utmost to meet it. Ziyue, Taken aback by Qin Feng's willingness to surrender, Zhao Lingling revealed a glimmer of intrigue on her enchanting face. Qin Feng smiled lightly. My request is simple. Just reveal to me the secret this girl harbors. Once you satisfy my curiosity, I will willingly hand her over. Upon hearing this, both Ziyue and Feng Yi frowned. This matter was of great significance, potentially affecting the fate of the entire Black Sha gang. No one outside the upper echelons of the gang could be allowed to know. With Qin Feng directly inquiring about such a crucial topic, it was evident he was testing their resolve. Yet, Ziyue, experienced and cunning, quickly regained her beguiling demeanor. I believe you are mistaken. This young girl harbors no secret. She merely has an indescribable connection with our leader. If you hand her over to me, I will surely reveal everything to you. Ziyue casually concocted an excuse. She was aware that Qin Feng would not believe her, yet she did not expect him to. The reason she continued this lengthy conversation was that, in the fleeting moment of their meeting, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from him. Despite her high rank, she could not immediately discern the extent of Qin Feng's strength. Hence, she engaged him in idle chatter, all the while probing his capabilities. However, after their exchange, she discovered that Qin Feng was utterly unyielding, leaving no openings whatsoever. Should she suddenly strike, he would undoubtedly react instantaneously. Thus, she was still in search of the opportune moment. Qin Feng harbored similar thoughts. Therefore, while their conversation appeared to be flirtatiously ambiguous, they had been subtly clashing multiple times in private, each seeking the other's vulnerabilities. Qin Feng chuckled darkly. If that is the case, I believe there is no need for us to continue this dialogue. Are you truly set on opposing our Black Sha gang? Ziyue furrowed her brow, her energy fluctuations steadily escalating. You lack sincerity in this conversation, she retorted. Qin Feng flicked his wrist. If that is so, let us abandon words and speak through our strength. If you can defeat me, Zhao Lingling is yours to take. Otherwise, I suggest you relinquish this notion. Very well. Since you are so insistent on battle, I shall oblige. But I advise you to consider the consequences of opposing the Black Sha gang. At this juncture, Ziyue no longer concealed her murderous intent. Her tone lost its previous allure, replaced instead by a palpable aura of oppression. With this overwhelming pressure, Ziyue's energy surged throughout her body. No more words. Let's fight. I am eager to witness the prowess of a high-level superhuman. Qin Feng unsheathed his weapon. The end of days, first unleashing a devastating strike. As the massive blood-red blade cleaved through the air, the sharpness of its edge left Feng Yi in utter shock. In just a few hours, Qin Feng appeared to have significantly amplified his strength. Had he unleashed such a terrifying attack earlier, he could have annihilated the entire Black Wind Hall with a single stroke. Feng Yi himself might have been obliterated in the process. Instinctuellement, Feng Yi retreated, while Ziyue stood her ground, gathering violet magical energy into a concentrated beam. At the moment their attacks collided, countless explosions erupted. Boom! 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 As the violent blasts resonated like thunder, buildings within dozens of meters were instantly reduced to rubble. When the dust settled, the small restaurant and alley had been flattened, leaving only Qin Feng cradling the unconscious Zhao Lingling amidst the ruins. Ziyue, however, had used her magical energy to levitate, evading the blast's shockwave. Such formidable blade work. That single strike seems to have reached mid-tier destructive power. No wonder you could decimate the entire Black Wind Hall, Ziyue observed from her elevated position, looking down upon Qin Feng. With this level of strength, you are not yet sufficient to challenge the Black Sha gang. Activate the magic formation, Ziyue commanded sharply, causing waves of violet magical energy to surge forth from all directions. A massive purple magic array unfolded in midair, enveloping both Qin Feng and Zhao Lingling within its confines. Under this magical array's influence, Qin Feng felt a subtle suppression of his entire being. Ziyue altered her hand seals, and the colossal magic array unleashed a barrage of over 100 terrifying violet beams, bombarding Qin Feng. The power of these beams far surpassed that of the Flame Lord's heavenly fire. Even with Qin Feng's enhanced strength, he could not withstand them directly. Yet, he would not remain passive. Gently placing Zhao Lingling on the ground, he swiftly wielded his sword, unleashing a colossal 2,000-kilogram force in a sweeping blow that shattered the approaching violet beams. Let us see how long you can endure. Ziyue, seeing her attack fail to harm Qin Feng, continued to cast spells, inundating him with a torrent of magical beams. Qin Feng dodged in rapid succession, using the cover of the explosions to close in on Ziyue with ghostly speed, slicing through the violet beams aimed at him. He then leaped toward the suspended Ziyue, delivering a fierce downward strike. Ziyue quickly coalesced magical energy to defend herself, forming a violet energy sphere that tightly grasped Qin Feng's sword. Despite his utmost effort, he could not penetrate even a fraction. However, at the slightest moment of Ziyue's distraction, a surge of formidable levitation energy struck her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Receive this. Blood-devouring hand. Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as his left hand rapidly gathered crimson energy, enveloping Ziyue within it. After a brief delay, a powerful burst of blood-colored energy erupted. Chapter 83. The times have changed. As the blood-devouring hand's energy exploded, the previously unyielding violet energy sphere shattered into fragments. The explosive force sent Ziyue's delicate form tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh no! Ziyue's protector is actually no match for this brat. Feng Yi, witnessing this scene, was thrown into a panic. Seizing the moment while Qin Feng was distracted, he hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Yet, mere seconds after Feng Yi's departure, the laws of physics could not be circumvented. As a wave of violet energy dispersed the smoke, Ziyue stood unscathed, her clothing slightly tattered and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Otherwise, she appeared entirely unharmed. Qin Feng was not surprised by this outcome. Although the blood-devouring hand was powerful, its destructive capacity had yet to reach the high-tier level. To have unexpectedly wounded a high-tier Ziyue was already a remarkable achievement. I underestimated you. Ziyue brushed off the dust from her clothes, her expression growing icily severe. Since awakening my powers, no one has ever harmed me. You are the first, and you shall be the last. With her fury ablaze, Ziyue raised her hand, and the purple magic array above erupted with streaks of violet lightning, descending upon Qin Feng with blinding speed. The velocity and power of this lightning far surpassed Feng Yi's black lightning by a factor of 10. Even Qin Feng found it nearly impossible to react. Ultimately, he relied on his heightened instincts to evade the first strike. Yet, the relentless onslaught of lightning continued to rain down, leaving Qin Feng no respite. He contemplated countering the strikes head-on, but their astonishing speed meant he was struck before he could even respond. The overwhelming explosion sent him flying, and although he managed to regain his footing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his injuries. More violet lightning was already on its way, seemingly intent on obliterating him. You mad woman, do you wish to kill me? Qin Feng? You are far from ready. Qin Feng shouted, activating his passive skill, Warrior's Fate, which enhanced his destructive power and reaction time. Just as the lightning was about to strike, he swung the end of days with astonishing speed, cleaving through the violet lightning with a flurry of strikes. 1, 2, 3. Swift as lightning. As the simple purple lightning ceased to pose a threat to Qin Feng, Ziyue swiftly altered her strategy. The magic array above erupted with a tremendous purple beam of light, its power and range far surpassing that of the previous purple beams. After slicing through the last of the purple lightning, Qin Feng observed the formidable beam charging towards him. Unfazed, he leaped aside and unleashed a strand of silk from his spinneret directed at Ziyue. Caught off guard, Ziyue found her left hand ensnared by the resilient silk. Attempting to break free proved futile, and she promptly condensed her purple magical energy into a sharp energy blade, aiming to sever the silk. However, just then, Qin Feng exerted a sudden force of 2,000 kilograms, yanking Ziyue towards him with great speed. Despite her formidable strength, her physical power could not compare to Qin Feng's. And in this unguarded moment, she was pulled into close proximity. Awaiting her was the razor-sharp edge of despair. Ziyue's expression turned to one of alarm. Her hand swiftly transformed the magic seal, instantly withdrawing the immense magic array above and forming a robust magical barrier in front of her. The potent energy within the barrier swirled relentlessly, rendering it nearly indestructible. A trap had been sprung. Yet, as Ziyue shifted from offense to defense, Qin Feng had already achieved his objective. He sought Ziyue to dismantle the magic array above. Before Ziyue could react, Qin Feng severed the silk and retreated with the unconscious Zhao Lingling in tow. You think you can escape after tricking me? Ziyue, realizing her folly, flung the magic array into the air once more, enveloping Qin Feng within its grasp. However, Qin Feng was exceedingly swift, having already distanced himself significantly before she could strike. Arriving at a clear area, in this open space stood a villa, the mountaintop villa bound to the system, now serving as the first floor of the underground research facility housing battle armor. Chun Yao and Lu Meng had already activated the gravity elevator, with the battle armor now within reach. Catch! Qin Feng tossed Zhao Lingling towards Chun Yao and Lu Meng, prepared for this moment. Lu Meng immediately harnessed her water-based powers to aid the unconscious Zhao Lingling. Whatever your plans may be, in the face of absolute power, all is but empty talk. Ziyue sensed something amiss, but remained confident in her strength. She condensed her magic seal, and the magic array erupted once more, unleashing a colossal destructive beam. Qin Feng raised his left hand, gathering his formidable scarlet energy once again. After 10 minutes of grueling battle, the cooldown for Blood Grasp had finally reset. Blood Grasp. After a brief delay, the fierce scarlet energy surged forth, shattering the incoming destructive beam. Ziyue did not relent, intent on continuing her assault with the magic array. You insolent wretch, receive my blade. At that moment, Chun Yao, who had been biding her time, summoned the power of the parasite, coalescing it into crimson armor, and wielded 2 crimson long swords. Fueled by jealousy and fury, Chun Yao's energy fluctuations were astonishing, as the 2 sharp red swords unleashed intersecting sword chi, each over 10 meters long, striking towards Ziyue. Chun Yao, the eldest daughter of the Qin family? I did not expect you to possess such power. Ziyue recognized her instantly. Refusing to underestimate her, she swiftly redirected her attack, unleashing a barrage of purple lightning to clash with Chun Yao's offensive. The ensuing explosion shook the air, with both women's attacks proving equally powerful. However, Chun Yao was still inexperienced, having yet to fully master the power of the parasite. After executing the strike, her crimson armor faltered at a critical moment, retracting back into her body. So you cannot control this power. Then your demise is certain. With a surge of murderous intent, Ziyue gathered energy within her magic array, launching it towards Chun Yao. As the massive destructive beam approached, Chun Yao remained undaunted. At that instant, a magnificent suit of armor appeared before her, providing an unprecedented sense of security. Energy output normal, particle cannon operational, armor components matching correctly, air circulation system functional, built-in buffering system operational, nerve conduction system functional. Welcome, Master. With a series of alert sounds echoing, Qin Feng, within the armor, smiled at Ziyue. Indeed, your power is formidable, but we are in the 21st century. Times have changed. Upon finishing his statement, the 3-stage particle cannon completed its charge, and a red beam of light sliced through the air like a sword, obliterating all obstacles in its path. Chapter 84. Sudden Mutation. With a single shot, just one shot was enough to shatter the massive destructive beam Ziyue had conjured, and even the attacking magic array was subjected to unprecedented tremors. This Iron Man armor? Ziyue gazed in bewilderment at the colossal figure before her. Although she was not fond of science fiction films, she had seen enough clips of Iron Man to recognize that Qin Feng was piloting a suit only seen in such cinematic tales. This is impossible. Even Iron Man's armor should not be able to shatter my attack, or shake my magic array. Ziyue stared incredulously at the armor, unable to believe her eyes. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Even the apocalypse and superhumans have emerged. Is it so outlandish for me to pilot an Iron Man suit? Cut it out. Don't think that just because you have a suit, you can turn the tides of battle. Today, you are destined to fail, and Zhao Lingling is mine. Amidst her shock, Ziyue quickly regained her composure. She concentrated her magic seal, waiting for the magic array to stabilize before launching her assault on Qin Feng once more. Perfect. This will allow me to test the armor's defenses. Qin Feng stood firm, a confident smile gracing his face. The system had previously informed him that the armor could withstand attacks from high-tier superhumans, and now was the perfect moment to verify its capabilities. As the purple lightning and beams of energy struck the armor, The seemingly indestructible suit indeed withstood the intense destructive force, remaining unscathed even after being bombarded over 10 times. I wish to see just how long your armor can endure. Enraged, Ziyue concentrated multiple massive destructive beams, continuing her relentless assault on the armor. While the armor sparked under the onslaught, it still failed to inflict any substantial damage. Armor damage level, 10. Sustaining only 10 damage after enduring such a barrage from a high-tier superhuman was astonishing. Excellent. After assessing the armor's damage level, Qin Feng felt assured of its defensive capabilities and promptly shifted from defense to offense, raising his hand to fire a 3-stage particle cannon at Ziyue. As the terrifying red beam shot forth, Ziyue realized she had underestimated the power of the Iron Man suit. A profound sense of danger compelled her to take heed, and she once again raised her magic array to form a massive defensive barrier. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the formidable power of the red particle cannon obliterated Ziyue's magic array into fragments. Even Ziyue herself was pushed back by the shockwave generated by the colossal blast. Ziyue hastily summoned her magical energy to stabilize her form, yet the sheer force of the impact was overwhelming. Even with the magic array absorbing 90% of the explosive power, the remaining 10% propelled her back several dozen meters. The ferocity of this assault rendered Ziyue's expression gravely serious. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng possessed such a terrifying trump card. Had she not been able to defend against the particle cannon strike in time, she would have undoubtedly been obliterated by that crimson beam. Was this the might of technology? But how could Qin Feng wield such formidable power? It dawned on her. It must be the Chun Corporation. As Ziyue's gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Yao, everything became clear. The saying holds true: the impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. The Qin Corporation, with assets in the billions before the apocalypse and rooted in technological advancements, could very well have clandestinely developed such an immensely powerful suit of armor. Alas, such a formidable suit of armor could not be utilized by her. Ziyue sighed in regret, clearly coveting Qin Feng's battle armor. Qin Feng maneuvered the suit, directing the particle cannon straight ahead. Ziyue, our battle concludes here. The victor is determined. If you wish to depart, I am willing to spare your life. Qin Feng was not indulging in misplaced mercy, nor intending to release a tiger back in the wild. It was simply that although he held the upper hand over Ziyue, she was a high-level superpower, not easily vanquished, especially now that she was aware of the particle cannon's destructive potential. It would be nearly impossible to catch her off guard again, and thus, Qin Feng lacked absolute certainty in eliminating her. It was wiser to extend a favor and let Ziyue go. Ziyue clenched her teeth, although Qin Feng's clemency felt like an affront to her. She genuinely lacked the confidence to defeat his battle armor. Should she fight to the death, she would undoubtedly exhaust all her trump cards and possibly pay an unbearable price. However, the thought of witnessing Zhao Lingling being taken away left her unwilling to relent. Just as she found herself in this dilemma, Lu Meng's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Qinggu, Lingling is in trouble again. At the sound of this, both Ziyue and Qin Feng instinctively turned toward Lu Meng. They beheld Zhao Lingling enveloped in a verdant glow, suspended in midair. Amidst the blinding green light, a sanguine hue flickered, resembling threads of blood swirling around her. The energy fluctuations emanating from Zhao Lingling had become even more exaggerated, as if her power had multiplied several times. Such an extraordinary scene further convinced Qin Feng of the hidden secrets within Zhao Lingling. Just as all eyes were drawn to her, her tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, the dark pupils gradually transforming into a blood-red hue, becoming a pair of crimson orbs. At the moment those blood-red eyes emerged, the surrounding zombies and monsters seemed drawn by an inexplicable force converging toward her, including several mid-level and high-level undead. As the wave of danger approached, Qin Feng, Chen Yao, and Lu Meng sensed the gravity of the situation, while Ziyue's face lit up with excitement. This is the power. Those mysterious individuals were right. This girl possesses earth-shattering strength. No matter what, I must capture her today. A fierce greed glimmered in Ziyue's enchanting eyes. Yet, just as she intended to make a move, Zhao Lingling, still suspended in the air, suddenly shed tears, a single drop appearing as if bidding farewell, imbued with profound reluctance. As the tear fell, Zhao Lingling transformed into a dual-colored beam of light, shooting skyward, vanishing in an instant. It was disastrous. Her power had awakened one-third, and such terrifying speed likely propelled her over 10 kilometers away. No, she cannot escape. Ziyue, no longer inclined to battle, immediately soared toward Zhao Lingling's direction, declaring, "If you wish to capture her, you must first pass through me. Three-stage particle cannon, fire." Qin Feng wasted no time, aiming the three-stage particle cannon at Ziyue's trajectory, unleashing a crimson beam. Just as it was about to strike Ziyue, she was surrounded by magical runes and executed a leap, evading the lethal blast. Qin Feng, we will settle our scores another time. Farewell. Leaving only an afterimage, Ziyue's figure swiftly vanished, her speed rivaling Qin Feng's. Qin Feng, we must pursue her. Don't let her succeed. Seeing Ziyue escape the particle cannon, Qin Yao hastily attempted to give chase, but was halted by Qin Feng. No need. Zhao Lingling is likely no longer the Zhao Lingling we once knew. While Ziyue is fast, there is no chance of catching up to Zhao Lingling. Qin Yao's face was filled with concern. Though you say that, is Lingling truly all right in her current state? All we can do is leave it to fate. If there is a chance in the future, we shall meet again. I just wonder whether we will be foes or allies then. Qin Feng sighed lightly, his tone laden with significance, as if he had discerned certain truths. However, now was not the time for such musings. The commotion from the recent battle, coupled with the allure of Zhao Lingling's power, had attracted numerous dangers within 100 meters of their vicinity. Chapter 85, Speculation. Ding. Warning. A large number of low-level zombies and creatures detected nearby. Host, please exercise caution. As Qin Feng sensed the encroaching danger, the system's warning chimes sounded. This place was no longer safe. He instructed Chun Yao and Lu Ming to retreat toward the northwest. He would remain behind to cover their escape. Already, 2 swift, low-level, nightmarish zombies had appeared within 10 meters, prompting Qin Feng to adjust the particle cannon to 2-stage mode. With the remaining energy in the battle armor, he could fire the 2-stage particle cannon approximately 10 more times. After locking onto his target, the 2-stage particle cannon fired with a sudden burst. The orange beam struck the nightmarish zombies with laser-like precision, obliterating 2 low-level undead in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 2 low-level zombies, earning 80 survival points. Current survival points, 86. However, before Qin Feng could catch his breath, an overwhelming horde of zombies and monsters surged from all directions. Should they close in, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Chun Yao and Lu Ming had reached a relatively safe distance. Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of shots from the 2-stage particle cannon, firing a total of 9 blasts, leaving a scene strewn with corpses and billowing dust. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng disengaged the battle armor, retracting into the research facility and shrinking the entire villa. Just before the horde of zombies and monsters could surround him, he departed with remarkable grace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 10 high-level zombies. Survival points, 300. Current survival points, 386. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 low-level zombies. Survival points, 200. Current survival points, 586. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 mid-level zombie. Survival points, 50. Current survival points, 636. After a series of notifications, the substantial survival points accrued from the recent battle were all accounted for. It must be said, the destructive power of the battle armor was truly astonishing. In such a brief time, it had granted Qin Feng an additional 630 survival points. Had it not been for his previous exertion against Ziyue, he would have been reluctant to retreat. However, the apocalypse was long, and the most scarce resources were not the zombies and monsters. After a considerable journey, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at a rather quiet street. The cold wind brushed against their faces, and the air was thick with the moisture left behind by the torrential rain, creating a notably humid atmosphere. Where shall we go next? Chun Yao paused, glancing back at Qin Feng. Let's find a place to rest until dawn. There seems to be an inn ahead, Qin Feng replied, observing the street before them as he entered an inn with the 2 women. After a night filled with battles and exertions, all 3 felt fatigued and opted for a twin-bedded room to rest. Chun Yao and Lu Ming shared one bed, while Qin Feng took the other. Brother Qin, what secrets does Lingling hold? How could she possess such incredible power? Lu Meng pondered, her thoughts lingering on Zhao Lingling's condition. If my suspicions are correct, the power sealed within Zhao Lingling may not actually belong to her. Once it is fully unleashed, I cannot foresee what transformations she might undergo. Qin Feng, with keen observation, had formed the most reasonable hypothesis. The intensity of Zhao Lingling's power fluctuations felt entirely like that of a different person, one who had emerged from a sea of blood and slaughter. Only someone with his battle-hardened experience could sense the murderous aura emanating from that power. This, perhaps, held the key to Zhao Lingling's secret. Upon hearing Qin Feng's conjecture, Chun Yao's imagination sparked. Could it be a case of soul possession or reincarnation? You must have read too many web novels. Where in the world do you find such notions of possession and rebirth? Qin Feng chuckled, then turned to Chun Yao and said, I believe the power sealed within her might be a form of unique superpower, akin to the parasite within you, which you have now controlled as your own strength, despite it not originally belonging to you. Are you also a reincarnated soul? Chun Yao nodded in agreement, softly speculating. It seems Zhao Lingling is indeed an enigmatic case. No wonder the Black Evil Gang would go to such lengths to capture her. They must covet the mysterious power within her. Suddenly, Qin Feng shifted the conversation. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss theories of possession or reincarnation. After all, the world we inhabit now is no longer the one we once knew, and anything is possible. It's merely a matter of probability. Lu Meng sighed. Regardless of the possibilities, it seems we may find it difficult to see Lingling again. Chun Yao closed her eyes and reflected. Who knows? Perhaps every connection is predestined. Those meant to meet will eventually do so. Just like our encounter seems to have been fated. Her words carried a profound weight, suggesting not only the intertwining fates of the three, but also the bond between her and Qin Feng. After this brief exchange, exhaustion overtook Chun Yao and Lu Meng, and they unknowingly drifted into slumber. Only Qin Feng remained wide awake, directly accessing the attribute exchange interface of the system. Following the battles during their retreat, he now possessed 636 survival points, which could be exchanged for 63 attribute points. However, Qin Feng chose not to immediately convert his survival points into attributes. Instead, he explored other categories within the exchange shop. The first category he examined was weapons and ammunition. This category branched into 3 segments: ranged weapons, melee weapons, and ammunition. Qin Feng was already familiar with the ammunition branch. Since reaching his current level, both the ranged and melee weapon branches had undergone significant changes. Previously, these branches contained only basic firearms, but now they offered options for bronze and silver level weapons. This meant that with sufficient survival points, he could directly exchange for bronze and silver weapons. The selection of bronze ranged weapons was limited, including the cloud-piercing bow, electromagnetic gun, and the Wu-Ho repeating crossbow. While there was a wider variety of melee weapons, such as the Thunderblade, rapid-fire gun, blood-sucking scythe, and energy gauntlets, most of which were items from popular games, alongside a few melee weapons from other titles, with exchange prices starting at an average of 1,000 survival points. Given the power and value, spending 1,000 survival points on these bronze weapons seemed unwise to Qin Feng, who already possessed advanced gear akin to that of an apocalyptic hero. Next, he examined the silver weapon branch. This branch did not separate ranged and melee weapons, offering only a limited selection of around a dozen items. The most prominent included familiar game items such as Dawnbreaker, Sun Abyss, the Sun-Chasing Bow, and the Endless Blade. Notably, the Endless Blade could be combined with his existing weapon, the Apocalypse, to forge a golden weapon, the Bloodthirsty Saber. Chapter 86, Attribute Analysis. To his surprise, the Endless Blade was already available for direct exchange. It would perfectly complement his Apocalypse in creating a golden weapon. He wondered about the extent of the enhancement a golden weapon would provide. However, the steep cost of 3,000 survival points for the Endless Blade, equivalent to 300 attribute points, made him hesitate. Wouldn't increasing his strength by 300 points be more appealing? Qin Feng contemplated. Though intrigued by the Endless Blade, the high survival point cost made him reconsider. Well, since we are still in the silver level zone, perhaps tomorrow's sign-in task might yield the Endless Blade. Exchanging survival points for attribute values seems the wisest choice. Reluctantly, Qin Feng closed the weapon exchange interface and deftly accessed the attribute exchange screen. Observing the 5 primary attributes before him, he had a sudden thought. System. Since I have now transitioned to a warrior, if I elevate my other attributes to 200 points, could I not also switch to other professions simultaneously? Reply to the host. The system's professions are neither bound nor singular. Simply put, as long as the host meets the requirements for the other attributes, they can simultaneously transition to different professions, gaining additional attribute bonuses. In theory, as long as the attribute values are sufficient, the host can become a versatile and powerful being. Among the 5 attributes, the intelligence attribute has a unique limitation. Once it reaches 50 points, it will no longer increase the host's intellect, meaning the maximum possible IQ can be elevated to 500. Only by reaching 200 points and transitioning to a mechanic will any excess intelligence convert into mechanic skill damage. The speed attribute has no upper limit, but attack power primarily relies on the destructive force of strength. Upon transitioning to an assassin, the skills unlocked will focus predominantly on stealth, assassination, and evasion. The defense attribute will bolster defense levels based on its value. For instance, with a defense value of 100 points, the host can ignore high-level attacks. A defense value of 200 points will reduce mid-level damage by 50% upon transitioning to a tank, with tank skills centered on defense and damage reduction. Lastly, the spirit attribute is equivalent to strength and does not interfere with it. Increasing the spirit attribute enhances the host's control over magical energy once it reaches 200 points. Transitioning to a mage will automatically convert spirit points into magical skill damage. So it is, if I accumulate enough survival points, I could possess all 5 professions, mastering offense, defense, speed, and range damage to achieve true omnipotence. Qin Feng nodded in realization, having thoroughly understood the significance of the 5 fundamental attributes. He found himself fantasizing about the formidable power of an individual wielding all 5 professional abilities. However, at present, Qin Feng could only indulge in such thoughts. With his limited survival points, it would be far more advantageous to enhance a single attribute. As the saying goes, one cannot chew too much. It was prudent to allow the other attributes to rise naturally, should he later find himself with an abundance of survival points. He could then contemplate augmenting other attributes and transitioning into different professions to acquire a broader array of formidable skills. Having fully grasped the intricacies of attributes and professions, Qin Feng proceeded to exchange his 636 survival points for 63 points in strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully exchanging for 63 points in strength. Ding! Host attribute panel has been updated. Strength, 263 points, holding the weapon of the apocalypse grants 40. Wearing the title Zombie Slayer grants 30. Intelligence, 50. Speed, 37, holding the weapon of the apocalypse grants 10. Wearing the title Zombie Slayer grants 10. Defense, 15, holding the weapon of the apocalypse grants 10. Mentality, 5. Remaining survival points, 6. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. Level initial. 96 points away from level intermediate combat power. Phew. The distance to level intermediate is not far now. With my current professional combat power, should I attain level intermediate, I will be able to contend with high-level superhumans. Coupled with my battle armor, it would not be impossible to defeat them. The further enhancement of his physical strength brought a satisfied sigh from Qin Feng. First, he needed to repair the damaged areas of his battle armor, then replenish its energy supply, and subsequently, modify it further to ensure that it could automatically arrive at his side whenever needed, eliminating the inconvenience of requiring a certain amount of time to don it each time. Tonight's battle was greatly aided by Chun Yao, who initially deflected the attack from the purple moon. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have had no time to equip his armor. Hence, this inconvenient vulnerability must be addressed. With this thought, Qin Feng found himself utterly unable to sleep. He rose from his bed and quietly left his room, first confirming the safety of the hotel before stepping out onto the spacious street, where he expanded his villa atop the mountain into 7 levels. After entering the research facility through the elevator, Qin Feng activated the power supply system to replenish the energy of his battle armor. While the energy was being replenished, he extracted tungsten steel alloy materials from the facility to repair the damage to his armor. As he worked, Qin Feng inquired of the system, "Is there a way for the battle armor to provide automatic support?" Replying to the host, "This is simple. Just connect the system to the main control of the battle armor, and I can maintain contact with it at all times. Whenever the host requires it, I can directly summon the battle armor for automatic reinforcement. Excellent. This effectively outfitted the armor with a form of artificial intelligence, allowing for enhanced assistance during combat. With a satisfied smile, Qin Feng hastened the repair of his armor and, following the system's instructions, successfully established a special connection between the Apocalypse Sign-In System and the main control of the armor. After a flurry of activity, dawn quietly broke through the darkness. A night had passed unnoticed, and Qin Feng had completed both the repairs and the connection of his battle armor. Now it was time for testing. Exiting the research facility, Qin Feng commanded the armor to provide support through the system. Indeed, after establishing the connection, the armor seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly emerging from the facility to rush to Qin Feng's side at remarkable speed. Armor equipped, Qin Feng extended his arms, merging with the armor, and within 3 seconds, he successfully donned it, achieving a speed and efficiency that surpassed previous attempts by several folds. The test was flawless. Efficiency and support speed had increased dramatically. Once the arc reactor was completed, it could be directly modified into a second-generation battle armor. With ample energy at hand, it was time to earn some survival points. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction, then, clad in his armor, charged toward the direction detected by the system as hazardous. Relying on the formidable power and astonishing defense of his armor, he faced even high-level zombie monsters without trepidation. Chapter 87. I want them to accompany the dead. On the desolate street, a group of initial-level zombies surrounded 4 humans. These 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, were all in their 20s, each a superhuman, desperately resisting the onslaught of the zombies. The ground was littered with the bodies of humans that had been partially devoured, and judging by the degree of dried blood, they had likely died not long ago. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies, akin to feral beasts, relentlessly assaulted the 4. Big sister, you must flee. Your speed is the fastest among us. Only you can escape. The 3 young men positioned themselves in the most perilous area, urging the blood-soaked ponytailed woman fighting beside them. No, if we leave together. If we die together. The ponytailed woman showed no intention of retreating, wielding her fire axe to decapitate 3 zombies with a single swing. As more zombies continued to surge forward, the ponytailed woman executed a swift evasion to dodge their attacks, her speed and strength having reached the level of an intermediate superhuman. But unfortunately, the mutated zombies were simply too numerous, for fists could hardly contend with a multitude, and the 4 were gradually forced into a corner. Just as it seemed they could no longer hold out, a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from a distance. And in the blink of an eye, 10 initial-level zombies and 5 intermediate-level mutated zombies were instantaneously annihilated. In the next moment, a majestic suit of armor burst forth from the other end of the street, and before the 4 could react, the last 3 initial-level zombies were crushed underfoot by the armor. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying 13 initial-level zombies and 5 intermediate-level mutated zombies, earning 230 survival points. Current survival points, 236. What is this thing? How does it seem familiar? The group was startled by the sudden appearance of the armor, quickly adopting combat stances. But the next instant, a clear and melodious male voice emanated from within the armor. Sister Yen, do you remember me? As the words fell, the armor opened automatically, and Qin Feng emerged from within. Little Feng? The ponytailed woman's expression turned to one of astonishment upon seeing Qin Feng. Her name was Jiang Kaiyan, the owner of a bar where Qin Feng had worked during his sophomore summer, and their relationship had remained amicable over the years. Qin Feng was equally taken aback. He had intended to don his armor to earn some survival points, but had not expected to encounter an acquaintance in such circumstances. During his time at the bar, Jiang Kaiyan had shown him considerable kindness, often inviting him to meals and drinks during holidays, a gesture he had not forgotten, hence his decisive intervention to rescue her. The other 3 individuals, noticing the familiarity between Jiang Kaiyan and the newcomer, gradually relaxed their guard, diverting their attention to other areas to guard against potential zombie ambushes. With a smile, Qin Feng inquired, "What brings you here?" Sighing deeply, Jiang Kaiyan responded, "This is not a place for conversation. Let us go to my temporary safe haven." "All right." Grateful for the chance to reunite with a familiar friend, Qin Feng did not refuse. After instructing the system to retract the armor back to the villa, he followed Jiang Kaiyan and her companions away from the street. After navigating through several winding alleys and streets, they arrived at a concealed underground hideout. I'm afraid my place is too rudimentary. I have nothing to offer you. Would you care for some water? Jiang Kaiyan handed over a pristine bottle of mineral water. Her complexion slightly pale. After taking a sip, Qin Feng inquired, Sister Yin, you seem unwell. Has something happened? Sighing, Jiang Kaiyan, weary and fatigued, replied, It's a long story, difficult to articulate. After the apocalypse began, I quickly awakened a unique superpower. With this ability and my connections, I soon organized a refuge housing over 100 individuals. Initially, we were able to live relatively safely. However, who could have anticipated that the Haisha gang, who had previously kept their distance, would suddenly invade our sanctuary 2 nights ago? Without provocation, they indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Although I fought valiantly, we were overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, and ultimately, I could only escape with a handful of survivors. Just when we ventured out to scavenge for supplies, we were besieged by a horde of zombies. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have likely met my end at their hands. Reflecting on the atrocities committed by the Haisha gang, Jiang Xian's weary eyes flickered with a tempest of fury and murderous intent. Yet, despite her yearning for vengeance, she felt powerless to act. The 3 other men shared her despondency. Surviving the apocalypse was already a monumental challenge, and now, with their brothers and friends slaughtered by these beasts, their spirits felt as if they had been extinguished. Jiang Kaiyan, her expression haggard, grasped Qin Feng's hand and painfully exclaimed, Even Xiao Chao. He was killed by them. What? Xiao Chao, he is dead? That's impossible. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the news. Xiao Chao, the younger brother of Jiang Kaiyan, was not only her sibling, but also Qin Feng's close friend. Though they had known each other for merely 2 to 3 years, their shared interests had forged a genuine bond. The revelation that Xiao Chao had fallen to the Haisha gang ignited an inferno of rage within Qin Feng, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. This vendetta, he vowed, would be avenged. I will not let these beasts go unpunished. At that moment, Qin Feng's demeanor grew chillingly cold. Sister Yin, do you know which faction of the Haisha gang ambushed you? Where's their base located? Those accursed fiends. Even if they were reduced to ashes, I would recognize them. They belong to the Haisha gang's Blackwater Hall, one of their 12 factions. Jiang Kaiyan gritted her teeth, filled with a desire to obliterate those wretches. Yet, she soon revealed a bittersweet smile, tinged with resignation. Xiao Feng, I know your strength surpasses mine, and with that formidable armor, you could contend with them. But the Blackwater Hall has overwhelming numbers and even possesses terrifying beings at a higher level. It would be unwise for you to take such risks. Although she couldn't discern the full extent of Qin Feng's current capabilities, the aura he emanated suggested he had reached at least a high-level tier. While he might fare well against ordinary members of the Haisha gang, facing a Hall Master would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. Despite her own desire for retribution, she could not bear to watch Qin Feng jeopardize himself for vengeance. Fear not, my strength is more than sufficient to deal with these scoundrels. Qin Feng rose resolutely, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Xiao Chao was my dearest brother, unjustly taken from us by those brutes. Today, I shall ensure that the entire Blackwater Hall pays the price. As his words resonated, Qin Feng's formidable presence surged forth, astonishing Jiang Kaiyan and the others. At that moment, his aura had clearly transcended the high-level tier, exuding a terrifying intensity and formidable stature that could only belong to a true powerhouse.